Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway moves quickly to main time's coming. The spectacular spin, reverse themselves, and their light is flung downward into the seekers. And the colors pinwheel on a silken cheek, spin across a smile, and move down street. And behind the plate glass, the resting place, the enameled oasis, 2 cups of coffee, a cigarette. That's the formula that conjures up a second breath, needed before going out on the street to try once more. But somehow, it's always a little too late. The girl who just drifted by the window is gone now, lost forever. And first nightfall in the place where I was, police headquarters. Going home time. Time for stopping by, picking up a friend who rides the subway with you. You ready, Margovin?
I don't know how else to make you understand. You're not even looking at the picture. Perhaps you can make him understand.
Well, what's the trouble?
Leela Royce.
Yeah, this is Lieutenant Clover.
Make him understand.
Oh, what?
Well, here, take a look at this picture, Danny.
My sister Margaret.
Now, from looking at the picture, how old would you say her sister was?
Oh, I'd say 10.
Well, she's 55.
That's right. Margaret's 55 years old. 3 years older than I am. She's not home, and she won't ever be home again.
Oh, I don't understand.
You either?
Well, this is the only picture she has of her sister, Danny, and her sister's missing. I've been trying to tell her to report it to Missing Persons Bureau, and she just...
Margaret's never coming home again.
Why do you say that?
Oh, if you knew what I knew. If you'd seen it.
Seen what?
Her apartment. What's happened to it?
Would you like to show it to me?
Yes, I would. Perhaps that'd be the best way. Then you'd understand. I love her. I love my sister very much, and
Miss Royce?
You must try to understand.
Yes? Yes, Miss Royce?
Understand the closeness of sisters, and so many intimate things to be shared. Oh, dreams and dances and things, and suddenly torn from you, and... Are you coming, gentlemen?
Is this your sister's place, Miss Royce?
Come, I want to show you. So you'll believe. Come in, gentlemen. You see what terrible, lonely thing must have happened to Margaret. You see now, don't you?
Room's torn apart real good, Danny.
Uh-huh.
A chair overturned, a lamp broken, drapes torn from the windows.
Margaret struggled, fought him.
Him?
She would have done that, beaten him, clawed him. My sister would have done so, not just stand and let fear turn her blood to water. Not Margaret.
Well, you said him. You know it was a man, Miss Royce?
I know that my sister's been hurt, and I know something else.
You let us share it with you, huh, Miss Royce?
Margaret's dead.
How can you know that, Miss Royce?
I'll show you. You refuse to believe, I'll show you. This.
Well, that leather box is...
Lined with lovely soft pink silk. Here, feel it. Touch it. Go on, touch it.
Look, Miss Royce...
Margaret has had this since she was a young girl. Her jewel case. Father gave it to her, and she kept her wonderful jewels in it. A necklace a boyfriend gave her a long time ago, of amethyst, and a cameo that my father gave her. And there was a ring set with diamonds. Oh, so many things. Topaz, garnets, and empty now. You see how empty it is.
Robbery, huh, Danny?
Someone knew about her beautiful things and how she was alone, and forced his way in here and stole from her and beat her and took her away, because he realized he'd killed her, And he had to hide my sister because he'd killed...
Maybe it was like that. Maybe...
How else? How else could it have been? What else could have happened to her? The way her nice things have been broken. The stolen jewels.
We'll need as complete a description of her as you can.
This picture? Take it.
That's of a child, Miss Royce. A girl 10 years old.
The eyes. The shape of the mouth. That look. The head held quite high. These have not changed. In Margaret, these things have not... Please.
Yes?
Take me home. I want to go home. Please.
So leave Muggavan there to pry. And see now a lady home. Right uptown from Washington Square to West 40th. And it's this, lady beside you with a new problem. To be worked out with pocket mirror and lipstick. Erased with tissue and attempted again. Also the corollary of the mussed hair. Pocket comb and the heel of the hand. Adjusts, rearranges, twists. And the only words...
Third house from the corner.
And the third house is respectability 5 stories high. Discreet living quarters for discreet people who find no trouble in getting used to green carved carpets throughout, nor the corridors wallpapered in green leaves tumbling down from the floor above.
That's the door of my apartment at the end of the hall, where the young man's standing.
Do you know that young man?
Of course. Hello, Donnie.
Hello, Miss Royce.
Here's the key, Donnie. You may open the door. This is Lieutenant Clover. He's from the police.
Hello. I'm Donald Benton. Miss Royce, is it all right?
Of course. I want him to come in.
Is there any trouble?
Of course.
Miss Royce's sister is missing.
She's dead. You know she's dead. I'm going to sleep, Donnie.
Yes. Good night, Miss Royce.
It's all right, isn't it, Mr. Clover?
Good night, Miss Royce.
You two will talk, I'm sure.
Just sleep well. She said your name was Clover.
Yeah, that's right. Do you live here?
No, I came to visit, that's all.
Is Miss Royce a relative or what?
Friend. A very good friend. My best, I guess you'd say.
I see.
One day in the park, she was lost. I spotted it right away. I brought her home. Since then, we've been very good friends.
For very long?
A year or so. You see, it was at Coney. So many people get lost there.
They're mostly children, though.
That's right. And people who are afraid. Like Miss Royce. She was at Coney in the amusement park where I worked. She was with her sister. What happened to her sister? Tonight, I mean.
We don't know. We'll find her.
Well,
Tell me what happened at Coney.
well, Well, I can tell when they're lost. She was. And I came up to her and I asked her whether I could help her. She said, please don't turn me over to a policeman or a man in charge of lost children. I don't want to be treated like a child, she said.
Go on.
So I brought her home. I left my job and I brought her home. I never went back to my job at Coney again.
Well, how do you get along?
You see, Miss Royce is very timid. When she's with me, shows or dinners or civic events, she's not afraid. I take her to these places. She pays for tickets and...
Gives you pocket money.
Not often. She wants to all the time, but I get along all right. Get a job of some sort now and then.
One more question. Where do you live?
On 3rd, I have a room there. You want the number?
Yes.
1212. Miss Royce. Miss Royce. She's sleeping already. She must have been exhausted. We'd better go now.
Danny? Talking to you, Danny.
Huh? Oh, what do you want?
Well, turn around and talk to me with your face, Danny. I get an inferior feeling from conversations with people's backs.
Oh, sorry, Muggavan. I was just...
You never give up, do you, Danny? You'll never listen to what I tell you.
You got something, Muggavan?
Well, let me finish, huh? You never listen. That thing, that whatever it is you're looking for, it isn't out there in the street. It isn't here. It isn't in books. It isn't even in dreams. So why don't you just give it up, huh?
You got something, Muggavan?
Yeah. I got a full morning's legwork to hand you. Legwork, routine checks, all yours.
Anytime.
Most of the morning I spent with the counselor, John Randall, attorney at law. John Randall, attorney to the Sisters Royce.
Well, how did you find it?
When you left me in the missing Margaret Royce's room last night, I nosed around, peeked at papers, correspondence, things, among which was a letterhead. John Randall, attorney at law. Has a nice office. He's a nice fella.
Well, what did you...
You're doing it again, Danny. You never let me finish.
Margovan.
What you didn't let me finish was that Randall is also a truly cooperative counselor. He gave me a detailed description of Margaret Royce, for whom he's performed legal chores for, 18 years.
Did you put out
Yeah,
a...
Danny, yeah, it's on the wires. A couple hours already. Every beat cop, every squad car, they got the word on Margaret Royce. Another thing they got.
And you'll let me have it, too, huh, Muggerman?
The stolen jewelry that Sister Leela cried about, according to Randall, it's worth at the most a couple hundred or, well, add or lose 50. The good stuff, the expensive ice, Margaret Royce kept in a safety deposit box in the bank, which... You don't mind, huh, Danny?
I don't know what I'd do if you didn't.
Oh, you mind. That's Lieutenant Clover's office. Yeah, I'll take it. This is Muggerman. Yeah? Where? Yeah, I got it right away. Things I learned from just being rude.
Muggerman, so help me.
Margaret Royce, Danny, she's been found.
Where?
Well, let's just get a squad car. I'll lead the way.
I see.
All right, let us through here, huh? Get back. Come on, let us through.
Hey, wait, now, don't push me, mister.
Oh, you're something special, huh?
I'll say I am. I found it. I found a dead body. I was going through the stuff in that vacant lot back of that billboard, and under a lot of cans and things, there
You did
she...
good, mister. Just stand back, huh?
Oh, how do you like that? That's the thanks I get, huh? That's the hello I get for being the one fella in the whole city.
Well, description checks, Danny, to the detail. Age, color of hair, type of clothes she wore, type handbag she carried. Driver's license. Says Margaret Royce. Danny?
Strangled. These bruise marks on the throat.
A pile of tin cans in back of a billboard. Old lady. It's a dream world we live in, huh, Danny? Sure it is.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Tomorrow night, don't miss Lionel Barrymore as a star and host on exciting historical dramas. Original stories about little-known heroes of America's early days. Learn about our history makers, men and women with dreams they themselves made come true. Hear a new, colorful true story each week on your Sunday night Hall of Fame Playhouse over most of these same stations. Presented by CBS Radio.
The golden light of May flows gently through the plastic canyon, and Broadway shimmers. Languor walks the pavement, rhythm to the pulsing of May wind, and its perfumed silk lisps softly. The hawkers yawn their tunes. The loudspeakers drone, and there's the slow dance of yesterdays in the gutters. Maytime, a day to write home about, a day to ride the rides, dare the midway, toss the hoop, win the ham. So find the place and hold it close before it slips through your fingers. And at headquarters, a morning glory, species Gino Tartaglia.
Busier than a mongoose at a Cobra convention.
What, Gino?
I merely passed the remark.
Well, I heard what you said. The question is, do you feel all right, Gino?
In the pink?
No.
Well, you seem to have a doubt about the matter.
No. It's just that thing you said.
Mongoose at a Cobra convention? There's another way to describe the daily hurly-burly of a police sergeant.
Gino.
If Mrs. T was to sit on the edge of your bed and read to you into the wee hours from the jungle tales of Sir Rudyard Kipling, suppose you would come up with another phrase to explain the...
I wouldn't think.
you see?
Nothing else for me, Gino?
Only this item that I have been sweating over to parlay to you in proper order. Item from Henry Bader, pawnbroker of Lower 3rd Avenue.
What about him?
About him. That late yesterday afternoon, on routine check of boys from pawn shop detailed that Mr. Bader report to them that jewels answering to the description of jewels stolen from Margaret Royce, murdered deceased, were hocked with him. With the same as the Bader. Itemized list herewith.
Oh, thanks. Well, there's nothing on this about who pawned them.
Said jewelry being of such paltry value, quoting Mr. Bader, coming to the loan sum of $164, that Mr. Bader did not take a second look at the hocker. Only when our boys questioned him did he note the similarity
You'll
of...
do something for me, huh, Gino?
A question, Danny. My right arm, the loan of my rainy day savings, whatever...
Just get Charles Bader down here. Have him run through the show-ups to see if he can identify the man who pawned the jewelry.
With one finger tied behind my back. Anything else, Danny?
Oh, that's all, Gino.
A container of coffee, a pack of cigarettes, a piece of fruit.
No, Gino, thanks. Nothing else.
If you need, holler. It's been pleasant, Danny.
The time again. Respite. Just sit there at the desk and consider. Take the quarter hour and draw triangles and circles on a pad and unfinished names and heavy black lines for unfinished thoughts. And because you're a policeman, draw the symbol on the page again, personal cipher that means murder again. And because murder is a folder in front of you, you're drawing a salary. Open it, read names and statements and remarks. The name intrudes: John Randall, lawyer, friend to family of deceased, man necessary to talk to for background, valuable man for investigating officer. Phone him. Busy man, but he'll find a few minutes to give you. Squad car and go to him. Well manicured in double-breasted gray, pearl stick pin, French cuffs, and no shoes.
They kill me. And since you're not a client, Mr. Clover, you won't mind if I just...
Oh, not at all.
I suppose it would be cricket if I asked you to join me. I mean it. You can...
Thanks, but I...
It's about the sisters Royce, of course.
That's right.
Really, all I've done about them the last 10 years or so is look in on them. Most of the time, they're business affairs. The phone is adequate, or mail.
Have you any idea why Margaret Royce was murdered?
Fairly obvious, don't you think?
No.
Where she was found and how. A mugger, I'd say. Or...
What about Leela?
I know you're joking, but I don't know why you are.
That boy, Donnie Benton.
No, I don't know too much about that. I couldn't give you an opinion there.
Well, then let's get back to Leela. I'd like to know something about...
Why she's like she is?
Yes.
She drowned her father.
What?
Long, long time ago, when she was a child.
Drowned him?
Cried wolf.
You mind telling me what you're...
An outing. A lake. Leela made believe she was lost, yelled help. Her father thought she was in the water, went in after her, and was drowned. Leela was making a joke. I'd call that drowning her father, wouldn't you?
What about the mother?
Died when Leela was born. So you see...
The guilt of killing both parents.
People go through life with various things. Leela's happens to... Say, look at the time, will you? Client time. Mrs. Trumley wants to make out a will again. Mind throwing me that shoe? Thanks. Mr. Clover, it was a real pleasure.
So saying, the man with the client saluted me with his Oxford and pointed a toe at the door. I left. Legwork now, based on information at hand. To the neighborhood of Miss Leela Royce and to neighbors. Knock on doors and pose her name. Miss Leela, asked back a man in midday pajamas. A doll, just a doll. Echoed by his wife, who suddenly appeared chin first over her husband's shoulder in matching pajamas. Whatever husband says, triple it. Another door. Little girl lets you know through a space helmet that Miss Royce is simply super astral. So saying, disintegrates you with a simple zing from her ray gun. Another door, and a girl with no makeup informs you that although Miss Leela might seem strange, that there was undoubtedly an explanation to it, and she can't discuss it now because her Maltese kitten needs its 100 strokes. And the final door.
Yes, I know Leela quite well. Her apartment's right down the hall.
Oh, may I come in, Mrs. Rumford?
Oh, yes, please do. I was sitting in the kitchen, and I was reading and having coffee. Would you...
Thank you.
This way. awful what's happened to Leela's sister, isn't it? Oh, please sit down. Isn't it awful? Here's your coffee.
Oh, thanks.
I wonder
Wonder what?
whether Leela really knows what's happened. Can grasp it, I mean, about her sister's being dead. Pass the sugar, please. Thank you.
Have you talked with her about her sister's death?
Oh, no, that would be cruel. Next week is time enough. You're not drinking your coffee.
Mrs. Rumford...
Personally...
What?
I don't think Leela should miss her very much. Margaret was so mean. Didn't understand Leela at all.
But you do.
About the boy, about Donnie.
That's what I mean.
Oh, such a nice boy. Margaret didn't think that at all. You know what she thought about Leela and that boy, I mean? I've got some cookies.
No, thanks.
Well, you can imagine what Margaret thought. But I know different. Leela is a lonely woman.
And Donnie?
I think he's a lonely boy. I don't think age or love or any of those things have anything to do with it. She got lost one day, and he found her, and... Well, that's it. Your coffee's getting cold.
Oh, it was good coffee, Mrs. Rumford. Thanks a lot. In here, Miss Rice.
Donnie,
Oh, I'm sure it's all right if Mr. Clover says so.
Please sit down. Miss Royce, we call this the interrogation room.
Donnie,
He just wants to ask us some more questions. Isn't that right, Mr. Clover?
Well, mostly a question for you, Donnie.
I told you didn't have to come down here with me, Miss Royce.
what question?
We found the jewels that were stolen from your sister.
Oh,
Jewels were pawned. Pawnbroker has been at the show-ups downstairs most of the day, trying to identify the man who sold them to him.
Well, what question do you want to ask me?
It was a pawn shop on 3rd Avenue. Did you take the jewels and sell them?
Of course not.
of course he didn't.
Well, anyhow, I'll want the pawnbroker to look at you and tell me.
Sergeant Gino Tartaglia speaking, Danny.
Call downstairs to the shop, Gino. Tell them we're ready up here.
Muggavan just called, Danny. They're on their way up.
All right. Miss Royce,
Yes,
how well did you get along with your sister?
she was my sister.
Mr. Clover, you were to ask me the questions.
All right, Donnie. How well did you get along with Miss Rice's sister?
She'd never talked to me. She never looked at me. If we were in a room together, sometimes she was there when I came to visit Miss Royce here. When that happened, she'd pretend I wasn't there. One time I got right up and stood real close to her, right in front of her.
Inside. I said in.
Okay. That guy.
You sure?
I said that guy, didn't I? So it's that guy. Sure, you're the guy. I know you.
I never saw you before in my life.
You ain't kidding, but I know you. How are you?
Is this gentleman the pawnbroker, Muggavan?
No, the pawnbroker went home. This is the man who sold him those jewels. Identified in the show-up. Name's Monty Allen.
How are you? That goes for everybody.
Well, tell everybody about it, Monty.
This boy here, I gotta tell you something, boy. Next time you walk through Coney, don't beg for it.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Leaving a leather case sticking 6 inches out of your hip pocket like that.
Get the picture, Danny?
Okay, take him away, Muggavan.
All right, outside, Monty.
Goodbye, folks. That goes for everybody.
Mr. Clover,
What?
Donnie he's, well,
Like a son, a brother, or what?
it doesn't have to be any of those. Donnie.
The way she spoke to you.
You see, Mr. Clover, Donnie's a person who likes me, whom I can depend on.
The way she spoke to you.
He doesn't blame me for anything.
The way she kept reminding you.
On account of me, my father died, Mr. Clover, and my mother.
You should have heard the way she spoke to her. And beside that...
What?
The things she said about Miss Royce and me.
Donnie and me. I'm frightened of most things, Mr. Clover, but not when Donnie's around.
He killed your sister. You understood that, didn't you?
You see what I mean? When Donnie does something, I'm not frightened anymore. I don't have to be afraid of my sister anymore. Because Donnie...
Because we're alike, Miss Royce and me. That's one thing that her sister said that was true.
Killed her. Took the jewels and made it look like a robbery. And walked the midway at Coney with the loot. You knew your pockets would be picked the way...
I ought to. I worked there long enough. Did you know I met Miss Royce there?
Yes, I know.
I was lost. He found me.
When dawn touches Broadway, the shadows linger for one final instant, then leave and take away the night. A cloud drifts, and far away a bird tips and touches it with a wing. And time has come for the day. People wake, fury gathers, crowd funnels into the street. Walk easy. The shock is on. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Norma Varden was heard as Leela and Sam Edwards as Donnie. Featured in the cast were Martha Wentworth, Jerry Hausner, and Hal Gerard. Bill Anders speaking.
In the movie Gone with the Wind, it cost $472,000 to burn down Atlanta. On Lux Radio Theater, it cost $27, plus the imagination of the listeners to 105 million radio sets. If you'd like to burn down a city to attract an audience, do it on radio and save $471,973.
And speaking of the Lux Radio Theater, don't forget to hear it this Monday night on most of these same stations. Remember, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense, is heard Monday evenings on the CBS Radio Network.
As evening approaches, a thick London fog moves quietly across the still waters of the Thames River, spreading along the cobblestone streets, covering the familiar landscape of the city. In Baker Street, the lodgings of 221B are empty, for Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson have left long ago on another case of murder. Hello, my name is Ben Wright. Welcome to the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The radio play you're about to hear was originally broadcast on the 7th of June, 1945. At that time, the war in Europe was almost over. We were, however, still fighting in the Pacific, and it was essential during the war years that radio do everything in its power to keep up the morale of the people, to make them conscious of the need to give, and give freely, to the war effort that all men could remain free. It was no different for the Sherlock Holmes radio series. Unlike the Sherlock Holmes movies of the time, the radio series was not set during the war, but retained its original time frame of Victorian England. How then to enlist this popular series to bring across a message in wartime? Although Holmes and Watson had long retired, it was possible to involve them in, if not the Second World War, at least the First World War, for they would have been very much alive then. The Victorian era was just about gone when the First Great War broke out. In fact, the war effectively killed it. But thanks to the cleverness of Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson could once again come to the aid of their country. The broadcast of In Flanders Fields was made part of a war bond rally in order to raise money to continue the fight against the enemy in the Pacific. I think it's an interesting note that Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher met at an earlier and similar war bond rally a few years earlier. It was a stroke of luck, for the two became not only good friends, but wrote some of the best of the new Sherlock Holmes adventures. Oh, yes, before we get to the show, do take careful note of Nigel Bruce's final statements at the end of the broadcast. Selling war bonds may be an amusing and quaint idea today, but during those rather dark days, it really was an important issue. And now, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson in the radio drama In Flanders Fields.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by short wave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. From the stage of the Paramount Theater in Hollywood, Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us about another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. You know something? If right now it were possible for me to ask every one of you what you had for dinner this evening, I'll bet a good many of you would say chicken. Chicken is an all-American favorite. But boy, you just haven't tasted chicken till you've tried it together with a glass of well-chilled Petri California Sauterne. Petri Sauterne is a perfect mealtime wine, just made to go with chicken. That Petri Sauterne is a white wine, delicate in color, and what a flavor. A flavor that comes right from the heart of luscious, sun-ripened grapes. You can just taste those wonderful grapes. And I'll tell you something, that Petri Sauterne is pretty much on the terrific side when served with fish or any kind of seafood, too, and that's a fact. But say, whenever you serve that Petri Sauterne, remember you can serve it proudly, because the name Petri is the proudest name in the history of American wines. And now for our weekly doctor's appointment. Let's knock on his library door and see if...
There's no point in doing that, Mr. Slattery. I'm right behind you.
Oh, hello, Dr. Watson. Don't tell me you've been stalking me.
No, my boy, I was on the patio and I heard your footsteps, so I thought that I'd come in and fetch you. Let's go back and sit out there, shall we? It's a beautiful evening.
That's fine with me, Doctor.
Here we are. Now, settle yourself down in a chair and light a cigarette, if you have one. And I'll get on with my story.
Well, last week you told us it concerned an adventure that you and Sherlock Holmes had in Flanders during the First World War.
That's right, Mr. Slattery, did.
I thought that you and the great man had retired at that period.
We had, my boy, but it was only natural that as soon as the war broke out, we both offered our services in any capacity that might help our country.
Of course. And how did tonight's story begin, Doctor?
It was in the winter of that first year. Things weren't going very well for the Allies. The Germans were advancing on Paris, and the picture was looking very black. It was just 24 hours before the famous Battle of the Marne began, the battle that changed the early course of the war, when Holmes told me that we had to go up to the front lines on a secret mission. We'd been in Paris for several weeks, where Holmes had just solved the case of the missing aide-de-camp. I was anxious to get back to England and my work in the war hospitals, but of course this new summons was in the nature of a command. And so, late on a rainy September afternoon, Holmes and I, with the boom of gunfire in our ears, found ourselves in the front seat of a staff car, sloshing and jolting its way towards the battlefield.
Am I driving too fast for you, gentlemen?
No, Sergeant, not at all.
No, you're doing a splendid job. Oh, my man, look out considering the state of the road.
Thank you, sir.
Hello? The gunfire's getting nearer, Holmes.
Yes, old fellow. I imagine we haven't much further to go, have we, Sergeant?
No, sir, we're nearly there.
Did you notice the two civilians in the back seat, Holmes?
Yes. Handsome woman and a distinguished-looking man, several years her senior.
I wonder who they are.
I'll tell you. He's a Shakespearean actor of some note, though he never achieved the fame to which he thinks he's entitled. I shouldn't be at all surprised if he feels that he's been slighted in not receiving a knighthood.
But, Holmes, that's amazing. How can you possibly deduce all that from just looking at the man as we got into the car?
Elementary, my dear fellow, I didn't deduce it. We saw him twice last year in the London Theatre, if you remember. What? His name is Maitland Morris. As for his biography, he's a friend of my brother, Mycroft's. He told me about him.
Well, what do you suppose he's doing up here near the front line?
His brother is General Sir Stanley Morris, who's in command of this particular front, and it would seem reasonable to presume that his brother has come up here to give a performance for the front-line troops. I suppose this hut is as far as we can drive, Sergeant.
I'm afraid so, sir. We're 4 miles from the front line now. You'll have to clear your papers here. See that ruined farmhouse there, sir?
Yes, Sergeant. Is that the General's headquarters?
Yes, sir.
Come on, Watson.
Good Lord, it's pelting with rain.
Yeah, let's make a dash for it.
Oh, who goes there?
Friend?
Give the password.
St. Crispin.
Pass, friends, and show your papers.
How did you know the password, Holmes?
I was given it before we left Paris, old chap.
Oh, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, isn't it?
Yes, Captain.
I'm Captain Maxwell, General Morris's aide-de-camp. He asked me to escort you up to his headquarters. By the way, weren't Maitland Morris and his wife in the car with you?
Yes, they're just behind us.
Oh, splendid. I'm afraid I'll have to ask to see your papers.
Yes, of course. Here's my permit, Captain Maxwell.
Thank you. I know you both, of course, but we can't afford to take any chances when they're this close to the enemy lines. Let's see. Oh, yes, that's fine, Doctor. Everything's in order. Yours, please, Mr. Holmes.
Here you are.
Thanks.
Oh, who goes there? Friend.
There's the rest of your party now.
Oh, good. This is quite in order, Mr. Holmes.
Show your papers.
Oh, there you are, Captain Maxwell.
Oh, hello, sir. Hello, Mrs. Morris.
How are you, Captain Maxwell?
Well, you've both met Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, I suppose?
Well, no, we haven't, even though we drove up in the same car. Natural reserve of us Britishers, I suppose. How are you, Mr. Holmes?
How do you do, sir?
I know your brother Mycroft very well. How are you, Doctor?
I'm glad to meet you, Mr. Morris. I saw you a couple of times in the theatre last year and enjoyed your performances very much.
Well, thank you, sir. Well, then you must know my wife, my leading lady.
How do you do, gentlemen?
How do you do, Mr. Morris?
Can I see your papers, Mr. Morris? Just a matter of form. You understand.
Yes, of course.
Mrs. Morris, I presume you and your husband are going to give a performance tonight for the men going up the front line.
Yes, Doctor. We're very flattered. They've asked us to do some Shakespearean things.
Oh, yes.
Although I should have thought something a little lighter would have been more appropriate. The General, he's Maitland's brother, you know, seemed to think differently.
Well, my dear, show Captain Maxwell your papers. Then we can all go along and see my brother Stanley.
Very well, Maitland.
Mr. Morris, I shall look forward to hearing your reading of Shakespeare's St. Crispin's speech from Henry V tonight.
Well, bless my soul, Holmes. How did you know I was planning to do it?
Well, the setting is so perfect and the time so appropriate, I can't conceive an English actor who could resist the temptation.
Oh.
I noticed that your brother appreciated the fact in naming today's password.
Yes, it's amazingly appropriate. You know, it's almost 500 years ago to the day that the Battle of Agincourt took place.
Well, let's hope that the results of the forthcoming battle will be equally successful for England.
Yes, indeed. Oh, by the way, Holmes, this will probably seem rather silly to you, but I'm an inveterate autograph collector, and I have my book here with me. I wonder if you'd mind signing.
I'd be very glad to, Mr. Morris. Give me a pen, will you, Watson?
Here we are, Holmes.
You'll find yourself among quite distinguished company in that book, sir.
So I see. Adelina Patti, Crown Prince of Norway. Hello. Field Marshal von Tauchnitz.
Oh, yes. He was one of my admirers when I played in Munich before the war. I suppose now that our countries are fighting, I should tear that page out. You know, I cannot help but feel that art and the appreciation of art are independent of national hatred.
Quite so, sir. I myself still have a medal presented to me by the University of Leipzig for some trifling services. There you are, Mr. Morris.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Holmes. A notable addition to my collection.
I shall be very glad to sign your book for you, Mr. Morris, if you'd like me to.
That's very kind of you, Doctor. Oh, Captain Maxwell, if our permits are all in order, don't you think we should be moving along?
Just what I was going to suggest myself. I'll take you all straight over to General Morris's headquarters. General Morris, may I introduce Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson?
How do you do, sir?
How are you, General?
How do you do? Know a lot about you. Long way from Baker Street, isn't it?
Yes, indeed, sir.
Where's that brother of mine? Ah, there you are, Maitland. Cynthia, how nice to see you both.
Oh, it's good to see you again, Stanley.
Hello there, Stanley.
The men will be glad you arrived. They're looking forward to your show tonight.
We're very flattered that they want to hear us do some Shakespeare.
Oh, rubbish, old boy. With you and Cynthia up there on the platform, you could read the telephone book and they'd love you.
Oh, very kind.
By the way, you'll find the stage very primitive. Just a few trestles and a large tent and a curtain made of army blankets. And your dressing room will be even worse.
Oh, don't worry about our comfort, Stanley. As long as we cheer the boys up, that's the important thing.
Yes, of course. By the way, what program do you have mapped out for us?
Well, I thought we'd have two shows. The tent's not large enough to hold everybody at once. Anyway, we have to keep up an alert all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Think you can manage two separate shows?
Oh, of course I can, Stanley. I may look old, but I don't feel it.
You don't even look it, you scoundrel.
Thank you. Perhaps we could take a look at the stage and equipment, eh?
Oh, certainly. Captain Maxwell, take them over to the tent and show them what the facilities are, will you?
Right, sir. Will you follow me?
Oh, yes, of course. See you later, Stanley. Come along, my dear.
All right.
I'm glad you're here, Holmes. I'm sure I can speak quite freely in front of Dr. Watson.
Oh, yes, with perfect freedom, sir. He's my colleague, and he's an old army man himself.
Really? What regiment, Doctor?
5th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Later attached to the Berkshires in Afghanistan and wounded in the Battle of Mainwan.
Really? Then I'm sure I can speak freely in front of you. Holmes, you know why you're up here so near the front line, don't you?
I have a very shrewd suspicion, sir.
Yeah, I thought you had. That's why I asked for you to be sent here.
You asked for me to be sent here, General. Yes, I think I understand.
Well, I wish I did.
You will, Doctor, in due time. In the meanwhile, gentlemen, I'll have an orderly show you to your quarters.
Thank you, sir.
And, Holmes, take a look around, will you, and keep your ears open. We're comparatively a little distance from the German front lines, and yet there's a very puzzling silence just now.
Yes, I noticed that, sir. And half an hour ago, on our way up, there was quite a lot of shelling.
Exactly. It's unnatural and rather frightening at a time like this. You see, we're attacking at dawn. The enemy might be trying to infiltrate spies, and the whole success of this battle depends on a surprise attack.
I quite understand, sir. Come on, Watson.
Holmes. The first performance starts in a few minutes, you know. They're all there waiting. Why are we tramping about out here in the mud and the rain?
I thought a pipe or two in the open air would clear our brains.
Yes, a pipe in the open air is one thing, but a pipe in a downpour of rain's another.
Was it raining? Oh, didn't even notice it. I was listening to the silence.
What do you mean?
Thousands upon thousands of Germans. Armed Germans. Full of a blind fanatical hatred and desire to kill. Are crouched in trenches only a mile or two from here. Surrounding us are an equal number of English boys, also armed. And with the will, if not the desire, to fight. Because they know their cause is the cause of freedom and justice. All these thousands poised, ready to pounce on each other and fight to the death. And yet, beyond that patter of rain, there isn't a sound to break the stillness of a September evening. Strange world we live in, old chap.
You're being unusually rhetorical, Holmes.
Yes, I am, aren't I? Let's be a little more practical, shall we? I wonder what is wrong with the actors tonight.
Why do you ask that?
Well, a little while ago I noticed Mrs. Morris in a great state of excitement, going towards the farmhouse where the General is. Then she went back to her own quarters, and now she seems to be headed in our direction. Is anything wrong, Mrs. Morris?
It's Maitland.
What's wrong with him, madam?
He's disappeared.
Disappeared? What's happened?
We were in the tent together, making up for our performance, when an orderly came in with a message. Maitland said it was from his brother. Slipped on a raincoat and went out, saying he'd be back in a few moments. I waited and waited, and after a while I got worried, and I went over to see the General myself. He said that he'd sent no message, and that he hadn't seen any sign of Maitland.
Good Lord, what can have happened to him?
I don't know, Doctor, but I'm frightened. What shall I do, Mr. Holmes?
You're a brave woman, Mrs. Morris.
Brave? I don't know, Mr. Holmes. Why?
Because the show must go on. I shall take your husband's place.
But Holmes, something's happened to Maitland Morris. He's in danger. He might
True,
be...
Watson, true. Huh? But 1,000 men inside that tent are in mortal danger, too. Tomorrow morning, many of them may be corpses on the fields of Flanders. But tonight, they've been promised a show.
Do you think that you can do it, Holmes?
Oh, I think I can, with the help of Mrs. Morris.
I can't do it, Mr. Holmes.
You can, Mrs. Morris, and you will. If only to uphold that great tradition of the theater, that the show must go on.
We'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a few seconds. Time I'd like to take to tell you that if you've got a butcher who has meat and you've got the points to get that meat, don't forget to bring home a bottle of Petri California Burgundy. Tell you why. That Petri Burgundy is a rich red mealtime wine that's wonderful with any meat or meat dish. That's a fact. Petri Burgundy can make a banquet out of a hamburger. And boy, Petri Burgundy and old-fashioned Irish stew are bosom companions. Just get yourself some Petri Burgundy and share it with your family. Petri Burgundy is the best friend a good meal ever had. And now, back to tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure. It is just before the Battle of the Marne in the First World War, and Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson are at headquarters a few miles behind the front-line trenches. A famous Shakespearean actor who was to give a performance for the troops has mysteriously disappeared, and the great detective has taken his place at the last minute. As we rejoin our story, Sherlock Holmes, alone on the improvised stage, is delivering a Shakespearean speech before a spellbound audience.
Happy breed of men, this little world, this precious stone set in a silver sea, which serves it in the office of a wall or as a moat defensive to a house against the envy of less happier lands. This blessed plot, this earth, this realm, this England.
Holmes, that shot, are you all right?
Yes, old chap. Fortunately, I started to leave the stage as the shot was fired. The bullet just missed me. I heard it splinter some wood nearby.
But who on earth would want to shoot you?
That's what we've got to find out, though I think it more likely that the shot was intended for me. It was not intended for me, but for Maitland Morris, the man for whom I'm substituting.
Well, even so, who'd want to shoot him?
Oh, don't ask me so many questions, old fellow. Let's see what clues we can find. Now, the shot was fired from outside the tent from behind me. Yes, look there. See the hole in the tent there?
By Jove, yes. The footlights would outline your shadow on the back of the tent. Whoever it must have fired at your silhouette.
The question is, where did the bullet embed itself? Aha. Look here, Watson. You got a penknife?
Yeah, wait a minute. Here, Holmes.
This shouldn't be hard to extract. Look at this splintered tent pole. Wait a minute. There we are. Excellent. Huh. Very interesting.
Oh, what's so interesting about it? Just a revolver bullet, isn't it?
No, it isn't, Watson.
Huh?
It's fired from just a revolver bullet. This bullet was fired from a German Luger pistol.
A German pistol? There must have been a spy here behind our lines.
That's a reasonable enough assumption. Yes, we may be sure that no English soldier would carry such a weapon and face inspection. Come on, I want to talk to Mrs. Morris. Mrs. Morris, I want you to be very frank with me.
But of course, Mr. Holmes.
You know why your husband's missing, don't you?
No, I don't. Have you found out anything?
Come, madam. Why keep up this pretense any longer? I know that your husband is a spy, or at least a great sympathizer with the German cause.
The General's brother a spy? Good Lord.
How dare you say that?
Because it's true. Foreign Office have been suspicious of his sympathies for some time. His own brother knew it. That's why he asked to have me sent up here to keep an eye on him during his visit.
It is true. Why should I keep up the pretense any longer? You see, Maitland was a disciple of Stuart Houston Chamberlain.
Oh, who was this Stuart Houston Chamberlain?
An Englishman who married one of Richard Wagner's daughters and became a German citizen, and an arch-enemy of England.
I tried to dissuade Maitland. I implored him to consider his British heritage, his brother's name and mine. But Maitland was a strange man. His life was one of frustration and envy.
Envy of his brother, I suppose?
Yes. When Stanley was knighted, it hurt Maitland terribly. He said it was typical if the English would knight a soldier and yet leave a great artist like himself unrecognized. That in Berlin, they really understood and rewarded the artist.
Well, if the authorities knew that, it's amazing they allowed him to come so close to the front lines at a time like this.
Oh, it was at the general's request. He wanted to plead with my husband to warn him that his secret was known. And now Maitland's gone over to the German lines. Oh, it's terrible.
It's worse than that. It's disastrous. He can give them information as to the strength of our troops here. He knows the password. He might even know the hour the attack is timed to start.
How did your husband expect to enter the German lines in safety, Mrs. Morris?
He speaks fluent German, Mr. Holmes. I fancy the autograph book he was carrying containing the signature of Field Marshal von Tauchnitz was in reality his pass through the German lines.
You've told the general that his brother was gone, of course.
I haven't been able to. He moved up to the front line position immediately after the first performance, though I had warned him what I thought Maitland was planning to do. I think he intended to give his performance first, then cross the lines immediately afterwards. But something must have made him change his mind. Perhaps he suspected I'd warned the general. Anyhow, as you know, when I got back to our quarters, he'd gone.
Did he leave any note, madam?
Yes, he did. Here it is.
Thank you. I have gone, my dear. Try and understand and forgive if you can. You wouldn't come with me, and so I'm taking what is left of my heart and my hopes where they belong, among the friends that understand and appreciate me. It is something stronger than love and blood and country that makes me do this. It is something dearer to me than life itself. Dearer to me than life itself.
Oh, how could he? How could he? The shame of this will kill poor Stanley. Mr. Holmes, will you break the news to him? I know it's cowardly of me, but I just can't tell him myself.
Don't worry, Mrs. Morris. I'll tell him. Dr. Watson and I will ask Captain Maxwell to escort us to the General's frontline headquarters. In the meantime, try and keep calm. We'll tell him.
If you will wait in the dugout, Mr. Holmes, I'll tell the General that you're here.
Thank you, and be sure to let him know the urgency of the matter.
Yes, sir.
Holmes, this is a dreadful business.
Yes, it is, Watson. Though if my plans work out correctly, I think the success of tomorrow's battle may not be imperiled.
What plan?
Listen.
You know, Holmes, a strange silence from the German line since we came here might be accounted for by the fact that they knew Maitland was making his getaway. They wouldn't want to risk wounding such a valuable spy.
Quite possibly.
What I still don't understand is who shot at you with a German pistol and why.
You're being very dense, old fellow. Surely it's obvious that... Here comes General Morris now.
Poor devil. This is going to be a dreadful shock to him.
Hello, Holmes. Dr. Watson?
General Morris, I'm afraid that I've bad news for you. Your brother has gone over to the German lines.
Maitland did go there. I should have put him under an armed guard as soon as he came here, but I thought I could reason with him, appeal to his sense of honor.
Instead of which you tried to shoot him, sir, but fortunately for me, you missed. You see, I took his place at the first performance.
But that shot was fired from a German pistol.
True. That was when I first knew the general had fired the shot.
But I still don't see how you could now.
Only a high-ranking officer, not subject to inspection, could carry a non-regulation firearm. You're an old army man, you should know that. In any case, you'll observe that the general carries a Luger at his waist.
Great heavens, Holmes, I thought I was firing at Maitland. I had no idea that it was you.
You intended to kill your own brother, sir?
Yes, and I'm sorry I failed. I'd rather see my brother dead than alive and a traitor to his country. But now he's safely in the German lines. Heaven knows what secrets he may be imparting. One thing we can be certain, Our chance of a surprise attack in the morning is gone.
Possibly not, sir.
Oh, what do you mean?
You see, I took the liberty of altering your brother's credentials quite extensively.
How, Holmes?
I knew of his German sympathies. Mycroft had given me a great deal of information about him, and so I took it on myself to decide that it was unsafe to allow him so near the enemy lines with his own identification on him.
Well, what did you do, Holmes?
I took the liberty, sir, of stealing his autograph book, the one containing the magical signature of Field Marshal von Tauchnitz. I have it in my pocket now. I think we shall find within its pages a code concealed in the various autographs, giving valuable information to the enemy.
Good Lord.
I also switched military permits on him. I felt that in the event that he did go over to the German lines, his welcome might be less cordial if they were under the impression that they'd captured Sherlock Holmes. To make that identification doubly sure, I also slipped in his pocket a slight souvenir of my own.
By Joe, Holmes, you mean that medal that was presented to you by the University of Leipzig?
Exactly, old fellow. I no longer wish to own a decoration given me by a country of barbarians, and it seemed a rather neat and effective way of returning it to them.
So the Germans will think they've captured Sherlock Holmes?
Yes, sir, and unless I'm much mistaken, he'll receive very short shrift at their hands.
Yes, they hate you.
There's your answer, sir. I'm sorry.
Well, don't be sorry, Holmes. It's better that way. Now his secret can die with him.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Maxwell, what is it?
Would it be in order for me to return to headquarters now, sir? It's very nearly time for the second performance, and I've still been unable to trace the whereabouts of your brother.
Well, my brother will not be acting tonight, I'm afraid. Holmes, I wonder if I might ask you to take his place once again.
If you want me to, General.
I do. Maitland had planned to do the St. Crispin speech from Henry V. He knew how much I loved it.
I realize that, sir. When I was told the password up here.
Well, can you remember the speech, Holmes?
Oh, I think so. At any rate, I can try.
Then do it for me, my dear fellow, will you? For me.
I'll be very proud to do it, General. Goodbye and good luck.
Thank you, Holmes. Captain Maxwell, take them back to headquarters, will you? The men will be waiting for the performance.
Crispian shall ne'er go by from this day to the ending of the world, but we in it shall be remembered. We few, we happy few, we band of brothers. For he today that sheds his blood with me shall be my brother. Be he ne'er so vile, this day shall gentle his condition. And gentlemen in England now abed shall think themselves accursed they were not here, and hold their manhoods cheap, while any speaks that fought with us upon St. Crispian's Day.
Well, Doctor, that was a bit of an exciting adventure you showed.
No, I can still remember that awful feeling I had when I heard the shot in the tent and realized someone had tried to kill Holmes.
He did have a narrow escape, didn't he?
Well, Holmes always said there was no such thing as a narrow escape. He said you either escaped or you didn't. If you did, well, why worry? And if you didn't, you couldn't worry, so what?
Quite a philosophy. I'd like to discuss it with you further.
Over a bottle of wine?
How else?
What kind of wine?
Naturally.
Naturally.
You couldn't ask for a more delicious wine than Petri. That's because the Petri family knows how to make good wine. They ought to. They've been making fine wine ever since they started the Petri business way back in the 1800s. And because the business has always been family-owned and operated, well, they've been able to hand on from father to son, all they've ever learned about the art of turning luscious grapes into fragrant, delicious wine. That's why no matter what type Petri wine you buy for any occasion, you can be sure it's good wine because Petri took time to bring you good wine. And now, Dr. Watson, how's about giving us a clue to next week's Sherlock Holmes adventure?
Next week, Mr. Clatter, I'm going to tell you a most unusual adventure in which Holmes and I are trapped in an airtight metal chamber, our only companion being a murdered scientist.
It sounds like a story we don't want to miss, Doctor. See you next week.
Yes. Oh, just a second, Mr. Clatter. Before we go, I just want to tell our listeners that tonight we're broadcasting from the stage of the Paramount Theater here in Hollywood on behalf of the 7th War Loan Drive. The ticket of admission to the theater was a war bond. I'm mentioning this to remind you, our friends, that you have an important part to play in making the 7th War Loan a success. Buy more and buy bigger bonds than ever before. They're needed to pay for new super forts, new jet-propelled fighters, newer and bigger weapons to lick Japan. Remember, in spite of the magnificent achievements of our forces in the Pacific, the Japanese war has just begun. So let's go all out for the mighty 7th War Loan.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and is based on an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventures of the Blanched Soldier. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station.
Oh, the Petri family took the time to bring you such good wine. So when you eat and when you cook, remember Petri wine.
To make good food taste better, remember...
Petri wine.
This is Jack Slattery saying good night for the Petri family. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
It was only a short time later that calls for the sale of war bonds would come to a complete halt. The reason? The dropping of the A-bomb on Japan. Not only did this bring the Second World War to an abrupt end, but it changed the entire life and rhythm of the world. I often feel that life might be richer if we could have grown into this atomic age at a slower pace. Still, we can go back in our imagination to an easier, slower time, a less violent time. A time of Sherlock Holmes and the Good Doctor. This is Ben Wright, and I'll join you again shortly with another new adventure of Sherlock Holmes.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist with a message that will save you money. Tomorrow morning at Rexall drugstores everywhere, Rexall's world-famous 1-cent sale begins. From then on through Monday, October 23rd, you can buy 2 regular guaranteed Rexall products for the price of 1 plus 1 cent. For example, the regular price for the 100-tablet bottle of Rexall aspirin is 54 cents. During Rexall's 1-cent sale, you get 2 bottles for 55 cents. That's right. Just a penny more buys twice as much. What's more, this offer of 2 for the price of 1 plus a penny applies to literally hundreds of items. From vitamins to mineral oil, from cold cream to iodine, from shaving needs to Christmas cards. And what's more important, these are Rexall products, and you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Now your Rexall family druggist brings you another half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. We can solve any crime but television.
Diamond, stop clowning and get right down here.
Well, Sergeant Loveloom. What's the matter, Otis? Didn't the zoo pick up your option?
Oh, now quit that. You gotta get right down here. Something terrible's happened.
They haven't made you commissioner.
Worse than that. Lieutenant Levinson's been kidnapped.
Diamond to see you, Captain.
Hello, Collins.
Oh, all right, Diamond.
Otis just called me about Walt.
Now, look, Rick. I know Walt's a personal friend of yours. He's a good friend of mine, too. But this is police business. A cop's been kidnapped.
Diamond was a cop for 6 years.
I don't need a case history, Sergeant.
Oh, get off it, Charlie. I'm down here to help.
Of course you are. But there's one thing I won't stand for, Rick. The way you operate.
Well, what's the matter with the way I operate?
I know how you feel about Walt, and when a guy feels that strongly about someone, he's liable to do a lot of things to get a few answers.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Charlie. What are you going to do? Hold a tea party and hope someone will spread some gossip?
That's not fair, Rick.
Well, if you think I'm going to sit back knowing that Bert Fisher's got Walt...
Who said anything about Bert Fisher?
Well, nobody had to say anything. Pretty obvious, isn't it? Walt sent Bert's brother Art to the electric chair. Bert swore he'd get Walt for it. Fisher dies tonight, doesn't he?
Yeah. Sure, I think it's Bert Fisher, too. And we're going to do everything about it we can.
Bert's been to Detroit, hasn't he?
Yeah. I've got a call into Detroit. Should be hearing any time.
This phone call you got saying they had Walt.
I didn't have time to trace it. The guy said Walt was being held, and when Art Fisher dies tonight in the chair, so does Walt.
Charlie, I'm going to work on this thing whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that figures. But I promise you, Rick, I won't save your skin if you get out of line.
Any leads yet?
No. You're rounding up the usual stoolies.
Well, I know a couple of boys who might have a few angles.
Who?
Nobody who would give you any information. These guys aren't stoolies. They might tell me because I think they like me. You see, Charlie, sometimes it pays not to be a cop.
I'll expect any information you get, Rick.
Oh, sure. Well, I'll see you later.
Rick?
Yeah?
Be a good boy, will you?
Collins, if we don't find Walt by 11 o'clock, can you hold up Fisher's execution?
No.
Oh, it's swell. I'll keep in touch.
Hey, Diamond, you think you can do anything?
And I can try. Do me a favor, Otis.
Okay.
Get me a complete background on Bert Fisher. Everything. All his friends, his record, as far back as you can go.
Gee, Diamond, I'm scared for the lieutenant.
You're not alone with that one, Otis. In the Bowery, living in a broken-down rooming house, was a man. 20 years ago, he'd come to the big city with his trumpet tucked under his arm. He'd started playing with little combinations along 52nd Street, and pretty soon the word got around. Everyone came to listen to him. They called him the Dean of Jazz, and the title stuck. Then one night he had an argument with one of the Fusari mob, and the next morning they found him in an alley, half dead, his face beaten to a pulp. It was a long time before the Dean could get around again, and it was a lot longer before he could play his trumpet. And by then, no one would have him. He couldn't make enough with the horn, so he tried crime. And that's where I met him. I did him a favor, and a short time later he went straight. He'd still kept his underworld connections, but he wasn't a stoolie. I'd just done him a favor once.
Yeah, who is it?
Richard Diamond.
Oh. Hello, Diamond.
How you, Dean? Like to see you.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of figured you would.
Dean, you ever run into a guy named Fisher? Bert Fisher?
How about a drink?
No, thanks.
Skull. Oh, man, it's going to be hot today.
This, Bert Fisher grabbed Lieutenant Levinson. Says he's going to kill him.
I can't help you.
Oh, Dean, I just need one little lead to get started.
Yeah, sure. I wish I had a fan in here.
How's business?
It isn't. I make enough to pay the rent.
How about a few bucks to keep you going?
Well, I ain't proud, but it won't buy you anything.
The lieutenant's a good friend.
Yeah. Word got around this morning.
Yeah. Here's 10. Buy yourself some groceries.
Oh, thanks. You did me a favor once.
Forget it.
Bert Fisher's got a lot of rough hoods working for him. They're most all from Detroit, but they kill the same as anyone from here.
Mm-hmm. Dean, do you know anything at all?
I might. Who wants to die?
pretty good.
Sure, me and Bix.
Well, I'll see you around.
Yeah, thanks for the 10.
Oh, Dean, about 11 o'clock tonight, play a few bars of the funeral march.
Oh, Simon,
Yeah?
you remember this tune, don't you?
For it was Mary, Mary, plain as any name can be.
You got it, pal. See you around.
Sergeant Loveloon.
Oh, this is Diamond, Otis. What'd you find out?
Oh, I got reports on everybody we know is connected with Bert Fisher. You want me to read them off?
Anybody on that list named Mary?
Mary? No. These guys are all named Hallelujah or something.
Look, check all of those names and see if Fisher or any one of his boys ever knew a girl named Mary. Then after you do that,
You'll what?
Holy smoke, I'll talk to you later.
Dean! 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 Dean!
The Dean had blown his last note. He was sprawled face down on the dirty carpet, clutching the shiny trumpet. A thin line of red was spreading out from a bullet hole in his chest, and the open window sent me across the room in a hurry. I looked out on the fire escape to see a man drop to the alley below. We both fired a split second apart. He staggered as my slug knocked him against the building, and then before I could try again, he disappeared around the corner. I turned, looked down at the Dean, and wondered if Gabriel was getting a lesson in jazz.
Diamond, I warned you before you left here.
Okay, Charlie. A nice guy's been killed, but all the crying in the world isn't going to help.
Hey, I got something, Diamond.
Let's see.
Good grief, he's got the whole department working for him.
Come on, Otis, what have you got?
Is it all right, Captain?
Yeah, go ahead. I should be in the second-hand business.
Report on one of Fisher's old mob, Lou Baxter. Only one of the whole bunch who had a girl named Mary.
Mary? Who's Mary?
Charlie, look at this picture.
Lou Baxter. I've been looking at it all morning.
Oh, take another look. This is the guy I shot climbing down off the fire escape after he killed the Dean.
What?
Holy smoke.
You know where you can pick him up?
Oh, he's a local boy, all right. Didn't go back to Detroit with Fisher. I've had a call out him since 10:20 this morning. Hey, what about that girl, Otis?
Name's Mary Sinclair.
Used to go with Lou Baxter, Captain. No address on her.
Mary Sinclair and Lou Baxter, huh? Well, it's the first lead we've had. I'll get the boys on it.
Charlie had his methods and I had mine. Otis got in touch with the musicians local, and in half an hour I had a list of all the places the Dean had worked since the union had a record on him. I started checking dives, restaurants, jam joints, questioning owners, bartenders, waiters. No one knew a girl named Mary Sinclair. Around 3 o'clock, I wandered into a place on 52nd Street known as the Red Parrot.
Hey.
I'm looking for information.
You a cop?
Private cop.
Uh-huh.
You remember a guy who played here last year? Trumpet man, the Dean?
Sure. Everybody knows the Dean. Something wrong?
The Dean got himself killed.
Oh, no. Gee, that's too bad. Real nice guy.
You ever know a girl named Sinclair? Mary Sinclair?
No. No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Hey, mister.
Yeah?
Why don't you ask Ed? He's the boy with the fingers playing the piano. He knew the Dean pretty well.
Thanks. You, Ed?
Yeah. What can I do for you, Pops?
I understand you're a good friend of the Dean's.
Sure, we're compatible, but I ain't seen him in a while. You looking for him?
No, for a friend of his, a Mary Sinclair.
Cute chick.
Where can I find her?
Why do you want to find her, Pops?
Well, the Dean was murdered a few hours ago.
She used to live over on 47th Street, 69 West. But that was a year ago.
You sure about the address?
Couldn't forget it. We had a few balls up there. She was kind of a flip. We had a little combo in here, pretty crazy, too. She used to come in and listen. Real hep on jazz. Knew all the old-timers by name, like the Dean. Remembered when he was tops, before he got hurt. You ever hear him in those days?
Yeah.
I played with him a lot. Used to watch him real close sometimes, after hours. The boys would just sit around and blow because they felt like it. The Dean used to lean back and close his eyes and blow things like he was getting the word from the other side. It was great. Might have been the greatest. Well, we all got to go on ahead sometime. I guess it ain't so bad, though. The harp's a real wild instrument.
I left the piano player and headed for the address he'd given me. There was a good chance Mary Sinclair wasn't living there anymore, but it was the closest I'd come to any kind of a lead. When I got there, I held my breath and looked at the mailbox. Score for Diamond. Miss Mary Sinclair still lived in the building.
Before we continue with the adventures of Richard Diamond, here's your Rexall family druggist.
And tonight I have money-saving news. For tomorrow morning at every Rexall drugstore in the country, Rexall's famous 1-cent sale begins. The sale where you get 2 fine-quality, guaranteed Rexall products for the price of 1 plus 1 cent.
Exactly how does that work?
Well, for example, the regular price for a pint bottle of Rexall's milk of magnesia is 39 cents. But during the 1-cent sale, you can buy 2 bottles for 40 cents.
Why, that means a penny more buys twice as much.
Exactly, ma'am. What's more, you'll find some 347 of these twin bargains in our stores. Everything from Rexall rubbing alcohol to stationery, from Rexall foot remedies to Rexall dental products. Plus 85 other sales specials you can't afford to miss.
Well, I'm putting my pennies to work tomorrow.
Then use a lot of them, ma'am, for every one of them doubles your buying power. Best of all, you'll be getting Rexall products, and you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Yeah? Oh, hello.
Mary Sinclair?
Yeah. Whatever you're selling, I'll take a dozen.
I'd like to talk with you.
I'd like you to. Some other time. I'm busy right now.
I'm afraid this can't wait.
It'll have to, baby. Give me a call. Plaza 45466, Mr.
Diamond.
Okay, doll. Call me tomorrow, huh? You got your foot in the door, honey.
Old habit. Can't seem to break it.
Well, I'll break it for you, honey. Your whole leg.
You'll be sorry, doll.
All right, baby. Make it quick, huh? What do you want?
Let's talk inside.
I told you.
Yeah, I know. It's cooler in here.
The coolest. But it won't be for long.
Where's Lou Baxter?
Who?
You know, the boy you used to run around with.
I ran around with a lot of boys. Ever since I was in grammar school, I ran around with boys. It's a hobby.
Where's Lou Baxter?
Baby, I don't know. You want to twist my arm? Go ahead. It might be fun.
He just killed the dean.
He did? Shame on him.
Forget it, Mary.
Hey, Lou.
Get out of the way. That's the guy who put a slug in me.
Look like you're in pretty bad shape, Baxter.
Doctor's coming. But he ain't going to be able to help you.
See, honey, you should have come back tomorrow.
Shut up.
Well, wouldn't have been half so painful.
I want Bert Fisher.
Well, good for you. Get away from that door. Now, walk into that other room.
Stop it, Baxter.
Didn't want to play.
You shouldn't have done that, Charlie. I needed him alive.
That's gratitude for you. I knew you'd get into trouble, Diamond. So I tailed you from that last bar on 52nd. Is this Mary St. Clair?
Charmed, I'm sure.
Ought to stay here. Call the wagon.
Right. There's a doctor coming up. I doubt if he's legit.
Wait for him, then bring him down to the station, Otis.
Right.
Come on, Miss Sinclair.
Sure, honey. You know, Mr. Diamond, I think I'll have to break that date for tomorrow.
Here are Baxter's things, Captain. Watch, wallet, nothing much.
Yeah, let's check the wallet.
Book of matches. Danny's Diner, Route 51. Check on that, Otis.
Right.
Nothing much in the wallet. Social Security, driver's license, some money. Quite a lot of money. Want to take a look?
Yeah. No addresses, huh?
Here's a ticket to a shoe repair shop.
Well, nothing much here that would give us a lead.
Yeah?
Danny's Diner is about 160 miles out on Route 51. And guess who runs it?
Oh,
Chino Amalo.
that does it. Call the authorities in that area.
Right.
Chino Amalo.
8 years for armed robbery. Used to work for Bert Fisher.
Yeah, maybe this is it. What time is it?
Going on 7. This better be it. We only have 4 hours, and you got to drive 160 miles. Captain Collins talked to the sheriff's office and set up a rendezvous with him near Danny's Diner. Then we piled into a squad car and roared across the 59th Street Bridge for Route 51.
Step on it, Otis.
We're doing 80 now.
Then do 90. It's getting late. Rick, you think we should bust right in the diner and take Amalo?
No. Amalo doesn't know me. Never seen me. You stake out your men around the place and I'll go in. Give me a couple of minutes, then you come in, work on Amalo a little, and then leave. If he knows where Fisher is, he'll try to get in touch and I'll tag him.
Something for you?
A cup of coffee and a piece of pie.
I got raspberry, chocolate, lemon, peach, custard.
Raspberry.
Yeah. Here you are.
Where's the closest gas station?
About a mile down the road, but I think it's closed. It's after 10. Closes at 10.
Oh, thanks.
Miss? Miss?
Yeah.
Where's Chino Amalo?
In the back. You want him?
Call him.
Sure. Hey, Mr. Amalo, someone wants to see you.
Okay, be right there. Yeah, something I can do. Oh, what are you doing way out here, Captain?
This your book of matches?
Yeah, that's the name of my place.
Found these matches on Lou Baxter. Baxter's dead.
Oh, that's too bad. You're not going to tie Baxter up with me, are you? Lots of people come in here and take my matches.
If Baxter came in here, you saw him. You're an old friend.
Well, sure, I know Lou, but I ain't seen him in years.
We got word your old boss is in town, Bert Fisher.
Oh, is that right?
Know where we might find him?
No, I haven't seen Bert in years either. Look, Captain, I've been going straight.
Sure.
You're a little out of your territory, ain't you?
This is unofficial. You're in my jurisdiction, I'd haul you in.
Look, I tell you, I'm going straight. I don't know nothing about Lou Baxter or Bert Fisher.
Okay, Amalo. You may hear from me again.
Nice seeing you again, Captain.
No, miss.
More coffee?
Yeah. Where's the phone?
Right over there on the wall.
Is there another one?
In the kitchen, but you can't use that. Hey, you can't go back there.
Honey, it's the police. You stay where you are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. This is Chino. Let me talk to Fisher. Hey, what are you doing?
Don't move, Amalo.
What is this?
Cover up that mouthpiece. Cover it up.
Okay.
Now, when you get Fisher on the line, say what I tell you and hold that receiver out so I can listen.
Look, friend.
You look. Say one thing wrong, and I'll use this gun.
You a cop?
None of your business.
Well, look,
Yeah, what do you want, Amalo?
There he is. Tell him you just heard Baxter was killed.
Hello.
Tell him.
Hello. Look, I just got news that the Baxter was killed.
Yeah? Okay, anything else?
Say no, that's all.
No, that's all.
So what's the matter with you?
Oh, nothing.
Okay. You got any more news? Keep in touch.
Hang up. Now, where's Fisher hiding out? Get up. Where's Fisher hiding out?
You dirty flatfoot. You nearly bust my jaw.
Only nearly? Where is he, Amalo?
Well, look, you kill me if I tell you.
That's getting late. Are you going to tell me?
Okay. He's in a cabin about a mile up the road.
Come on. You're going to show us.
It's just around that bend.
We better get out here and walk.
How many men has he got in there with him, Chino?
2.
Whose cabin is it?
Mine.
Otis, get out and tell the rest of the men to douse their lights and come over here.
Right, Captain.
Here's a piece of paper. Draw us the floor plan of that cabin. Here, I'll give you some light. Okay, go ahead, Amello. How many rooms?
3.
Uh-huh.
Hey, we're all set, Captain.
Okay.
1 big room with a door here, a kitchen here, and a bedroom here.
Where's Lieutenant Levinson?
I only been up there once since they got in. He was in the bedroom.
How about closets, back door?
1 closet in the main room here, 1 in the bedroom here. Let's see, a broom closet in the kitchen and the back door here.
Has it got an attic?
No.
Where's Fisher's car?
Parked around the back in the shed.
Okay, I'll have the men stake out the place. You're going to take me up there, Amello.
Me?
He's going to take us up there.
You're a civilian, Rick. If there's any shooting to be done...
If there's going to be any shooting, I'm going to be in on it.
Wait a minute. Who said I was going to take you guys up there anyway?
I did.
I told you everything I know. I ain't going to get my head shot off.
You're going to walk us up there, Marlowe, and you're going to knock on that door.
No.
And you're going to get them to open up.
Look, they're loaded with artillery, shotguns.
When the door opens, you duck.
Look, it's suicide.
You heard what the captain said, Marlowe. I'm a civilian. Without a badge, I'm allowed to get pretty nasty with you.
Look, you can't make me do something I don't want to. I know my rights, Captain.
You know something, Rick? I think I'm catching a cold. I can't hear a thing.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
I'll go check the men. I trust you'll not take advantage of the prisoner, Rick. I couldn't hear if he yelled or something.
Wait. Okay. Fine cop.
All right, let's go. All right, men.
Yes, sir.
Listen now. I'm going up with Diamond. 3 of you take that side of the house. 3 take the other.
Yes, sir.
You and you go around in the back to the shed where the car is.
Yeah.
Otis?
Yeah?
You and this man cover the front, but stay out of sight. If it comes, it'll come in a hurry, so close in fast.
And look, boys, the lieutenant's in the back room, so try and be as careful as you can.
All set?
Yeah.
Let's go, Amalo.
There it is.
Light in the front window.
It's 10 minutes of 11. I hope their watches aren't fast.
Keep going, Amalo.
Okay, Otis. You 2 drop here.
Right, Captain. Good luck.
What are you stopping for, Amalo?
I just remember they told me to yell if I came up.
If you try to pull anything...
No. Honest. They told me to yell.
Okay. You stay here. We're going up on that porch. Count 20, then yell.
And play it smart. I won't fool with you, Mallow.
Okay, Captain, but I'm scared stiff.
You're not alone. Come on, Charlie.
So this guy's right up there on the ledge, see? You know what he's worried about. I told the guys.
Get on that side of the door. Hey, Bert! Bert, it's me, Chino. Hey, Bert, I gotta see you.
You alone?
Yeah. Can I come up?
Throw a light on him, Ed. Okay, come on up. Get him right.
Why are you getting Papa?
One going in the room.
Look out! Okay. Don't shoot anymore. I'm hurt.
See you, Walt, okay. Walt?
Well, it's about time. Get these ropes off me.
You okay, Walt?
Yeah. Thanks, Charlie. What time is it?
11 o'clock. Happy birthday.
Again, here's your Rexall family druggist. Once more, let me remind you that tomorrow, Rexall's mighty 1-cent sale begins. The sale where you get 2 guaranteed Rexall products for the price of 1, plus a penny. For example, the pint bottle of MI31, Rexall's famous mouthwash, regularly costs 69 cents. Tomorrow, you can get 2 bottles for just 70 cents. And remember, there are some 347 of these twin bargains, plus 85 other super specials. Make your pennies by dollars during Rexall's 1-cent sale. Tomorrow through Monday at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and was written by Blake Edwards, with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Dick Powell can soon be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production, Right Cross, in which he co-stars with June Allison and Ricardo Montalban. Featured in tonight's cast were Wilms Herbert, Bill Johnstone, Sidney Miller, John Stevenson, Arthur Q. Bryan, Virginia Gregg, and Jay Novello. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to join us next week at this same time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Remember, tomorrow starts the 4 biggest bargain days in the year. Rexall's nationwide 1-cent sale. The sale where you get 2 top-quality guaranteed Rexall products for the price of 1 plus 1 cent. Remember, tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, and the following Monday, just step inside a Rexall store where you buy twice as much for a penny more.
Your chime master, Robert Young, is expecting you tomorrow on NBC.
Now we bring you a world of adventure with Rocky Jordan.
Hey, Rocky. Rocky, we're going dry back here.
All right, repeats for both of you.
You said it. Fill them up and then fill them up again.
Come on, join us for one, huh, Rocky?
Sorry, Eddie. Make it some other time.
Spoil sport, huh?
No. He's all right, Pearl. They don't come any better. Well, here's looking at you, Rocky.
Yeah.
Hey, what the...
Hey, watch it, will you?
Eddie, what's the matter with you?
On a narrow street not far off Cairo's native quarter stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's Rocky Jordan story, City of Bakshish.
The threat of a blistering Khamsin off the desert had passed that afternoon, so the Cairenes were out and around. The business of the Tambourine was good. Some British sailors, a sprinkling of summer tourists, a couple of guilty-faced natives hiding their drinks. At the back end of the bar sat an American fellow, wrinkled white suit and last year's Panama shoved back in his head. A newspaper man of sorts named Eddie Harper. With him was a hatless blonde who needed a fresh bottle of peroxide. I just served him a second round when things began to happen. Eddie struggled to his feet, then fell backwards across a table into the floor. He didn't move as I got around to him.
Well, don't everybody just stand there. Do something.
I'll take care of him, lady. He's out cold.
But he wasn't tight. He only had a couple.
Chris, get a doctor here right away.
Monsieur, I am Dr. Bear. If I might be of help?
I'll say you can.
Yeah, he just keeled over here, Doctor.
Oui, as I saw. Yeah, the man was drinking from this glass?
Sure he was. What about it?
Perhaps there's somewhere we can take him, monsieur.
Yeah, sure. There's a cot in my office. Help us with him, will you, Chris?
As I thought, monsieur.
You know what hit him, Doctor?
Nothing that is so unusual. He will be all right once he gets over the effects of what you call them, knockout drops?
Knockout drops? In his drink?
Oui. Not a strong dosage, fortunately. Give him some strong coffee as soon as he is able to take it.
Oh, yeah, I'll do that.
Now, here's my card if you need me. I do not think it likely, though. Good day, monsieur.
Goodbye, Doc. And thanks. Well, those things happen around Cairo. All you can do is try and make sure they don't happen again. The blonde had hung around, so after the doctor left, I let her come in the office. She gave the name Pearl Florin, just a friend of Eddie's. After a half hour or so, he was able to sit up.
Oh, brother, my head.
Here, drink this coffee. It'll help.
Thanks. I'll say it helps. Ooh, say, did I have that many drinks?
It wasn't a drink, Eddie. It's what was in it.
Huh?
Knockout drops, the doctor says.
Oh, so that's what it feels like.
I wouldn't know. Look, somebody had to put the stuff in your drink, you know. Who else was around except Pearl here?
Now, look, mister, what are you driving at? I was around, and so were you. You served him the drink.
Oh, take it easy, baby. Take it easy. I told you Jordan's an all right guy.
No idea who'd have it in for you, huh, Eddie?
Fella's bound to pick up a few enemies in my business.
Newspaper reporting?
Yeah, sure. Freelance stuff around the world. I get a good story, I file it with some American newspaper. Oh, you'd be surprised what an energetic reporter can dig up.
Yeah, I'd wondered what your racket was.
Oh, it's perfectly legit, Jordan. So I get some dirt on an unsuspecting tourist. He gets a break. If he doesn't want it to get in print back home, well, it's worth something to him.
And for that, all somebody slipped you was knockout drop.
It's all in the business, Jordan. Why, I'll bet there isn't a person alive who hasn't done just one thing he's ashamed of. All I got to find out is what it is.
How you feeling, Eddie?
Pearl, there's an American picture showing at the Pyramid Theater.
Yeah? What about it?
Well, why don't you go see it, honey?
Well, I like that after I hang around
Go
here.
on, beat it.
Okay. But just wait until you...
Keeps him interested.
Look, Eddie, if you're feeling all right now.
Just a second, Jordan. There's something just occurred to me. Your Cafe Tambourine, why, it's a natural.
Well, what?
Well, it's off the beaten path, you know. The visiting firemen have a way of letting down their hair in a joint like this.
No dice, Eddie.
You just spot the tourist and the story. I write it up and handle the business end. That's all there is to it.
I don't go for blackmail, yours or any other kind.
Oh, you're not taking any chances, Jordan, none at all.
I said drop it. I'm not interested.
I'll give you an example of how it works. Say I send a feature story to a New York paper about an American adventurer in Cairo. Hazy background, runs a cafe. Gets mixed up in all sorts of scrapes, murders.
What's this leading to?
The latest, somebody gets knockout drops in his drink. Witnesses? Oh, plenty of them. The papers are eaten up.
Look, get this straight, Eddie. You couldn't hurt me or my cafe.
Sounds like an interesting challenge.
That a threat?
Oh, now, don't get me wrong, Jordan. Like I said, that's just an example. I'm offering you a deal, pal.
There's an American picture at the Pyramid. Go see it.
Okay, Jordan. I'll let you know if it has a happy ending.
Eddie Harper sauntered out. As he did, I noticed a heavy-jawed man lift his 300 pounds from a chair, leaving a big meal unfinished, and follow out after him. And I did a lot of wondering, most of all about how soon Eddie'd show up again. But when several days went by without any more from him, I decided he'd forgotten about me. It was a week later, at the top of the noon rush hour, when somebody else walked in. Sergeant Greco of the Cairo Police, his badge all shined for the occasion. 3 of his men had planted themselves along the walls before I knew what was going on, and Greco took the spotlight.
The tambourine will be cleared at once. What? You will all please to step quietly out the door and into the street. Go peaceably. Do not wait to finish the food or the nectar of the infidels. Clear the place, everyone.
That's right where you are,
I'm
folks.
American citizen.
Cut the act now, Greco.
So, Mr. Jordan, you choose to defy the authority of the Cairo police.
Just explain it quick. What's it about?
You have only to read the warrant, but do it quickly.
Gee, I'm an American.
Who sent you with this?
My immediate superior, of course, the Captain Sabine.
When it's something like this, Sam could have come himself.
The captain is busy with more important matters. The warrant is clear. The Cafe Tambourine is closed. Your license to operate such an establishment has been revoked indefinitely.
Just tell me why. What's it all about?
That is not my concern. Amon, Ali, keep the people moving.
Well, you sure like to overdo things, don't you, Greco? All right, we'll see what Sam has to say.
If he cares to see you at all, Mr. Jordan.
He will, Greco. You bet he will.
Come in, Jordan. I will give you a moment.
It'll take more time than that, Sam. You sent Greco with that warrant?
I did.
It's not like you. You could have talked to me.
Jordan, there are times when my hands are tied.
I know that. You've given me a chance before, Sam. You've explained things.
Jordan.
Go on.
When you first came to Cairo, a man of the West among those of the East, I gave you serious counsel.
Sure you did. It was good advice.
Because of our growing respect for each other, I have given you the benefit of the doubt many times. I never regretted doing so, in spite of the embarrassment with my superiors. But now...
Embarrassment? Look, what's this leading to?
Jordan, above all else, I advise you to not only guard your actions, but your words. You owe me that one thing.
Sam, will you get to the point?
You wish to know why your tambourine has been closed. I suggest, then, that you talk to Amin Bey, the commissioner of licenses for this sector.
But you can tell it to me.
That is all, Jordan.
All right, Sam. It's been charming.
And Jordan.
Yeah?
Whatever happens, remember that I am an officer of the law. I, for one, cannot forget that.
I got out trying to make sense out of what Sam had said. He'd said the answer was with Ammon Bey, commissioner of licenses. I took all the shortcuts driving to the government center. When I found the license commissioner's division, I asked for Ammon Bey and was told to wait. It was usual treatment. I cooled my heels for an hour and a half. Was finally ushered into his office, one of the smaller ones with a small desk and a small man behind it. Black mustache, too much gold braid on his fez, and a jeweled stick pin that hurt my eyes when it caught the light. Ammon Bey looked me over.
I rather expected you, Mr. Jordan.
Captain Sabaya says you got some things to explain to me about closing up my tambourine.
So the captain chooses not to discuss it with you?
But you will, Ammon Bey. Let's have it.
Very well.
Oh, that's your Jordan folder?
And a most interesting one. Among other things, is this newspaper clipping. I will permit you to read it.
I took the clipping, a 2-column spread like you'll find in the more sensational papers back home. When I saw the byline, Eddie Harper, I knew what followed. It made good reading and was all about me, Rocky Jordan, the lone wolf of Cairo. It listed a number of incidents around the tambourine, including murder, the dates, but omitting the true facts. It mentioned knockout drops in a customer's drink, with no investigation by the police. It hinted at my relationship with Captain Sam Sabaya, and ended with quotes by me. I'm the one American who can get away with anything in Cairo, and the authorities can't touch me.
Well, Mr. Jordan?
Where'd you get this?
It arrived by airmail from New York this morning. You should be more careful of your interview.
I didn't give an interview, Ammon Bey.
Or perhaps you did not realize that this would find its way back to Cairo. We are most interested in such things as this.
I tell you, none of it's true. The whole story's a pack of lies.
Indeed. Including this statement of yours, that the authorities of Cairo cannot touch you.
I didn't say that. I had no reason to.
And you also deny the incident of the tampered drinks, although I have a complete statement by the doctor who was at the scene.
Look, get Eddie Harper here, the guy who wrote that. I'll make him put it straight.
We prefer to handle this in our own way. The affair of the tampered drinks is reason enough for withdrawing your license.
That's all it takes, huh? No hearing, no chance for me to defend myself.
You are not on trial. Now, Mr. Jordan, this relationship between you and the Captain Sabaya.
What about it?
How much have you been paying him?
Not a cent, Ammon Bey. Now get this, not a cent.
Naturally. I might remind you, there's only one way for one to stay in business in my sector. Do you quite understand?
No, not all of it. How long do I stay closed?
That is something for you to decide, is it not?
Sure. Anything to make it easy. Look, I've been living at my cafe.
That is beyond my control, but admit one customer to your tambourine, and you will be subject to arrest. I believe that is all for now, Mr. Jordan.
Ammon Bey laid my folder aside, and I got out. It was easy to understand Sam Sabaya's feelings now. And if I was to clear him and myself, I had to find Eddie Harper. Whether this was his idea of a joke or a real shakedown, I didn't care. I was going to pound the truth out of him. A reporter at the Gazette gave me his address, the Memlook House. The room clerk there said Eddie was out for the evening, so I tried a few of the haunts around that section with no luck and finally drove back to the Dark Tambourine. I parked across the narrow street behind a little British MG car at the curb, went across to my door. I just had the key in the lock when a figure moved out a couple of doorways down.
Psst. Hey, Jordan.
Who is it?
You know me. Eddie Harper. Want to see you.
Eddie. I'll bet you do. Come on, then. I stood watching Eddie, puzzled as he moved slowly along the wall toward me. He got only half. The shots had come from the MG across the way. I made a dive for his shadow. The little car hopped away from the curb, skidded around the corner, and was gone. Then I was up looking for Eddie Harper. I found him slumped on the sidewalk. The first shot had been enough. He was dead.
Let's pause for a moment. Jack Moyles returns as Rocky Jordan right after these messages.
Stan Freeberg here. Hey, if you like old-time radio, why not call now for the Radio Spirits catalog featuring thousands of cassettes and CDs of old-time radio. The catalog also has great money-saving offers and even gives free cassettes with every order. Now, here's my favorite part. If you call right now, Radio Spirits will send you their latest catalog and a 90-minute cassette featuring 3 great radio programs, The Jack Benny Show, Suspense, and Dragnet, absolutely free. So call right now, 1-800-RADIO-48 or 1-800-723-4648 to get your free catalog and 90-minute cassette. Limit 1 call per household, please. So don't wait any longer. Call Radio Spirits right now at 1-800-RADIO-48. That's 1-800-723-4648.
And now let's return to Jack Moyles, starring as Rocky Jordan.
Well, I'd gone out to find Eddie Harper to make him clear up a story he'd written for a New York newspaper. One that had put me in bad with the Cairo authorities and had Sam Sabaya in the doghouse along with me. It turned out Eddie found me just before he was cut down by shots fired from a car that made its getaway in the night. Now I could clear out or call headquarters and face what was to come. I made the call from my tambourine, then drove directly to headquarters to wait for Sam. He came in his office an hour later.
Well, Jordan, so again it comes to this.
All right, Sam, you got me. I shoot a man down in front of my tambourine, call the cops, and give myself
If such is not the case, then do not say it.
What else is anybody to think? I had plenty of reason. You know who Eddie Harper was?
Yes, I do. A correspondent of sorts who wrote a damaging article about you for a New York newspaper.
Didn't do you any good either, Sam. Oh, I'm sorry about that. The hint of bribery.
Jordan, I must have the details now, all of them.
Well, Eddie was drinking in my tambourine bar a week ago. Somebody slipped knockout drinks into his drink.
Just a moment. It was the drink of Eddie Harper that was tampered with?
Didn't you know, Sam?
Please continue.
Well, Eddie no sooner came out of it in my office than he came up with a deal. I was to help him dig up the wrong stories on visiting tourists. He'd write them up and use them for blackmail, threatening to get them published back in the States.
That was all you talked about?
I said no dice, and right away he threatened the story on me. I wasn't sure he meant it till Amon Bey showed me the clipping.
Then if such is the case, the mention of my name...
I didn't say anything like it, Sam. You know me better than that.
To go on, Jordan, about tonight.
Eddie came up to me at the tambourine. The shots came from across the street. Somebody driving an MG that got away fast. I didn't see who it was.
Regarding the incident a week ago, was there anyone with Eddie Harper?
Yeah, a washed-out blonde named Pearl Florin. Better look her up, Sam.
As it happens, her address was found in his pocket.
Check somebody else about that affair at my cafe. A French doctor who showed up way too easy.
Dr. Baer, a reputable physician of Cairo. We can forget him.
Have it your way. Well, do I get a clean cell?
Jordan, you can well realize my position. There are those about me who might well question...
Oh, sure, Sam.
But I will delay booking you on one condition. That you report here at 7 tomorrow morning.
Well, it doesn't give me much time, but thanks.
7 o'clock, then. Not a moment later.
I left knowing Sam had something big on his mind. What, to give me rope? Looked more like he wanted me to clear things up, and for some reason he couldn't do it himself. So I started back at Eddie Harper's place, the Memlook house. Has Eddie Harper come back yet?
Mr. Harper is out for the evening.
You're sure?
As sure as the first time you asked about him, sir.
Oh, yeah. You don't mind my looking in his room just to make certain, huh?
I suppose you will say that you are his long-lost father.
No. Just a friend with a 5-pound note. Do I shove it under the blotter or mail it to your grandmother?
Please. A blotter.
The room key came to me the same way. A little box sheesh will swing most anything in Cairo. That's something I was going to remember later. The key unlocked 204, and I went in, not turning on the light. A match found the desk. It came open without too much trying. On top were some bills from a cleaner, a printer, and a typewriter rental. I shoved them in my pocket and kept looking. In a drawer, I found a carbon copy of the story Eddie had written about me. And underneath, another one. A real juicy item about a visiting American at Shepherd's named Cedric Kane. I kept it, too. Before I could look any more, a key sounded in the door lock outside. I moved behind the door and let it open. I held it till she got to the desk, then I snapped on the lights. Pearl Florin's the name, isn't it?
Rocky. The idea.
I'm wondering. You came looking for something, too. What is it?
None of your business.
Well, let's make sure, huh?
Let go, my purse. What do you think you'll find in there?
Some knockout pills, maybe?
That routine again. Well, you're out of luck. I told you I didn't fix Eddie's drink. You can't put the heat on me.
This gun, then?
What about it? Bill's got a right to some protection.
No, it didn't kill him.
Kill who?
You didn't know? Eddie Harper's dead. Murdered.
No kidding.
No tears, Pearl?
Let it sink in, Rocky. I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
You ever hear of a man named Cedric Kane?
No? Why should I?
Oh, skip it. Anyhow, the police are looking for you, Pearl.
That's a laugh. The police can't touch me. Now, you better get going before I look one up.
I'll do better than that. I'll help you find one. I shoved Pearl out the door, down the steps, and through the lobby before anyone could stop us. As luck had it, a uniformed man was at the corner. He had Sabaya's pickup order for Pearl Florin and took her away. I was still looking for the killer of Eddie Harper. My only lead took me to Shepherd's, in the room of an American named Cedric Kane. A servant admitted me, then went out.
Come in. What can I do for you?
Yeah, it looked like I had something here. Seated at a table, gnawing on a leg of lamb, was the 300 pounds I'd seen following Eddie Harper out of my cafe a week ago.
Well, speak up, my good man.
Jordan's the name. Cafe Tambourine. You were there about a week ago.
Tambourine? As a matter of fact, I was. Sit down. Have a bite to eat.
Oh, thanks, but I've got a weak stomach.
Regrettable.
Mr. Kane, you know a man named Eddie Harper?
Harper? What about him?
I just found something in his room. A carbon of a story he wrote about you.
No, how dare you, sir? Give that to me.
Oh, here, take it. Nobody's seen it but me. I'm not in on the blackmail, Mr. Kane. I know what Eddie's racket was.
And what is it?
It's about Eddie Kane's death. Somebody shot him in front of my tambourine.
Oh, excellent news. Good riddance. Sure you won't have something to eat, Mr. Jordan?
Look, I've got to find out who killed him. Plenty of people had reasons.
As you say. Perhaps even you, Is that it?
Well, let's start with you. You mind telling me where you were around 9 o'clock tonight?
Wait, now. Are you suggesting that I did the killing?
Maybe.
That's impossible, sir. I arrived in Cairo less than an hour ago. I've been in Alexandria for the past 3 days.
I'll stand some checking.
Then do that.
Hey, by the way, have you got a little British MG car?
MG? Can you imagine a man of my size squeezed behind the wheel of such a tiny car?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Let's take a short break. Jack Moyles returns as Rocky Jordan in a moment.
To find out more about old-time radio, old-time video, and the pleasures of listening to audiobooks, visit the Audiobook Club website, www.audiobookclub.com, where you can get 4 audiobooks for just 1 penny.
MediaBay.com. And now, Jack Moyles returns as Rocky Jordan in the conclusion of The City of Bakshish.
Cedric Kane obviously was a waste of time. Outside in the street, I stood there shuffling through the other stuff I'd found in Eddie's room. One was a bill from the Faro print shop on the Sharia Luna. It gave me a wild hunch that sent me moving again. The print shop was a little, disordered, one-man place, dark except for a tiny nightlight in the back. When no one answered my knock, a skeleton key got me in, and I started the search. Desks, drawers, and finally at the bottom of a big wastebasket, I found it. A rough proof of the complete story Eddie Harper had written about me. It gave me part of his blackmail scheme, but it didn't clear me of murder. I turned to look some more. A clumsy move and flipped the switch on a small press. I got it turned off quick. I ducked down behind the press, waiting to make sure the sound hadn't brought anybody. When I stood up, the next thing I saw was a freshly printed sheet right out of that press. Another story. One look told me I had everything I wanted. The late theater crowds were just letting out as I hunked my way across the Solomon Pasha and drove down the hill toward the Nile till I found the home of the little commissioner of licenses, Aman Bey. The fancy house went with the gold braid and his fez. My knock got an answer. A sleepy servant let me in. Pretty soon Aman Bey came down, drawing a robe around him. My late visit didn't bother him at all.
That will be all, Futar. Well, Mr. Jordan, possibly you have given our recent conversation some thought?
Plenty, Aman Bey. Took some time to sink in.
Some things are best unspoken.
Yeah, sure. I should have known what you meant. About how a man stays in business in your sector.
Well?
Bakshish doesn't go just for the beggars, does it? Take something under the table for a few of the big boys, too.
Mr. Jordan, now that we quite understand each other...
How much do you want? What does it take to get my tambourine open again?
That depends on how soon you wish it to open.
I thought so. Eddie Harper worked with you in the blackmail, but it was your pressure. He got the story in print, one that would force even a man like Captain Sabaya to cooperate in kicking me out.
That is quite beside the point.
Trouble is, the story's no good, Aman Bey. It never was published in a New York paper. The clipping you have was run off in a little print shop in the Sharia Luna.
How can you make me believe that?
With this proof I just found in that shop. It's the same story. Look at it.
This does not involve me.
Trouble is, I found another story there. One run off just today. Printer hadn't yet taken the type out of the press. Read it.
Why...
Another expose, Aman Bey. But this time about you. How you threw the blackmail on me and a lot of other businessmen in your sector. This time the pressure was on you. Eddie's scheme was right for the big payoff.
I will keep this. No one will ever see.
Think again. It's still in the press. So Eddie brought one of these clippings to you, threatened to show it around unless you paid off. Maybe he'd come to tell it to me, so you had to kill him.
And now it is you who come for the payoff, is that it?
No. It's just to tell you I opened the tambourine at 9 in the morning.
Mr. Jordan, did you think that I would talk to you without a gun in my possession?
It takes something like that to make a big man out of you.
You are close enough.
On, shoot, Aman Bey. Show everybody how you get away with murder, too.
Mr. Jordan, it is not the first time.
That's all I wanted to hear. He let me get a step too close. My fist slapped the gun away. Came up, knocked in the gold braided fez off his head. That's all it took to make Aman Bey a little man again. 15 minutes later, he was at headquarters trying to answer all of Sam Sabaya's questions. I didn't have to wait long before Sam came back to his office.
Well, Jordan, the license for your tambourine is in good order.
Oh, thanks, Sam. That means you're off the hook, too.
Yes, once my men return from the Faro print shop with the evidence.
Hey, tell me something, will you? You had every reason to hold me tonight, after Eddie Harper's death. Why didn't you?
Oh, they're grasping at a straw, perhaps. A box of tablets found in Eddie Harper's pockets. Knockout pills, I believe you call them.
You mean Eddie fixed up his own drink in my cafe?
Obviously. What better way is there to be convincing? Not beyond a person of his rash nature.
No wonder I was fooled. Hey, what about the girl, Pearl Florin?
In Ammon Bay's employ to spy on Harper's activities.
So the Bay sent her to Harper's room to remove any evidence that might be left.
Quite true. It seems that the Bay dared not trust anyone.
It figures. Like some big man said, a man's a fool to trust anybody.
A dangerous philosophy, is it not, Jordan?
Let's forget philosophy, Sam. It's time for coffee.
Rocky Jordan, written by Gomer Cool and John Dunkel, stars Jack Moyles in the title role with Jay Novello as Sam Sabaya. Original music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Rocky Jordan is produced and directed by Cliff Howell.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Nancy. I'm glad you called. You busy tonight? Oh, you are? All right, Angel. You know what that means. Anything that happens to me this evening will be a dead loss.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the unwelcome Christmas present. It is Saturday afternoon in New York, 2 days before Christmas. And on Manhattan's busy corners, gaily dressed Santa Clauses ring their bells while people rush to do their last-minute shopping. And one of those frantic shoppers is a man named Larry Sterling, but the prices in the store windows seem to frighten him. And as he shakes his head sadly, a small delivery truck pulls alongside. And the driver, after watching him for a minute, calls to him.
Hey, mister. Mister.
Huh? Me?
Yeah. Come here a minute.
What's the matter?
You look like a nice guy.
Oh, thanks.
Now, wait. Don't go away. I want to talk to you.
I'm sorry. I'm busy.
Now, take it easy, mister. What's your name?
Sterling. Larry Sterling.
Well, glad to know you. My name is Haynes. Walter Haynes. I've been watching you.
So I noticed.
You got a girl?
What's it to you?
Look, Sterling, I want to do you a favor.
Well, don't bother.
Okay, if that's the way you feel.
Hey, wait a second. What kind of a favor?
How would you like to give your girl a silver fox jacket for Christmas?
You crazy.
Then you know what those things cost.
Yeah, and I haven't got that kind of dough.
Well, would you be willing to spend $75 for one?
What?
Get in the car.
Well,
make up your mind, Sterling. Either you want to look at this jacket or you don't.
Well, why can't I see it out here?
Because there's a cop watching us. Hey, careful. Don't sit on the box.
Is it in here?
Yeah. Take a look. Pretty, huh?
Is this stolen merchandise, Haynes?
Now, look, Sterling, ask me no questions. I'll tell you no lies. All I know is that any gal who gets a jacket like this is going to think her boyfriend is plenty all right.
$75, you said?
That's right. And I'll throw in that gift box. Did you notice the label?
DuPont Brothers.
Yeah.
Hey, that's one of the biggest furriers in town.
Oh, sure. When your girlfriend gets a load of that, what do you think she'll say?
She'll wonder where I got the money.
Okay, if you don't want the coat.
No. I'll take it, Haynes.
You got yourself a buy there, Sterling. Take it from me, pal. You don't know what you walked into. Hey, you better fill up the tank, Joey. I'm going out again. Only sold one silver fox today. Think I'll have to try Lower Broadway.
I wouldn't if I were you.
Huh? Oh. Hello, Barney.
Hello, Haynes.
Where'd you drop from?
Steve Ellis told me you kept your truck here.
What's up?
Mr. Raynaud is looking for you.
Raynaud?
Uh-huh.
What for?
Don't you know?
No. What'd I do?
It's what Raynaud thinks you didn't do.
Oh, he's crazy.
You want to tell him that?
Oh, there's no talking to him once he gets an idea in his head. Hey, Barney, what'll I do, huh?
How would you like to hide out in my place?
You mean you'd let me?
Why not?
Oh, but if Renault ever found out about this...
Why should he?
Well, somebody might rat.
I'm not worried.
Oh, I want you to know, Bunny, I'll never forget you for this as long as I live.
I know you mean well, darling. But if Mr. Renault ever discovers this little deceit, that's not saying very much, is it? Look, Haynes. Maybe it would be better if...
If what?
Oh, skip it. Go ahead.
Thanks. You know, Bunny, for a minute there, I was afraid you changed your mind.
Oh, there's very little danger of that.
Renault.
I'm delighted you remember me. Oh, Bunny, will you please shut the door?
So it was a trap?
Yes, but you're very lucky, Haynes. Not every rat is offered such attractive bait. That was a very fine piece of work, Bunny.
Listen, Renault, you promised me nothing would happen to him if I brought him here.
Did I? Well, let's not worry about it, shall we? Oh, Haynes, I believe you know Leonard.
Sure he does. We're old friends, aren't we, pal?
Cut it out.
Bonnie's right, Leonard. That's hardly the way to treat a guest. Really, Haynes, I'm so sorry about this. May I offer you something?
No, I don't want anything.
Well, that's where we differ. Because I do. 2 weeks ago, you received your usual consignment of fur jackets. One coat was different. Where is it?
In my truck?
Leonard, will you be good enough to check?
Sure.
Never mind. I've already looked. It isn't there.
It ain't?
No.
Yeah. You know, it's something I must have sold it by mistake. Oh, you gotta believe me, Mr. Renault.
Of course I do. Who was the lucky buyer?
Well, that's just the trouble. I don't know his name.
Leonard.
I've been looking forward to this for a long time, Haynes.
No.
When I get through with you, your own mother won't know you.
What was his name?
I tell you, I don't know.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Renault, keep Leonard away from him. He'll kill him.
I hope not, Bonnie. But if he does, well, in our trade, death is always an occupational hazard. Carry on, Leonard.
Yeah?
You're the superintendent of this building?
That's right.
You got a Larry Sterling living here?
Who?
Come on, Pop. Get with it. Larry Sterling. Do you know him?
Sure.
What apartment does he live in?
3A.
Thanks.
But he ain't home now.
He's not?
Nope. Went out about 20 minutes ago.
When does he due back?
Didn't say.
Well, how's about letting me wait for him?
Help yourself.
No, I mean in his apartment.
In his apartment?
Yeah. You got a pass key, haven't you?
Oh, sure.
Well, suppose you let me borrow it.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Why not? I'll make it worth your while. Could you use $10?
Yeah.
Well, all you got to do is let me borrow your key.
I know. Told you can't.
Now, you don't understand, Pop. My name's Leonard. You see, I'm an old friend of Larry's. I want to surprise him.
Yep, sorry.
All right. And I'll tell you what I'll do. You still want to make that 10?
And not if it's going to...
No, forget the key. All I want to know is when Larry came home tonight, did he have a big package with him?
Big package, eh?
A package about this size.
Why do you want to know?
Now, listen, you jerk. I'm asking the questions.
Well, I don't have to answer
And I say you do.
Oh, you keep your hands to yourself.
Good mind.
Shut
up! Just keep your trap shut.
Oh, you think you're smart.
Oh, you got me wrong, Pop. I don't want to hurt you. Now, why don't we forget this ever happened?
You just get out of here.
Okay, but if I was you, I wouldn't mention to Larry that anybody dropped around to see him. I want it to be a surprise.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm going to be awful angry if you spoil it. Now, take care of yourself, Pop. I'd hate to drop around again to do it for you.
You know, I shouldn't do this, Georgia. We promised we wouldn't open our presents till Christmas Eve.
Now, Larry, 24 hours one way or the other won't make any difference. Is it a robe?
Nope.
Lounging pajamas?
You'll never guess.
Then let me see. Oh, Larry.
Didn't expect a fur coat, huh?
No, I didn't.
Well, what do you say?
I think it's lovely, Larry.
Go on, try it on.
Oh, sure.
You're certainly not enthusiastic about it.
I'm sorry, honey. I guess I'm behaving badly, but you see... Oh, excuse me. Hello?
Is that you, Miss Corwin?
Yes.
This is Parker, the superintendent where Mr. Sterling lives. Do you expect to see him tonight?
As a matter of fact, he's here now.
Oh, could I talk to him, please?
Sure. It's for you, Larry.
Who is it?
The superintendent of your building.
It's funny. Hello.
Hiya, Mr. Sterling.
Well, what's the trouble, Pop?
I just thought you ought to know something. A fellow was around here tonight asking questions about you.
Who?
He wouldn't give his name, but he wanted me to let him in your apartment.
Huh?
He was awful interested in that big box you brought home tonight. When I wouldn't tell him anything about it, he almost hit me.
Oh, listen, Papa. Are you sure he was after me?
Positive. If I was you, Mr. Sterling, I'd be careful.
Oh. Yeah, thanks a lot, Pop. I'll be seeing you.
What's the trouble, Larry?
Somebody's awfully curious about that fur coat.
Now, why would anybody in his right mind be interested in that coat?
Well, it's a nice way for you to talk.
I don't want to hurt your feelings, darling, but if you paid more than $20 for this, you were stuck.
So you think I was a sucker?
I do.
You know, you could be wrong, too.
How are you going to prove it?
Maybe I can't, but if you give me the classified directory, I'll find me someone who can.
Yeah?
I don't know whether I've got the right party.
What apartment do you want?
12A?
This is it.
Are you, Mike Waring, the Falcon?
That's right.
My name is Larry Sterling. I hate to bother you, Mr. Waring.
Quite all right. Come in.
Thank you.
What's on your mind?
Well, if you're not too busy, I'd like to talk to you.
About what?
This. Go on, open the box.
Oh, it's a fur jacket.
Yeah, I bought it this afternoon from a man named Walter Haynes.
Well, how come it's sporting the DuPont Brothers label?
This guy Haynes led me to believe it was stolen.
Oh, the old racket, huh?
Yeah, there's a new one on me.
Well, what do you want me to do? Get your money back?
No, I was a sucker, Mr. Waring, and I'm willing to take my loss.
And what's your problem?
How much would you guess I paid for this coat?
Oh, I don't know, $100?
75. But my girlfriend says it isn't worth 20.
Well?
Well, if this coat's worthless, why is somebody so anxious to get it from me?
What do you mean?
My superintendent told me several parties were making inquiries about me.
Well, it doesn't mean anything.
Funny they should all ask if I brought home a big, bulky box that looked like it might contain a fur jacket.
Let me see that coat again.
Well?
Oh, it still looks like a skinned rabbit to me. But I've been wrong before. Let's see what the experts down at DuPont Brothers have to say.
Yes, sir? Is there something I can do for you?
There is. I've got one of your fur jackets in this box.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry, sir, but the exchange department is closed till after Christmas.
Well, I don't want to exchange it. I just wanted it appraised.
Oh, I'm afraid that's out of the question now, Mr.
Waring.
Well, as you can see, we're practically rushed to death.
Uh-huh. Well, how long would it take you to look at it?
My dear fellow, you just won't understand. Mr. DuPont himself would have to look at it, and I wouldn't dare disturb him now.
Oh, I see. Well, then suppose I leave the jacket here.
Well, I can't make any promises, Mr. Waring.
Oh, that's all right. I'm willing to take my chances. I'll be back in an hour.
Hello.
Huh? Oh, hello, a lady burglar. Hope I didn't startle you.
Not particularly.
Well, if I'm in your way,
Oh, think nothing of it. You must be Mike Waring, also called the Falcon.
I guess I must be. And you?
You can call me Bonnie.
Well, I'd like nothing better.
A young man named Larry Sterling dropped in to see you about an hour ago.
Oh, did he?
Well, that's what I've been led to believe.
How did you get in here?
I could say the door was unlocked.
Yes, you could, but I wouldn't necessarily have to believe you.
In that case, you may as well know the truth. I used these.
Oh, that's not nice, Bonnie. It's a penal offense.
Oh, thinking of calling someone?
Just the police?
Now, let's not be hasty, shall we?
Who are you?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Mr. Waring, Mr. Raynaud.
You'll forgive me for not shaking hands.
As I understand, that gun makes it rather awkward, doesn't it?
Very.
What do you want, Renault?
Didn't Bonnie explain?
I didn't get very far.
Mr. Waring, I have reason to believe that a young man named Larry Sterling left a fur jacket with you today.
Why should he do that?
Maybe he became suspicious.
Maybe he had reason to be.
Maybe. But that's hardly the point. Where is the coat, Mr. Waring?
I haven't got it.
I know. Bonnie and I were quite diligent in our search.
Well, I hope you were careful in handling my shirts.
You needn't worry about that.
Well, then I haven't a care in the world.
Not after you turn the coat over to us. I assume you can get it back at your convenience.
Anytime?
May I suggest there's no time like the present?
And I'm afraid I can't agree with you, Renault. My client bought that coat in good faith.
In good faith?
Yes, he gave $75 for it.
I assure you neither of you will lose by this transaction.
Well, I don't know. His girlfriend was awfully crazy about it.
Shall we say $1,000?
Shall we say nuts?
Mr. Waring, I refuse to argue. Suppose I send one of my agents around. He's much more persuasive than I am. Come, Bonnie.
Hold it. Where do you think you're going?
Home, naturally. Have you any objections?
Yes, several. You're staying here till the police arrive.
You're overlooking one thing, Mr. Waring.
What, that gun?
Uh-huh.
Well, somehow I've got a feeling...
Look out, Reno!
You stupid, blundering fool! Your type can never let well enough alone.
You better take a slug of this, Mike.
Oh, never mind, Sterling. I want to hear the rest of your story.
Well, it's just like I told you. When I walked in here, I found you stretched out on the floor.
I'll start back a little further.
What do you mean?
How come you decided to pay me a visit?
Well, I know Renault was on his way over.
And you didn't think it necessary to warn me?
Well, I tried to call you, but there was no answer.
Why did you tell Renault you hired me?
I didn't.
Then who did?
My girlfriend, Georgia Corwin. He found out where she lived, and, well, I guess it wasn't very bright of her, but Georgia told him I'd gone over to see you. Mike, that coat must be worth thousands.
Mm-hmm. What was the name of that character you bought it from?
Walter Haynes.
Get the phone book and see if he's listed.
Don't bother, I can tell you.
Where?
He lives at 2719 West 93rd, apartment 2D.
Oh, thanks. And you're...
Leonard. I think Mr. Renault told you I'd be around.
Yes, he did.
I want that coat wearing.
You know, Leonard, Renault made a bad bet. You're no more persuasive than he is, and you're not nearly as pretty as Bonnie.
Well, you haven't seen me in action.
I can hardly wait.
I'm glad you're taking that attitude, Waring. It gives me an opportunity to check up on some gossip. They tell me you're a pretty tough cookie.
You don't want to believe everything you hear.
Well, there's one way to find out.
Get out of the way, Mike.
Hey, what?
Nice going, Larry.
I hope you don't mind me ruining that decanter.
Oh, no. I'll find it a lot easier to get a new bottle than this boy will a new head. Come on, let's go, fella. Apartment 2B. C, here we are.
Are you sure this is the right place? The nameplate says Walter Harvey.
That's probably an alias. Notice the initials are the same.
Could be a coincidence.
Yes, could be. But Leonard sounded as though he knew what he was... Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Door's open.
Careless of Mr. Haynes.
Yes, that sort of thing can cost you your life. And in this case, it did.
What?
Isn't that a hand sticking out of that trunk?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, no.
Now, take it easy, Larry.
Oh, look at his face. He was beaten to death, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's a fairly safe assumption.
Oh, poor Haynes. Mike, you gotta find out who did this.
Why?
Well, you can't let Renault get away with this.
Look, maybe we ought to take this from the beginning. Who am I working for, anyway?
I don't understand.
You came to my apartment this evening with the yarn that Haynes had sold you a hot fur coat.
Well, it's true.
Then if you were stuck, why didn't you write the whole thing off? Why did you bring me into this?
Well, I told you that. Don't you understand, Waring? That coat must be worth thousands.
All right. Let's assume for the sake of argument it is. What does that mean to me?
We'll split the money.
What money? You admit the coat must be stolen?
Well, maybe there's a reward.
Oh. Well, there's one way to find out. Suppose we see the brothers DuPont.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
I hope so. My name is Waring. I was in here a little earlier today. I left a coat to be appraised.
Oh, yes, of course. I had Mr. DuPont look at it. Would you be good enough to identify your merchandise?
That the same one, Larry?
Yeah, I could never forget that fur.
Well, what's the coat worth?
Would you care to venture a guess?
Well, judging by the trouble it's caused, I'd say 10,000.
Oh, you're way off, sir.
What did I tell you?
20?
If I might be so bold, what'd you pay for this coat?
Well, you can't judge by that. My friend got it at bargain rates.
And he gave?
Believe it or not, $75.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Well, strictly entre nous, Mr. Waring. This is a very rare example of genus felidae.
Ooh. English translation, please.
Skinned alley cat. And as such, it isn't worth a dime.
I don't understand it, Mike.
You sure that's the same coat?
Positive. But if the coat's worthless, why was Haynes killed?
Now, don't ask me, Larry. I'm a stranger here myself.
Maybe Renault doesn't know its value.
Well, I doubt that. Renault, Leonard, and Bonnie are too slick a trio to get worked up over a phony fur piece.
But it must mean something.
Yes, obviously. And Brother Renault knows. Well, maybe he won't mind sharing his information with us.
How are you going to find him?
Through Leonard.
You think he'll cooperate?
If it's put to him the right way. Remember how you knocked him cold?
Yes.
Well, don't forget how you did it. I may want you to try it again.
Still here, Mike. Right where you left him.
Uh-huh. Come on, Leonard, get up. Come on, palsy, you'll miss Santa Claus.
Yes, but I won't miss you.
Mike.
Don't move, chum, or I'll let you have it from here.
Well, it wasn't nice of you to fool us that way, Leonard. I would have sworn you hadn't moved an inch since we left.
Don't feel too bad, Waring. I only moved 2. From here to where you left my gun and back. Where's the coat?
Are you still harping on that? You're wasting your time. It's worthless.
I don't mind. Hand it over.
And if not...
Don't be a sap, Waring. I'm not fussy. I'd just as soon take it over your dead body.
I think he means that, Mike.
Well, I don't. You're bluffing, Leonard.
You shouldn't have called me, pal. Get down, Waring.
Larry, you all right?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't mean to frighten you, folks.
Oh, that's perfectly all right, friend. Another second and this falcon would have been cold turkey.
What about him?
Oh, he's dead. Well, to whom are we indebted?
Yeah, who are you?
What's the matter, Larry? Don't you know me?
Mister, the way your face looks, I don't think your own mother would.
Hey, buddy, you got a girl?
Haynes.
Sure.
Mike, this is Walter Haynes.
Wait a minute. If you're Haynes, who's the stiff in your apartment?
Renault. Leonard killed him.
Oh, the old double cross, huh?
Yeah.
Well, where have you been?
Well, they kept me tied up in some dame's apartment.
Bonnie's?
Yeah, Bonnie's. After I got loose, I went to Larry's apartment, and some other dame told me I could locate him here.
That must have been Georgia.
What's this all about, Haynes?
What's what all about?
This fur coat.
Believe me, Waring, I don't know. I got it in a consignment with my regular merchandise. I knew there was something screwy playing because Renault sent Leonard to buy it from me for $1,000, but I didn't want to get into trouble.
So you sold it to me, figuring you could get it back any time.
Oh, I'm sorry, fella. I didn't realize what I was letting you in for.
Well, it all adds up except for one thing. Where does Bonnie come in?
Right on cue, Mr. Waring.
Bonnie?
You want to do something about that door, Mike.
Yes. Next time, get a spring so it'll close. Where's the coat, Mike? I want it.
And if you don't get it?
Don't be silly, darling. Nothing's going to stop me. Not even if I have to shed a little blood.
I wouldn't be surprised if you meant that.
I do.
Well, what do you say, Haynes?
I say give it to her.
No.
She's a pretty determined young lady, Larry. But if you care to stop her...
How about that, honey?
Well, I guess that settles that. Here you are, Bonnie. Wear it well.
No, just drape it over the chair. I'll take it from there.
You're the boss.
And don't you ever forget it. Now, all of you stay put for the next 5 minutes. The first one who gets careless enough to show his face out of the doorway will get it blown off. Good night, folks. Thanks a million.
Get the phone, Sterling. Maybe we can head her off.
Yeah, hurry it up, Larry. Call downstairs.
I'll take care of it.
I thought you were going to rush her, Waring.
Well, if you're worried about that coat, Haynes, forget it. She won't get away.
Oh, she can keep the coat for all I care. I might fill of this business.
I don't blame you.
Oh, incidentally, what happened to the box that came in?
Oh, I threw it away.
You're kidding.
Why, it wasn't worth anything, was it?
Now, look, I want that box, Waring, and I'm not clouding.
Why make an issue of a little thing like that, Haynes? Unless it isn't a little thing. Suppose we see.
Get away from that door.
You want the box, don't you? I'm darned if I can see why. Looks like any other cardboard box to me. Maybe if I were to rip the cardboard apart...
Hey, cut that out.
Oh, well, what do you know? Pretty cute, huh? Who'd ever think of looking for a letter pasted between 2 sheets of cardboard?
You did.
Yeah, well, you gave me the lead. Now, this is a pretty important piece of stationery, Haynes. Look at the name on top, Moscow Federation.
I want that letter, Waring.
Yes, I'm beginning to understand why.
Well, do I get it?
Mister, you certainly do. Oh.
Did you have to do that, Larry?
Did I have to do that? You realize he was going to kill you?
Sure, but I might as well be dead. You realize that was my last bottle of Christmas cheer? Now what am I going to do?
Waring, that was a real great job.
Oh, thanks, Larry. Say, hadn't you better be running off to see a girl?
No, not till I get the complete story on what happened from yesterday morning till last night. What was in that letter, anyway?
Something the boys in the Department of Justice have been looking for a long time. You've heard of the international movement known as Moscow Federation?
Yes, unfortunately.
Well, that letter contained a complete list of outfits here and in South America that are cooperating with them.
Well, how did it wind up in Haynes' hands?
Renault had it originally. He was an agent for Moscow. He was told to contact these organizations and keep them in line.
Oh, then Haynes was working for Renault.
Yeah, sure. Peddling hot fur was a blind for the mob. He was Renault's boy until he realized what a wonderful source of blackmail that list was. So he got you to hold the list for him while he carried out his plan. He killed Renault and messed up his face so it would pass for his own.
Well, where did Bonnie figure in this?
Poor kid, she didn't even know the score. She thought the coat was the all-important thing.
How did you know it wasn't?
That appraisal gave me the tip-off. And the one thing we'd overlooked in the case was the box that came in.
Well, what made you realize Haynes was the killer?
It was a story he told. He claimed he was beaten up and kept a prisoner in Bonnie's place, and he came to my house right after he escaped and learned where you were. But when I asked him about the corpse in his own apartment, he wasn't even surprised. Right off the bat, he knew it was Renault.
I guess that'll learn me. Well, thanks a lot, Mike. I'll be seeing you.
Say, wait a minute. Where are you rushing off to?
In case you've forgotten, this is the night before Christmas. My girlfriend, Georgia, must still be wondering what happened to me.
Ah, yes, of course.
But, what about you?
Well, I guess this is my unlucky night. I don't have a date.
On Christmas Eve?
Mm-hmm. Isn't that irony for you? Me and Santa Claus are the only 2 guys in town who are left holding the bag.
Woodbury Facial Soap, the beauty soap for the skin you love to touch.
You're lovely, never, never change. Keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it? 'Cause you're lovely, just the way you look tonight.
Woodbury, the makers of Woodbury Facial Soap, the beauty soap made for the skin alone, present The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North. The Norths woke up one morning and discovered it was February. Pam said, "Jerry, let's go to the dogs." "By all means," Jerry replied. "Where's the champagne?" But that wasn't what Pam meant. She meant the dog show at the Uptown Garden. And after Jerry had said something about in leap year, woman proposes while man opposes, and after Pam had thrown a pillow at him, they got dressed and went to the dogs. Dogs.
Aren't they adorable?
I feel unnatural on 2 legs. We're outnumbered.
I guess this isn't a good hour for visiting.
Oh, the dogs don't mind.
Oh, Jerry, what breed is that?
Schnauzer.
God bless you. What breed?
Schnauzer.
God bless you. Jerry, you're catching cold.
I'm not sneezing. That dog is a Schnauzer.
Oh, huge. Oh, look, Jerry, a Great Dane. Isn't he beautiful?
No, but let's move on, dear.
Why?
I think he thinks I'm a bone.
Oh, you're not afraid, are you, darling?
No, I just don't want to confuse him, make him neurotic.
All right, scaredy cat. Oh, Jerry, look.
That's a Yorkshire Terrier.
I don't care. That dog's been to the movies.
Saw Veronica Lake and copied her hairdo, huh?
I'm positive. The only thing is, this dog's overdoing it. It's got a peekaboo contraction in front of both eyes.
Darling, the Yorkshire Terrier's long, silky hair was developed along the upland moors. Protects it from the rain and wind.
Don't show off, dear. You've read a book. Oh, this one's cute.
That French poodle, he looks as if a landscape gardener had worked him over.
Oh, he's very distinguished looking. You see, he understands me.
I've seen lawns better clipped than that. The tag here says he is Champion Peter Cavalier.
I knew it.
Did you also know he belonged to, let's see, La Comtesse de la Porte?
Oh, I can just see myself now walking down Madison Avenue with Peter on the leash.
Uh-huh. And I would bow to you and kiss your hand.
Jerry, you silly.
And I would say, Countess, you have the most beautiful dog I have ever seen.
Please.
There is nothing in the world I would love more than to pat your dog sometimes, Countess.
Please.
And not another word, Countess?
But, Jerry, there's somebody breathing down the back of my neck.
Huh? That's right. Hey, you, stop breathing down the back of her neck.
I'm doing it only in the line of duty, pal.
Jerry, there's somebody right behind you, too.
No, friend, don't turn around. Introductions later.
Hey, what is this?
This is a snatch. You are acquainted with the term, Countess?
Countess? Me? Jerry!
Keep your voice low, little lady. Otherwise, Sam, who ain't poking you in the ribs with no clothespin, will have to shoot you.
Oh, is that right, Sam?
The Duke knows the words, Countess.
Countess? But I'm
Let
not
us leave the dogs. Come on.
Jerry.
Now, look, there's been some mistake
One
here.
little funny move and you'll be making a mistake. Walk nice and quiet out the front door, both of you. That's right. Otherwise comes the hearse, and they'll be carrying you out nice and quiet.
Anyway, it's a nice car.
Thank you, Countess.
But I am not a countess.
Did we or did we not hear that gent sitting next to you call you Countess?
You did, but Jerry was only joking.
Some joke. Ha.
She's my wife.
You the Count?
Of course not.
Then the little lady ain't your wife.
Oh, wait a minute. Duke, if you...
Yeah?
Are you really a Duke?
Nah, sort of a nickname.
All right. That's the way it is with Pam.
Sure. Only she's got a couple of million Iron Men in the bank. I ain't. My estate was impoverished.
The Duke knows the words.
I'm supposed to be French if I'm the countess, but I'm not.
How do we know?
Well, you can hear me talk, can't you? I speak English, don't I? Just like you.
You speak like us?
Duke, she sounds like a foreigner to me, she does.
If she's the Countess, what am I supposed to be?
There is a word for it.
The Duke knows...
Quiet, Sam. The word is gigolo.
Me? Why, you...
Relax there, dancing pumps, or I'll give you a revolver full.
Jerry, please.
Now, we are all men of the world here, ain't we? Excepting, of course, the Countess.
Thank you.
A mere nut. As I was saying, the Countess is young. She is beautiful.
Why, Duke?
She is a babe with plenty of bread pudding. The Count, on the other hand, is broke. He is on the shabby side of gentility. So he collects stamps, while the Countess collects...
Gigolos.
You are one of them. A very fine specimen. My congratulations, Countess.
I am not a gigolo.
Listen, mister, don't get so excited. It's good work if you can get it.
Hey, boss, we're leaving town. We gotta decide.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me.
Yeah.
What do you have to decide?
Well, you see, Countess Original, we didn't figure on snatching more than one. You. Circumstances made us grab off the boyfriend, too. The question is, what do we do with him?
You'll just have to take him along with me.
Hey, Duke, I think we ought to chill him.
I don't know. He looks like a nice guy.
Yeah, but, Duke, we gotta feed the kidnapped victim. We just ain't got enough of brown stamps for two of them.
You got something here. All right. We chill him.
Oh, but you don't have to do that. Brown stamps are for meat, and Jerry's a vegetarian.
Oh. What do you say, Sam?
Well, in case he wants to eat grass, let him live.
Yeah, what I was figuring. Besides, it'll kind of keep the little lady's mind occupied. In a kind of way, you could call it almost a second honeymoon.
Good grief, where are we going? Niagara Falls?
homestead. Here we are.
Yeah. Ain't it beautiful?
If you took our blindfolds off, maybe we could appreciate it, too.
We learned to love it. We couldn't have you see where we was taking you.
Why not?
Maybe you wouldn't have liked the place. Then we would have had to shoot you.
Can we take them off now?
Go ahead. Keep them covered, Sam.
Like a tent, Duke.
There. That's better. Oh, gollies, it's dark. Who put the lights out?
Lady, we are in the country where the only lights is the stars.
That Duke.
I prefer lampposts. Is that landslide and old stucco the homestead?
Lady, maybe the joint looks like a wreck. But I'll tell you, it not only looks like a wreck...
Yeah, it is a wreck. Custer must have made his last stand around here.
If you don't like the accommodation, Sam will be glad to donate a little lead to you.
Never mind, he needs it more than I do. I mean, shall we go in?
Proceed. Wait a minute, goon. The Countess goes first.
Why?
Noblesse oblige.
Huh? Why?
That, freely translated, means oblige the nobles. Countess, you first.
Thank you very, very much.
Gee. You know, Duke, that noblesse oblige stuff ain't so bad.
No?
No. Not when a babe like the Countess leads the parade.
That was a nice dinner.
Yeah, it sure. No, you don't, Gigolo.
Oh, don't you hit Jerry's wrist with that gun.
Well, I warned him not to reach for no meat.
Sorry, I forgot myself.
Yeah. Hey, I thought you was a vegetarian.
I am.
No? Well, no meat.
Okay. Pass me another head of lettuce. Thanks.
Now, Countess, the time has come when business has got to be discussed. We got to get sorted.
You can do that with practically no effort.
Thank you, Countess. Now, we know the Count ain't got no dough. You got it. So we brought along a check. You sign the check, we force the Count to cash it, and then he bails you out. What could be simpler?
You could just let us go.
Countess, the time for idle banter is past.
But she isn't the Countess.
Duke, I told you we should have chilled him even if he ain't no meat eater.
Jerry's right. I can't sign that check.
Maybe your hand is numb?
Well, no.
You sign this check for $50,000 or you and the boyfriend will both get numb all over and permanent.
Well, Jerry, you think he means it?
He means it.
All right. Give it to me. I'll sign it. Oh, I see you've got a whole checkbook.
Yeah, we're careful. We don't want no typographical errors. Sign it, baby.
Countess, if you please. Pen?
Take mine. It's got a lifetime guarantee.
Thank you. There.
Let me see. Oh, but, Countess, you signed this Pamela North. That ain't going to get us $50,000.
It's my name.
It'll be a name on a tombstone first thing you know. Sign that check, Isabel de la Porte, or the lifetime guarantee on you runs out.
If you insist.
I insist.
I thought you would. I hope you like my handwriting.
Let me see. Countess, I got $50,000 worth of liking for it. Sam, take him upstairs and lock him up. I'm going back to contact the Count, inform him about the snatch, and tomorrow morning we begin to live on our income. Good night, Countess. Noblesse oblige.
Noblesse oblige to you, too, Duke.
That's right, Countess. Noblesse oblige. So please go upstairs peaceful and oblige. Or no more noblesse.
Closed in, locked in.
The window, Jerry?
Not a chance. One of Duke's ancestors must have been a little peculiar.
What do you mean? Oh, iron bars on the window.
And dear Sam at the door. I think we'll stay.
Oh, darling. We are in a jam, aren't we?
Well, there's a bed in the room. We can sleep anyway.
Jerry, what are we going to do?
Oh, I wouldn't worry about that signature. They won't give you more than 10 years or so for forgery. And I'll be waiting for you at the prison gate.
That isn't what I meant, darling.
Oh.
When they find out, and they'll have to as soon as they try to cash that check, that I'm not really the Countess.
They'll kiss us goodbye.
Oh, no, Jerry. Not when we could be witnesses against them. I'm afraid, darling.
Well, maybe in the morning when...
Somehow, Jerry, I could wish that morning were a long way off.
be back with Woodbury's Mr. and Mrs. North in just a moment. Now, this is Ben Grauer changing the subject to Woodbury facial soap and romance, to wedding bells, white satin, and lace, and to another Woodbury Deb who's just said, I do. She's lovely Martha Janie Baker of Toledo, and the lucky man is Private Charles L. Willoughby of Flint, Michigan. Janie writes,
Woodbury facial soap is practically a tradition with the women in our family.
So naturally, when Chuck saw Janie, it was a case of love at first sight. For nothing attracts a man's attention faster and holds it longer than a flawlessly lovely complexion. And now that Janie is Mrs. Charles L. Willoughby, a charming Air Force bride, she writes,
Woodbury soap really does things for a girl's skin. Romantic things.
Let it do the same for you. Give your skin the gentle care of the beauty soap that's made for the skin and skin alone. The soap that contains only the finest, purest beauty oils and a special costly ingredient for extra mildness. Yes, Woodbury facial soap is safe even for over-dry skin. Use Woodbury facial soap tonight, and then see even in the morning if your skin isn't brighter, smoother, softer to touch. See if he doesn't soon tell you so. Ask for Woodbury facial soap and follow the marrying Woodbury Debs to romance. Now, back to the Woodbury facial soap program, The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North.
Yes, darling.
Turn that rooster off.
You turn it off. It's on your side. What did you say?
I said turn it... Oh. Somebody swiped our furniture.
Not to mention the house. Darling, we're staying with the Duke.
That's right.
And I'm the Countess.
I'm the King of England. And... What? I remember.
It's morning, Jerry.
The Duke should be back from town any moment.
Knowing that I'm not really the Countess.
Well, that's his mistake, not ours. We told him.
That isn't going to help much.
Convenient going to bed in your clothes. You don't have to dress. Pam, come here.
What is it, darling?
This window looks out over the road.
It's the Duke, Jerry. With a distinguished-looking man.
And the Duke is showing him in. They came in that roadster. It's a foreign make.
Jerry, that man's the Count. They snatched him, too.
Well, looks that way, but I don't know.
Well, good morning, Countess. Morning, Slippery Feet.
Sam, tell me, does that revolver grow from your hand?
Well, it's a nice thought. Come on down, the Duke's got company.
I don't really feel like entertaining just now. We'll just stay here.
Nothing doing, you'll go down. After all, it's about time the Countess met the Count. Right through that door. That's a good girl. Come on, you two, smooth hair.
We'll find our way.
Sam, somebody maybe followed me out here. Go on outside and keep a lookout.
Okay, Duke.
Now, Count, is that the Countess or ain't it?
My dear lady, may I apologize for this boor stupidity? May I also assure you that if it weren't for the fact that already I am married, nothing would delight me more than to make you my Countess.
That's very sweet of you.
Then she ain't the Countess.
When this ruffian here held me up and asked me to cash this check, I knew at once a mistake had been made. The signature is obviously not my wife's.
All right, tear it up.
With pleasure, sir. There.
Take it easy, Count. I wouldn't like you to die too quick. You two, North, sit down. So we made a mistake.
The lady resembles my wife somewhat, but that's all.
I was never married to her, so I can't tell. Sam!
Well, now that everything's been cleared up, we can all go home.
I ain't so sure. We're liable for the rap even if we snatch the wrong dame.
Well, what's up, Duke?
She ain't the Countess.
And are you sure the guy with the mustache is the Count?
Yeah, him I seen before. Sleepy fingered him for me.
Oh, so we got 3 boys, huh? And none of them can sing.
You might say 3 little bonds and no dividends.
Yeah, but what do we do now? Close the books?
Look here.
Sit down, rosin souls, or I'll do it now.
Jerry.
I suggest we talk this over calmly. After all, why kill us?
No talk, no rap.
On the other hand, come over here, Sam.
Now, you 3 are covered, so behave. Okay, Duke, what do you think?
What do you think they're going to do?
Hard to tell. I do not think they will kill us. You see, in a way, I am a goose.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, well, I mean, if they kill me, they can never try to kidnap my wife again. I think they like the golden eggs, so they will do nothing.
I hope you're right about their bird-loving habits.
Gents and the lady, me and Sam have just been in conference.
Speech! Order in the court! What am I saying? Shut up, punk!
Permit me to continue. We loused up this snatch good. Whose fault it was, we ain't for the moment interested in. But the snatch was loused up.
Here.
So, on account of we invested our time and abilities, while you guys been inconvenienced a little, I figure we're even.
Bravo.
Thanks. Anyways, we're gonna let you go. We're gonna blindfold you, a mere necessity of business, drive you back in the count's heap, and let you go free when we hit the city.
An equitable proposal.
My words exactly. We ain't sore at you on account of the little lady ain't no countess, and you shouldn't ought to be sore at us on account of we're returning you to your loved ones safe and sound.
The Duke knows the words.
Like the poet says, let bygones be bygones. I thank you.
It's pleasant to get these blindfolds off.
I dare say that's the last we'll ever see of Sam and the Duke, fading down that suburban road in their own car.
I'm just as pleased.
But there's something that worries me. Count de la Porte.
Madame?
When the Duke showed you this check I signed, you knew it wasn't your wife's signature.
Well, of course I knew.
So you told the Duke that they must have kidnapped the wrong person. But there should have been another reason why you knew that.
I do not understand.
The Countess.
The Countess?
Pam means since the Countess wasn't kidnapped, she should have been home with you last night.
Oh, that. Well, you don't know the Countess, my lovely wife, Mr. and Mrs. North. She's never home. Sometimes weeks pass and I don't hear of her.
Still, the kidnappers knew that she was to be at the dog show. That means she is in town.
That is a subject I do not care to discuss. Can I drop you at your home?
No, I wish you'd do us a favor, Count. Stay on this street a few blocks more. I'll tell you where to stop.
Of course. Some friends?
No, Count. Some police. Pam, you and the Count stay in the car. I'll be out in a moment.
Your husband is very athletic.
He used to play football. Count, I'm worried about your wife.
I gave that up years ago.
For all we know, those gangsters may be after her this very minute. And, there's Jerry. He's got Sergeant Mullins with him.
Well, what do you know about that? Kidnapped you, eh? They should have held on to you. I would have paid him myself regular.
Hello, Sergeant Mullins. This is Count de la Porte.
What's your name?
Count de la Porte.
How do you do? You're lucky.
What do you mean?
Usually when the Norths bring them in, they're dead.
Mullins, we've all been worrying about the whereabouts of the Countess. That's why I got you out here.
Heck, I don't know where she is.
But you see, I think I do. Try the rumble seat of this roadster, Mullins.
Huh?
Oh, he's mad. I don't like this.
Any objections? If there ain't nothing there...
You may do so.
Why, thank you. Just take a minute.
Jerry, you think she's...
Okay, Mr. North, I looked.
And, of course, you found nothing.
Not exactly, Count. Matter of fact, your wife is in that rumble seat. And she's dead. There's not one iota of doubt about the whole
thing. Please, Mullins, please. I've got something to say.
The guy killed his wife and he'll fly for it.
I don't think he did.
But, darling, it was his car.
He would have been a fool to hide her there. Count, you've got one chance.
What chance have I got?
A full confession.
I thought you said he didn't kill her.
Mr. North, I did not murder.
No, but you still have a confession to make. You hired Duke and Sam to kidnap your wife. You agreed to split the ransom money with them, didn't you? $25,000 for you, $25,000 for them. Because you had no money, you had to go to your wife for money all the time, and so you thought you'd get some this way. Am I right?
I say nothing.
I can prove it. First, those gangsters didn't blindfold you when they brought you to the hideout this morning.
That's right, darling. We saw him from the window.
Which proves you were in on the kidnap plot. Secondly, and more important, those gangsters didn't try to cash the check Pam signed on your own unsupported word. Why should they believe you? When you said Pam was not the Countess, they believed you again. Why?
I deny everything.
Better not. Otherwise, you'll go to the chair for murder instead of to jail for fraud. You've one chance. You better take it.
All right, I confess to the plot, but I did not kill her.
Of course not. Mullins, you've got to help.
How?
There's only one way we can get proof against the murderers. We've got to release the Count. We've got to announce that he's been cleared of a murder, and, Mullins, we mustn't say a single solitary word about his complicity in the kidnapping plot.
We mustn't. Why?
Because if we do, our trap won't catch a killer.
Woodbury's Mr. and Mrs. North will be back in a minute. But first, this is Ben Grauer for Woodbury, the true skin soap. Have you noticed how many lovely Woodbury Debs are middle-aisling it these days? One of the loveliest is Martha Janie Baker of Toledo. Janie became Mrs. Charles L. Willoughby at a fashionable wedding at the Lombardy in New York. Now, a brand-new Air Force wife, she writes,
To keep him saying those nice things about my complexion, I always take my daily Woodbury facial cocktail. How I look forward to it at the end of each busy day. It gives me a new lease on love.
You can care for your complexion exactly the way glamorous Janie does, like this. First, she pins up her brown curls safely out of the way. Then she works up a thick, creamy lather of Woodbury soap on her face cloth. Now she buries her face in its warm fragrance. Massaging gently, she works it well up to her hairline, down over her throat, and around to the back of her neck. Next, she rinses thoroughly with clear, warm water. Then, with fresh, cold water, she gives a final bracing rinse. As she says, it gives her a new lease on love. Try it. Ask for Woodbury, 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 the beauty soap for the skin you love to touch. Now, back to the Woodbury Facial Soap program, The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North.
New York. Count de la Porte, according to the New York police, has been fully cleared of guilt in connection with the murder of his wife, the Countess Isabella de la Porte.
Turn that guy off, Sam. He knows too much.
Okay,
wife
Duke.
of the very famous New York...
That is very good news, Sam. Just like we figured, they can't pin the killing on the Count.
So we play the parlay, huh? Gee, it's a good liquor the Count keeps.
Ah, that must be the Count now. Answer the door, Sam. The butler is unconscious in the cellar.
Certainly, me lord.
Oh, hello, Carlyle. I'm so sorry. Duke?
Yeah, and that ain't Carlyle.
It's me.
A pleasant surprise, Count. Take your coat off.
What do you want?
The Count is a real man of business, ain't he, Sam? Okay, pal, listen. Now the Countess is dead, you inherit the dough, right?
I suppose so.
We take half, or maybe 2/3.
You're crazy.
Otherwise, we go tell the cops all about how you hired us to kidnap your wife. Then they will reconsider your being innocent about knocking her off. Because on account of if you're such a low character you would kidnap her, you must have killed her.
But I did not.
It'd be a cinch to convince a jury.
Oh, then you killed her yourself.
Sure. Why try for 25 grand when we can make $1 million? Out of you. Sure. Sam dumped the body into the rumble seat when we was discussing life for the North.
But if you had really kidnapped the Countess, why did you also kidnap the North?
For witnesses tying you to the kidnap plot. Otherwise, who would believe us poor bums against your word? This way, you're tied to us. So you better prepare to share the wealth.
The Duke knows the words.
We know the music. Keep your hands up over the
Get him, Comet! Who brought the gem down?
My husband. Isn't he cute?
Oh, Duke, I told you we should have killed that guy. Besides, I bet he even eats meat.
Oh, to get home.
A little while, darling. Oh, the poor Countess.
Poor Count. He's going to spend a long time in jail.
Mm-hmm. It was very clever of you to figure out the double cross that Duke and Sam were playing.
Well, no gangster would ever make a mistake in identification, as Duke and Sam pretended they had. Not when it was a $50,000 snatch they were planning.
Well, they certainly swiped the wrong witnesses. Oh, you're so smart, darling.
Cute, too.
Mm-hmm. I wonder just how good a gigolo you would make if I were really a countess.
Well, you know what they get paid for, don't you?
Mm-hmm. Dancing.
Maybe, but I'll bet that isn't the word the Duke would have had for it. Friends, this is the most fateful year of the war. Across the Atlantic, the second front, the invasion starts now any day. And for that decisive struggle, our armed forces will need more fighting equipment than ever before. To provide this essential equipment for victory, the Fourth War Loan is on. Our men in uniform are ready to give their lives. All you are asked to do is lend your money. You get back $4 for every 3, and there's no safer investment. So buy all the bonds you can. Buy at least an extra $100 bond. Do without things you need. Use savings. Buy bonds. Let's all back the attack. Tune in again next week at this same time for another adventure of Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. For thrills and laughs, be sure to listen, won't you? Music for Mr. and Mrs. North is conducted by Charles Paul. This is Ben Grauer saying good night for Woodbury Facial Soap, the beauty soap for the skin you love to touch.
Lovely, never, never change. Keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it? 'Cause you're lovely, just the way you look tonight.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment John Lund as
Johnny Dollar.
John Old Maynard, Johnny.
Oh, hello, Mr. Maynard. Haven't talked to you in a long time.
Want to go to work?
Sure. What is it?
We insure a Miss Isabel James, Tulsa, Oklahoma. She's been killed.
How?
Murdered. Like you to leave as soon as you can, Johnny.
Won't take me long. See you at your office in an hour, and you can fill me in on the details.
The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum bring you John Lund in another adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
For refreshing taste, plus chewing enjoyment, treat yourself to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. When your mouth and throat feel hot and dry, a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint gives you quick, long-lasting refreshment. The lively, full-bodied spearmint flavor cools your mouth and freshens your taste. The chewing itself helps keep your throat pleasantly moist. Best of all, you can chew and enjoy refreshing Wrigley's Spearmint Gum almost any time and any place. Keep a package handy right in your purse or pocket so you can chew a stick whenever you want it. For refreshing taste plus chewing enjoyment, treat yourself to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. Millions enjoy it, and you will too.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, National Life and Casualty Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Isabel James matter. Expense account item 1, $103.65, plane fare and incidentals between Hartford and Tulsa, Oklahoma, after receiving from you the necessary information concerning the case. I arrived in Tulsa the next morning, registered at the hotel, and went directly to the police station where I introduced myself to Captain Clifford Kissig.
Yeah, got a teletype from your company. Said you'd be in this morning. Good trip?
Fine.
You're investigating the Isabel James murder.
That's right. I was hoping you could give me some help.
I'd sure like to, but it's got us stumped. We've had 3 others like this already.
3 others?
Yeah, all the same. Isabel James was the fourth. Looks like Tulsa's got a Jack the Ripper.
All with their throats cut?
Yeah, 4 killings in the last 3 weeks.
You're after a madman.
Yeah, pretty smart madman. Haven't got a lead.
Not a what?
Always picks a lonely spot, never a witness, never anyone who saw anything or heard anything.
What's he use, a knife?
The lab thinks it's a razor. Straight razor. Got the town a little jumpy.
I can understand.
But we'll get something. Sooner or later, the killer will make a slip, or somebody will tell us something.
What happens in the meantime?
We just gotta pray there ain't no more killing.
How far is Dawson from Tulsa?
Not very far. Going over to see the dead girl's uncle.
Yeah, he's the beneficiary.
Mm-hmm. I found the policy in her belongings. I was the one notified your company.
You know the uncle?
Had him come down and identify the body. How much does he get?
10,000.
Well, he can use it. Just an old farmer.
Well, I'm going to run over and see him.
All right. How long are you going to be in town?
Well, I'm being paid to investigate a murder. I guess I'll be around until somebody catches a killer. Captain Kissig advised me where I could rent a car, and a half hour later I was driving a small coupe out of the Tulsa city limits heading for Dawson. The dead girl's uncle, Morley Parrish, lived a few miles east of Dawson in an old rundown farmhouse that was in the middle of 6 or 8 acres of parched earth. He was a man in his late 50s, weather-worn and thin. He met me at the door with a look of suspicion.
What do you want?
Mr. Parrish?
Yes?
My name is Dollar. I represent the insurance company that covered your niece's life. I'd like to talk to you about it.
About what?
About your niece. Her death.
She's dead. What's there to talk about?
You're the beneficiary. You got $10,000 from the insurance company.
Come in. Sit down. I get, how much you say?
$10,000.
You want a drink?
Well, I don't...
I got a jug of whiskey. I've been saving it. You say your name's,
Dollar.
What company you work for?
National Life and Casualty.
I get $10,000.
That's right.
Yeah, have a swig. Oh, my, you swallowed wrong, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, well, give me that. Well, no wonder. I didn't shake it up.
Shake it up?
Why, sure. Gotta shake it to make it smooth.
You sure that didn't come with a fuse in it?
Emmett Willis made it himself. Brung it by last month. Here, you try it now.
Well, I really don't think I...
Oh, go ahead. You got a bad sample.
Okay.
You see how much smoother it is?
Yeah.
Well, you just got to shake it up. Now I'll have one. Yes. Oh, my. Yeah, well, that's right tasty.
Yeah. Let's talk about your niece.
All right. Let's talk.
You know why anybody would want to kill her?
Well, it's that fella that's been killing all them other girls, ain't it?
Yeah, I guess so. That's what the police say.
Well, it seems to me he don't care who he kills, just as long as it's a girl. Another swig?
No, thanks. Your niece left you when she was 16, didn't she?
Yeah, I'll take another swig. Yeah, 17, I think. She ran off to Tulsa.
You see her much after that?
Well, not much. Maybe once, twice a year.
When was the last time you saw her?
The other day in the morgue.
No, I mean before that.
Oh, my. Well, that was about a month.
She didn't write or...
Oh, look, Mr. Police, they ask all them questions.
I know it.
You got to ask them all over again, huh?
If you want to get your $10,000.
Well, okay. No, she didn't write. She never wrote. At least in the last 5 or 6 years, she never wrote. When she first got to Tulsa, she used to write now and then. Last time I seen her, she didn't say nothing about what she was doing or who she was seeing or anything, so I can't very well help you find out who killed her. Come on, have a swig.
No, thanks. I'm in a rented car.
Yeah, suit yourself. But once I open a jug, it gets finished.
Then you better finish it.
Naturally, I will. Oh, man.
Delicious, huh?
Oh, you bet.
I left before he finished the demijohn. It was getting dark, and he stood on the porch, leaning against a post and waving goodbye between the last few swallows. Back in Tulsa, I went to the hotel, where I took a hot shower, then stretched out on the bed to relax for a few minutes before going out to dinner. I smoked a few cigarettes and had just about decided to have some food sent up to the room when the phone rang. Johnny Dollar.
This is Cliff.
Huh?
Captain Kissig.
Oh, hi. Got back from Dawson about 40 minutes ago.
What'd you think of the old boy?
Quite a character.
Thought if you weren't doing anything, you might like to drop down to the station.
You got something?
Yeah, just picked up a suspect. Might be our man.
What makes you think so?
He was following a girl. She spotted him and got worried. When he got too close, she began screaming, and he ran. She gave us a pretty good description, and about 15 minutes ago, a couple of the boys picked him up.
The girl identify him?
Yeah, said he was the one who followed her, all right.
Well, it seems to me you're going to need more than that.
Well, we might have it. When the boys searched him, they found a straight razor in his pocket. Coming down?
Right away.
His name's Story. S-T-O-R-E-Y. Alvin Story. He hasn't said anything interesting.
But you think he's it?
Yeah, I think so. Nothing definite except the razor and his actions, but I just got a hunch.
What's he say about the razor?
Not much. Admits it's his. Says he was just carrying it. In here.
You were just taking a walk.
Yes, sir, that's right. I was just taking a walk.
And you weren't following the girl, huh?
I told you I wasn't. I told you I was just taking a walk. If the girl thought I was following her, well, I can't help that. I wasn't. I was just taking a walk, like I said in the first place. Hello, Captain.
Hello, Alvin.
Back with someone to relieve Sergeant Haddock?
I'm not tired, Alvin.
Well, you're gonna be if you keep on like this, because I've told you the truth, and I'll just keep right on telling it all night if you keep asking me.
Have a cigarette, Alvin?
I told you I don't smoke. Honest, Captain, this is just a waste of time. I've told you the truth, and you're just a waste of your time with all these questions.
We've got a lot of time.
Now, let's go through it again, Alvin. Where did you get the razor?
Why, I bought it.
Where?
At a hardware store. You can check it. I bought it at a hardware store about 3 weeks ago. I used it to shave with, not to kill anyone. Honestly, I didn't kill anyone. I'm not the one you want. I'm not that person that killed all those women.
We never said you were, Alvin.
But you think so, just because that girl thought I was following her.
Well, weren't you?
Well, no. I told you I was not following that girl.
You were on your way home.
Yes.
You told me before.
That I was on the way to a show. Yes. I wasn't on my way home. Keep asking me all these questions. I get confused. I made a mistake.
What show were you going to see?
Well...
What show?
Oh, no one in particular. I was just going downtown to see what was playing.
You were headed downtown?
Yes, to see what was playing at the shows.
The girl says you were following her.
Well, I don't care what the girl says. She's lying. I wasn't following her.
But you were walking behind her.
Yes, I might... Yes, I was probably walking behind her.
Well, she was going in the other direction from town.
Well, then I wasn't behind her. I tell you, I was going...
Police sergeant named Haddock kept working on the suspect, quietly, persistently. Alvin Story, a tall, frail-looking man dressed in blue jeans and a leather jacket, sat behind the table trying desperately to be calm and anticipate the sergeant's next question. After half an hour, the captain and I left and went upstairs to his office where he fixed coffee.
Cream and sugar?
Black will be fine.
Well, what do you think?
I don't know. He's a strange one.
Yeah.
If I had to pick types, I don't know. It's hard to tell about anybody in a police station. Maybe he was following the girl. She starts screaming her lungs out, and he panics. The law picks him up, finds a razor on him. Maybe he's not the killer at all. But he knows he looks guilty, so he gets good and scared. Guys act awful funny and make a lot of mistakes when they're scared.
He just carries a razor around with him.
Well, isn't it possible?
Oh, yeah. But I still think he's our killer.
Well, I have to admit I'm inclined to agree with you. But there's always a chance he's not. You never know.
Kissig. Yeah? Okay. Well, we know now.
Story?
Yeah. He just confessed.
Friends, no matter what kind of work you do, it's a real help to chew delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum right while you're working. When you're warm or tired, for instance, the lively, full-bodied spearmint flavor is really refreshing. It helps keep your mouth and throat feeling cool and moist. Chewing on that smooth, good-tasting piece of Wrigley's Spearmint makes the time pass more pleasantly, too. It seems to make your work go smoother and easier. Keep a package or two of Wrigley's Spearmint chewing gum handy all the time. Enjoy chewing Wrigley's Spearmint while you're working and at other times. That's Wrigley's Spearmint chewing gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
Alvin Story still sat at the table in the dim, bare little room. He looked tired, but he looked relieved. A stenographer was set up at one end of the table, while Sergeant Haddock leaned against the wall and smoked a cigarette. Captain Kissig crossed to the table and sat on the edge of it, facing the suspect.
Can we get this thing over with, Captain? Can we finish it up and let me go lie down?
Well, the stenographer's ready. Tell us about it.
Well, what's there to tell? I killed them. I killed all of them. Isn't that enough to say? That's what they'll hang me for. Anything else I say won't make any difference.
Why'd you kill him, Alvin?
I don't know. You know something? I really don't know. I just wanted to. First one, I saw her and I just wanted to. I guess I thought about it before I saw her. Yes, I used to lie in bed and think about it. I used to dream about it, too. I used to wake up and feel like I'd really done it. Sick all over and scared. I felt so terrible. Like I feel now, kind of. Yeah. It's like a dream now. Right now, it's like a dream, but it isn't.
Tell us about the first one.
Do I have to?
It'll help.
Well, it's kind of hard to remember exactly. I bought the razor and I waited for her.
On Garvey Boulevard?
I guess so.
Try to remember.
Yeah, it was Garvey. It was late at night.
What night? The night of the 11th?
Maybe. I think so. I think it was Tuesday night.
That's right.
And I killed her.
You knew her?
No, not really. It's hard to explain.
Well, did you know any of the other three girls?
2.
No, with the last one it makes 4 altogether.
No, 3.
Now, think about it a minute, Alvin. There were...
Only 3. I ought to know. 3 girls.
No, now try to remember, Alvin.
I don't have to try and remember anything. There were 3. Just 3. 1, 2, 3. I know. Why would I want to lie?
I'm not saying you're lying, Alvin.
I even know the names. I cut the pictures out of the paper.
Tell me the names then, Alvin.
Well, certainly. Mary Knapp, Virginia Vitello, and Thelma Greer. I know all of them. I kept a record.
What about Isabel James?
Who?
Isabel James?
Oh, yes. She was in the papers the other day.
That's right.
Somebody killed her like the others. I read about it. I thought it'd be blamed on me, but it didn't make any difference. 1 or 10, what difference would it make?
For a half hour, they questioned Alvin Story. Time and time again, he admitted the 3 killings, and time again, he denied any connection with the 4th, the murder of Isabel James. Expense account item 2, $4.95, breakfast for Captain Kissig and myself, after which I returned to the hotel and crawled into bed. A lie detector test would be given to Alvin sometime late in the afternoon, so that gave me at least 6 or 7 hours to catch up on my sleep. I left a call at the desk, turned over, and closed my eyes. Johnny Dollar.
3 o'clock, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, thanks.
And Mr. Parrish has been waiting in the lobby to see you.
Parrish?
Yes, sir. Mr. Morley Parrish. He's been waiting over an hour.
Okay. Send him up.
Yes, sir.
Come in, Mr. Parrish. Have a seat.
Thank you. I've been waiting downstairs for over an hour.
Oh, I'm sorry. But I was up all night. I told the desk not to disturb me until 3.
Oh, gee, that's all right. I know you city fellas don't like to get to bed much before the sun comes up. I didn't mind waiting.
I was with the police.
Oh?
I've been working with them on the death of your niece.
Oh, is that right? Well, that's the reason I come to Tulsa to see you. I was wondering when I was going to get the money.
Well...
See, I got a chance to get me a right smart section of land. Trading the place I got now, plus 8,000. It's a real good buy.
Oh? Well, Mr. Parrish, it might be some time before you get the money.
Oh, how come?
Oh, there's a routine that has to be followed. I have to finish my investigation.
You still investigating?
Oh, sure. You see, your niece's death is still unsolved.
Well, it's that fella that's killing all them other girls.
It certainly looks that way.
You mean you got to catch him before you can pay me?
No, but I've got to make sure that he's the one who killed your niece.
You think maybe he isn't?
Well, to tell you the truth, Mr. Parrish...
Well, she got killed just like all them other girls.
Not exactly.
Huh?
I said not exactly. You see, the razor that killed your niece and the razor that killed the other girls aren't the same.
Well, how do you know that?
The police laboratory report.
They can tell if it was a different razor? Oh, no. Come on, Mr. Dollar. Maybe I ain't the brightest
It's
fellow
a fact, Mr. Parrish. How do you think they knew it was a razor in the first place? Not just a very sharp knife. Oh, they can tell, all right.
Well, maybe the killer ain't using the same razor.
Yeah, we've considered that, but we can't tell. He hasn't killed again. Maybe he never will.
You mean I might never get my money?
Well, now, Mr. Parrish, it's not quite that bad. I want to see you get your money. You've certainly got it coming. But I can't honestly recommend payment to my company until the case is solved.
What do you mean until you catch the killer?
That, or until we're certain the same man that killed the others killed your niece.
Well, it seems to me you gotta catch him to prove that.
Yeah, unless he kills again, with the same razor he used on your niece. Then we can be pretty sure that he's changed razors.
Well, maybe he's got 2 different ones.
Maybe.
Well...
You have to go?
Yeah, I gotta be getting back. As long as I ain't gonna get the money right away, there's no sense in hanging around.
Don't be discouraged, Mr. Parrish. Just as soon as I'm convinced the killer's changed razors, you'll get your money.
Yeah, Dollar, we just gave Story the polygraph test. According to our experts, Story killed all the girls except Isabel James.
Look, Captain, Morley Parrish was just in my room. I gave him a cock and bull story about his niece being killed with a different razor.
A different razor?
I think maybe he did it for the insurance. Read all the stories in the paper about the killings and decided to kill his niece.
And then everybody just chalk it all up to Alvin's Story.
Right. Only I didn't tell him that Alvin Story had been arrested.
Explain about that different razor.
Parrish left here thinking he wasn't going to get the 10,000 until I was certain the same man killed his niece that killed the others. He thinks your police lab proved that Isabel James was killed with another razor. And he quickly came up with a solution that the killer had changed razors or had 2 of them.
So what?
I think he'll go out and prove it.
What? You mean you think...
I think he's simple-minded enough to try and kill someone just to make it look like the killer has changed razors.
Well, I sure hope you're wrong.
Well, so do I, but it's the only way we could prove anything.
Where is he?
He just left.
But holy cow, if you're right and he's wandering around loose...
Relax. He'll go back to his farm in Dawson first.
What makes you think so?
He has to get the razor, doesn't he? Ten minutes later, Captain Kissig picked me up in his car, and we drove well over the speed limit getting to Dawson. Just west of old Morley's farm, we pulled off the road and turned off our lights.
Well, the house is dark. Where is he?
Still on his way from Tulsa. We got here pretty fast, Captain.
Yeah, we did, didn't we?
Come on. Let's walk down to the house.
He have a car?
I don't know, but I doubt it. I didn't see one the last time I was here.
Dollar?
Hmm?
What if you're wrong? What if you guessed wrong? What if he did have the razor on it? Well?
That's a pretty good question. The night was warm, with a big red moon. We walked down to the old farmhouse while a coyote howled way off in the distance. We found a spot by the side of the house where we could see the road and still be hidden in the shadows. We waited for Morley Parrish to come and get his razor. About an hour later, the old man came walking down the road and went into the house. After a few moments, a light flared in the back room. We could hear him moving around, then the light went out.
Hold it.
Who's there? Who are you?
It's me, Mr. Parrish.
Mr. Dollar?
Yeah. This is Captain Kissig with me.
What do you want?
Just came down to see you.
Well, I got business. I got to be going.
In a minute.
There's a drink in the house, another jug behind the stove. Go on in and make yourself comfortable. I'll be right back.
Just a minute, Mr.
Well,
Parrish.
look, I got to hurry.
Where are you going?
I got business in Dawson.
You gonna walk?
Oh, sure, I always walk. I hitchhike if I get a lift.
We've got a car. We'll give you a lift.
No, I don't want to put you in no trouble.
No trouble.
Mr. Parrish, what did you pick up in the house?
Huh? What? Oh, nothing.
What have you got in your pocket?
Well, nothing. What do you want? You ain't got no right to do...
Do you own a straight razor, Mr. Parrish? You better give it to us, Mr. Parrish.
And be careful how you do it. I've got a gun pointed at you.
Well, you knew it all the time, huh?
I had a hunch.
Now, here you are.
Is this the one you killed your niece with?
Yeah.
You were going to kill somebody else.
Oh, there ain't no difference after the first one, and I sure could have used that money. Gee. Man, oh, man, that was a wonderful little farm, but, I just guess you can't beat them scientific police methods. I sure thought I had it all figured out, too. We gonna go now?
Yeah.
What's gonna happen to my farm? They'll sure hang me, and I ain't got no relatives
to take care of it. The state'll take care of it. Come on.
Mr. Dollar.
Why
don't you just sneak back later on, get that jug? There's no sense in wasting it on some stranger who wouldn't appreciate it.
We took old Morley Parrish back to the station where he gave us a complete confession. He'd killed his niece for the insurance the way I'd figured. When we told him that Alvin Story had confessed that afternoon, old Morley just shook his head and said something about policemen being a whole lot smarter than most folks give them credit for. Expense account item 3, $11.80, dinner for me and Captain Kissig. After which I returned to my hotel, turned in, and got a good night's sleep. Expense account items 4 and 5, $89.45, car rental and hotel bill. Item 6, $125.19, plane fare and incidentals back to Hartford. Expense account total, $335.04. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Remember, friends, for refreshing taste plus chewing enjoyment, treat yourself to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The taste of fresh spearmint is cooling and delightful, and there's lots of it in every stick of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. It freshens your mouth, helps keep your throat moist, and sweetens your breath besides. You'll enjoy the good chewing, too, because Wrigley's Spearmint is so smooth and pleasant to chew on. There's nothing else quite like it. Next time you're at the store, stop at your friendly merchant's display of chewing gum and get a few packages of good-tasting Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. Always keep some handy for refreshing taste plus chewing enjoyment. That's Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brought to you by Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, stars John Lund in the title role and was written by Blake Edwards with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Featured in tonight's cast were Joe Duvall, Parley Bear, Howard McNear, and Clayton Post. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you enjoyed tonight's story of Johnny Dollar and that you're enjoying delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. This is Charles Lyon, inviting you to join us again next week at this same time when, from Hollywood, John Lund returns as...
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
The ugliest word known to a district attorney is blackmail. And evil in itself, it can also breed other and more violent crimes. It frequently ends in murder. Take the case of Larry Cashman, a used car dealer. It was a Saturday night, late. He was at his lot in the small office, waiting for somebody, not a customer.
Hi, Mr. Cashman. Glad to see you waited for me.
Never mind a friendly greeting, Stryker. What do you want this time?
I'm kind of short of folding money. Thought you might be a pal. Help me out again.
You know what this is, don't you, Stryker? The Lord called it a shakedown. I gave you $100 2 weeks ago and another $100 a month before that.
Does money last forever? I need more.
You're not getting more. Not from me.
Well, it's too bad. I'm sorry you feel that way, Mr. Cashman. I thought you were a nice guy, the kind of a guy I'd like to see raise my baby. As long as I can't raise her myself.
You leave the baby out of this.
No, you can't expect me to forget about her, Mr. Cashman. After all, she's my own flesh and blood.
She belongs to me and my wife, legally, by adoption.
You keep forgetting one important thing. I never signed no papers letting you adopt her.
Your wife said you were dead.
She thought I was dead, maybe. But my being here proves I ain't. And if we ever have to take this into court, Mr. Cashman, I'm little Ann's natural father. I got my rights.
How much?
Oh, I guess 100 will see me through again.
I'll give you 500.
Well, now that's better.
Now, let me finish. I'll give you 500 if you go to my lawyer and sign a paper waiving all rights to the baby.
Do you think I'm crazy? Oh, no. No, I like our arrangement fine. From now on, I'll be around every Saturday night to pick up my $100. I'll take tonight's payment now.
All right, Stryker. There's your 100. And it's the last you're getting.
So this is your parting gift to me, huh? Not much, considering the size of the roll you peeled it off of. All right, I'll leave you alone. I'll take my payment in full right now. Dig that roll out again and toss it on the desk.
I see. Now it's a gun, huh?
You see it, and I know how to use it.
I'm not going to give you another dime, Stryker. All you're going to get is what you deserve.
Put that down.
I'm calling the police.
You ain't calling anybody.
Maybe I'm stronger than you think.
You ain't stronger than this. Maybe you should have confided in your wife, Mr. Cashman. But you're the only one who knows about me. And you ain't ever going to tell anyone else. Thanks for the final payment.
Oh, hello, Chief. Sorry to get you out of bed.
Well, that's what the county pays us for, Harrington. Lab crew's already been here, huh?
Yeah. How'd you know?
The fingerprint boys left some dusting powder on the desk there.
No. Well, the prints aren't going to be much good, though, I'm afraid. Too many people coming out of a place like this, signing papers on the desk.
What time was this discovered?
About 11:30. Cashman's wife had spoken to him on the phone just after 10. Said he was coming right home. When he didn't, she called back a couple of times and got a busy signal. Finally, she called the operator. The phone's off the hook, see?
Uh-huh.
When the operator told her the line was dead, she called the police.
Oh, what's that?
What? Oh, that yellow spot on the floor?
Yes.
Well, the lab boy said it was some kind of chalk somebody stepped on. They scraped a little of it up and took it in for analysis.
Cashman used chalk to mark prices on his cars?
Cardboard cutouts.
Floor is pretty clean otherwise. Wastepaper basket empty. This place must have been swept out after the day's business. That chalk was ground in there after the place was cleaned.
Yeah, it looks that way.
Cashman usually carry a lot of money on him?
Have to in the used car business, Chief. People selling in a hurry need a fast dollar.
You find any money on the body?
Only 86 cents and change.
Somebody needed a fast dollar, all right.
Robbery motive, no doubt about it. You want to go to Cashman's home? Have a talk with his wife?
No. Let her wait until morning. She'll be in no condition to talk now. You have your car with him?
No, I came over in a cab when I got the call.
Good. You can ride back to the office with me.
Newspaper photographers and reporters over there, Chief. I've been holding them off.
They can go in, as long as the lab crew's finished.
All right, Pete, you can let them go in now.
Okay.
No, fellas. No statements from Mr. Garrett until tomorrow. Check with the office later. Let's get out of here before they mob you.
I phoned Miss Miller before I left home. She'll be at the office.
2 and what? At 2 a.m.?
Finding out all we can about Larry Cashman. Wife, family, known associates. The usual. The more you know about a dead man, the better chance you have to find out who killed him.
Here's the Cashman report, Mr. Garrett.
Thanks, Miss Miller. How does it look?
Mostly vital statistics, I'm afraid. Cashman was 55 years old. Mrs. Cashman in her late 40s, no relatives, except a 2-year-old baby.
2-year-old baby?
Yeah. Oh, see what you mean. The child's adopted.
Yeah, I thought they were kind of old to have a baby that young.
Was the adoption legal?
Yes, sir. Copy of the court record attached. They'd never had a child of their own. A couple of years ago, they took in a girl whose husband had been killed in an accident. When the mother got sick and knew she was dying, she agreed to let the Cashmans adopt the baby.
Get that, will you, Miss Miller?
Yes, sir. District Attorney's office. Oh, yes, Pete. Fine, I'll tell him. Thanks. Pete from the lab. They did an analysis on that yellow chalk from the floor of the shack on Cashman's car lot.
Anything special about it?
Yes, Pete says it wasn't ordinary chalk. It's the type that surveyors use for marking.
Surveyors, huh?
That's what he said.
That might help us, Chief.
Well, not unless we can find out where it ties in. What time is it?
Almost 8 a.m.
Well, I think we can go see Mrs. Cashman now.
I have to get the baby's cereal ready. She'll be waking up soon.
Well, that's all right, Mrs. Cashman. We don't like to ask you questions at a time like this, but it's necessary.
Oh, about that yellow chalk, Mrs. Cashman.
No. Larry never used chalk. I never saw any of it, here or at the lot.
And he had no friends or acquaintances in the surveying business. Somebody he might have sold a car to or a truck.
No.
Aside from the money he carried, can you think of any reason for anybody wanting to harm him?
No. There was never anybody who didn't like Larry. What am I going to say to the baby when she asks for him? How can I tell her he won't ever come home to play with her again? Would you answer that for me, please? I don't want to talk to anybody. Now?
Yeah, it might be for us anyhow, Chief.
Go ahead.
Hello? Yeah. Yeah, this is Harrington. No, go ahead. I'll write it down.
We were going on a picnic today.
Yeah.
Last night I made the sandwiches and everything.
Yeah, I know.
We were going to leave right after church.
Yeah.
I knew something was wrong when he didn't come home.
Yeah.
I knew it.
Try not to think about it, Mrs. Cashman.
Oh, what else can I think about? All week long.
Yeah. Well,
Larry was teaching Anne how to say picnic. She was just learning to pronounce it. And... No.
You must get a grip on yourself. For the baby's sake.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, I know.
All right, thanks. Yeah, we'll be in soon. They need us back at headquarters, Chief.
All right. Oh, you shouldn't be here alone, Mrs. Cashman. Especially when the baby wakes up.
I called a nursing service just before you came. They're sending somebody over.
Well, that's good. Goodbye, Mrs. Cashman.
Goodbye, ma'am. Keep your chin up.
I'll try.
Why the rush back to the office, Harrington?
That cleaning man you wanted to question. Guy that cleaned up Cashman's lot and office.
Yeah?
His name is Dodie Smith. Boys from the Central Division just brought him in and booked him.
Booked him? I just wanted him for questioning. Why did they book him?
He looked like the one, Chief.
Well, why?
Well, he told them he cleaned the office last night at about 8:30, 9 o'clock. Cashman usually closed before then, but Smith admits he was still there.
Nothing necessarily wrong with that?
No, but the boys found out that Smith was on the town last night. Threw a big party and threw a lot of money around. Still had a few hundred on him when he was picked up.
Come on. He's going to be worth talking to. This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of death by adoption, here is an important message from our sponsor.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A used car dealer had been murdered and robbed. The only clue was a piece of surveyor's chalk ground into the floor at the scene of the crime. But other things seemed to point to a cleaning man named Dodie Smith. If Smith was innocent, he didn't look it as we questioned him at the county jail. I began to forget about the surveyor's chalk.
Come on, Smith. Where were you last night?
I told you I was at a party at my own house.
Oh, we know about that. But where were you before the party?
Working for Cashman at the used car lot.
What time did your party start?
After 10 o'clock. Later, we left the house and Went to a few other places.
What places?
Oh, dance halls, clubs, places like that.
With you picking up all the checks. Well, is that right or isn't it?
Who else? It was my party, wasn't it?
What time did you leave Cashman's lot last night?
I worked until 9, a little after maybe.
Was Cashman all right when you left the lot?
No, he wasn't. Cashman was a good man to work for most times, but... Well, last night somebody called him on the phone. He didn't say much to whoever it was, but he slammed the phone down real mad and yelled at me to hurry up and finish with the cleaning.
All right, never mind the life story. Where did you get the money? Now, you better spill it, Smith. Cashman was robbed, and you had almost $300 on you this morning when you picked up...
It was my own money.
You never made that kind of money cleaning up around a used car lot.
3 days ago, you were broke. You borrowed $2 from Cashman's mechanic.
You'd better account for that money, Smith.
What if I tell you I'll get in trouble?
If you don't tell me, you'll go on trial for murder. That can be trouble, too.
I sold a diamond ring.
Where would you get a diamond ring?
I found it.
Just picked it up on the street, huh?
No. Cashman had an out-of-state car on the lot, the big black limousine.
The one on the front corner of the lot, up on the platform?
It's the one. He took it in on a trade 2 days ago. I wax all the cars as they come in, clean out the inside. I found a ring under the back seat. Must have got lost, slipped down there.
Who did you sell it to?
Guy named Portman at the Jewelers Exchange. He can tell you.
I hope so. Open up, Fogarty. We're coming out. He can make one phone call for legal counsel if he wants.
I better check the Jewelers Exchange.
Yeah, but if he's telling the truth, we're still short a murderer. He wouldn't be killing Cashman for money. Not while he was riding high with the money from that ring.
Well, that means we gotta start over again. Well, nothing.
No, it means we have to start over again from that spot of surveyor's chalk.
Here are the teletypes from the State Department of Highways, Mr. Garrett.
Thanks. It doesn't look like a very lengthy report.
It isn't. They're checking other state agencies, though, to see if any of them have surveying crews in the field.
Well, they better come up with something, or I'm... Hello, Harrington.
Hi. Portman finally broke down.
You buy the ring from Smith?
Yep.
You book him?
Yep. Receiving stolen property. That's the end of his license.
And it should be. Good jewelers don't buy without asking questions.
Oh, that's the state capitol teletype now, Mr. Garrett.
You better get it.
You having any luck here?
Yes, but it's all bad. Only one crew. Perfect alibis for all of them.
Lots of surveyors in the state. Wouldn't have to be one who was working.
Well, no, but a working one would be more likely to be carrying a piece of chalk on him.
I carry my gun when I'm off duty.
That's because the law says you must. You better check up on your regulations. You're never off duty.
You're telling me. I think an 80-hour week is a vacation. Now, if I ever decide...
Mr. Garrett.
What?
One other state crew out, Department of Water and Power.
They checking on them?
Well, it's going to take a long time.
Why?
They're mapping the route for the new viaduct.
Oh, great. I read about that. They're way up in the mountains, Chief, 100 miles from nowhere.
Oh, there must be roads.
Not until they get the thing laid out and push bulldozers through. Only roads they've been able to use since the rainy season are old back trails. They need trucks with four-wheel drive to get in and out.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Miss Miller.
Yes, sir?
Call the police motor pool. Tell them I want to borrow a car.
What kind?
Anything they've got with a four-wheel drive.
Brother, I'd be more comfortable inside a cement mixer.
We must be getting closer to their camp.
Yeah? When we get there, they got a permanent border until a nice, smooth road comes through here.
Oh, there's the camp. And that grove of trees to the right.
No cars or trucks. Half the tent's down.
They must be breaking camp. Move further in. Jeep over there. The pack rolls on the back. Must be somebody here yet. Hello. Anybody here?
You! Over this way!
And taking a field stove will park there, Chief.
Yeah, come on. Thought for a minute we got here too late.
Almost did. We moved in another couple of miles. We're just hauling some stuff onto the new camp.
You the crew foreman?
Yep. Jim Tracy's the name.
I'm Paul Garrett. This is my assistant, Harrington.
Hi. Garrett? That's familiar. District attorney, aren't you?
Oh, that's right. How long you fellas been working through here?
Ooh, about 8 weeks now.
5 days a week?
No, 5.5. Half days Saturdays.
Any of your men go into the city on weekends?
Once in a while.
How about last weekend? Any of them go into town then?
Last weekend, yeah. 4 of them went in. Phillips, Stryker, Martin, and Canning. Hey, that's Stryker now, coming back with a truck to help me haul some of this stuff.
Must be a nut to jockey that thing on this kind of road and then do it weekends just to spend a night in town.
I know just how you feel. Hey, these fellas want to talk to you, Bill.
Me? What about?
About being in town last weekend. This is Mr. Garrett, the district attorney. Bill Stryker, Mr. Garrett.
Hello, Stryker.
Hi. What do you want to know?
Just like you to account for your time Saturday night, that's all.
Well, we just fooled around in town, that's all. Me and 3 other guys in the crew.
You didn't do any shopping?
Well, what could we buy that we'd bring back here?
Thought maybe one of you might have been saving some money. Maybe enough to make a deal for a used car.
We, rode a bus both ways after we got the truck to the main highway.
I see. Well, thanks. That's all we wanted to know.
What's it all about?
Well, nothing important. Just routine. Thanks. Come on, Harrington.
Nothing important. You mean we ride all the way up here just for that?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Hop in.
You're not even going to talk to the other 3 guys that was with that one?
Wouldn't do any good.
All this riding for nothing.
Sorry, Harrington. That's life. If we only knew who made that phone call to Cashman Saturday night. Oh, Dodie Smith said he was so upset about it.
Yeah.
When we get back to the city, I want to see Mrs. Cashman again.
Oh, when we get back to the city. If we get back to the city.
No, Mr. Garrett, I didn't know anybody had called my husband Saturday night before I did. I just knew he was upset, that's all.
Anything like that ever happened before? He's being upset, I mean. Coming home much later than usual.
Yes, it did. 2 other times. The first time, more than a month ago. And then again 2 weeks ago.
Those other times, can you remember if they were Saturday nights, too?
Yes. Yes, they were. But I don't know why. I don't know what was bothering him.
Did he ever express any concern that somebody might harm the baby or try to take her away from you?
No. Who could take her from us? Both of Anne's parents are dead. Her mother agreed to the adoption before she passed on.
Did you ever see or know the child's father?
No. He died before Anne was born. He was killed in an accident.
Are you sure of that?
Anne's mother said so. She wouldn't have lied. It's all here in this paper she signed for us before she died. See, she signed it right here. Dorothy Stryker.
Stryker? Why, Chief, that's the
I
name
know.
of-
What was Stryker's first name, Mrs. Cashman? Was it Bill or William?
No. She said it was Arthur Stryker. Why? What is it?
I think I know who killed your husband now. And I'm beginning to have an idea why. You'll hear from us. Come on, Harrington. You know where we're going.
Yeah, but this time I'm not going to mind that ride. This time I know why we're taking it.
This must be the foreman's tent.
Yeah. Let's go in. Tracy.
What the devil?
Quiet. Quiet. It's me again. Garrett.
Oh, you scared me. What'd you come back for?
Where is Stryker sleeping?
He did something, huh?
What makes you think so?
Well, I thought he acted nervous after you left. He didn't eat much tonight. Just before I turned in, I saw him take his bedroll out of his tent. He's sleeping in the bed of one of the trucks.
That's all we want to know.
You better be careful. He's got a gun. I saw it once.
No, we know about it. You just stay right here until we take him.
Don't worry. I'm a surveyor, not a hero.
There, the trucks. Yeah. If you can get the cuffs on him before he wakes up. Nothing in this one. It must be in the other one, then.
Funny, Chief. He's not in this one either, only... There he is.
Where?
Right over there by the Jeep. Stop, Striker! He's got to come this way between the rock ledges. Look out, Harrington! Oh. Stop, Chief! Harrington, you hit him. No, it's all right. How about Striker?
You hit him. He drove into a ledge. He's pinned pretty badly.
Plenty bad.
Don't want to die. Don't let me die.
You better build a litter and get him out of here fast.
Right. Better make that 2 litters, Tracy.
I'm all right.
It's going to be a long, hard ride out, Harrington.
Like you said, Chief, never off duty. This is one vacation you're not going to cut short on me.
I promise you I won't, Harrington. I promise you. This is David Bryan. I hope you enjoyed this case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here is the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
William Stryker lived long enough to confess his masquerade as the father of his dead brother's child in the murder of Larry Cashman. He was pronounced dead on arrival at the nearest hospital. Harrington underwent surgery for the removal of 2 bullets. He reported back for duty 6 weeks later. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Nighttime of November, a special time on Broadway. Sense it. It's a new time, when the after images of early autumn are dying, cloaked already in river mists, chill and drifting. And sense this, that winter is already at a place not far away, drifting too, hung from a pale moon, scudding over the city and making new shadows. Hurry, it gets dark quickly. Where I was, darkness was cut across by the fingers of light, intersecting the beams of 2 searchlights, focused groundward. Destruction of building temporarily halted. Rush wrecking job stopped because of this. Remains of dead man found and report phone to headquarters.
This will be the cellar, Mr. Clover, where we found him. Under 3 inches of composition flooring.
Uh-huh.
What does it look like to you, Mr. Clover? Real puzzle, huh? Just a skeleton and all?
Well, there's something we can tell about.
You know, what I can't figure out, that satchel of money laying beside him. Must be over $1,000 in that.
About that?
Imagine lying 5 years under a cellar floor.
How do you know it's been 5 years, Mr. Rogers?
When I bought these 3 buildings to tear them down for a garage, I got a story about this one, right where we're standing.
What story?
Of course, we've torn down to the cellar, so you can't tell, but this one used to be a nightclub, you know.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, it was. That's the story, a scandal or something about this nightclub. The bank told me. Partner or something 5 years ago ran away with a payroll or something to California.
What else?
Nothing, except that the other partner tried to hold on to the club, but it failed a year later. Bankrupt. Bank took it over 4 years ago. Couldn't lease it. Nailed it up. Anyhow, that's the story the bank told me.
Well, it doesn't look like the man ever got to California. He was murdered.
Sure, what else? He didn't just lie there and pull 3 inches of composition flooring over his head.
Shot.
Huh?
Twice. See the bullet, the chest cavity?
Hmm.
Small caliber 22. And here, right arm fractured, and beside it, see another bullet.
Bigger one?
Yeah, 38. Shot twice by 2 different guns.
Like I said, a puzzle. Well?
Well, what?
This is a rush job, Mr. Clover. You know that. Let's get this stuff out of here.
Morning, Danny. Said good morning in case you didn't hear.
Hi, Dennison. Sit down.
Excuse me for saying it, but you look a little beat. Big night last night?
No.
Well, you're a single man, Danny. You're entitled to a big night. Were you going to say something, Danny?
No.
Oh. Then maybe this will interest you. Got a rundown on that corpse you found last night.
What about it?
Well, that's what it takes to get a rise out of you.
Come on,
huh?
get with it.
Yeah, I'd better do that, else I won't be liked, huh? Technical, shot at the teeth. Muggavan put the code on the teletype. Late last night, the one place we got a call back from was Dannemora.
You get on identification?
Code checked out to a former prisoner named of Bob Foster. Released 6 years ago after a 10-spot stretch for grand larceny.
Anything else?
Stick with me, kid. I'm loaded. My identification came in. I checked it with R&I. They had a file on Foster. Here, wait. Muggavan left some notes for you. Yeah, 1947, May 23. Year after he was out of Dannemora, Foster was wanted on suspicion of grand larceny. Packed a satchel with his partner's dough and ran out on him. That would be the satchel you found.
Who was his partner?
A fellow by the name of Joe Turner. He and Foster opened a nightclub together, the Blue Sheen. Year after Foster allegedly checked out with his partner's dough, the joint went into bankruptcy. And the word is Joe Turner cried his heart out at the time. Beat his chest. Called his partner naughty names.
Any lead on Turner?
And one of the boys traced him to a hotel on West 12th. Only the hotel is out of business now. Management converted the place into offices. Nobody knows what became of the hotel records, so...
So, an all-points bulletin on Joe Turner, huh?
Yeah.
Is that all?
Yeah, it's got a girl type in it, too. Aggie Blaine. Used to do a poker with clever parakeets at the boys' nightclub. The last known address, let's see, 1326 West 34.
You did real good, Dennison.
Yeah, pull up a minute, Danny. There's more.
Oh, what?
Those bills you found in the satchel.
What about them?
Their serial numbers were in series. Must have been the nightclub's payroll. A few weeks after Foster went up in a puff of air, 5 20s out of the same series turned up in sunny California.
That's all? Now I can go?
Yeah, you can go.
Don't sit in that chair, Sonny. Just pick a spot on the floor and stand on it. The floor, not the rug.
This okay, Miss Devlin?
Floors don't belong to me, Sonny. Furniture does. Let's not louse up the furniture, huh? What do you want?
Some information about a girl named Aggie Blaine.
My niece, brother's daughter. Brother's dead. Went out without muffler and rubbers, winter of 36. Got himself a flu that wouldn't quit. Fell over in his face next day. Never got up.
Where's Aggie?
My niece?
That's what you said.
Blew out of here a long time ago. Don't know whether she's alive, dead, or what all. Could be married to the king of Turkey for all I know.
How long ago did she leave?
Oh, been 5 years. Used to be a dancer, Aggie was. Used to. Hey, don't lean on the furniture, Sonny. Pretty furniture, huh? Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. New as the day I got it. You want to sit down? We go in the kitchen. Not in the parlor. Not on this stuff.
What do you do, Miss Devlin?
Huh?
Your niece used to live with you. She's gone now. What do you do? Take in roomers?
You mean sublet like that?
Huh?
What for? Who needs it?
Retired, huh?
It's nice.
And all this furniture, ornate.
Huh? Oh, you mean tricky with the curlicues and the things, huh? Yeah, all mine. Bought and paid for.
Let's get back to Aggie, Miss Devlin.
I don't know if she's alive or dead. I told you
She used to dance at a nightclub called the Blue Sheen.
With pigeons. A blue one and yellow one. One named Gloria, the other named Phyllis. Oh, I seen it myself.
Look, Miss Devlin, one of the men who owned that club was found last night. He'd been murdered.
You're leaning, Sonny.
He'd been murdered, and your niece might be able to tell us something about it. Couldn't you give me some...
No, nothing. Aggie, she was a dancer. Is she alive? Is she dead? How do I know?
And leave there. And once more into November Day, its furnishings also not to be touched, nor leaned against. For instance, the autumn perfume worn by the girl who almost brushes your sleeve, sidesteps, changes course, hurries on. And from far off, the brief, wild sob of a freighter sailing out of autumn waters. And at headquarters, it arranges itself into familiar pattern, routine investigation into death, and wait. And on the first quick surge of November night, the return on the All Points Bulletin, Joe Turner, bankrupt nightclub owner, had been spotted in a Skid Row bar. Third booth on the right was all his. Go there. The place is jukebox and fat cat scrawling symbols in sawdust. The place is Joe Turner, who was once a man.
You come up with a drink, mister, and something good will happen to you.
Do you understand me, Joe? I'm from the police.
Something real good. I'll dance for you. Here, you watch me. You watch me. Here, this is just for you.
Sit down, Joe. You don't have to do that.
You like me, huh? You'll buy? Huh? I got other routines.
Tell me about your nightclub, Joe.
Huh?
Your nightclub, the Blue Sheen. Tell me about the club and about Bob Foster.
Him? Oh, you're a friend of Bob's? I'll hate you. I'll squash you like a fly, so help me.
What'd he do to you, Joe?
Who did something to me?
Foster. Bob Foster. He stole from you, didn't he?
Walked out on me. Didn't even wave goodbye. He just took my money, danced off someplace. Far away. Never sent a postcard. Nothing. Aggie either.
Aggie Blaine?
There was a dancer. Did you ever see her? Oh, it's a stunning dancer. Well, I'll show you a dance. It's with the hands first. You see, it's like this.
You know where Aggie is, Joe?
Aggie's far away, too. Aggie and Bob. Blue Sheen.
We found Bob last night, Joe. He'd been buried under the cellar of your nightclub.
Bob? Bobby Foster? Well, that's where he's been.
You kill him, Joe? Because he stole from you and went away? Joe, listen to me.
I performed for you, mister. Where's my drink?
And book him. Charge, suspected felony, murder. Turn him over to the policeman schooled as to proper procedure and proper jail tier and proper cell. Back to the office and sit at the desk. Far away, a light is turned off, and another. And a swollen sag of gray suddenly hangs from the black sky. Morning folding over the horizon.
Danny, downstairs, come on.
Down the corridors and the steps, and outside is damp. It's still night.
Ambulance just pulled in. Phoned it upstairs. I got it.
Miss Devlin.
Uh-huh. Shot. Dead, Danny? On account of the police rang her doorbell yesterday? On account of she's Aggie Blaine's aunt? I'm talking to you, Danny. You think so?
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Two outstanding events on CBS Radio tomorrow in the daytime. For one, the Quiz Kids return to the Star's address to begin another series of their breathtaking mental gymnastics. Professor Joe Kelly will be in charge of the Little Wizards, and they'll all be waiting for you to join them tomorrow on most of these same stations. The other big event tomorrow is the American radio premiere of Christopher Columbus, Darius Milhaud's famous opera, conducted in concert form by Dmitri Mitropoulos. It's the featured work on the New York Philharmonic Symphony, heard on most of these same stations tomorrow.
Broadway makes its entrance out of subway kiosks, out of night corridors, blinks once and long against the white of a new November day, then moves into it, soft, polite. It's the thing to do. Treat the morning nice. Don't step on the cracks. You'll still be on your feet when day is done. And the other performers, the man hanging from a spectacular, twisting out the Mazdas that died in the night. And the mannequin, her face dusted, a bolt tightened where wax had given in tonight. And torso and head tilted closer now to shop window. And on wax lips, the good morning kiss. A new day, kid. Live it. And at headquarters, November morn, is Sergeant Gino Tartaglia dipping a finger into a container of coffee.
Just testing, Danny.
Oh?
You leave these things to the whim of that new girl in Ballos Delco. I knew it. Too sweet.
Oh, that's too bad, Gino.
Some days you wake up on the wrong side, you get too many lumps in your container.
True, Gino.
Don't feel bad about it, Danny. No percentage in building a tragedy out of it. We'll both be bigger persons if we don't make of it an issue with the delicatessen. And off to work we go. You game, Danny?
Whatever you say, Gino.
Am I permitted a simple statement of fact?
Of course.
I admire you.
Thank you.
To work. Wino Joe Turner is still in the drying out tank. Also, ballistics has established that in the murder of Miss Devlin, aunt to Aggie Blaine, the murder weapon was the same that 5 years ago did do in Bob Foster, suspected absconder with his partner's loot.
The same weapon, huh?
Indeed. The bullet that was found in the chest cavity of the remains of Bob Foster bore the same markings, riflings, as the bullet extracted from Miss Devlin. Ergo, same weapon was used. Small caliber gun, Danny, .22.
Then whoever killed Foster 5 years ago is still around.
Which brings me to Miss Aggie Blaine.
Oh, how?
That in a routine perusal made by our boys of vital statistic records, a marriage license date of July 30, 1947, was found made out to one Aggie Blaine and one Herbie Morse.
They find the...
Don't interrupt, Danny. A check was made on said Herbie Morse and was found that he owns a drugstore on 23rd, corner of 9th. That's how. You care for my coffee, Danny?
No, but thanks anyway, Gino. Thanks for everything.
Just use this, Mrs. Westfall, and you'll have that lanolin plush look in no time at all. Thank you. Yes, sir? What can I do for you?
Mr. Moss?
Right.
My name's Clover, Mr. Moss. I'm from the police.
Hi.
I'm trying to get some information about a girl named Aggie Blaine.
Depends upon what kind of info you want. She was my Frau. Some things I'll tell you, some things I won't.
Just tell me how you met her and when you met her and why you're not married to her. Things like that, Mr. Moss.
What's the matter? You think you could have stayed married to her?
Mr. Moss.
You haven't got the dough on the wherewithal.
Just tell me about it, Mr. Moss.
She's not going to make a fool out of me. You know what I'm going to do one day, buddy? Get me another wife, a big gal, a big blonde gal. Then I'm going to find me Aggie and walk up and down in front of her with my big blonde wife rubbing her cheek to me. I'm going to show her...
When did you meet Aggie?
On an airplane. I said hello to her, and from there on in, it was air pockets all the way to Frisco.
You met her on the way to California, huh? Now, when was this?
In 47, druggist convention. I never saw the inside of the convention hall, not with Aggie showing me the fancy eating places, and me with a paper to read on dressing at the prescription department.
Now, go on.
That was in June. Then back in New York, somehow she wouldn't let me see her. Then she called me.
When?
July the 30th. I know, because July 31st we tied the knot.
How come the divorce?
A fella. I worked late one night fixing up a 1-cent sale. I came home. She wouldn't let me in. I beat the door in with my bare hands. There was a fella there selling rugs. He gives me his card and left. Next day, she followed him. One of these days, I'm going to look that guy up. You know that?
You still have his card?
Do I? Right in my wallet.
I want it.
Oh. You're going to fix him, huh? Swell. Here. Here's the card. I'm on your side, buddy.
Have you seen Aggie since then?
I'm happy to say no. However, the day that I do, I will also find me that big blonde buddy. I'm going to parade her up and down in front of that...
And get out of the way of Mr. Moss's wagging finger. And through the aisle, lined with preparations guaranteed to keep you alive longer than anybody. A right turn, down the aisle of space guns, insecticides, and bubble baths. And then left at the table where everything is marked down to 19 cents. And out into the street. Legwork now. An address off the card given to you in the drugstore. Mr. Irving Lustbander, rug dealer.
Aggie? She ran out on me, mister. Long time ago. Customer of mine came in one day and ordered our most expensive number wall to wall. Aggie went along with the delivery truck and never come back.
Customer's name?
Ewing. Dr. Keith Ewing, big back man. Got offices in the Muncie building.
And at the offices of the Muncie building, be told by Dr. Ewing that Miss Blaine was merely a patient of his, and after he cleared up her back condition, he never saw her again. No, he never treated her at his office. She was an outpatient at the Cheney Hotel. So go there, Cheney Hotel. Yes, the clerk says. Miss Blaine, yes, indeed. He checked out, he's sorry to say. The morning after an automobile dealer's conclave, he remembers. Forwarding address, why, yes, indeed, 1213 East 61st. So go there. And the girl who answers the door is dressed in velvet pedal pushers, but shakes her head sadly at the name of Aggie Blaine. Agatha, it seems, moved out on her about a month ago. Baggage, and her very own boyfriend, Tony. Where? Well, Tony owns the apartment building over on East River, Beekman Place. So go there.
Yes?
I'm from the police, Danny Clover.
And I'm too desperately sorry because whatever it is, I can't use it.
Let's talk about it inside, Miss Blaine.
Oh, but then we'd be committing something or other, wouldn't we?
Oh?
Oh, yes, there must be a city ordinance or something. You see, I'd let you in here and we'd talk or whatever, and all the time you'd be operating under false pretenses. Naughty.
Tell me about it.
You see, dear boy, I'm not Miss Blaine. Not the girl you need. Not Miss... What, Blaine?
Aggie Blaine. Girl who used to work at a club called the Blue Sheen. Danced there with birds.
With birds? Oh, how desperately thrilling.
That's what we'll talk about, huh?
Of course, let's. I haven't indulged in anything so pulpy in years. Nightclub dancer with birds, man of the police knocking at my door. Oh, just walk right in, Mr. Clover. The rugs are deep and the fireplace is Italian marble, and my dressing room is perfumes and custom-made crystal and full-length golden mirror, and it's a castle, and I call it home, so you may plump down wherever you like.
I'm grateful.
Don't thank me, thank Tony. Tony Crenshaw, my fiancé. Nothing's too good for you, Agatha, he said, and he's loving it. I get this shack on our wedding day. All mine. Oh, that Tony, he's a charm, all right, all right.
And now you're Agatha...
Agatha Raines. Always was, always will be. Oh, I almost slipped. Soon, Agatha Crenshaw, Tony's wife.
You want to hear about Aggie Blaine?
Oh, dying. It's how we met, we two. Yeah, speak to me of Aggie.
5 years ago, she was a dancer at the Blue Sheen.
Yeah, there were feathered creatures. You said all
There
that.
was something else. A man named Bob Foster.
Just one man? Well, this dancer couldn't have been very good.
Bob Foster, ex-con, 5 years ago, 1947. Partner in the Blue Sheen. We found him the other day buried under its cellar flooring. He'd been shot twice, murdered.
Oh, tell me you're not making this up. Because if you are, I die of disillusion. It's so desperately sordid and thrilling.
You ever know this, Bob Foster?
Not till this precious instant. But don't let that stop you. Go on.
Aggie Blaine had an aunt, Miss Devlin. Yesterday, she was murdered with the same gun that killed Foster.
Isn't that always the way?
Another thing about Aggie Blaine. In 1947, she met a man on a plane to California. When they came back here, they got married. A man named Herbie Moss.
Serves a girl right, killing her aunt and that Foster fellow.
Yeah. Get your things. We're going downtown.
Oh, such a short time, and we so well know each other. Already you're taking me out.
We want you for suspicion of murder. Get your things.
Oh, it's a lovely day, and when I got up, I didn't know what I'd do with myself this morning. And you've come up with something. Let's go wherever you want, Mr. Clover. And this room is what, Mr. Clover?
Interrogation room.
Sitting or standing?
Oh, sit down, please. Smoke?
Oh, I have my own. You can light me, though.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Still excited?
Oh, tolerably. It's slowing down. Do something about it, Mr. Clover.
Like book you now?
For what was that again? I've forgotten.
Murder.
Oh, that's a charge, all right. That's really one of the...
You got him? Bring him in.
Come on, Joe.
How do you feel, Joe?
It's a shame the way I feel right now. Hi, Aggie.
Charades, fellas? I supposed to guess what he is?
Yeah, do that. Hint, a guy named Joe Turner, co-owner of a nightclub named the Blue Sheen, partner found in the cellar. Employed a girl named Aggie Blaine. Now guess why he's here.
Hi, Aggie.
There's no excitement in it anymore, Mr. Clover. Take me home.
Then you don't know who this man is.
By the pink of his eyes, I'd say a wino.
You look nice, Aggie.
A rum pot.
Well, there's another way we can do it, Dennison. Get the druggist, get the rug salesman, the doctor.
Look at her, Danny. She's getting excited all over again. Those people bring back fond memories, lady?
You should have seen her when she danced. Should have seen her with the blue light. With the spinning spot.
Hi, Joe.
Where you been, Aggie?
I looked for you once, Joe. I couldn't find you.
You're a stinking liar, Aggie.
Now you see why I didn't find you.
Now we all know each other. Hi, Aggie.
Sure. I used to know a cop.
I've been drinking a lot, Aggie. I've been thinking about you.
Have you?
Joe?
She's still pretty.
Almost all we need, Joe, is the motive. Why did you kill Bob Foster?
Hey, Aggie.
Don't remember out loud, Joe.
Do you want the business, Joe? The nightclub or her?
Tell him, Aggie.
You want to confess how you killed Bob? Go ahead.
Oh, baby. I'm going to tell him my part, baby. I never killed anybody.
Joe.
Who'd I kill? I wanted the business, so I took a shot at Bob, but I hit him in the arm, that's all. Then he ran to you, Aggie.
You boys believe rum pots around
Go
here?
on, Joe.
Next time I saw my poor old partner, he was dead.
Then you felt so sorry for him, Joe, you buried him under the cellar with some money to see him on his way.
Oh, that Aggie, she's got a mind on her. She figured it. Go ahead, Aggie. Show the fellas how you got a mind on you.
Mr. Clover?
Uh-huh.
It's getting serious, huh? Huh, Mr. Clover?
That's the lieutenant's serious face, yeah. It's getting serious.
Look, Bob Foster came over with a shot arm. I said, Bob, before you go see an MD about your poor bullet-filled arm, here's a gun. Bob, I said, you shouldn't take that from a guy like Joe. When I handed the gun to him, it went off.
Oh, that's some mind.
Then what was your aunt defending herself against when she got shot by the same gun?
Well...
When Bob came to you when he was shot, you were staying at your aunt's place, weren't you?
Well, yes, I was.
Your aunt knew what happened. Blackmailed you.
Hey, how about my aunt's furniture? A scream, huh?
Furniture, income, proceeds from blackmail.
Was your aunt dead, Aggie? I didn't know. Gee, you're all alone, huh?
She lost the whole thing for us, Joe. This policeman came calling. She got panicky, called me up and said she was going to talk. You see?
Yeah, sure.
From the first she lost it, Joe, you and me. As soon as I got back from California, remember?
Now, how about that California trip, Aggie?
Great.
Just took a flyer to plant some of that money Foster was supposed to have stolen, to make it look like he'd run away to California.
Hi, Joe.
5 years, honey. I've had a lousy time. What about you?
Great. A time. A real time.
You're still lying.
Yeah. I've missed you, Joe. We probably see a lot of each other now. For a time.
In the ebb of nighttime, the slabs of Broadway lean against the darkness in crazy tilted angles. The balance is delicate, precise. So the walk must be careful, the talk quiet. It's the never-never time that drifts in from the edge of the world. The time of regret. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, My Beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Mary Jane Croft was heard as Aggie Blaine, and Sheldon Leonard as Joe Turner. Featured in the cast were James McCallion, Ted Bliss, Martha Wentworth, and Peter Leeds. Bill Anders speaking. Have you ever longed for escape? Escape from an everyday existence that may have a color of its own, but with which, nevertheless, you are temporarily bored? If so, CBS Radio's dramatic adventure program called Escape is meant for you. Every Sunday evening on most of these same stations, listen in for a new drama of Escape at the Star's address. And remember, Amos and Andy are here every Sunday on the CBS Radio Network.
The makers of Camel cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
Again, this question has been asked of doctors in every branch of medicine. And again, the brand name most was Camel.
Yes, according to this repeated nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette. Here, transcribed, is Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Being a private detective is like ordering stew in a cheap restaurant. You never know what you're getting until it's too late. It was that way the other morning. I was sitting in my office practicing curtain speeches to my creditors when she came in. She was wearing a casual item that must have caused a sharp dip at the mink population. When she reached my desk, she stopped and her perfume kept moving. She probably noticed the glassy look reaching my eyes because she said,
"Does my perfume bother you, Mr. Diamond?"
"Well, no, not at all. My fangs always show like this."
Mm-hmm. Le Joie. It carries a special guarantee.
Well, I won't ask for what. Won't you sit down, Miss...
Not Miss, just Yvonne. It's not my real name, but I find it has a better effect on the trade.
The trade?
Cosmetics. Perfumes, facial creams, mud packs. I manufacture them. Mostly for women, but I have a lot of male customers.
I'll bet you do.
Unfortunately, I've just bought a magnum of shaving lotion myself.
Don't be silly, Mr. Diamond. I didn't come here to sell you anything. I'm sure you wouldn't have any need for my products.
We'll save that debate for later.
Well, I'll be brief. I'm a woman who likes to come to the point.
I can see that.
How would a $200 fee sound to you?
Like a mirage, but beautiful.
Well, here you are. 100 now, the rest when you finish the job.
Well, far be it from me to hesitate over money. Especially that nice, luxurious shade of green. But don't you think that...
Of course. You want to know what you have to do.
It would help.
It's very simple. This afternoon, the Ile-de-France docks in New York. On the ship will be a man named Bouchon.
One of your customers? Or is this social?
Monsieur Bouchon has developed a wonderful new face cream. He's arranged for me to have the exclusive American rights.
Well, that's fine. Where do I come in?
Your job starts at 7 tonight. All you do is pick up the sample from Monsieur Bouchon at his hotel and bring it to me.
Oh, I see. Do you mind if I look at your legs?
Why, no. But I thought we were talking business.
We are. Mm-hmm. Well, you've got nice legs, Yvonne.
They take me where I want to go.
What keeps them from taking you to Bouchon's hotel?
You mean pick up the sample myself? I was sure you'd ask that.
Well, I did.
You don't know the cosmetic industry, Mr. Diamond. My competitors would do anything to get hold of that face cream.
They know you expect Bouchon?
Only one of them. A ruthless man.
Does he have a name or just a disposition?
Robert Mockler. He owns the Venus Beauty Enterprises.
And you think he might follow you, take the sample away before you can start to manufacture? So you're paying me $200 to protect it?
Oh, Mr. Diamond, I'm going to like you. You're so understanding.
$100 bills make me that way.
I'll expect you tonight around 7:30.
My job's over when I deliver the sample to you, is that it?
Yes. But don't make any plans for the rest of the evening. There's a new perfume I want to try out.
She gave me her address and the name of Bouchon's hotel. Then she walked to the door with a motion cats spend years trying to learn. I sat there a while, letting my head clear and my temperature sink to a mere galloping fever. I had a bite of lunch, strolled around most of the afternoon, doing things people do to kill time in New York. And it was about 4 when I climbed the stairs and walked down the hall to my apartment. Au clair de la lune, mon ami Poirot, prêtez-moi la plume pour écrire... Oh, she was too old for that anyway. Hey, what is this?
Hello, Diamond.
Well, didn't you knock? Or did you think this was an L station?
I knocked, nobody answered. I came in.
Now you can go out.
How much did she pay you?
Who?
Yvonne. How much did she pay you to get that face cream sample?
I'll bet a mud pack to a permanent your name's Mockler.
Yeah. Venus Beauty Enterprises. I'll double what she paid you.
You want that face cream pretty bad, huh?
Bring it to me, huh, Diamond?
Are you that interested in cosmetics?
It's a business. Do I get that sample?
No.
Be nice, Diamond. So I can be nice.
Well, it'll be a strain for both of us.
Triple. I'll give you 3 times what she paid. And a bonus on the side.
Why don't you get it yourself?
Think I'd be here if I knew where Bouchon was?
That door, Mr. Mockler, it leads to the hall. Use it.
I ask you to be nice. Once. The second time, I don't ask.
You heard me. Ow.
Ow, you take your hands off me.
I'm just being nice.
You dirty.
Get up. And then get out.
All right, Diamond. I'm leaving.
You take a hint nicely.
I won't forget this.
I wouldn't want you to.
You just lost yourself a chunk of cash, Diamond.
I'm not a very good businessman. It's a habit with me.
Well, it's too bad. Might have helped pay the bill.
What bill?
The undertaker. Funerals run high these days.
He stomped to the door, his face twisted with some private rage that had just become public, and left. When face cream got to be that important, it was time for Richard Diamond to start investigating the cosmetic business. I took a shower, dressed neatly in my most continental fashion, and taxied off to visit Monsieur Bouchon. He was staying at a small hotel in the East 70s, one of those places where the doorman is dressed like an admiral in the Swiss Navy. I ignored the doorman and waded through miles of plush carpet until I found Bouchon's suite. I pushed the buzzer, and when the door opened, I was standing in front of the biggest female this side of a Ringling Brothers tent.
You want something, gentlemen?
Monsieur Bouchon, is he in?
Who you been, gentlemen?
Richard Diamond.
Come in.
What's the matter? Is my tie on crooked?
Please.
Well, the way you're looking at me, maybe my nose is shiny.
It's better when you've been really Richard Diamond. Because, gentlemen, if you know Ben Richard Diamond, they ben break your bones. One bone by one bone. You see, gentlemen?
I'm afraid I do. But now if you'll just...
Monsieur Diamond.
Monsieur Bouchon, I hope.
Name of punctuality, Monsieur Diamond. Exactly on time. I kiss you on one cheek. I kiss you on cheek number 2.
We can stop it right there.
Let me regard you. Oui. It is as Yvonne say you will be. So young, so handsome, so viril.
I feel like a midget next to your watchdog here.
Watchdog? Je ne comprends pas. Oui, Bertha. She is my masseuse. She makes new muscles as the old.
And vice versa on occasion, I suppose.
Regard her, Monsieur Diamond. Name of a Swedish smorgasbord. Is she not magnifique?
Yeah, spellbinding. Now, about that sample I'm supposed to pick up.
But of course, Bertha.
Please.
In the boudoir, Bertha, there is a jar on the bed, next to my Chartreuse dressing gown. Bring it.
Yeah, gentlemen.
I wish to tell you, Monsieur Diamond, how pleasant it is to be back in your New York once more. What a truly magnifique city she is to visit.
But you wouldn't want to live here.
Name of a fortune teller, but you are psychic. How did you know I would say that?
I've been hanging around the tourist bureau.
I do not understand, but I think you are being droll. You would have a tiny brandy with me. Some logis du mai, n'est-ce pas?
Well, thanks, but I've got a date with a room full of perfume.
The Yvonne. Naturally, the incomparable Yvonne. Well, I suppose I cannot persuade you to stay. Thank you, Bertha.
Please.
Here, Monsieur Diamond, is the latest Bouchon creation.
That's all? Just this jar?
I have worked so hard on this sample. Oui. How I have labored. You will take good care of it, yes?
Well, for $200, I'd tuck it in bed and sing it a lullaby.
But no. You must not do that. You must make haste and place the sample in the hands of the lovely Yvonne.
Any message to go with it?
The sample. She will be message enough.
Okay, I'll be seeing you.
Of a certainty you will, Monsieur Diamond. Of a certainty.
I looked back on my way out of the suite. Monsieur Bouchon had an atomizer in each hand, spraying the room with cologne. The expression on his face reminded me of the python who had just swallowed his week's supply of rabbit on the hoof. I snowshoed my way down to the street and started to look for a taxi. I didn't have to look far.
Hey, Mac!
Huh?
Over here, Mac! You looking for a hack?
That's right.
Hop in.
53 East.
Sit down and be nice, Mr. Diamond, or I'll blow your head off.
Well, you leave me a limited choice, Mr. Muckler.
That's better. Fine work, Willie.
Yeah, pretty neat, huh, Mr. Muckler?
I'll answer that, Willie. It was neat. Now, I'd like to...
Diamond. I thought you were going to be nice. I'll take that gun.
Well, you might give me a gold star for trying.
We're fixing your gold star right now. My place, Willie.
It didn't do any good to tell myself I should have known better. I'd been caught by a trick 10 times older than I was. I took a quick look at Muckler's profile just to make sure it was still there. It was. I didn't have to look at his gun. It had found a home between my 4th and 5th rib. We finally pulled up in front of an apartment just off Park Avenue. Muckler herded me across a foyer that might have been cheerful in McKinley's day. He pushed me toward the elevator.
All right, get in.
Would you mind shifting that gun a bit? My floating ribs run aground.
Now, be nice, Diamond. Suits you better than being funny.
Well, I was just trying to be pleasant. But if you insist,
Don't talk so loud. My neighbors are refined. All right, get out.
Aren't you making a lot of fuss over nothing? After all, it's only a jar of face cream.
You'd be surprised.
No kidding. Any drugstore.
Shut up.
Oh, nice place.
It's a place. All right, give me the sample.
Well, just for the record, suppose I say no.
You say no, you won't have a record. The sample, Diamond.
Get it. My coat pocket.
That's right. I thought you'd try that.
Give me that gun.
Okay, right between your pretty blue eyes.
His gun caught me a glancing blow on the forehead, and I went down. I couldn't have been out for more than a few seconds, because when I came to, Mockler was still in the room. I tried to get up, but my body had a will of its own. At the moment, what it wanted most was to rest comfortably on the rug. Mockler didn't notice me. He was too busy trying to get the top off the jar. When he finally did...
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, here's an important question.
What's the best way to find out about smoking enjoyment?
Well, you won't find out much from one puff or one sniff. It takes day in, day out smoking. Make the sensible, thorough cigarette test. Smoke only Camels for 30 days. You'll discover how rich and flavorful Camels are pack after pack. You'll find how mild Camels are, how well they agree with your throat week after week.
In a coast-to-coast test of hundreds of people who smoked Camels for 30 days, noted throat specialists reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
No other cigarette gives you this conclusive proof of mildness.
And no other cigarette has Camel's rich, full flavor, the flavor of costly tobaccos, properly aged and expertly blended.
So make your own Camel 30-day test, the sensible test. You'll enjoy every puff, and you'll see why so many people say, once a Camel smoker, always a Camel smoker.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Take the Camel 30-day test, and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Rick. Rick, come on, boy. Wake up.
Oh. Wow, did they say nice things about me, Walt?
Who?
The preacher. The one who read my funeral service. Oh.
This is a hospital, and you're not dead.
Oh. You mean I've got to go all through that again?
Why you're not dead is something I'll never know. What happened?
You tell me, Walt.
Well, we got a call an hour ago to come to the apartment of a guy named Mockler. There'd been an explosion. You were stretched out on what was left of the floor.
Oh, that potent face cream.
Face cream? You sure you're awake, Rick?
I'm awake, Al. What about Mockler?
Well, he was around the apartment. I might say all around.
Oh, so it was a booby trap.
Booby trap? What's this all about?
Walt, are those my pants on the chair?
Well, what's left of them.
Throw them over, will you?
Now, wait a minute, Rick. Aren't you going to tell me what's going on?
Sure. A Frenchman named Bouchon was trying to blow up a girl named Yvonne with a jar of face cream.
That face cream again. Maybe you better stay here a while, huh?
Look, Walt, nothing makes sense yet.
That's the first sensible thing you've said since you woke up.
Give me time to ask a few people some questions.
How would it be if I asked them?
You wouldn't get the same answers.
All right, Rick. We'll give it a try.
I'll call you as soon as I've made a visit.
Don't wait too long. There's a murder rap crying for a head to fall on.
I checked out of the hospital and walked a few blocks to shake the India rubber out of my legs. I knew it wouldn't do any good, but I ducked into a phone booth and called Bouchon's hotel. And as I expected, he'd pulled out a couple of hours before. The manager had no idea where he'd gone. There was only one place left for me to go, and it was a little after 10 when Yvonne opened her door for me. I could tell by the quiet music on the radio that she didn't know what had happened. The way she greeted me bolstered up my deduction.
Well, hello. Do come in, Mr. Diamond.
Thanks. Aren't you afraid of catching cold in that thing?
You mean this negligee? I wore it specially for you. I've been waiting a long time. Too long.
Well, you just missed waiting a lot longer.
That Monsieur Bouchon, so talkative.
He has a few other qualities.
Come sit down. Here on the chaise longue, next to me.
Well, I hate to make a detour, but let's get the sad news over with first.
Oh? Something's gone wrong?
Well, you almost got it. Nothing's gone right.
I should have known. Your clothes are...
You ought to see what your face cream did to Mockler's clothes.
Mockler? Did he get that sample?
He had it for a few minutes, if that's what you mean.
Mr. Diamond, if I didn't like you, I'd be very angry.
Well, you shouldn't be. When Mockler opened that sample, he got very dead. It was a bomb.
I don't understand. The face cream Monsieur Bouchon gave you was a bomb?
Well, not quite, no. The bomb Monsieur gave me was a bomb.
Just a minute, Mr. Diamond. Let me turn off this radio. You don't know how this upsets me.
I know. I was upset myself this evening, violently.
Oh, you poor boy.
Well, no. That helps.
Hand me that bag, please, there on the coffee table.
Well, if you want a handkerchief...
I have what I'm looking for. Here, Mr. Diamond. $100. The other half of your fee.
No? Does an explanation come of that?
I'm sure you'll excuse me until another time. Won't you?
Well, when you say it like that,
I'm sorry. I was so looking forward to... Good night, Mr. Diamond.
There were a few reasons why I'd like to have hung around, but I could tell this just wasn't my night. So I left Ivan, called Walt, and told him he could forward the bill for Mockler's murder to Monsieur Bouchon if he could find him. Then I crawled into a little bistro on 53rd Street to relax and count my $100 bills. I was on my second cup of coffee and third Campbell's cigarette when it came to me. Like the paraphrase of an old song, Bouchon knew that I knew. If he'd been foolish enough to let me be messenger for his booby trap, it was a cinch he wouldn't be foolish for very long. As long as I was walking around in one piece, Bouchon could never feel safe. I could have dodged him, maybe for a long time, but I decided it would be better to see him when he wanted to see me. I went home and made myself available. At 11:35, the walls of my room started to shudder when somebody pounded on the door. I didn't have any doubts about who it was. Oh, be careful, will you? It's just mahogany.
It's only me, gentlemen. Bertha.
I couldn't possibly have guessed.
Please.
Oh, never mind. What do you want?
Monsieur Bouchon, they have been send me.
It'll be a tight squeeze, but won't you come in?
You come out, gentlemen.
Okay, just as soon as I get my coat.
You know they need your coat, gentlemen.
Well, it's right over here.
You come now, gentlemen. They will assist your arm. Please.
Oh, nothing. I always thought my arm bent the other way.
It's better this way. It's healthy for bones. You come now, gentlemen.
Please. She put a little more pressure on my arm and led me down the stairs. She was so clumsy I could have taken her with a few artful motions, but Bouchon had sent her, and I wanted to see Bouchon. When we reached the street, Bertha grabbed my other arm. We made an interesting entrance into a taxi, which took us to a shabby apartment house on Bleecker Street in Greenwich Village. Bertha adjusted her half-Nelson, and we climbed 3 flights of stairs. The end of our little pilgrimage was a pair of termite-ridden rooms, which I never would have associated with a fastidious Frenchman. Bouchon was not there, and Bertha didn't seem to know what to do with me. Then her eyes lighted up. She angled me across the room, pulled open a door, looked at me brightly, and said,
Is bathroom, gentlemen.
Well, thanks. I brushed my teeth this evening.
Go in.
Where's Bouchon?
It's not good. You've been asked questions. Go in.
Well, we'll wait out here.
It's more comfortable inside. If you know Ben go inside, I've been glad to assist you.
I was ready to argue the point when I looked in the bathroom and saw a table full of bottles and jars. So I let Bertha shove me inside and lock the door behind me. Then I walked over to the table. Next to a bottle labeled Valley of Indecision Cologne stood a jar, exactly like the booby trap Bouchon had given me earlier in the evening. I picked it up, decided that forever was a long time to live, and opened it. this time it really was face cream. I poked my fingers around in the jar to see what made it so wonderful. When I pulled them out, things suddenly became a lot clearer. Because just under the top layer of face cream was buried the biggest blue sapphire I had ever seen. I wiped it off and slipped it into my pocket just about the time the outer door opened.
Bertha?
It was Bouchon, and he didn't waste time starting in on Bertha.
Bertha, where is this diamond? You have not brought him.
Then bring him.
But I do not see him.
Then bring him.
Lord, where is he? Where is he?
Lock him in the bathroom.
In the bathroom? Oh, mon Dieu, mon Dieu. Unlock the door.
Get the key.
I had to do something, and I had to do it fast. I looked around. Then in the bathtub, I saw what I wanted. One of those rubber hoses with a shower attachment that can be pointed in any direction. I turned on the hot water full blast and waited.
Monsieur Diamond!
Monsieur Bouchon?
Mon Dieu, the steam, I cannot see!
Here I am.
I am scalded! You have burnt me!
Give me that gun!
Oh, mon Dieu!
That's right. Now stand back.
Gentlemen!
All right, Bertha, turn off that water.
I am scalded!
Now, you'll live. Oh, that was some face cream.
Mon Dieu! The sapphire! You have taken it!
You won't need it, Bouchon. They'll just take it away from you before they put you in the chair. I persuaded Bouchon, with the help of his gun, which I was holding, to tie up Bertha. Then I knotted some bright red French neckties around his hands and feet and surveyed the situation. There was no phone in the apartment, so I locked the two of them in and raced down to a drugstore on the corner. I caught the owner just as he was closing and put in a call to Walt. Then I doubled back to the apartment to keep Bouchon and Bertha company. I thought it was funny that the door was open when I had locked it so carefully. I stopped thinking it was funny when I walked through the door straight into the barrel of an ugly automatic.
Hello, Mr. Diamond.
Well, Yvonne.
You're just in time. We're going to start a treasure hunt.
He has it. He is the one.
Monsieur Bouchon seems to think you picked up a sapphire by mistake, Mr. Diamond. Probably in the excitement of the evening.
It is true. All what I tell, it is true.
You hear what Monsieur Bouchon says. But Monsieur Bouchon tried to kill me tonight. Maybe he also lies.
No, he took it. Name of a thief.
Oh, do be quiet, Monsieur Bouchon. You disturb us. Well, Mr. Diamond?
Oh, come on, Yvonne. You're taking this thing much too seriously.
Mr. Diamond, I've said repeatedly that I like you. But that won't stop me from shooting you, if I have to.
Now, you are intense, aren't you?
I've risked a lot to get that stone. Let's not make it more difficult.
Well, you haven't asked Bertha what she knows.
Bertha?
Sure. Go ahead, ask her.
All right. What do you know about the sapphire, Bertha?
Please.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, I believe you're pulling my leg.
Oh, please, I've got a good answer, but I'm afraid this isn't the time.
Do you have the sapphire?
Oh, for want of a better word, yes.
Give it to me.
Oh, Grandma, what a greedy voice you've developed.
You're wasting time.
Only in a manner of speaking.
Come on, Diamond, I'm not...
Hold it where you are. Drop the gun, miss. Go ahead, drop it.
Well, you certainly took your time, Fatty.
I got here as fast as I could.
I was just running out of words. Wasn't I, Yvonne?
Mm-hmm. You know something, Mr. Diamond.
Tell me, dear.
I'm sure I'll hate myself in the morning. But it's funny. I still like you.
Well, when we got onto it, the whole thing was really pretty simple. Yvonne and Bouchon were running a fancy smuggling racket under a cosmetics cover. Bouchon wanted to make it a one-man operation, so he tried to dissolve the partnership the hard way by killing Yvonne. It didn't work because Mockler found out about the sapphire, got in the way, and stopped the bomb intended for Yvonne. Monsieur Bouchon summed the whole thing up rather neatly on the way to the station house. He said,
Mon Dieu, I should have stood in France.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute.
More people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Yes, more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Among the millions of Camel smokers are many stars whose throats are their fortunes. Stars like Reza Stevens, Patrice Munsell, Mario Lanza. Great singers who insist on mildness in their cigarette and find it in Camels.
Friends, make the sensible cigarette test. Smoke only Camels for 30 days and see how mild, how flavorful, how thoroughly enjoyable a cigarette can be.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've ever spent any length of time in a hospital bed, you know how gift can cheer you up. Every week, the Camel people send gift cigarettes to our hospitalized veterans and servicemen, both in this country and overseas. This week's free Camels go to Veterans Hospitals, Downey, Illinois, and Indianapolis, Indiana, Army and Navy General Hospital, Hot Springs, Arkansas, U.S. Naval Hospital ship, Constellation. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Dick Powell can now be seen starring in RKO's Cry Danger. Tonight's adventure of Richard Diamond was written by Charles E. Israel with music by Frank Worth. Our director is Helen Mack. Featured in the cast were Arthur Q. Bryan, Joan Banks, James Backus, Theodore Van Eltz, and Sheldon Leonard.
Men, there's pleasure in every pipeful of Prince Albert, the national joy smoke. PA's choice tobacco has a rich flavor and a fine, natural fragrance. It's crimp cut for smooth, even burning, and specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. Get Prince Albert, America's largest-selling smoking tobacco.
Listen next week for another exciting transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell. This is Your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the FBI follows immediately. Stay tuned. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
Now we bring you a world of adventure with Rocky Jordan.
I'd been eyeing the guy sitting in the back booth for quite a while. Everybody in the Cafe Tambourine was having a good time but him. He was American, maybe 30, black hair, combed straight back. I thought I'd go back and say hello. He looked like a nice guy until I got close. Then I saw something in his eyes I didn't like. Fear.
What do you want?
What's the matter, buddy? Drinking alone, not good for you.
I know what I'm doing.
Oh, sure you do, but aren't you hitting the bottle kind of hard?
Who are you?
I own this place.
Oh, then you're Rocky Jordan.
That's right.
You're an American.
Right on 2 counts.
That's why I came here, Mr. Jordan. This is really an American place, like Chicago or New York. I'm safe here.
Safe from what?
My name's Lint, Mr. Jordan.
Maybe you better walk out and get some air.
No. He's waiting out there. He was following me. I know I saw him. He's going to kill me.
Kill you?
Don't let him kill me, Mr. Jordan.
Nobody's going to kill you, Lint. Let's go to the front door and take a look.
No.
Come on. I'll go out ahead of you. Lint acted like a nut that might cause trouble. I took him by the arm and led him up to the front door of the Tambourine. Outside, there was nothing but a cabbie and 2 girls walking up and down. Then suddenly, Lint pulled away from me.
Across the street. It's him. I told you.
Lint tore back into the Tambourine, running for the rear. I headed across the street and into 24 hours I'd never forget.
On a narrow street not far off Cairo's native quarter stands a Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's Rocky Jordan story, Trail of the Assassin.
He was American. His name was Lint. He was hitting the bottle a little too hard, and he was using my tambourine for a hiding place. The usual formula for trouble. He swore somebody was waiting just across the street to kill him. I got Lint to the door to have a look, but he tore himself away and ran back into the cafe. So I scouted the street alone. All I found was shadows cast by the streetlight. I checked the cab he parked at the corner.
Yes, sir. There was a man waiting a few minutes ago in the shadows.
An American?
I would not know. He wore a black coat as though he was cold. He kept coughing into a handkerchief. Yes.
That was all the cabbie could give me. So I went back into the Tambourine. Chris, my bartender, said Lind had gone out the back way through my office. I don't like wild men running around my place, so I went after him. I just opened the office door when I saw Lind stumbling toward me from the open alley door. He suddenly fell into my arms, pushing me back into the cafe. Then he slid to the floor, face down. That's when I saw the orange handle of an assassin's knife pinned between his shoulder blades like a flower. I had Chris lock the doors, then phone police headquarters. 10 minutes later, who should show up but Sergeant Greco.
As I see, stabbed in the back. Murder, of course.
That's good deduction, Greco. Now, where's Captain Sabaya?
Captain Sabaya is in Alexandria. I am in command during his absence.
You mean in charge?
The man was killed here in the Cafe Tambourine?
No, out in the back alley. He stumbled in here after.
Very well. Where were you, Mr. Jordan, when the man was murdered?
Sergeant, I saw it all. I saw it all. There was a fight. This man...
Mr. Jordan?
Just him. He was throwing the man out. The man broke away running. They went to the alley. The poor dead man fought his way back toward the light.
Thank you, my friend, for this information.
I saw it all. I will testify for the usual fee. Delighted.
Look, Greco, you're going to take the word of a...
For the moment, you may consider yourself in my official custody, Mr. Jordan.
You better get it straight. Back in my office.
As you wish. Now, there is only one question unanswered.
Huh? Only one?
Your motive. Why did you kill this man Lind?
You tell me.
I advise you to cooperate, Mr. Jordan. Admit, this man was an old enemy of yours from America.
You recognize the orange-handled dagger, didn't you, Greco?
Of course. It is a type used by the tribe of Singori.
That's right. Tribe of Singori, professional assassins.
There have been too many murders in Cairo, but those would wish us to believe the tribe of Singori were the murderers. You will have to do better than that, Mr. Jordan.
Why should I want to kill Lind? Never seen the guy before tonight.
Your Americans have a tendency toward violence.
Okay. You win, Greco. I killed him.
Excellent. Now, we are progressing.
You're making a fool of yourself. What? If I was going to kill a man, would I do it right outside my cafe with everybody here?
In a rage, yes.
Then pull him back into the light?
Well,
would I use a knife? Maybe a .45, but no knife, Greco. Well, go on. Take me down to headquarters. You look real good when Captain Sabaya gets back.
As Captain Sabaya has done in the past, I hereby release you on your own recognizance. But I assure you, Mr. Jordan, I shall not rest until I have uncovered evidence to bring you to justice.
Oh, what a brain.
Also, your Cafe Tambourine will be declared off limits and closed until this affair is settled to my official satisfaction. That is all, Mr. Jordan.
Greco went out and took the names of the witnesses. I told Chris to go on home. In 20 minutes, the cafe was empty. I locked the front door and turned off the overhead lights. There was a spilled drink on the piano. I picked up the glass and set it straight. Sat down. It'd be in the papers tomorrow with my picture. All about Lind's murder in the cafe. Bad for business. Business? There wouldn't be any until Greco pulled down his official stickers. Lynn had been an American. Funny I hadn't thought about home for a long time. Yeah, it had been a real long time. Oh, Lint. Who was he? Who killed him and why? With Greco putting the pressure on, I knew I'd better find out before everything crashed in on me. Greco would work like a bulldog until he'd hooked something up that'd look like evidence. The next morning, I went to Mustafa Bey's shop down on the bazaar. In Cairo, 1950, he was one of the last true artisans making knives. Tempered blades, daggers, cutlasses. Mustafa Bey made them all. He was an old man. He knew everything that had happened in Cairo in the last 60 years. If anyone would, I figured he'd have the answer to the orange-handled dagger.
Effendi, You wish to buy a blade of truth.
Sorry, Mustafa.
Oh, Jordan, sir. An old man who has burned his eyes over the forge until even the stars are lost to him, is sorry that he did not rise to make welcome an old and trusted friend.
Thanks, Mustafa. I'll just sit here on the rug beside you.
What brings Jordan Bay to the shop of an old man who finds himself as worthless as the moon to men that will not look up?
Oh, you're not worthless.
For 69 years, Effendi, I have made the finest blades. And my father before me, and his father before him, the same. Now, the pistol.
Well, everything changes, Mustafa.
Everything but ashes. Do not hasten to that far place where yours are destined to be found.
Hey, look, maybe you can help me.
I am a friend.
The orange-handled daggers of the tribe of Singori. What do you know about them?
The Singori are assassins.
Oh, I know that.
Yes, they were excellent customers. But the Singori were driven into hiding many years ago.
Are they still active?
It is said the camel may live from its hump, but there comes a time when the camel must drink.
You're saying maybe the Singori are getting back into harness?
You are concerned about the man who was killed with the orange Singori dagger at your cafe last night.
You knew about that?
Even so.
If the Singori did it, it doesn't make sense that they'd leave their calling card.
Mustafa is vain of his knives. See, my mark on this one. All artists are proud of their labor, and they mark it with their sign.
So the Singori always leave the sign of their work, the orange dagger.
Unless...
Go on, Mustafa.
Unless someone kills and wishes to point to the innocent.
Oh, meaning maybe somebody did the killing with the Singori dagger to make it look like the tribe of assassins.
All things are possible.
Thanks, Mustafa. You've been a big help. Now, the first thing I had to do now was to get a lead on who wanted Lint knocked off. I made a few telephone calls and found Lint's hotel, the Du Nord. I grabbed a cab and was there in 10 minutes. 50 piastres talked the room clerk at the Du Nord out of key 416, the one to Lint's room. I went upstairs. Lint's room was a mess. It looked like Greco had been there and taken a close look around. But maybe Greco had overlooked something. He had. Just as I was snapping open Lint's suitcase, a big job with hotel, airline, and steamship stickers from all over the world posted on it, I felt a sudden movement across the room. I started to turn, but it was too late. I felt a rocket sing through my skull, and the rug went black. Deep black for a long, long time.
Are you all right now?
When the rug began to lighten
Here,
up,
I'll put this cold rag
I found I
on
was
for
looking
you.
at the ceiling.
Isn't that better?
Framed by the ceiling was the face of a woman. Red hair hanging down, almost touching my face.
Can you hear me?
Green eyes, cool against a creamy tan. She was young.
There, now isn't this better?
I'm supposed to say, where am I?
You're in room 416 at the Hotel du Nord.
I don't get around much anymore. Ooh.
Here, let me help you up.
Oh, thanks.
I heard a noise in here, and then a man ran out and left the door open. I saw that you were hurt.
Well, thanks for coming to the rescue, lady.
I was coming to this room anyway.
Did you know the man named Lint?
I was his wife.
His wife?
Well, I just heard about his death a little while ago. The newspapers. I don't know what to do.
Oh, I'm sorry. Your husband was killed in my cafe.
Then you're Rocky Jordan. Yes, your picture was in the paper.
Didn't you wonder where your husband was last night?
He stayed out before.
Hmm. Did you get a good look at the guy that ran out of this room?
Well, it happened so fast.
You must remember something.
Well, he was wearing a top coat, a slouch hat. I couldn't see his face except... Wait. Yes, he was coughing.
Top coat, coughing into a handkerchief. You've never seen him before?
I don't know.
You're not sure, then?
We were on a sightseeing tour last week into the native quarter. I couldn't say for sure, but we went into a little place. I think I saw him there.
What was the name of the place?
It was a cafe.
Well, do you remember the name?
Yes. It was the cafe of the Singori.
I told the redhead to sit tight until she heard from me. Then I raced for the elevator. Down in the lobby, I ran into none other than Sergeant Greco.
Well, Mr. Jordan, I hope you are not attempting to flee Cairo.
I don't go to hotels to catch planes, Greco.
Just a reminder. Hamoud, commandeer the elevator.
One moment, Greco.
Oh, Sam, am I glad you're back.
Oh, Captain Sabaya, you have returned from Alexandria.
As you can see. I was told you had followed Jordan to this hotel, Greco.
Following me for information, Greco?
Jordan, I have just heard of your part in this unfortunate affair.
Just an innocent bystander, Sam.
Yes, of course. You make it most difficult, Jordan.
Things are tough all over.
Why are you in this hotel?
I heard it has a good rumba band.
He came here to enter the room of the murdered man.
Have you been upstairs, Jordan?
Yeah, I took a look around.
You see, Captain Sabaya?
But Greco here made such a mess of the room, there wasn't much left to see.
You are wrong as usual, Mr. Jordan. I made notes concerning the location of all articles, but touched nothing. Awaiting the return of Captain Sabaya.
You better go take another look. Things have changed since you were up there. Sam and Greco started for the elevators. I went to the hotel desk to ask a question, but I got the wrong answer from the clerk.
There must be some mistake. Mr. Lint registered as a bachelor. There was no woman in his room.
So, Lint wasn't married. The red-headed girl had lied. She was likely the one that had turned Lint's room upside down, looking for something. And she was likely the one that had tapped me on the head, too. She'd been in the room when I opened the door, hadn't had a chance to leave. She didn't want to get caught there, so she'd sat me. But why had she stayed? She could have run away while I was knocked out. Then it hit me. She'd worked real hard to plant the idea of the coughing man in the black slouch hat, like the one the cabbie had seen across from my tambourine the night before. She'd also mentioned the Cafe of the Singori. There was only one place to go now, deep into the native quarter, to the Cafe of the Singori. It could be a front for the headquarters of the assassin tribe. I passed the beggar at the entrance of the Cafe of the Singori. He looked like a beggar, but I had a hunch he was a lookout. The cafe was dark and almost empty. I felt the stare of hidden eyes. A native girl was dancing in a small, cleared space. I sat at a table and waited. I didn't have to wait long.
Rocky Jordan honors the house of Singori.
That puts you one card ahead. You know me, but I don't know you. You the head man around here?
I am Hakim, a simple waiter, Effendi.
Sure, real simple.
It is my profession. I have heard many things of you, Mr. Jordan. I hope they are all true.
Believe half you see, nothing you hear.
Estimable. It is a saying from a book of wisdom.
No, a saying from 7th Avenue.
Hakim considers it an honor to serve the wise Rocky Jordan.
Oh, not so wise. I didn't come here for refreshments, Hakim.
Oh?
I can see you're real surprised.
Perhaps Jordan Bey would care for company at his table.
A man was killed in my cafe last night, Hakim.
How unfortunate.
Yeah, he thought so. Name was Lint. Ever heard of him?
Englishman?
USA.
We do not get tourist trade so deep in the native quarter. They become fearful before they have penetrated to the Singori.
Maybe you know a red-headed woman, about 25. Creamy, tan, green eyes.
Ah, that is beyond Hakim's hope of heaven.
You had a customer here, maybe a week ago, an American, middle-aged, wears a black slouch hat, coughs a lot. Maybe he bought a little, service.
I do not recall such a man, Effendi. But surely Rocky Jordan knows. The day of the tribe of Singori being hired as assassins is in the past.
What kind of a knife are you carrying, Hakim? Inside your robe?
None, Effendi.
Well, let's take a look. Yeah, just
like I thought.
It's necessary for Hakim to protect himself in this low place of employment.
8-inch dagger.
But you will notice, Effendi, the handle.
Yeah, it's not orange.
As I have said, the day of the assassin, alas, is over. All of you, it is all right.
Sure, Hakim, sure.
Effendi, listen. I must be careful here. Such a man as you have described has been seen in the quarter. It is said he is a man of great evil.
Where can I find this man of great evil?
It is said he lives at the Hotel of the Armenian, Davos, near the Fountain of Musa. But Hakim does not know if this be true.
Hakim wouldn't know the truth if it came dressed like the Sphinx. But Hakim knows where the man of evil lives, for sure. Here, Hakim.
Oh, Mutashakir, Effendi.
Give part of that to the dancing girl, will you? She's the only thing in here you can depend on. I had an idea if I was ever going to get my cafe open again, I'd better see the man of evil. I got to the Armenians' hotel by the Fountain of Musa about sundown, spread enough bakshish on the fly-specked front desk to get a straight answer, and walked up to room 237, the room of a man who had registered as Rufus Glanders.
You are Rocky Jordan. Come in, Mr. Jordan. I've been expecting you.
You're Rufus Glanders?
I am called that.
Another American.
San Franciscan.
Well, just why were you expecting me, Glanders?
Lint was killed in your cafe last night.
You get right to the point.
I've only been in Cairo a short time, Mr. Jordan. But already I've heard much of you. Your tenacity.
Hey, you're a sick man.
And a relatively poor one.
I didn't come here to talk money.
Money can be very important. You see, Mr. Jordan, I have used up my monetary reserves in traveling about the world.
Yes, I noticed your suitcase down at the foot of the bed.
So?
People that tour the world usually pick up a lot of stickers for their luggage.
That reflects middle-class taste.
Oh, I don't know. Folks get quite a kick out of it. But your suitcase has just one sticker on it.
I know.
A view of the Golden Gate Bridge. A sticker from a hotel in San Francisco.
The only city in the world. Why should I bother with the rest?
So, you're from San Francisco, huh?
Yes.
There's nothing like that view from Golden Gate Park on top Telegraph Hill in Frisco.
Golden Gate Park is nowhere near Telegraph Hill in San Francisco.
Okay, you're from San Francisco, all right. But that still doesn't explain why you're expecting me.
I've heard much of you. And since Lint was killed at your place last night, and since the killer has not been apprehended, I thought you might contact me.
Why should that follow?
My reasoning for traveling all over the world on the little money that remained to me was to catch up with Lint and kill him.
Maybe Captain Sabaya down at police headquarters would like to hear your story. Police got an idea I did Lint in.
That's absurd.
Last night, the cabbie outside my cafe spotted you waiting there to kill Lint.
Yeah? I was there. At the end of a 6,000-mile search, I found him. I thought I could kill him. But I couldn't.
You nailed him out back?
No. If I had been able to kill Lint, I would have entered your cafe and accomplished it in the open. You see, Mr. Jordan, my life means nothing to me now. I have only a little time left. And Lint took everything that mattered to me when he left San Francisco. My money, my wife.
Your wife has red hair?
Beautiful red hair.
I don't know about your story now, Glanders. But from where I stand, it looks like your wife's trying to put the finger on you.
But you've seen her?
She practically led me to you.
Oh, Mr. Jordan.
Stop stalling, Glanders. We're taking a trip to headquarters.
Mr. Jordan, get back.
Come on, Glanders.
A shadow behind the window.
I whirled toward the window that opened onto a fire escape. I dive for the floor.
A knife. Coming through a knife.
Getting down the fire escape. He won't stick around.
Be careful, Mr. Jordan.
Oh, yeah, I see him now, running down the street.
Who is it?
You're lucky to be asking. That knife was for you, Glanders. Went into the sofa, right up to the orange handle.
But who threw it? Who was he?
A guy named Hakim. A guy who's got a lot of answers.
Answers? But it's too late to follow.
No, we don't have to.
And just where you and I are going to find him.
In just a moment, Rocky Jordan returns with the ending to tonight's story. What is the war news today? Whatever it is, you want to help, don't you? Well, you can do something very important. You can contribute a pint of your blood every 3 months through Red Cross. Again, Red Cross is the official agency to collect blood for the armed forces when and wherever needed. That need is now. We must build up a blood reserve, and we must continue to take care of the day-by-day needs of our community. If you are a normally healthy person between the ages of 21 and 60, will you call your local Red Cross and make an appointment for a blood donation? Call your local Red Cross. We return you now to Rocky Jordan for the conclusion of tonight's story.
I headed out of the hotel room with Rufus Glanders in tow. Outside, we caught a cab and directed the driver deep into the native quarter to the Cafe of the Singori. The native watcher was still at the door as we went inside. This time I didn't take a table, but barreled on through into the back. That's where I surprised Hakim in a small cube-like room.
Huh? Oh, you are on us again, Jordan, sir.
Breathing kind of heavy, aren't you, Hakim?
It's been a most exceptional evening for business, Jordan, sir.
Yeah, I'll bet. You know my friend here.
I have never set eyes on this rascal before.
As he says, Effendi, we have not met.
You forget fast. Who hired you to put a dagger into Lint's back, Hakim?
Very funny joke.
Was it the woman with red hair?
I do not understand.
Be careful, Jordan. I hope you know what you're doing.
It was the red-headed woman, wasn't it, Hakim? She paid you to kill Lint. She also paid you to put me on the trail of Glanders here. So I'd go to him and be caught there when you slipped a dagger into him, too. I was to be the fall guy.
What manner of lie is this?
She knew the police were already suspicious of me. And that'd be the payoff. Rocky Jordan, caught alone in a room with another dead American.
Your funny story makes me laugh.
Maybe this'll make you laugh, Hakim. I think the woman's here, in this cafe, right now.
No, she's not.
I'm so sure I'm going to call Captain Sabaya and have him search the place.
No, you cannot do that.
He'll make her talk. You know what she'll say, Hakim? She'll say, I paid Hakim the assassin 100 pounds to knife Lint and another 100 to kill Glanders.
No, lie.
Careful, Jordan. He's dangerous.
Hakim the assassin.
No, she will not tell. Never.
Hakim took off like he knew where he was going, and he did. Before I could move, I heard a noise in the hallway, and a woman stumbled into the room. It was the redhead, and she was wearing an orange corsage pinned over her heart. The orange handle of a Singori dagger. Just then, Captain Sam Sabaya came in with about 10 men. One of them had Hakim by the neck.
Let me go, let me go.
Hey, you got the right man, Sam.
The woman is dead?
Yes, she's dead. How'd you get here?
Must I always follow you to trouble, Jordan?
Well, she was asking for it, Sam. She was hiding out here. I'd spotted her in Lint's hotel room, and she had the idea that Glanders here was after her to kill her.
Glanders? Who is he?
I was her husband.
She hired Hakim.
No,
to kill Lint and Glanders. When I got mixed up in it, it looked like a good idea to make me the fall guy.
I will have to have more information.
Well, this is a good time for you to talk, Glanders.
Well, when Lint left San Francisco, he took nearly all my money, ruined my business. He took my wife with him, too. I followed them all over the world. I was going to kill them. But when I caught up with them here in Cairo, I found I couldn't kill. I also learned that Lint had thrown her out without a dime.
Reason enough for a woman to hire an assassin to kill him, Sam. She probably got the lead of the Singori on a sightseeing tour. But you were lucky, Glanders. You were next on her list. She was going to make sure you didn't catch up with her.
Lucky? I suppose.
I put the pressure on Hakim here, and
He killed his client so she wouldn't be able to testify against him.
No, Jordan, no.
That's when you walked in, Sam.
Jordan, is it possible that you will ever leave the matter of justice to those in authority?
Oh, hold it, Sam. Greco was out to get me.
Oh, yes. I shall discuss this with him.
Then I can open up the tambourine?
At once, if you so desire.
But I didn't so desire. I headed back to the cafe with Rufus Glanders, but I just didn't feel like opening up. It was kind of late, and we sat down at the bar, and I mixed a couple of drinks.
Delicious drink, Jordan.
Thanks, Glanders.
May I propose a toast to the United States and to those of us who can never return.
Why can't you go home?
The matter of Lint's theft? He juggled books in the firm, making me appear to be a criminal. It was a personal matter, one which I do not care to explain.
So you can't go back?
No, I can't go back.
That's tough.
You know San Francisco?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I had a cafe there once.
Looking down on the Embarcadero, night, with the soft lights of the ships floating up to you through the fog.
Cable cars, Fisherman's Wharf.
Post Street.
Forest Park.
Forest Park? But that's in St. Louis.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Rocky Jordan, written tonight by Gilbert Thomas, stars Jack Moyles in the title role with Jay Novello as Sam Sabaya, and is produced and directed by Cliff Howell with original music composed and played by Richard Arant. John Jacobs speaking. Rocky Jordan is presented over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Petri Wine brings you Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine. Invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell about another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. Of course, I can't be as entertaining as Dr. Watson, but I can tell you something that's really worth knowing. Simply this. The best beginning a good meal ever had is a glass of Petri California Sherry. Petri Sherry is the perfect before-dinner wine. While you're waiting for dinner to be put on the table, pour yourself a glass of that clear, amber-colored Petri Sherry. Now just sit back and sip it slowly. Take your time so you can thoroughly enjoy every single drop of that wonderful Petri flavor. And what a flavor that sherry has. It comes right from the sun-ripened heart of wonderful California grapes. Now, you may be a real wine expert and know all about sherry wine, but believe me, until you've tried a Petri Sherry, you're really missing something, and no kidding. Serve Petri Sherry alone, or serve it with canopies or appetizers. And by all means, serve it proudly. You can, because the letters P-E-T-R-I spell the proudest history of American wines. Petri. And now for our weekly visit with the good Dr. Watson. Let's see if he's expecting us.
Come in.
Ah, good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Campbell. It's about time you got here. Go up a chair and make yourself comfortable.
Oh, thanks. Well, you have the old black dispatch box out again, I see. I suppose you've been going over your notes on tonight's adventure.
That's right, my boy. And this may interest you. Mrs. Watson figured prominently in the story.
She did?
Yes, in fact, if it hadn't been for some remarkably quick thinking on her part, Holmes and I might have... well, there I go again, telling you the end of the story. On a winter evening in 1887, I've been married some months, and in consequence I haven't seen much of my old friend Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, you're still living at Baker Street, I suppose?
Yes, my boy, but we couldn't persuade him to come round and see us. From time to time I'd heard some vague accounts of his doings, of his summons to Odessa in the case of the Trepoff murder, and of his clearing up the singular tragedy of the Atkinson brothers. But to get back to tonight's story, my wife and I had just finished an excellent dinner. I remember had settled ourselves down for an evening of pleasant domesticity. She was stitching away on a piece of extra petit pois, and I was at my desk balancing figures in the family account book. After a few moments, my wife looked up to me and...
John, dear, don't look so troubled.
Oh, was I looking troubled?
Well, you've been scowling at that account book for 10 minutes now. What's the matter, dear? Don't the figures add up correctly?
Oh, yes, they add up correctly. In fact, they tell a very pretty story. After buying my practice and setting up all my outstanding accounts, I find that we have nearly £150 left of the diary that Mr. Sholto settled upon you.
160, isn't it, dear? I was doing the same sum this morning.
Oh, well, but it is 160. In any case, Mary, dear, the point I was going to make is that we don't need the money just now. My practice is picking up splendidly, and I was thinking that we might invest it in something really sound, of course.
Who's been talking to you, John? Dr. Wilson again.
Well, as it happens, I did bump into him at the hospital today. He can put us onto something very good in Peruvian silver. What do you think of the idea?
Well, John, the fact is, I'd almost decided to make a business investment with it myself. I thought I'd surprise you.
Well,
now let me tell you about it, John.
Oh.
Yesterday, when you were out on your rounds,
yes?
A most charming man called here,
Oh,
a Mr. Ted Barber. He introduced himself as a friend of Mrs. Cecil Forrester's.
Oh,
he said he was certain we'd be interested in his new company. And he talked so convincingly that, well, I'm afraid I almost promised him I'd buy some stock in the company.
Really? What sort of company is it?
Well, he left a prospectus. It's in the right-hand drawer of the desk. It's something to do with a wonderful new metal that's been discovered by an American chemist called Paradol or Paradis or something.
Oh, let's have a look and see what it says. A company formed to exploit the amazing new metal discovered by Dr. Paradis. Paradol preferred stock. The potentialities of this new alloy are immeasurable. The fourth dimension has been conquered. What? Vital dislocation is an accomplished fact. Oh, gracious me, my dear child. This prospectus is absolute poppycock.
Now, John, you mustn't be stubborn. I think at least we should investigate it. The man said that if we went to the laboratories, Dr. Paradis would give us a demonstration himself.
But Mary dear, the fourth dimension. I mean to say, it's obviously fraud.
That's what everyone says when a new invention comes out. This might be an opportunity for us to make a lot of money, John.
Mary, I do wish
to please me, dear.
Well, I can't argue with you very long, Mary. All right. I'll take you to the laboratory in the morning, but I warn you, I'll show Paradis up for the charlatan that he is.
Dr. Paradis will be with you both in a moment.
Thank you, my man.
She's just concluding an experiment.
She?
Dr. Paradis is a woman that...
Oh, that's the last straw. The whole thing sounded like an obvious fraud, and now we get here and find there are woman doctors at the back of it all.
Just because she's a woman, it doesn't mean to say that...
How do you do? I'm Dr. Paradis.
Oh, how do you do, madam? I'm Dr. Watson, and this is my wife, Mrs. Watson.
Oh, yes. Come into the laboratory, won't you?
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Paradis.
Well, I'm afraid we're just wasting your time. We're not really interested in this at all, you know.
John, don't mutter.
Well,
Mr. Barber, you are very interested in my invention.
Oh, yes, I am. That's why I persuaded my husband to come down with me and see a demonstration.
I'll be most happy to show you everything I can. Here's a practical example of the application of my work. This chamber you see in front of you is made completely of my new alloy.
Oh, what's the thing do? It's just a great metal box with a lot of dials and switches and things. Why is it so big? Do people get inside it?
They can.
What?
Though if they do, they're liable to find themselves many miles from here. Come inside, won't you?
Oh, what a lot of nonsense.
I'll give you a demonstration. I want you both to see that there is no exit from inside this chamber. No trapdoors or anything. The only exit is the door we just came through.
Yes, it's just like an airtight metal room.
Stuffy in here, isn't it? Now let's go outside again. I'll show you how the machine operates. Albert!
Yes, Dr. Paradis.
I'm going to demonstrate the Paradol chamber to Dr. and Mrs. Watson.
Oh, very well. The usual time?
Yes, please, Albert. Now, my assistant goes inside the chamber. I close this metal door on him, so.
What are you going to do with him?
Within a matter of seconds, he will be 7 miles from here.
Really, madam, you
Please,
can't
Dr.
expect
Watson,
us to believe.
you're a scientific man. At least give me the opportunity of demonstrating my work.
I'm sorry.
Now, I adjust these dials, turn on the electrical generator, and...
Good Lord, what an amazing business.
Now open the door, Dr. Watson, and look inside, please.
Great Scott, he's gone. I don't believe it. Dr. Paradise, will you explain this to me?
Gladly. My metal Paradol is an unnatural alloy.
What?
It causes a dislocation in the warp of space and enables us to enter the 4th dimension. You see, time is a dimension. Any object in the past, present, or future can be described precisely in 3 dimensions of space and 1 of time.
Yes, but this machine of yours...
The alloy of Paradol, combined with the great forces of electricity, has created a new force. This element is controlled by these dials, and it is possible to move in 4 dimensions at once. Thus, bodies or other objects can be transported great distances away, all in the twinkling of an eye. I coined a word to describe the process. Teleportation, I call it.
Teleportation? Well, I'm completely confused. All my scientific training tells me this is impossible, and yet, I wonder if you'd give us another demonstration.
Certainly. Perhaps you yourself would like to be teleported somewhere.
Certainly not. Good gracious me, no.
No, I think John would be very unhappy in the 4th dimension. He wouldn't belong.
Yes, you said that any objects could be moved. How about that brown paper parcel on the table over there?
Certainly. It only contains some company circulars. I suggest you write your initials on it so that you can identify it later.
Oh, very well. J.H.W. There you are.
Where do you want it dispatched to?
Send it to my house. I'll give you the address.
That won't be necessary.
Mary, this is an amazing business.
Isn't it, John? Exciting, too.
There we are. Now I adjust the dials once more, and... The parcel is already at your house.
Oh, it's impossible. Come along, Mary. Let's get a cab and race back there as fast as we can. Well,
Yes,
goodbye,
dear.
Doctor.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Bye.
Now, dear, John, you must admit you're just as excited as I am.
Well, I confess that I'm enormously intrigued. Let me just get my latch front door key up. Here we are. Dr. Paradis is a devilishly clever woman. Even so, my intelligence tells me it's impossible for the package to have reached here before us. Ah, here we are.
There you are, Master. Mum, just in time for lunch.
Tell me, Annie, did a package arrive for us?
Oh, yes, it did, Mum. I put it on our table.
Great Scott. How was it delivered, Annie?
Well, now, that's the funny thing about it, sir. I don't know. I went out to polish the brass on the door knocker a few minutes ago, and there was the parcel, lying on the doorstep. No one had rung the bell or anything. I didn't know how it got there.
Thank you, Annie. You can go now.
Yes, Mum.
Well, John, what do you say now?
That a miracle's been performed. I don't believe my eyes. Look, there are my initials on the package. Mary, I think that if you don't mind, after lunch I'll...
You'll go round to Baker Street and tell Sherlock Holmes about this.
Oh, do you mind, dear?
Of course not, dear.
Good. It'll be nice to see Holmes again anyway.
Dr. Watson, how nice to see you again.
Hello, Mrs. Hudson. How are you, my dear?
Oh, I'm just fine. Oh, you're looking grand, sir. Marriage agrees with you, if you don't mind my saying so.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Hudson. Is Mr. Holmes in?
Aye, sir. And I'm very glad you're seeing him. He's no been acting like himself lately.
Oh, really?
Locking his door, and only unlocking it for me when I give him a password. And he's hardly touched his food for the last 3 days. To tell you the truth, Dr. Watson, I'm awful worried about him.
Really? Well, I'll go up to him.
He'll be glad to see you, I'm sure.
Yes? Who is it? Oh, possibly. I'm not taking any chances.
Ridiculous. Surely you know my voice after all these years?
John H. Watson. Tell me what your middle initials stand for, and I'll let you in.
It stands for Hamish.
How are you?
I'm fine and delighted to see you again, Holmes. Incidentally, why all this rigmarole about locked doors and passwords?
Well, Professor Moriarty has decided that it's high time to settle his score with me. There have been several attempts on my life lately. Twice I've been attacked in the streets, and only yesterday a shot was fired at me through the window you see broken there.
Lord Holmes, you must be careful.
I am being very careful. That's why I indulged in what you refer to as all this rigmarole. But, well, enough of my problems. What's on your mind? There's a sparkle in your eye and an air of excitement that tells me that you've some news to impart.
Well, I must say there is something.
Of course there is, my dear fellow. Come on, tell me about it.
You ever hear of a new metal called Paradol and its inventor, Dr. Paradis?
Oh, yes, indeed I have. I received a prospectus concerning it the other day.
Well, what do you think of the idea?
Oh, obviously it's rubbish designed to fool a gullible public into buying shares. Don't tell me that you were taking advice.
Oh, no, of course not, Holmes. Naturally, as a scientific man, I knew it was rubbish. My wife, however, had become a little involved in the concern, and so today, to prove to her that the whole thing was a fraud, we went down to the laboratory and met this Dr. Paradis.
Oh, did you indeed?
In the first place, let me tell you, this Dr. Paradis is a woman.
Oh, a woman?
As you can imagine, I didn't have any difficulty in discrediting her theories. In fact, I'm afraid I made her seem rather stupid. However, we did stay there long enough for her to give us a demonstration. And that's the way that it was, Holmes. When we got back to our house, the initial package was there, waiting for us.
An ingeniously hidden trap door, through which the assistant disappeared, and later the package. A fast cab then took it to your home before you could get there.
Oh, yes, oh, really? Well, yes, of course, that's exactly how I explained the thing to Mary.
Was she impressed with the feat?
Yes, she was. But you know how women are. I tried to tell her the whole thing was a fraud. She's very obstinate. I was hoping perhaps that you will help me expose the concern.
Oh, hardly seemed necessary, old fellow. Such an obvious fraud. However, for your sake, I'll be glad to do anything I can.
But I thought we might go down to the laboratory late tonight when nobody's there and take a look at that Paradol chamber a little more closely.
Yes, that's a good idea. After being cooped up here for 3 days, it'll be a pleasure to get some night air and indulge in a little simple burglarizing.
Well, shall I call for you here?
No, wait a minute, dear fellow. It's much too dangerous. I'll be in a hansom cab outside your house about 11:30 tonight. How's that?
Splendid. Quite like old times, isn't it, Holmes?
Yes, 'tis, old chap, though I think that this time, for Mrs. Watson's sake, I must try and keep you out of trouble.
Midnight, Holmes?
Yes, Watson. Time that only confirmed old bachelors like myself should be wandering the streets of London.
Oh, rubbish, Holmes. You talk as if Mary was a tyrant.
Now, don't get angry, old chap. I was only being facetious. Is this, Dr. Paradis' laboratory?
Yes. Like to be seen. I don't imagine it'll be very hard to break in, though.
Strike a match, will you? I took the precaution of bringing this lantern.
There you are.
Thanks, old fellow.
Is the door locked?
Yes, but I think a skeleton key will do the trick. Hold this lantern for a second, will you?
Yeah.
Oh, this is child's play so far. Come on.
There's the Paradol chamber over there.
Uh-huh. Give me the lantern again, old chap, will you? Thanks. Mm-hmm. Quite an elaborate construction.
The door's been left open. Let's go in and take a look at the inside of it.
Not both of us, Watson. If this is the only entrance, and the two of us walked in, it'd be too easy to slam the door shut on us.
I suppose so. You go in and I'll keep watch out here.
All right. Oh, I trust that in a few minutes I won't find myself lying on your doorstep.
Holmes, there are times when your sense of humor is a little strained. Holmes, you all right? Watson, what is it, Holmes?
The body of a dead woman. She's been shot. Unless I'm much mistaken.
Let me come and look. Good Lord, someone has slammed the door shut on us.
Yes, my dear fellow. We walked into a trap very neatly. I'm afraid that we're imprisoned in what appears to be an airtight metal chamber, and the only person who can help us to get out of it again is a corpse.
Dr. Watson's story will continue in just a few seconds. It's time for me to remind you that good food always tastes better when served together with good wine. Did you know that Petri makes 2 wonderful mealtime wines? Wines especially made to go with food? Well, they do. Petri California Burgundy and... You want a rich, hearty red wine that's great with any meat or meat dish, you just try a Petri Burgundy. And if you want a wine that's perfect with chicken or fish, try a delicate golden-colored Petri Sauterne. Petri Burgundy if you want a red wine, Petri Sauterne if you want white. But always a Petri wine if you want a good wine. Now back to tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure. It is in the early hours of a winter's morning in 1887. The famous pair, while investigating the mysteries of a scientific laboratory in the East End of London, have been trapped in an airtight metal cabinet, their only companion being the dead body of a woman scientist. As we rejoin our story, Sherlock Holmes and his old friend Dr. Watson are listening intently as footsteps approach what appears to be their metal coffin.
There's someone outside. They're sliding back the mental panel.
Good evening, gentlemen.
That voice, it's Dr. Paraday's assistant. Let us out of here.
Or should I be more precise, Mr. Holmes, and say good morning?
Hello, Moriarty.
Moriarty, you scoundrel. I can just get my hands on him.
Dr. Watson, I wish you could get over your dislike for me. For my own part, I'm genuinely sorry that my trap had to catch you, too. I've often felt unhappy that you're not on my side. Such slavish admiration of you given your friend Sherlock Holmes must be highly gratifying.
It's obvious, my dear Watson. The whole scheme was a plan to lure me out of my safe hiding by presenting an intriguing problem, and one that victimized the wife of my old friend. You knew it would get back to my ears, didn't you, Moriarty?
Yes, exactly.
But why did you murder this Paradise woman?
That's equally obvious, my dear Watson. It served her purpose in presenting a most convincing scientific front. As soon as the trap was baited, she was a liability. She might tell tales, and so she was killed. Like so many other of your accomplices, my dear Professor.
Ah, precisely. Now, my dear fellows, I'll close this panel and say goodbye. Quite sorry to have to kill you, but you're becoming dreadfully in my way.
And how do you plan to kill us, Moriarty?
By doing nothing more than closing this panel. Oh, I could be frightfully dramatic and release deadly gases into the chamber, or poisonous snakes, or something equal. Seems so much simpler, just shut you in. Our oxygen supply won't last very long, you know. And for your benefit, Dr. Watson, I may tell you that Paradol, whatever its other shortcomings as a metal, is bulletproof. Goodbye, you meddling fools!
Well, there seems nothing for us to do but look around and ascertain our chances of escape.
Holmes, I don't like this. We're in a very nasty situation.
My dear Watson, sometimes you're a master of understatement. Aha, just as I thought.
What have you found, Holmes?
Sliding panel, just behind the dead woman. It leads us to a passageway. A passageway that has been bricked up only within the last few hours. But long enough, I'm afraid, to make it impossible. No, there's no escape here. Hold the lantern a little higher, will you, Jack?
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, what are we going to do now?
I was just estimating the cubic capacity of this chamber. The air supply should last comfortably for at least another 8 hours. I recommend a brief sleep to refresh us and also to conserve our oxygen supply.
Sleep? Who could sleep at a time like this?
I can and you can, old chap, if you discipline yourself.
Well, I'll try, Holmes, but I know perfectly well I shan't close my eyes.
Wake up, Watson, wake up.
Yes, Mary dear. It's you. We're still in this infernal trap.
I'm afraid so, old chap.
What time?
Just after 7 in the morning.
How long did you estimate our oxygen supply would last?
Probably about another hour.
Well, it's just possible that some worker will come to the laboratory early and let us out.
I shouldn't count too much on that if I were you.
I suppose not. I say, Holmes, I'm famished.
Yes, I thought you would be, my dear chap, so I saved you this half of a bar of chocolate. I ate my own share just before you awakened.
Oh, thanks, my dear fellow. Did you sleep too, Holmes?
No, I didn't, Watson. I employed my time in conducting a minute examination of this chamber. I was trying to find some possible way of getting out.
And you failed, eh?
I'm afraid so.
Holmes, this looks like the end, doesn't it? Well, if it is my time to die, I'm glad that we're together again. Although I blame myself entirely for for letting you into the town.
Come now, my dear fellow, don't take it as badly as that.
But you admitted you're defeated and that there's no possible way out of this destiny.
I meant that there's no way out from the inside. So my plan worked.
Good gracious me, what on earth?
The guard, there you are.
Mary! Mary, you dear little thing, you must have been frightened to death.
Hello, Donald. Poor dear, you must have spent a miserable night.
Well. Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson have been getting themselves in trouble again, eh?
Mister, this is no time for your heavy-handed badinage. There's the body of a murdered woman inside that chamber. She was killed by Professor Moriarty.
Professor Moriarty?
You didn't get my message sooner.
Your message?
Oh, bless my soul, Holmes, I wish you'd tell me how you got your message to Scotland Yard.
Well, ever since these recent attacks on my life, I've had my delightful band of ragamuffins, the Baker Street Irregulars, watching my house in fixed watches, 2 at a time. I gave the boys instructions to follow me whenever I went out. And if ever I did not reappear within 3 hours, they were to report to our French guard at Scotland Yard.
Holmes, you're amazing. You think of everything.
Just a minute, gentlemen, just a minute. I didn't get no message from any of your Baker Street Irregulars.
Oh, you didn't?
No, sir. Though I did find a couple of the boys tied up when we came in here just now.
But if you didn't get a message from them, how did you come here so opportunely?
That's an easy one. Because Mrs. Watson here came and fetched me.
You did, Mary? But how on earth?
Go on, Mom. Tell him.
Well, it's really very simple. When John came back from seeing you yesterday, Mr. Holmes, he was over elaborately casual in his references to the Peridot chamber. So, of course, I knew at once the two of you were going to investigate the matter. I also caught him oiling his revolver after dinner. I didn't know that you slipped out last night, John. But as soon as I woke up this morning, I realized what had happened. So I went straight to Scotland Yard for Inspector Lestrade and brought him here with me.
Why, Mary, you clever little thing. Isn't she a clever darling, Holmes?
Mrs. Watson, this has been a salutary experience. Will you allow me to congratulate you on your deductive ability?
Well, that's very nice of you, Mr. Holmes, but I really don't deserve any compliments, if you don't mind my saying so. It was elementary, my dear Mr. Holmes. Elementary.
This is Bob Campbell saying good night for the Petrie family. This program comes to you from our Hollywood studio.
Beat it, you two. I don't talk to strangers.
Well, we're not strangers, exactly. I'm Mrs. North.
Beat it, I said.
Well, you don't have to get tough about it.
Go on, scram, and don't come back. The only place I want to see you is in the morgue.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Joseph Curtin and Alice Frost. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, The Death Trap. A few miles uptown from where the Norths live, in the cellar of an old brownstone apartment house, a woman sits at a table playing solitaire. Her hair is blonde, platinum blonde, and her eyes are sultry. Behind her, an anxious young man is nervously pacing the floor.
You're going to wear out those shoes, Benny.
Won't be the first time. What the devil is keeping Nick?
Well, give him a chance, will you? He's got to check the whole setup before we can lift a finger.
What for? Don't he think I know how to case a job?
Look, Beanie, Nick don't trust anybody when it comes to a kidnapping job. It's the way he works. Careful.
You like it, I suppose.
I like staying out of jail. I like a meal ticket that's nice and steady, too.
What's the matter with me? I'd be the best meal ticket in the world if you'd only let me. I'd give you anything you wanted, Flo, anything.
Sure. For a while you would.
For as long as you wanted me.
Ah, stop it, kid. You're dreaming.
What are you doing?
Using my head. When you get to be my age, you don't run off with little boys that fall in love with you. You stick to somebody solid. Somebody that's been around for a long time. Like Nick.
And how long are we going to go on like this? Making love behind his back. Aching to be alone together and having him put his fat paws all over you.
Watch. He's back. That you, Nick?
Yeah, it's me.
Well, how'd you make out? Set up okay?
Looks pretty good. Looks like you had it figured right about the old man's money, too.
Well, what kept you? He was getting worried.
About me or your share of the setup?
Oh, don't say that, sweetie. You know you're the only guy in the world for me.
Sure, I know. Got a kiss for Papa?
Well, let's not stand around smooching all night. Let's get the car and put this show on the road.
Car's outside, Beanie. We're rolling 20 minutes. What are you carrying?
Automatics. One upstairs and one on the hip.
Ditch him.
Huh?
Ditch him, I said, and take the silencer. I don't think we'll have any trouble with this old guy, but if we have to shoot him, we better shoot him quiet.
Oh, I'm glad we decided to go to the early movie, Pam. I don't think I could have sat through the late one.
Well, if I'd known you were so tired, dear, we wouldn't have gone to the movies at all. Have you got your keys?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. North.
What's that?
Oh, Mrs. Rowland, dear, across the hall.
Mr. North, did you happen to see my husband when you came upstairs just now?
Why, no, Mrs. Rowland. Is he outside?
Well, I don't know where he is, Mr. North. He said he was just going down to put the car in the garage, but he left here almost an hour ago.
Well, maybe he stopped off someplace on the way back.
Oh, no, I'm sure he wouldn't do that. You know, he hasn't been well lately, and with all the work we've been doing these past few weeks, selling things and making arrangements to live down in Florida, he's been getting to bed very early.
Oh, I'm sure nothing's happened to him, Mrs. Rowland. It's only a few blocks from the garage.
Oh.
There. I'll bet that's him calling now.
I hope so. Will you wait? I'll see who it is.
Yes, sure.
Hello?
Mrs. Rowland?
Yes?
Are you alone?
Why, yes? Who is this?
Never mind. Just listen and don't do any more talking. It's about your husband, and it's important.
What?
Don't talk, I said. Your husband's with me. He's been kidnapped, and as soon as we can get together on the dough, we'll let him go. In the meantime, keep your mouth shut.
But he's not...
I told you to keep your mouth shut. Don't say a word about this to anybody, and if you call in the police, we'll kill him.
No.
Remember what I told you, Mrs. Rowland. Now sit tight and wait for my call. I'll be in touch with you later.
Hello. Hello.
What's the matter, Mrs. Rowland? What's wrong?
My husband. He's been kidnapped. Done it, Mr. North. You shouldn't have asked Lieutenant Wygant to come here. They warned me not to call the police.
Well, you didn't call them. Jerry did.
If they find out, they'll kill George.
No, don't you worry about that, Mrs. Rowland. I was very careful about coming here, and I made sure that no one saw me.
Well, what's the next move, Bill? Tracing that phone call?
Well, no, you can't trace a local call, Jerry, not after it's completed. That's why I was so anxious to know when your husband left this apartment, Mrs. Rowland.
Well, I told you as near as I could remember, Lieutenant. He left about 9:30.
And the kidnappers didn't call till about 10:30.
Which means that it took them almost an hour to get where they were going.
If they called as soon as they got there.
Well, wouldn't you? Now, if you wanted to keep Mrs. Rowland from getting anxious and going to the police about her husband, wouldn't you call as soon as you could?
Yes, I suppose so, Bill.
But I still don't know what you're driving at.
Well, figure it out, Pam. The call was local. The driving time was at least a half hour more.
Uh-huh.
And with a kidnapped man in the car, they wouldn't dare risk going over any big bridges.
Well, so what does that mean?
That their hideout is probably in the Van Cortlandt area or Upper Manhattan.
That sounds like a good lead, Bill.
Well, it's only a hunch right now, but bright and early tomorrow, my men are going to check every public phone booth from Dykeman Street up.
What are you doing, Nick? Why don't you turn the light off and let the old man get some sleep?
He'll get sleep when the ransom dough is in, and so will we.
Well, what are you fiddling with those bandages for? You taking off the adhesive tape?
I'm not taking anything off. I just want to make sure he can breathe underneath the gag. You all right, Grandpa?
Sure, he's okay.
Well, he don't look so good, Beanie. Maybe that thing's choking him.
Oh, quit babying him, will you?
You shut up. You want this old guy to croak on us? Okay. I'll take it off for a while and give you a whiff of fresh air. There. That feel better, Pop?
Yes, thank you. Maybe we ought to give him a drink of water.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Look, why me?
Huh?
Why me? Why did you have to pick an old man like me? I'm sick.
I've worked hard all my life, and now that I've got enough money to live on for a few years, you're going to take it away from me.
Listen to him.
I just want a little place where we can take it easy for a while and have a little fun until we die.
All right, Pop, that's enough talking.
We've sold everything we own.
He said that was enough talking,
No, I've
Pop.
got to tell you, because I don't care what happens to me anymore. If you take that money, there won't be anything left.
Are you going to shut up?
No, I'm going to fight you. Even if you kill me, I'm going to fight you every way I know.
Baby! You had it coming to him. Now maybe he won't talk so much.
Darling, I wish you'd tell me what you expect to gain by all this snooping around. We've been in every diner, bar room, stationery store, and soda fountain.
Now, don't be discouraged, dear. We've got to cover all the public phone booths in this uptown area.
Why? Bill Wygant has 30 policemen out doing this job.
Well, it won't hurt to have 32. Oh, don't you see, darling? There's so much territory to be covered, and there's so little time to do it in. If anything should happen to Mr. Rowland, I'd never forgive myself.
Okay, let's try the next one. Only if we keep going into all these bars, pretty soon I'm going to have a drink.
Well, not in this one, dear. It doesn't look sanitary.
Ham, he heard you.
Cleanest bar in the town, lady.
Oh,
I wash every one of these glasses with my lily white hands.
Well, we didn't mean to...
I'm not kidding you, mister. I'm a bug on killing germs. I got disinfectant all over the place.
Yes, I smell it.
It smells good, don't it? Nice and clean. I put it in the mop water all the time. Believe you me, this place here, gets a good going over.
Well,
As soon as I close up at night, I chuck all them bums out of here. I wipe off the tables with ammonia, sprinkle cockroach powder in all the corners. You'd be surprised at all the dirt and filth that accumulates in just one day. And if you don't do nothing about it, well, you get mice. Now, what do you have to drink?
We don't care for anything to drink, thank you. We're looking for some information.
About a phone call that might have been made from here about 10:30 last night. Do you happen to remember if anybody walked in here and used your phone about that time?
A man with a slight accent, Greek or Italian.
Gosh, you got me, lady. At 10:30 last night, we was all watching the fights on television. Wait a second. Was this bird a short, stocky guy with black hair?
We don't know what he looks like. We just know that he speaks with an accent.
Well, now that you mention it, I think this guy did talk kind of funny, and he acted kind of funny too, like he didn't want nobody to see him, you know?
No kidding. Do you know where we can find him?
No, I don't even know what his name is. Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
That guy looking in the door. You see him? He's the one I was just telling you about.
The one who made the phone call?
Yeah, that's right.
Richard, we've got to find out who it is. Oh, excuse me. I didn't mean to bump into you.
That's okay.
You looking for someone, mister?
No. Are you?
Well, not exactly. Hey, where are you going?
What business is it of yours?
We're strangers around here. We thought you
Sorry,
might...
lady, I'm in a hurry.
Oh, wait a minute.
Take your hands off me, bud, or you won't have any.
Well, you don't have to get tough.
Don't I? I don't like your looks, mister. Now beat it, and beat it fast, or you'll wind up with a slug in you.
Nick should have been back by now. It don't take this long to walk down the block and put in a phone call. What's he telling that old lady?
How we want the ransom, I guess, and when to have it ready.
Even so, it don't take no 40 minutes.
Sit down, will you, Beanie? You're wearing out the floor again.
What else is there to do? Want me to play nursemaid, old man Roland?
You might go in there and see if he's okay. It was a pretty hard sock you gave him last night.
He got over it.
Yeah, he got over it. Only you didn't. You're just as jumpy as you ever were.
Flo, will you can that stuff? The old man had nothing to do with it. I'm jumpy on account of you.
What did I do?
What do you always do? Sitting there with that tight dress on, blowing smoke rings in my face. I'll jump right out of my skin if you don't put your arms around me.
Don't, honey. Nick will be back in a minute.
Oh, you're a great one. You say you're nuts about me when we're alone. You say I make love to you like nobody in the world, but you still won't run out on him.
We need him, Beanie.
For what? We'll net at least 15 G's from this haul, and with that kind of roll, we can go anywhere we want, baby. Just the two of us. We could burn up the whole world.
Oh, honey, if you get me started...
Oh, don't push me away, sweetie. You know you got a yen for me. And you know you're going away with me, too. Just as soon as we finish this job.
Oh, baby, if you just wouldn't lose your head all the time.
Don't worry, Flo. I'll take care of you good.
What took you so long, Nick? I thought you were coming right back.
I couldn't. I ran into trouble.
What kind of trouble? With the old lady?
No, I didn't call the old lady. Didn't get a chance to.
What are you talking about?
The job. The whole job. It's no good. Somebody's on to us.
Are you kidding?
Sure. I'm laughing my head off. Now get ready. Pack up some of your stuff, Flo. We're all pulling out of here.
Wait a minute. What's going on here?
Try to make a phone call on Dykeman Street. You'll find out.
Cops?
All over the place. Asking a million questions, too. In every barroom, drugstore, and soda fountain. I almost got picked up.
That don't mean nothing.
Don't be a chump, kid. They're too close for comfort. We're getting out of here.
What about the old man?
Leave him. Let him go back to his wife. I don't care where he goes as long as we get away.
Nick, you're crazy. This job is practically in the bag. All we got to do is set up...
Stop arguing, will you? We got to beat it, I tell you.
And lose all the dough we could get from the old lady?
You'll lose a lot more if we don't get a move on. Dough ain't important to us right now.
No, huh? Well, it is to me. It's the most important thing there is, and I'm going to get it, too.
You'll get it in the neck if you don't do like I tell you. Put your head on and go on down and get the car.
I ain't leaving the old man.
Okay, then stay. Come on, Flo. You ready?
She ain't going, Nick.
Huh?
She ain't going. She's staying with me.
What did you say?
Ask her.
What's this all about, Flo? What do you mean you're staying with him?
Well, I didn't want to tell you this way, Nick. But if you're walking out on the job, maybe Beanie and me can swing it ourselves.
I'm not talking about the job, Flo. I'm talking about us.
Well?
4.5 years, Flo. 4.5 years, and you'd split up with me on account of... Get away from me, you lousy...
Take it easy, Nick.
Yeah, I'll take it easy, all right. I'll take it so easy.
Put that gun down.
It's okay, Flo. He just wanted to make it plain to me. Now I know you ain't going with me.
That's him, Bill. I know it is. I'd recognize that face anywhere.
Are you sure, Pam? Are you sure this is the same man you bumped into at that bar uptown? Because this picture was taken several years ago.
It's the same man, all right. Have you got a record on him?
Oh, yeah, we got a long record. His name's Hadris, Nick Hadris, alias Joe Nicholas, alias Nick Haynes.
Well, if you've got a line on him, the rest ought to be easy. We know he's in that uptown area somewhere. And if you pick him up, you can make him tell you where they're holding Mr. Rowland.
That's right, Bill. All you have to do is locate Nick Hadris.
Well, I'm afraid that's not enough, Pam. We've located Nick already.
Oh, and he won't talk?
He can't talk. By the time my men got to him, he was dead.
No.
Murdered?
Mm-hmm. They found his body on the bank of the Harlem River.
I don't know why, Lieutenant. I don't know why you can't find out where their hideout is. With all the men you've got working on this case, you'd think...
Well, now, we're doing the best we can, Mrs. Rowland. I don't know how I can make you understand that.
Bill, let me talk to her. No use talking, Mrs. North. They've done something to my husband. Something must have happened to him. Otherwise, they would have called me. Almost a whole day has gone by, and they haven't even tried to reach me.
Well, you did get that postcard this morning telling you how much money they wanted. And they asked you to draw it out of the bank and have it ready.
I know, but that postcard was mailed last night.
Mrs. Rowland, let me call the
doctor.
doctor.
No, please, I'm all right. It's just that I keep thinking about him. If he's warm enough, they let him rest. They give him enough food. You know, there's certain things that he can't eat. Starchy things. They just don't agree with him.
Well, I'm sure that they'll wait. Oh, no, wait a second. Don't answer that phone yet, Mrs. Rowland. I want to switch on the recording machine. Flash my boys on the line downstairs. Now, if that's one of the kidnappers, keep talking as long as you possibly can. We may be able to trace the call. All right, you can pick up the receiver now.
Hello?
Mrs. Rowland?
Yes?
Did you get the money in small bills like we told you on the postcard?
Yes, I went to the bank this afternoon.
Okay, then get this straight. Follow these instructions and nothing will happen to your husband.
Is he all right? You haven't hurt him, have you?
Listen, I'll run a knife through his back if you don't get these orders right. Now, this is your last chance, lady.
All right. I'll do anything you say.
Okay, listen and listen careful, because I'm only going to say it once. Stick that money of yours in a shoebox and take the White Plains subway out to the end of the line. And come alone, do you hear? After you get off the subway, go 2 blocks north and 1 block west. Wait there on the corner for me. I'll drive by in a car at 2 o'clock this morning. Now, you got it?
Well...
2 o'clock sharp, end of the White Plains line. 2 blocks north, 1 block west.
But my husband, how do I know that he's... Hello. Hello.
No, it's no use, Mrs. Rowland. He's hung up.
What about the call, Bill? Was there time to trace it?
Just a minute. I'll check with the boys on the other end of this line. Hello, Eddie. That tracer come through yet? Was there time? Oh, good for you.
Have they got it, Bill? Do they know where the call came from?
Yeah, but I'm afraid it won't do us much good. This call was made from Grand Central Station. Now, look, men, this is a big job, but it's got to be done to protect Mrs. Rowland. I'm staking out this entire area around where she'll be meeting the kidnappers. Now, no cars are to be stopped, but if anybody drives past this red line on the map after 1:45, nail him. If we don't catch him going in, we'll grab him going out.
What are we going to do about the old man, Beanie? Looks to me like he's getting ready to pass out.
What do I care what he's getting ready to do? As long as his old lady shows up with that dough.
You think she will?
She better, or there won't be nothing left of him. All right, come on, kid. Time to get ready.
Ready for what? It's only 12 o'clock. You don't have to meet Mrs. Rowland till 2.
Well, I'm going to change the plans around a little. Just be on the safe side in case there's cops around. She's expecting me to drive up to that corner at 2 o'clock, only I'm going to fool her. I'm going to have the car parked there instead, an hour ahead of time.
Hey, that's a pretty smart dodge.
Mm-hmm. I got another one, too. I ain't even going to be there to pick up the dough, on account of they might be expecting me.
Huh? Well, if you don't pick up the dough, how are we going to get it?
That's simple. You're going to get it for me.
We're going to get soaked waiting out here in the rain just to see what's going to happen. Did Bill tell you we could stand on this side of the street?
If we keep in close to the building, we can. We can't be seen from the corner.
Well, I hope that kidnapper shows up early. I'd like to get this over with.
So would Mrs. Rowland.
Is she there yet?
Yes, she's just coming up to the corner.
Where's Bill?
He's down the street away. If we see anything funny going on, we're to call him.
Say, there is something funny.
What?
That parked car over there. I never knew there was a woman sitting in it.
Neither did I. She must have been slumped down in the seat, or we'd have seen her.
How long do you suppose she's been there?
I don't know. But I'm going to find out.
Pam.
Hurry, Jerry. She started the motor.
Hey, wait a second. Just a minute, young lady.
What's the matter?
Well, that's what we'd like to know. How long have you been parked here?
Just a little while. I had a dizzy spell while I was driving, so I pulled over to the side to rest for a minute.
Is this your car?
Of course it's my car. Who are you? Why you ask me all these questions?
Because there's a police officer down there.
Police officer?
Hey, what are you doing?
Get away from that car!
Jerry!
Oh, brother, she almost knocked us down.
Well, don't stand there, Jerry. Get Bill Wagon.
Hey, Bill!
That car, Bill! Go after that car!
Hiya, baby. Did you get the dough?
Oh, nothing. We're hot, Beanie. Red hot.
What are you talking about?
That place up there was a trap. Cops were waiting for us.
What cops? How did you get through them? How do you know they didn't tail you here?
I don't. I just drove as fast as I could and left the car right out front.
You crazy half-wit. What's the idea of leading them to me? What the devil did you come back here for?
I don't know, honey. I was scared. I wanted you to help me.
How can I help you if you bring the cops? I ought to bust you in the nose.
Beanie.
Shut up and get out of the way.
What are you doing?
Looking outside. Gotta see if we can make a break for it.
Anybody out there?
I don't see anybody. Not yet.
Hey, wait. Wait. 2 cops coming around the corner. 2 more up the street.
I told you you shouldn't have come back here.
Well, where else could I go? What could I do?
Anything at all but what you did.
Hold it up. Hold it up in there.
They got us, Beanie. They got us for good.
Not me, they ain't. I still got an ace in the hole. The old man.
Rowland.
You heard me. Go on back in the kitchen. Bring him out here, quick.
Open up, I said. Open up or we'll break right through.
Get away from that door, copper. You try to bust in here and I'll kill the old man. I'll blow his head off.
You better stop.
Pam, get back here.
I'm warning you, copper, if you want the old man to live back up from that door. Get your men out of here.
Don't be crazy. You haven't got a chance.
Get him out, I tell you. Get him out or I start shooting. Flo, where are you?
Coming.
What do you want of me? Haven't you done enough already? Shut up.
Kill us, Mr. Rowland.
Come on, copper. Quit stalling. Either you get your men out of here or I plug Roland. Now, which is it? Make up your mind.
Wait.
I'll wait 3 seconds. 1.
Now look.
2.
Beanie!
3.
Mr. Rollins. Okay, lady. It's Beanie that ain't so good. Good heavens, what happened?
Listen, no, she shot him. Shot him again and again.
I'll take that gun, young lady.
Go ahead. I don't need it no more.
Mr. Roland, are you all right? Here, let me help you.
No. I just want to get out of here.
You will, Mr. Roland. We'll all get out. Bill, is it all right if we take Mr. Roland out to the car?
Sure. His wife must be worried sick about him.
Well, we'll see you out there, Bill.
Yeah. I just want to talk to this young lady for a minute before we go down to headquarters.
He was no good, Copper. No good at all.
Is that why you killed him?
Guess it must be. Funny thing about Beanie, he could just touch me and I'd feel like I was on fire. But he was just no good. No good at all.
We're on the front page of this morning's newspaper, Jerry.
Oh, really? Does it say something about the kidnapping?
Of course. Tells the whole story, dear.
About the way we tracked down the first clue up in that bar room where we bumped into Nick?
Well, no, it doesn't say anything about that, dear.
No? Oh, I suppose it plays up the car angle, the way we found that Flo woman and tipped off the police about it.
Well, no, it doesn't say anything about that either.
Oh, that's funny. Let me see that paper.
No, don't be disappointed, darling. After all, they had to give the police some credit.
Some credit? Well, I don't see our names mentioned at all.
Oh, we're there, darling.
Where?
Down at the bottom. See?
Oh.
After a harrowing experience which lasted some 32 hours, the victim, George P. Rowland, and his wife, Margaret, returned to their apartment at approximately 3 a.m. They were driven home by some neighbors across the hall.
Next week, more adventure of Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Paula. I'm glad you called. Oh, you'll have to cut me out tonight, Angel. I'm all jammed up. Some girl just learned that things have been kind of slow for me lately, and she's planning to give me the business.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the talented Texan. Before the Falcon solves today's case, I have a question for you. Have you tried Velveeta lately? Isn't that the finest cheese food you ever put in your mouth? That rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor is good. Really good eating. You see, Velveeta is made by Kraft, and that's something pretty important to remember, because you and I know what the Kraft name means on cheese and cheese foods. It means the very finest you can buy. So remember this. There's no other cheese food like Kraft's pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta, because Kraft, and only Kraft, makes Velveeta. Now, the case of the talented Texan. It's late afternoon in New York, and in a small furnished apartment on Manhattan's east side, a gentleman named Reed Stevens prepares for business while his wife watches interestedly as he opens up shop.
There's a box of shells in the bottom drawer, Kay.
So?
So would you mind getting it for me?
You going to work?
What's it look like?
Ask a silly question to get a silly answer.
What'd you say?
Oh, nothing.
Haven't you found it yet?
Yes. You must like working for Conway. Here.
What makes you say that?
Been at it for 7 months. That's the longest I ever remember you working for anyone.
I didn't have any better offers.
What about Myers? Didn't he offer you $50 a week more?
That's right, he did.
Why didn't you take it?
Maybe I didn't like the hours.
Or maybe it's because Mr. Myers is a bachelor.
What's that supposed to mean?
Don't you think I know the big attraction at Conway's?
Suppose you tell me.
Mrs. Conway.
How's that again?
Don't try to kid me, Reed. I recognize the signs. I've seen them often enough. You're in love with her.
You're out of your mind.
Then why does your face light up every time she calls you?
Does it?
Yes. And she feels the same way about you. You think I'm blind?
No. If anyone's blind, it's been me.
Well, I'd better stop. You're my guy, and nobody's going to take you away.
Mm-hmm. Well, this has all been very charming, but if you'll excuse me...
Where do you think you're going?
To work, do you mind?
Now, Reed, listen to me. You know, if I didn't love you...
You're going to get out of my way?
No, I am not. We're going to have this out right here and now.
I told you something, Kay. If Conway calls, tell him I'm picking up his missus first, then I'll pick him up at the club. Have you got that?
Yeah, I got it, Reed. I got it the first time.
I don't want to heckle, Reed, but you know where you're going?
That's a very good question, Mrs. Conway.
Oh, do you? You passed the club 20 minutes ago. If you intend to pick up Fred there, you're doing it the hard way. What are we stopping here for?
I'd like to talk to you, Lois.
Lois?
You know, my wife, said something very strange today.
About us?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she, thought there was something playing.
What made her think that?
Feminine intuition.
Don't ever sell it short.
And she was right?
Well, no, as it happened, she was wrong, but that's your fault. I went for you the first day I saw you at the club.
7 months ago?
7 months ago. We wasted a lot of time, Reed.
You're right, baby. We got a lot of time to make up for.
Just a second. Yes?
You're Kay Stevens, aren't you?
That's right.
My name is Fred Conway.
I know.
I'm flattered. May I come in?
Well, Reed isn't home.
That's why I picked this time to call.
Oh. Won't you sit down?
I believe I will.
Would you like a...
Not a thing, thank you. I have everything I want. Or perhaps I should amend that statement. I had everything I wanted.
I don't follow you, Mr. Conway.
Please call me Fred. Your husband does.
Well, Reed doesn't like me to take liberties.
Obviously, what's sauce for the goose isn't sauce for the gander.
I don't understand you.
Of course you do, Kay. You're a smart woman. I'm sure it won't come as any shock to you that Reed has been seeing my wife for 5 weeks now.
Well?
Well, what do you propose to do about it?
Nothing.
Nothing?
This may be a new experience for you, Mr. Conway.
Fred.
But it is an old story in this department.
Oh, have there been others?
Dozens. And Reed always comes back to me.
Did it ever occur to you that one day he may not?
What do you mean?
Someday he might meet the one woman who can keep him interested. Who knows? It could be Lois. Jackie.
Oh, hi, Mr. Conway. I didn't see you come in.
How we doing?
Not much action tonight.
Any calls?
Only Claiborne and Pepper. They want to lay off $8,000 on Mama's boy at Bowie.
Take it. Anything else?
Oh, yeah. Your missus is in the office.
She alone?
Uh-huh.
Fine. Incidentally, tell Reed Stevens he can have the night off. I won't need him anymore.
Right.
Hello, darling.
I've been waiting for you, Fred.
I know. Jackie just told me. What is it this time? A new coat?
No, this time you're wrong.
Well, you just name it, Lois. You know there's nothing I'd refuse you.
Suppose I told you I wanted...
A divorce?
How did you know?
It was fairly obvious. But I think you're making a mistake. Reed doesn't want to marry you.
Doesn't he?
No. I'll bet you've never even discussed it with him.
Have you?
Well, I figured his wife was a much better choice than she was. She tells me Reed goes through these things periodically.
You're lying.
I wish I were, darling. I know what a blow this must be to your vanity. But I imagine if you called Mrs. Stevens, she'd be happy to give you names and addresses.
Now listen, Fred.
I'm sorry, dear, but I've got a million things to do, and so have you. You'll have to pack your clothes and then... Oh, there's no real hurry. Take all the time in the world. If you're out of the house by 11 tonight, that'll be fine.
Hello, I guess you must have been expecting someone else.
What do you want?
You Reed Stevens?
That's right.
I want you.
Now, look, mister.
Just call me Tex.
What's the idea of the cannon?
What's generally the idea?
You nuts?
If somebody don't like you, Reed, you must have gone out of your way to... Just keep your hands right where they are. Hey, it's a nifty-looking solo you got there. Mind if I see it? Boy, that's what I call a beauty. But it set you back.
Now, listen, Tex.
Sure wish I could afford one like it. Yeah, don't think much of your shooting iron. Too clumsy. Look at all the effort you got to use to pull the trigger. I guess I was wrong. It don't seem to take any effort at all.
Just a second. Yes?
I'm looking for Michael Waring.
Come in.
Well, I'm afraid there must be some mistake. Are you Mr. Waring?
That's right.
I mean, are you a private detective?
I got a license that says so.
Well, where's your office?
I don't have one. I work right out of here. Disappointed?
Well,
And I don't have a beautiful blonde secretary or a desk full of empty liquor bottles either. Now, if you'd like to get someone else...
I'm sorry. It's just...
No, it's my fault, Miss...
Stevens. Kay Stevens. Only it's Mrs.
Well, come on in.
Thank you.
Now, sit down, won't you?
I'd rather not, if you don't mind.
All right, suit yourself. Cigarette?
No, thanks.
Okay, let's get down to cases.
I want a divorce.
What do you expect me to do about it?
Well, I'll need evidence.
So you want me to do a little keyhole peeking? Huh?
Yes, his name is Reed Stevens.
You mean his name was Reed Stevens?
What?
That's a funny thing, Sergeant, but I don't remember you knocking.
Come to think of it, I don't remember that either.
What do you mean my husband's name was Reed Stevens?
Well, don't you always use the past tense in connection with a deceased?
What are you trying to say?
He's been murdered, Mrs. Stevens.
No.
Yes, nobody knows that better than you.
Where is he? Where is he? I've got to see him.
You will. You care to join us, Mike?
Is it a pinch?
It is indeed. I'm so glad your apartment is only 8 minutes from headquarters. Whenever we have a homicide, I can always stop here first. And very rarely have I been disappointed. All right, folks, let's go.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, while Sergeant Corbett and Mike go to headquarters with Mrs. Stevens, I'd like to tell you about an idea that will save you money next time you go to your food store. Just get a loaf of Velveeta, Kraft's smooth melting pasteurized processed cheese food. You can melt Velveeta for a golden smooth cheese sauce that'll do wonders for leftover bits of meat or seafood or vegetables. And it's so easy to make. Just melt a half-pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. You needn't cut that half-pound piece of Velveeta up at all, because it melts so easily and smoothly without any lumps. Then simply stir in a quarter cup of milk, season, and there you have a fine-tasting cheese sauce with a grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And this delicious sauce adds fine nourishment to those leftovers, too, because Velveeta is so rich in important food values from milk. It's digestible as milk itself, so even the smallest youngsters can enjoy it. Whether you melt golden Velveeta for a wonderful cheese sauce or slice it thick for hearty hot or cold sandwiches or snacks, make Velveeta your handy helper, Mother. Get a 2-pound loaf tomorrow and enjoy America's favorite pasteurized processed cheese food, the one and only Velveeta, made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Only 15 minutes have passed since Kay Stevens was arrested for the murder of her husband. And now at headquarters, while Mrs. Stevens is being booked, Sergeant Corbett makes our hero a sporting proposition.
Look, Mike, I've got an idea. Why don't you just walk out of here and I'll make believe like I never even saw you with Mrs. Stevens?
Oh, no, that's big of you.
Okay, I was just trying to help. She killed her husband just as sure as you're standing there.
I did not.
Then why were you consulting Waring?
I had my reasons. If you weren't so stupid, you'd see that I couldn't have killed Reed.
Why not?
Because I was in love with him.
Why did you want a divorce?
Because I was fed up with him.
That makes a lot of sense.
Oh, sure it does. You can be crazy about somebody, and yet they can do things to you that drive you out of your mind.
Don't make me laugh.
Oh, it happens every day in the week. It's the old story of not being able to live with someone or live without him.
She managed it nicely.
I tell you, I didn't kill him, Sergeant.
You knew he was chasing around.
He did it before?
But this time he wasn't coming back.
He always came back.
If you were so sure of that, why did you go to Waring to get you evidence for a divorce?
Oh, I don't know. I'm all mixed up.
You weren't so mixed up that you couldn't hire a professional gunman?
That is not true.
All right. Lay off it, Corbett. What's this about a professional gunman?
We got a description of the lad who actually pulled the trigger.
Who is he?
We're not sure yet, but according to the building superintendent, he was a tall, red-headed boy who spoke with a Western accent.
You think Mrs. Stevens hired him?
Yes.
You're crazy. I would never do anything to hurt Reed.
All right, that's enough, Kay. Who was the other woman this time?
I have no idea.
Well, if she's bashful, I'll tell you. It was Lois Conway.
Lois Conway?
Freddie's wife. You know her?
Not personally. Oh, really? Maybe I'm missing something. Take it easy, Kay. I'll keep in touch. Call for Mrs. Lois Conway. Call for Mrs. Lois Conway.
Right here, boy.
Hello, Mrs. Conway.
Hello, Bellhop.
Well, how could you tell? I thought I did a real professional job.
Who are you?
Mike Waring.
The one they call the Falcon?
No, I'm sure it pays to advertise.
What do you want with me?
Well, it's a long, dull story. Why don't we step into the bar and I'll tell you about it?
No, thank you.
I think you'll change your mind. Reed Stevens is dead.
What?
Mm-hmm. Murdered early tonight.
Maybe I could stand a drink after all.
Bar's right over there.
How did it happen?
A professional gunman paid him a visit in a little hideaway Reed rented on East 58th Street.
Did they catch the man?
No.
And they don't know who hired him, huh?
Well, the police are inclined to believe it was my client.
Your client?
Mrs. Stevens.
They're crazy. Reed was happily married.
He told you that himself?
Several times.
Right through this door.
Would Monsieur like a table?
No, monsieur will sit right at the bar, but we would like a couple of whiskey sours.
Very good, sir.
You seem to know my preferences.
Oh, you'd be surprised what I know about you, Lois.
Lois?
Well, I figured it's permissible. After all, I do know you real well. I even knew where to find you.
How'd you manage that?
Well, I went to your room first and told the maid I had a COD parcel for you. Imagine my surprise when she said you were staying at the Creighton. Indirectly, that told me a lot more.
I don't see how.
Well, that's because you're no detective. You see, when she refused the COD, it could only mean one thing.
What?
That your husband must have known about you and Reed and tossed you out on your lovely ear.
How dare you?
It's a nice right cross you've got.
I never want to see you again.
Now, don't count on it, Lois. I was brought up right. I'll be back if only to turn the other cheek. Take care of yourself, Angel. Hello, Conway.
Waring.
I dropped by earlier tonight.
So the maid told me. Come in.
Thanks.
Take off your coat.
No, I don't think I'll be staying long. You hear about Reed Stevens?
Yes, too bad, wasn't it?
Yes, especially for his wife. I'm working for him.
Don't tell me they think she killed him.
They certainly do.
Well, that's absurd. From what I know, they're a very devoted couple.
Mm-hmm. Well, would you have any idea who done it?
According to the papers, it was a gunman for hire.
Yes, but the question is, who picked up his tab?
I can't believe it with Mrs. Stevens.
No, neither can I. Did he have any enemies? Present company accepted.
Just what is that supposed to mean?
Well, after all, he wasn't one of your favorite people.
Oh, maybe not a real favorite, but I liked him.
Even after he walked off with your wife?
You're mistaken, Mike. Nobody ever took anything away from me.
Mm-hmm. Well, when Reed did, he certainly didn't get to keep it for long.
Jackie.
Yes?
This is Mr. Waring.
Well, glad to know you.
Don't be too glad. I find him highly objectionable.
I see.
All right, never mind, Jackie. I can take a hint. Lucky thing I didn't remove my coat, eh, Conway? I knew I wasn't going to get to stay long.
You want me to...
Never mind, Jackie. I'll take it. Hello.
That you, Freddie?
Yes, Lois.
I called several times before.
So Jackie told me.
Will it be all right if I come home and talk to you?
No, it won't.
Just for 5 minutes?
It's out of the question, darling.
Look, Freddie, I don't blame you for feeling the way you do. I realize how you must hate me.
Nonsense. I'm extremely fond of you, Lois.
Well, then couldn't we...
No, I'm afraid we couldn't.
It won't ever happen again.
Certainly not with Reed Stevens, anyway.
You've got to give me another chance. I'll make it up to you. I swear I will.
You just don't seem to understand, Lois. I'm not interested.
Who do you think you're talking to, anyway?
I'd like to tell you, but I think the telephone company might be shocked.
Listen, Mr. High and Mighty, I know plenty about you. How would you like it if I went to Mike Waring?
I wouldn't bother him. He's a very busy man.
I think he'll clear time to hear what I've got to say.
Don't do it, Lois. You've made one mistake already. I hate to see you make another.
Are you threatening me?
Would I do that to my own wife? But then you won't be my wife much longer, will you? Goodbye, dear. It's been grand hearing from you.
Come in.
I'm looking for Mike Waring.
You know what the good book says. Seek and you shall find.
Yeah, I'm sure glad to make your acquaintance, Mr. Waring. I heard a lot about the Falcon.
Well, you can't believe everything you hear.
I'll say that's a good one.
What's on your mind, Mr.
Just call me Tex. Everybody does.
All right, Tex it is. Sit down.
Thanks.
Make yourself comfortable. I'll be back.
Oh. Where do you think you're going?
Down the hall.
Come back here.
I just remembered...
I said come back here.
Is that thing loaded?
You can have 6 guests.
No, thanks. I'm awfully bad at games. Well, I would have thought you'd be 1,000 miles from New York by this time.
Why?
Is it your practice to hang around after you do a job?
You're obviously confusing me with someone else.
I doubt it. You're the boy who gunned Reed Stevens.
How in the world did you ever figure that out?
I'm psychic. Who are you working for, Tex?
I'm glad you mentioned that, Mr. Waring, because that's why I'm here. Now, you can see what a trusting soul I am.
Oh, yes, with half an eye.
Well, what would you say if I told you that someone took advantage of my good nature?
No.
They did for a fact. You see, I undertook this assignment on a sort of a contingent basis.
So?
If I deliver, I get paid. And you know what happened?
No, tell me.
Well, after I took care of Mr. Stevens, my party disappeared.
Your party?
The person who hired me. Now, I consider that downright dishonest.
Well, I see your point.
Now, if you was in my position, what would you do?
Get even.
That's just what I thought. Of course, that ain't going to put any money in my pocket, so I was wondering if you might be willing to recompense me.
Well, I don't know. What have you got to sell?
A little piece of evidence that'll give you the name of the person who hired me.
Where is it?
In this handkerchief.
May I?
Oh, no, I'm afraid you'll just have to take my word for it.
Well, don't you trust me?
Oh, of course I do. Would I be here if I didn't?
Well, you can't expect me to buy a blind item. Now, suppose I...
No, you don't get back. And that wasn't nice, Mr. Waring. I trusted you.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, Tex. Guess I lost my head.
Yeah, you did indeed. No.
Good morning, Mr. Waring.
What?
You must have made quite a night of it.
No, where's my head? Must be around somewhere. Oh,
don't try to get up.
No, I don't think I can make it.
What happened?
Well, I had a visitor.
Our friend from Texas?
How did you know?
The elevator boy gave us a description. It tallied with the other.
That was Tex, all right.
What did he want with you?
He said he had some evidence to sell. Seems he never got paid for gunning Reed.
That's modern civilization for you. You can't trust a soul these days.
Well, that was his feeling, too.
What was this evidence he had?
I don't know. He had it wrapped in a handkerchief.
In this handkerchief?
Where'd you find that?
In the hall. Look what was wadded up inside.
Empty cartridge shell.
Yeah, from one of the babies that killed Stevens.
What?
You heard me.
Well, that won't do any good.
Boy, can you call him? There was a thumbprint on this shell.
Whose?
Whose do you think? Mr. Stevens, that's whose.
I don't believe it.
Well, maybe you don't, but I'll bet a jury does, and strangely enough, Mike, that's all I care about.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, Mike seems a bit skeptical, doesn't he? He wants proof. And if you want to prove to yourself how delicious Velveeta is, you try this. Fix toasted sandwiches of Velveeta, Kraft's delicious pasteurized processed cheese food, and serve them with relishes and your favorite beverage. You can be sure those sandwiches will taste good, because Velveeta has such a fine, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And they'll be nourishing, too, because Velveeta is rich in important food values from milk. So make Velveeta your handy helper, Mother, for company snacks and sandwiches, and for the many ways you'll fix it for the family. Get Velveeta in the handy half-pound package or the economical 2-pound loaf. Just be sure you get genuine Velveeta. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Sergeant Corbett informed Mike Waring that Kay Stevens' fingerprints were found on the shell that killed her husband. Now, as we find the good sergeant, the Falcon, are on their way to headquarters, Mike still refuses to accept the evidence.
Listen, Sergeant, there must be some mistake about that shell.
What kind of a mistake?
You're certain that's Kay Stevens' fingerprint on it?
Absolutely.
Well, there must be a logical explanation. Wait a minute.
Oh, no.
What's the matter?
I know what's coming. You see it all now. You know who was responsible for Reed's murder.
Well, I do. Can you pick up Fred and Lois Conway?
What for?
All right, just humor me, will you?
Okay, Mike, if you're going to act like a jerk, there's no reason why you shouldn't have an audience. They'll be there. Conway, as a public spirited citizen, you should be happy to cooperate with the police. Mr. D.A.
Are you responsible for this, lawyer?
You think I'd be here if I were?
Who's in charge here, anyway? Hey, you know what's going to happen to you, Sergeant?
Don't take it out of him, Conway. This is all my doing.
Oh, it was?
What's the idea,
Idea is that we're trying to determine who was behind Reed Stevens' murder.
Well, why isn't Mrs. Stevens here?
That's right, she should be.
He is. You come in, Mrs. Stevens.
Is Mike here?
He's here.
Okay. Think you know Mr. and Mrs. Conway?
We've met.
Good, then we can begin. Hey, they found your fingerprints on one of the shells that killed your husband.
That's impossible.
Nevertheless, it's true. How do you explain it?
I can't.
Did Reed pack a gun?
Yes?
How did he wear it?
In a shoulder holster.
Was he ever without it?
Never.
Funny, we didn't find one on his body.
Oh, that's not so funny. Why couldn't that torpedo have removed it?
That still doesn't explain how her fingerprints got on the shell.
Suppose Reed was killed with his own gun.
So what?
So at one time or another, Kay might have handled it, along with the bullets.
I did. I remember one night in particular, about 5 weeks ago.
And how would you remember that?
Because that was the night that I accused Reed of being in love with your wife.
Are you nasty little...
Temper. Well, there you have it, Sergeant.
There I have what?
Your case. Isn't it clear now who's the guilty critter?
No.
All right, just ask yourself, who was the first to know about the romance between Reed and Mrs. Conway?
Listen, Waring.
Conway?
No, of course not, Sergeant. Logically, it would be Mrs. Conway.
What are you talking about?
I'm sorry, Lois, but I had to help them out. Otherwise, we would have been up all night. And after the evening I spent with your friend Tex, I just couldn't take it. Well, that's all there was to it, Kay. Once I realized Tex was working for Lois, it all added up.
Incidentally, did the police pick him up yet?
20 minutes ago. His real name is Leo Haynes.
Where'd they find him?
On the west side, naturally.
I still don't see Lois's motive.
Oh, that's simple. She learned her husband told her the truth. She was just another girl to Reed. And look what she gave up for him.
What?
Oh, Conway threw her out, didn't he?
Now, that's the part I don't understand. You think that Conway would have gone after Reed?
Wasn't worth it to him. Fred's the kind of man who doesn't like trouble. He had his revenge when he packed Lois in. And as far as he was concerned, that took care of everything.
So poor Lois winds up in the middle with nobody wanting her.
Except the police.
How did you peg her, anyway?
The police gave me the answer. Remember where they found Reed's body?
Yes, in a little hideaway he had on East 58th Street.
Mm-hmm. And what made it a hideaway?
The fact that nobody knew about it.
Exactly. Nobody knew it. Except Reed and Lois. So who could have given Tex the address?
Of course it had to be her. Why didn't I think of that?
Because you're not a detective.
Well, you deserve a lot of credit, Mike.
Was that all I'm going to get?
Oh, no. There's something else. Something you really deserve.
What's that, Angel?
The check. Good night, Mr. Waring.
Ever find yourself at a loss when you need a hot main dish in a hurry? Well, don't let that happen to you. Always keep a package or two of Kraft Dinner on your pantry shelf. Because with Kraft Dinner, you can make delicious macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes cooking time. Tender, fluffy macaroni with perfect cheese flavor all through it. You see, every package of Kraft Dinner gives you a special quick-cooking macaroni and just the right amount of Kraft grated to sprinkle in for wonderful cheese flavor. And Kraft Dinner can be your answer to today's high prices, because every package makes 4 servings at a cost of just a few pennies each. Tomorrow, get a package or 2 of handy, delicious Kraft Dinner. The Case of the Worried Wife. The Case of the Worried Wife. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon. When Mike Waring learns that if a playboy gets married and tries to settle down, he may find things awfully dead. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbin. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place, the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley, he speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Be sure to hear Rex Harrison and Lily Palmer on The Big Show on NBC.
The Equitable Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight we bring you a special FBI presentation commemorating the 4th anniversary of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. Stretching tonight from the quiet meadows of France, the hillsides of Italy, and across the sands of North Africa to the jungle islands of the Pacific, are gardens of little white crosses, where almost 275,000 American boys lie in eternal condemnation of that day 4 years ago, which will live forever in infamy. Sunday, December 7th, 1941. The day that Japan stabbed America in the back at Pearl Harbor. But long before Pearl Harbor plunged us into global war with them, the Axis nations, through their agents in this country, were plotting and working against the internal security of America, protected against the interference by those same principles of freedom they sought to destroy. Then, on September 3rd, 1939, Hitler began the murder of Poland, the first flame of world conflagration. America had to prepare her defenses and take aggressive steps to safeguard them. 3 days after that ruthless invasion, Director J. Edgar Hoover of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, your FBI, assembled his staff in extraordinary session.
Gentlemen, I have here a directive from the President of the United States. The Attorney General has been requested by me to instruct the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Department of Justice, to take charge of investigative work in matters relating to espionage, sabotage, and violations of the neutrality regulations. This task must be conducted in a comprehensive and effective manner on a national basis, and all information must be carefully sifted out and correlated in order to avoid confusion and irresponsibility. To this end, I request all police officers, sheriffs, and all other law enforcement officers in the United States promptly to turn over to the nearest representative of the Federal Bureau of Investigation any information obtained by them relating to espionage, counterespionage, sabotage, subversive activities, and violations of the neutrality laws. Well, I know the Bureau is fully prepared for this undertaking, gentlemen, so we shall proceed to put it into action at once. That's all.
Your FBI was ready, but it was nevertheless a mammoth undertaking. For on the day that the President's directive was put into force,
over 1,200,000 persons born in Germany were living in the United States.
Nearly 85,000 foreign-born Japanese were living in the United States and Hawaii.
Nearly every major city in America had large quotas of foreign-born Italians living among the American-born Italian populations.
And thousands of special agents of the 3 Axis nations were actively at work throughout the continental United States and all American territories.
Ever since the rise of the pompous political criminal Benito Mussolini to the throne of dictator, Italian fascist societies had been at work in America, seeking, first by propaganda, and when that failed, by brutal force, to convert American-born Italians to the service of Il Duce. And they didn't stop with threats. In a large eastern city one night, an elderly, gray-haired foe of fascism was preparing to leave his office when...
All right, just stay put, Baroni.
Huh? Who are you men, and what do you want here?
You've been warned 3 times to stop talking against Il Duce.
Oh. So you have come to warn me again?
No. This time we come to make you stop.
What I have said about Mussolini and fascismo is the truth.
I said we come to make you stop.
What Mussolini and fascismo do in Italy, I cannot fight against. But I am an American citizen, and I can fight against what they are trying to do in my country. And I shall continue to fight against it.
More insidious and of greater danger to the security of America than the work of fascist agents had been the operations of the foreign-born Japanese. Executed with oriental cunning and fanatical worship of their sacred Son of Heaven, and behind a false face of friendship. For how often did we read or hear such words as,
Japan has always considered America her greatest friend, and it is the supreme desire of the government and the people of Japan to perpetuate peaceful relations between our 2 countries.
But throughout the country and in Hawaii,
Japanese Buddhist and Shinto priests preached the doctrine of absolute loyalty to the homeland.
Japanese children learned that it was glorious to die for the emperor.
Japanese consulates spread literature defending Japan's actions in China.
Crews on Japanese fishing boats sounded harbor depths and photographed defense installations.
Japanese admirals and army officers posing as civilians gathered vital information on America's military strength and production capacity.
Behind the locked doors of a ceremonial hall, the secret society known as the Rising Sun Order met quite often for this purpose.
The candidates for membership will come forward. You will kneel before the sacred shrine. You will repeat the pledge now.
I swear allegiance unto death to His Imperial Majesty, Son of Heaven and Emperor of Japan, and declare that through unity of purpose and complete cooperation, we intend to show our friendship to our comrades at war, and to express the great spirit to build up the Japanese Empire.
As for Germany's part in the picture which now confronted your FBI, the Nazi Party had been active in America as far back as 1926, 8 years before Hitler at last became the Fuhrer. And through the ensuing years, it spread its tentacles until they reached into every stratum of American life.
Nazi agents tried to work their way into all branches of American military and naval service and into the merchant marine.
They were workers and even executives in our vital industries.
They were editors, authors, and lecturers.
They were landowners at strategic points along our Atlantic and Gulf Coast lines.
They were merchants and bankers and lawyers and doctors.
They were social leaders.
And Nazi sympathizers taught in our schools,
preached in our churches,
and got elected to public offices, low and high, as servants of the American people.
And more than that, thousands of Nazi youth in America and their elders put on gray shirts and uniforms. And by day and by night, secluded valleys echoed with the goose-stepping of these fanatical legions. Then they boldly came out into the open, held public rallies, and one night 20,000 Bundes jammed New York's Madison Square Garden.
The day is speeding toward you when you will be called upon to contribute your part in building this new world. A world of order. A world rid of these corrupt peoples who have been a cancer on the advancement of civilization. I say that day is near at hand. Be prepared. Be strong. Be resolute. Be ready to smash the enemy. Heil Hitler! Heil
That was the picture that confronted your FBI on September 6, 1939. The day the President said, take defensive action. Director Hoover said, we are ready. And to his staff, go into action at once.
Operator?
Get me the Chicago field office.
Operator?
Get me the Boston field office.
Operator?
I want the Dallas field office. Denver. San Francisco. Honolulu.
Within the space of a few minutes after Director Hoover had read the presidential directive to his staff, the nerve center of your FBI in Washington had transmitted the impulse for action along every thread of contact in the vast web of its organization. And soon, special agents were
surveying America's defense plans and taking precautionary measures against sabotage,
setting up protection for America's transportation and communication systems,
watching the movements of Axis diplomatic officials using their immunity to carry on hostile operations, and embarking on the widest spread spy hunt in the nation's history.
But the biggest task of all was that of checking on all suspected Axis aliens and compiling dossiers on those who might become active enemy aliens. Day and night, from Seattle to Miami, From San Diego to Bangor, this work went on. In an Italian bar and grill.
Don't talk so loud.
What do I care? When Mussolini gets in the war, it'll be all over in Europe. He'll come over here.
I beg your
and...
pardon. I'm a special agent of the FBI. You an American citizen?
Sure, I'm an American.
You have an alien registration card?
Well,
I think you'd better come with me.
In a rowboat one night in the murky waters lapping the pilings of a Jap fishing village on the west coast.
If I'm not mistaken, that secret radio receiver's in that shack over there.
We can't raid the place.
No. We can't tell them that's what we're looking for. All we need's a reaction.
In a plane factory, turning out medium bombers for the British.
Just a minute there. What is your name?
Carl Wilson.
Think again. I'm a special agent of the FBI.
My name is Carl Wilson.
Our records say that you were born in Germany, entered this country illegally, and your name is Carl Schmidt. Come with me.
24 hours around the clock, 7 days a week. The checkup went on throughout the 48 states and territories of the United States. The checkup and all other parts of the vast program of defensive action, with the result that FBI agents were able to report
2,300 defense plants surveyed and protected against sabotage.
Railroads, airlines, harbors, bus lines, and vital inland waterways protected against sabotage.
Coordination of all local and state law enforcement agencies with the FBI into one internal defense unit ready for any national emergency.
All potentially dangerous Axis aliens cataloged and whereabouts known at all times.
Complete record of activities of all Axis diplomatic officials in the United States.
And all 42 members of 2 German spy rings taken into custody.
Yes, by the summer of 1941, the President's directives had been carried out in full. America's internal security was protected. There remained only the important job of keeping a constant vigil. And this your FBI did during the remainder of the summer, through the fall, and this it was still doing when... It was another Sunday in America. Christmas was hardly more than 2 weeks away, but still the people were following their usual Sunday habits. In some parts it was time to go to church. Elsewhere it was Sunday dinner time. Some were playing golf, driving in the countryside, visiting friends, seeing movies, or dozing in a big chair at home. In the telephone switchboard room of the FBI in Washington, the operators on duty took care of routine calls. Then a yellow light glowed on panel number 6.
Washington.
This is the agent in charge in Honolulu. I want to speak to Mr. Hoover.
Right away, sir.
Yes?
Honolulu calling, Mr. Hoover.
Put them on.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Honolulu.
Mr. Hoover? Yes. Japanese planes are bombing Pearl Harbor. What? Listen. You can hear the bombs exploding.
We will return to our FBI file in just a moment. Meanwhile, look over our shoulders while we open some of the mail that arrives at the Equitable Society every day from your neighbors and, who knows, maybe from yourself. It's a very good thing for a man to be happy in his work, to feel that his job benefits others as well as himself. Well, that's the way we of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States feel about our jobs. You see, Equitable Society members think of this society as a friend, for they know that the Equitable Society is a society, not only in name, but in fact, and that they, the members, are the sole owners of this society, which is run for their benefit and theirs alone. Consequently, every day in the Equitable mailbox there are letters from our members, the kind of letters a person writes to a good friend. Here's a letter from a widow telling us how her Equitable Society policy stepped in to save her family from disaster. Here's one from a farmer asking our advice in financing the purchase of a piece of land. And here's one from the officer of a large corporation with a suggestion about our group insurance plan. Yes, in every mail we get pats on the back and friendly criticisms, problems to solve and suggestions to consider. And we firmly believe that these close contacts with our members are important in keeping the Equitable Society alert, progressive, future-minded, with life insurance policies exactly suited to present-day needs and with forward-looking investments that promote the prosperity of the entire country. Yes, by serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. And now back to This Is Your FBI.
Through the telephone transmitter which the Honolulu agent held out of the office window, Director Hoover listened to the exploding bombs which were taking a terrific toll of lives, leaving Honolulu and Pearl Harbor an inferno of smoke and flame, and turning battleships of the Pacific Fleet into a mass of twisted steel at the bottom of the bay. Then the agent came back on the line.
Mr. Hoover, have you any special instructions?
Put our emergency plans into operation at once. We'll receive further instructions shortly.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir?
Operator, this is Mr. Hoover. Have a staff call issued immediately and have all members of the Bureau not on duty report for duty at once.
Here's Mr. Hoover.
I'd like a status report, gentlemen.
Well, all employees here at Bureau headquarters have reported for duty.
I see.
Special agents and employees of all field offices are now on duty and standing by.
Well, from now on, the Federal Bureau of Investigation is on a 24-hour basis. You'll put our general plan of action into operation at once. And here are some further steps to take immediately. Give these priority over all other messages sent by teletype. That's all.
All special agents in charge. Contact all commercial airlines your district immediately. Request no Japanese, civilian or diplomatic, be permitted to travel by air. Hoover.
Arrange immediately with all transportation companies your district to stop all travel by Japanese individuals on train, bus, or vessel. Hoover.
Arrange immediately with all telephone and telegraph companies your district to discontinue all telephonic and telegraphic communications by Japanese to points outside the United States. Hoover.
Advise all press associations immediately. Suspend all service to Japan and occupied China. Hoover.
Contact all defense plants, transportation, and communications companies, your district, and request them take prescribed steps to prevent sabotage. Hoover.
Barely more than 2 hours after the first Japanese bombs rained down on Pearl Harbor, your FBI was fully mobilized, operating on a 24-hour basis, and with its prepared plan of action moving at top speed. Special agents had located and had under close surveillance those who, they had reason to believe, would try to sabotage the United States. Then there came chattering over the teletypes into every field office in the United States and Hawaii this climactic order, which every agent was waiting for and eager to execute.
Immediately arrest all Japanese individuals on A, B, and C lists. Also all other Japanese aliens on whom you have information indicating arrests necessary for best interest internal security of this country.
These are very urgent instructions we are receiving.
How much longer do you think it will be safe to stay here?
We are cleverly concealed. We will never be found. What's it?
Grab that radio, Tom.
Right. What is meaning of this outrage?
We're special agents of the FBI. You're both under arrest.
Your Sure, Saito Fuji?
Yes? Are you interested in Oriental antique?
I'm a special agent of the FBI. You're under arrest. We'll take your suitcase full of dynamite along, too.
In cities up and down the West Coast and all the way across the country to New York. And all through the night, the arrests went on. And they were still going on next day when Congress, in special session, formally declared war against Japan. This was quickly followed by other declarations against Germany and Italy. And the FBI was being rewarded for its years of preparations. At a railroad station in Dallas, Texas,
All aboard!
Just a minute, you.
But the train is about to leave.
It'll have to leave without you, Lockman. We're from the FBI.
the back room of a bar in Cincinnati, Ohio.
All right, stay where you are, everybody.
What's the idea?
We're agents of the FBI. You're all under arrest.
In a cabin overlooking the Jersey coast.
Drink to the Führer.
Stay where you are, all of you. The house is around us. We're special agents of the FBI. You're all under arrest.
The roundup continued, and by nightfall of December 8th, scarcely 30 hours after Japan's sneak attack on Pearl Harbor, nearly 2,000 enemy aliens on the highly dangerous list had been arrested. And the war against espionage and sabotage was to continue, along with every other phase of the FBI's internal defense program until VE Day and VJ Day brought total victory to America and her allies. And when the end had come, Director J. Edgar Hoover said this.
My co-workers throughout the Federal Bureau of Investigation and I are proud to be able to report that during the 4 long years of war, not one single act of enemy-directed sabotage was successfully carried out in this country. But the credit is not alone the FBI's. It belongs also to those local and state law enforcement officers of yours who worked faithfully and around the clock with us, and to the alertness and cooperation of you, the American citizen.
Is there not something highly significant in that? By working side by side together in common cause, each forgetting self, the American people have won a great victory in war. Is not a victory in peace dependent on that same unity of mind and heart and purpose? Before you answer, think a while of those 275,000 sons and husbands and brothers and sweethearts of yours, lying under those little white crosses.
And now, before we tell you about next week's thrilling case from the files of the FBI, here's an important message about an unusual classroom in which adults are back at school. This week at the Equitable Society, I sat down in a classroom where grown-up men were going to school. The students in this class were ex-servicemen. In rank, they ranged from first-class privates and naval petty officers to colonels and commanders. One was a fighter pilot with a distinguished record. Another was a Marine, a veteran of many hard-fought landings on the islands of the Pacific. Before going into the service, all of them had been agents or field representatives of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now they're taking what you might call a refresher course to bring them up to date on recent developments. You see, life insurance is one business that never stands still. Here in the Equitable Society, we are constantly finding ways to improve the many protective services we render to our 3.25 million members. And this means that every Equitable Society representative must be well trained, qualified on the subject of life insurance. Life insurance is their profession. And they must at all times be prepared to offer professional advice and assistance to Equitable Society members, present and future. We of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States take particular pride in the men and women who have been chosen to represent us. It is due in a great measure to their conscientious efforts that we are able to say that this week and every week for 86 years, the Equitable Society has been building security for you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Highway Hijackers.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The role of J. Edgar Hoover was impersonated. All other names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time for This is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment John Lund as
Johnny Dollar.
Tom Benson, Johnny. Feel like traveling?
Not particularly. Why?
About 6 months ago, we wrote 2 policies. A man and his wife, Harrison and Maida Langley. Double indemnity. $125,000 each.
You got a death claim already?
No, but we're liable to. Got a letter from the underwriter. Says Langley claims somebody's trying to murder both him and his wife.
Where do I go?
Sundown Rubber Plantation, Kuala Lumpur, Federated States of Malaya.
Well, I should have my passport around here somewhere.
The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum bring you John Lund and another adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Friends, the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum present these weekly adventures of Johnny Dollar because they know that millions of you enjoy Johnny Dollar. That's true of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, too. It's enjoyed by millions, day in and day out. People find that chewing on a smooth, delicious piece of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum somehow makes time pass more pleasantly. Whether you're working, driving, shopping, or just taking things easy, that good, tasty chewing gives you enjoyment and satisfaction. So always keep a package of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. And whenever you want a refreshing, delicious treat, chew a stick. You'll like it. You really will.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Washingtonian Life Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Terrified Tuan matter. Expense account item 1, $1,043.50. Airfare and incidentals between Hartford and Kuala Lumpur. I checked into the Coliseum Hotel and then walked over to Batu Road and the offices of George Allister, the rubber and tin broker who doubles in brass as your Malayan representative.
Oh, filthy climate, Dollar, filthy. No man in full possession of his God-given senses would ever live out here. I don't understand why you came.
Well, you wrote about the possible forthcoming murder of some policyholders, Allister.
Oh, yes, the Harrison Langley business. Utter rot, this talk about murder. Dismal obsession of disordered mentality. I wrote that letter only in the line of duty.
You don't think there's anything to it?
Oh, beastly nonsense. Jungle's breaking Langley down. He's a weakling to start with, no moral fiber. Turn that fan up a bit, huh? Yes, fellas disintegrating under the strain of trying to run that rubber plantation.
Then there haven't been any attempts to kill Langley or his wife?
No, sheer delusion. Concepts of a diseased mind. Checked with the police. No reports made. Oh, Jungle's got him. That and the filthy terrorists.
His plantation's in terrorist country?
Sundown some 45 miles north of here. Everything north of Kuala's in terrorist domain. Filthy blighters. Ambushing traffic. Attacking villages, plantations. Murdering, burning, slashing rubber trees. No man's in his right mind would live in this filthy country.
Yeah. How do I get out there?
I hire an armored car. Only way to travel through the jungle. Take your own chances, though. Might be blown up by landmines. I won't take any responsibility.
I'm not asking you to.
So you make your investigation if you have to, Dollar. Won't get you anywhere. Utter waste of time. Then go back home to the States, out of this filthy climate, beastly country.
Uh-huh. If you hate this country so much, Allister, why do you stick around?
Good question. Asked myself that many times. Always came up with the same answer.
What's that?
Making too much money.
Well, that sounds reasonable. Expense account item 2, $120. Rental of a 1949 Ford, completely equipped with armor plating and bulletproof glass. The jungle trip was hot but fairly uneventful, and only the barbed wire enclosure and the armed Malayan guards at the entrance to the Sundown plantation gave evidence that this was anything but a quiet, peaceful land.
Good afternoon, Tuan. May I have your identification, please?
Yeah, sure. Here it is.
Tuan Dollar. You are here to speak with Tuan Langley?
That's the general idea, yeah.
I think perhaps it would be wise for you to speak with Tuan Crawford first.
Crawford? Who's he?
He is the plantation overseer, Tuan.
Why should I talk to him instead of Langley?
Tuan Langley is not well at the moment. He is still suffering from the shock.
What shock is that?
His wife, Tuan. She has disappeared.
Well, in that case, if you don't mind, I think I'll see Mr. Langley. Through the screen door, I could see part of the interior of Langley's house. There wasn't a sign of anyone around, but it looked cool and inviting in there. Too good a bet to pass up.
You take one more step into this house and I'll kill you.
Wow. Thanks for the warning.
I mean it. Every word of it. You're not going to murder me the way you did Maida. No, not a bit of it. You didn't expect me to be waiting here ready for you when you came sneaking in, did you? No, I'll bet you didn't.
You win on all counts, Langley. Now, suppose you put that thing down and let's start talking sense.
Not a move, I say. I know your kind. Sneaky, tricky. Try to get me off balance.
Look, my name's Dollar. I'm an insurance investigator. Washingtonian Life sent me out.
You're lying. George Allister told me they wouldn't do anything about it. Wouldn't send a man halfway around the world to help me. He was right.
I've got my identification here to prove it.
You have identification?
How do you think I got past those guards at the gate? Here. Take a look for yourself.
What are you...
Thanks. 38 caliber Webley, isn't it?
All right, go ahead. Use it.
I think I'd rather have a drink first.
Over there, the liquor cabinet.
Thanks. You might take a good look at those papers while I'm mixing one.
But these papers say you're Johnny Dollar, an insurance investigator working for... Why, I'm sorry, Dollar. Dreadfully sorry. Please accept my apologies.
Forget it. Now, suppose you tell me what this is all about.
Oh, it's been a nightmare, Dollar. Constant threats against my life. Terrorist raids. Living in fear 24 hours a day. Sleeping with a gun at my side. Seeing this plantation ruined before my very eyes. And helpless to stop it. It's no wonder I'm not responsible for my actions.
Langley, it's not your plantation I'm interested in right now. It's your wife.
Maida?
Well, she's disappeared, hasn't she?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course she has. But, good Lord, man, what do you think's got me all upset this way?
I was beginning to wonder. Well, let's start with your wife and go on from there. What makes you think that she's been murdered?
What's the trouble here, Mr. Langley? Trouble? One of the yard men told me you heard a shot fired.
There was, accidentally.
Guns don't go off around here without a reason, mister.
There's nothing to get excited about, Crawford. Mr. Dollar's an insurance investigator.
Insurance investigator? So the vultures are gathering for the feast before the body's even cold.
That's enough, Crawford. Nobody's asking you for your opinion.
I don't need to be asked about something like this. If Mrs. Langley was my wife, I wouldn't be wasting my time talking to insurance men.
Then let me remind you that Mrs. Langley is not your wife. Even though I'm certain that two of you wish she were. Why, you dirty little...
Okay, Crawford, hold it. If you've got anything to say, suppose you tell it to me.
Yes, that's a good idea, Crawford. Instead of my saying anything, why don't you tell Mr. Dollar all you know about the disappearance of my wife? That might help clarify things in a hurry.
Okay. I'll be outside in the Jeep, Mr. Dollar. I'll take you on a personally conducted tour. That way you'll be sure of getting the truth from once.
Well, there's part of your answer.
Yeah? How's that?
Well, it's obvious, isn't it? Crawford's in love with my wife. They've been carrying on behind my back for months. If anyone has a motive for trying to kill me, it's Crawford.
Yeah, or it could be the other way around.
That's been going on for 3 or 4 months now, Mr. Dollar. This crazy idea Mr. Langley has that somebody's trying to murder him and his wife.
What makes you think somebody isn't?
Hey, he says he gets threatening notes and telephone calls. Only nobody else has ever seen them or heard him talking to anyone.
Uh-huh. Now, what about Mrs. Langley?
Oh, he was driving her nuts. Walking around afraid of his shadow. Carrying a gun every place he went. Spying on her and me. Trying to find out if something was going on between us.
Was there?
If you knew Mrs. Langley, you wouldn't even think of asking that question.
But I don't. And I'm still trying to find out what happened to her.
Well, I'll show you. There, you see where the barbed wire's been cut? Those young rubber saplings have been slashed?
A terrorist raid?
Looks like it, doesn't it?
Well, what's this got to do with Mrs. Langley?
The guard who met you at the gate, Bandar. He found the fence and trees that way, making his rounds this morning. He also found a sleeve torn from one of Mrs. Langley's blouses. It was covered with blood. And no one has seen Mrs. Langley since last night.
You figure the terrorists took her with them?
I think Mr. Langley staged the whole thing to make it look like that.
Yeah? Why?
He's in debt. The 50,000-pound note on the plantation's coming due in 60 days. His wife's insurance would cover that nicely.
Well, it's an interesting theory. Let's go back, huh? Where's Mr. Langley, Bandar?
He has left for Kuala Lumpur, sir, some 10 minutes ago.
Why? Did he say?
Oh, no, sir. I only know that Tuan Langley received a telephone call, and then he left.
Did he leave any message for me?
I do not know if it was a message, sir, but he made some strange comment concerning yourself.
Oh? What was it?
He was rather excited. I did not get all the words, but it was something about giving you something to really investigate.
And that was all?
Yes, sir, that was all. Then he took a .45 caliber automatic from the gun rack and left.
Where's the phone, Bandar?
Yes, that's right, Dollar. I did speak with Langley a few minutes ago. Nothing important. Just a routine business question about a shipment of rubber.
You're sure that's all it was, Alistair?
Well, of course, man. What's the matter, Dollar? Is filthy heat getting you down, too?
Did either of you say anything about Mrs. Langley?
Maida? Yes, she was mentioned casually.
Casually? And he didn't tell you that she's disappeared, possibly been murdered?
You being serious, Dollar?
Did he tell you anything about it?
No, not a word. Matter of fact, I was the only one who mentioned Maida. Perfectly casual reference, as I told you.
Well, what did you say, Alistair?
Merely that I just finished having a drink with her at the Coliseum bar.
Friends, here's a suggestion that'll help you go through a busy day feeling more relaxed and satisfied. From time to time, especially when you're feeling tense or under pressure, chew a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. You see, chewing is a natural way to get rid of some of that pent-up tension. Chewing on a good, smooth piece of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum not only helps you feel more relaxed, but also gives you taste enjoyment. There's lots of refreshing, delicious flavor in Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. You'll really enjoy it. So do what millions do. Always keep Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy and chew some every day. You'll feel more relaxed, and you'll get more enjoyment out of the things you do. Next time you're at the store, get a few packages of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
I managed to get back to Kuala Lumpur in about half the time it had taken me to get to the plantation. George Alistair was still grumbling about the climate, the country, and being involved in the Langley affair.
Oh, confound it, Dollar. I told you Langley was disintegrating, but I didn't think he'd ever take a gun and go hunting his wife to kill her.
Has he tried to get in touch with you?
No.
But he knows you saw Mrs. Langley at the Coliseum bar.
Why, yes, I told him that on the phone.
Did she say anything about a raid at the plantation? About an attempt to kill her there?
Oh, not a word. Claimed she was in town on a 2-day shopping trip. Seemed cheerful and happy.
And she's staying at some hotel, huh?
Mm-hmm. Room 22 at the Crown House. Small, reasonable rates. She usually stays there when she's in town.
Mm-hmm. Well, you better call the police and brief them while I'm on the way over. The sooner Langley's picked up, the better.
Yes, of course.
Oh, by the way, Alistair, you wouldn't happen to know who holds that 50,000-pound note against Langley's plantation, would you?
Why, yes. I own the note. Why?
Just curious. There wasn't any sign of the Koala police in the Crown House lobby, so I went right up to Mrs. Langley's room on the second floor. Whatever preconceived ideas I might have had concerning what Maida Langley would be like didn't even come close.
So you're an insurance man, Mr. Dollar. That outfit of yours must have a hole in its head, sending you all the way to Koala because of those crazy ideas of Harry's.
You don't think there's anything to him, Mrs. Langley?
But nothing. The lad got himself into a lather with that crummy plantation that's riding his back. Been working too hard, that's all.
You think that's all there is to it? Overwork?
What else? All he needs is a good long vacation away from that stinking plantation.
What went on out there this morning?
What do you mean?
Well, you were at the plantation when the terrorists made that raid, weren't you?
Oh, that, sure. I'm getting so I don't pay any attention to those things anymore. They're happening all the time.
Where were you when it took place?
My room. Packing for this trip to town. Why?
Well, both your husband and Crawford have the idea that somebody staged that raid in order to kill you.
Kill me?
They both said you disappeared right after it.
Well, sure I did. I drove to town.
Anybody see you leave?
Bandar was at the gate. He let me out. And Harry knew I was coming here.
Your husband knew that?
Sure, Harry's going to join me here. This place has got a kind of, well, you might call it sentimental feeling for us.
Oh, yeah? How's that, Mrs. Langley?
I was staying here when I first met Harry. Lots of show people stay here.
Oh, you were in show business?
Oh, couldn't you tell? Sure. I was traveling around the Orient with a girly show. Nothing big time, you understand, but it was a living. Funny how those things turn out. Never figured I'd wind up someday being the wife of a rich plantation owner.
Must have been quite a change.
Oh, I know what you're thinking. Just another chorus cutie on the make who managed to snag herself a gold mine.
I didn't say that.
Well, don't. I happen to love that guy of mine. When he meets me here, I'm going to make him take me to Singapore for a month. Just the two of us. A real vacation. And then he'll forget all this crazy business about people wanting to kill him and me. Everything will be okay then. When we get back, we'll go...
Get down!
What was...
Get down!
Mr. Dollar?
Yeah. You didn't get started on that vacation soon enough. The shots had come from the rear of another hotel, just across the alleyway from the Crown House. When I got over there, I found just about what I'd expected. A room filled with babbling tenants, the smell of burnt cordite, and an excited room clerk.
Yes, Tuan. It was a gentleman who rented this room. He had registered here not, 30 minutes ago. I do not understand why he's not here now.
Happen to remember his name?
Oh, yes, Tuan. I take great pride in my work here. I remember the names of all the hotel guests.
Well, I'm only interested in one. The man who rented this room.
Oh, yes, I remember quite distinctly. He registered here under the name of Harrison Langley.
I went back to Maida's room to get her out of there and under police protection. I could have saved myself the trip. She was gone. I spent the next 3 hours going round and round with the Koala police. Eventually, they decided they'd try to pick up Langley and see what they could do about protecting Maida. Expense account item 3, $10 for a double scotch on the rocks and a half-eaten dish of mame at the Coliseum bar. I don't think the bill would have run that high, but when I saw the face in the crowded bund outside the window, I didn't feel like waiting for change. Still looking for her, Langley?
What? Oh, it's you, Dollar.
Still looking for Maida?
Then you knew I came here to Koala to kill her.
That's the general impression I received, yeah.
It's a terrible thing. What a scheming woman can do to a man, Dollar. Terrible thing.
You want to tell me about it first, or do we go straight to the police?
Doesn't really matter now, does it?
Probably not.
There's a little garden across the square. I used to meet Maida there. Do you mind if we talk about it there?
Sounds like as good a place as any.
I don't know, Dollar. Maybe it's because I'm a weakling. Maybe it's because when a man marries late in life, as I did, it hits him harder when he learns that his wife no longer loves him.
You still think that's the real story?
I know it is. She and Crawford.
That's not the way she tells it, Langley.
I should have known better. A cheap dance hall tramp. She only married me for my money.
And you're convinced Maida and Crawford intended to murder you?
Oh, no. Don't underestimate my sweet, darling wife, Dollar. She didn't want me killed. Then Crawford could force her into marrying him. No. All she wanted was to have me adjudged mentally incompetent. Then she'd have control of my money and no strings attached. That's why she was so brazen about her affair with Crawford. Why they tried to break me down with all those threats against my life, fake those terrorist raids against the plantation. To make me crack, break down under the strain, commit some unreasoning act of violence.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they almost succeeded. I came here to Koala today to kill Maida, to get rid of her once and for all. I couldn't see any other way out. No other answer for me.
Murder's never an answer for anything, Langley.
I'm not sure. I spent the whole afternoon walking the streets, thinking about it, trying to bring some semblance of sanity back into my life. I don't know, Dollar. Maybe I shouldn't have changed my mind. Maybe if I'd gone to that hotel and killed her. I don't know.
You still have the gun with you?
Yes. Yeah. Here it is.
Thanks. Well, the magazine's full. Gun doesn't look as though it's been fired.
Why should it? I told you I changed my mind about killing her, didn't I?
Yeah. So you did. I asked Langley to wait in the garden and went across to the Coliseum Hotel, where I made 3 quick phone calls. The first was to the Koala police. They told me the slugs they dug out of the wall in Maida's hotel room were .38 caliber. The second call was to the Sundown Plantation.
Yes, sir. That is correct. Tuan Langley's wife left the plantation early yesterday morning.
And why did you tell me she disappeared?
It was at her request, sir. She said to tell everyone that. She was planning some surprise for Tuan Langley.
Uh-huh. What about Crawford? Is he around?
No, sir. He left for Kuala Lumpur shortly after you did.
Did he say when he was coming back?
Yes, sir. He said he would return by midnight tonight.
Uh-huh. He had a gun with him, of course.
Yes, sir. He not only took his, but also Tuan Langley's .38 caliber Webley.
The third call was to the room clerk of the hotel where the shots had been fired. His memory was still good concerning the man who'd registered as Harrison Langley. 6 feet tall, brown hair, heavy set, about 30. It was a perfect description of Crawford. I drove back to the garden in my armored Ford, picked up Langley, and we headed out on the jungle road leading back to the Sundown Place. Sure, I'd get the proof I needed when we got there. But I was wrong. I got it when we were still 15 miles away.
Waller!
Must have been a landmine.
Oh, if some poor devil ran over it in his car.
Well, we'll find out.
There it is, Dollar. An armored car. Blown clear off the road.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
Oh. Dollar, is there any?
Not a prayer for either one.
The gun he's wearing. It's my Webley.
I know. He used it this afternoon. Looks like I was the target and not Maida.
So, she died out here like this. Instead. Cheap chorus girl. All she wanted was money. So she married for it. But that wasn't enough. She had to scheme and connive to break me down, destroy me. So it could be all hers, alone. Well, she didn't succeed, Dollar. And I'm well rid of her. She deserved to die like this by violence. Just another dead animal in the jungle.
Mr. Langley, let's...
Cheap, no good tramp. That's all she was. Believe me, I'm well rid of her. Well rid of her. She deserved to die like this. Nothing but a cheap, gold-digging, gold-digging... Maida, darling, Maida.
Expense account item 4, $39.70. Hotel bill and incidentals in Kuala Lumpur. Expense account item 5, $1,083.25. Airfare and incidentals from Kuala Lumpur back to Hartford. Expense account total, $2,296.45. Remarks? Sorry I couldn't save you the loss on Maida Langley's death claim. But if it's any consolation, you're in good company. Everybody concerned seems to have lost something. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Friends, when you've got a package of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum with you, you're all set for refreshment and enjoyment at any time. At work, at home, in your car, wherever you are. Just slip a stick of delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum in your mouth and keep on with what you're doing. See how refreshing that lively spearmint flavor tastes, how it cools your mouth and helps keep your throat moist. Enjoy the good chewing, too. It'll make the time pass more pleasantly for you. And remember, chewing Wrigley's Spearmint Gum helps keep breath sweet and teeth clean. So it's a nice thing to have with you at all times. Get some next time you're at the store. That's Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brought to you by Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, stars John Lund in the title role and was written by Sidney Marshall with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Featured in tonight's cast were Howard McNear, Ben Wright, Jack Edwards, Bill Johnstone, Jack Moyles, and Virginia Gregg. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you enjoyed tonight's story of Johnny Dollar and that you're enjoying delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. This is Charles Lyon, inviting you to join us again next week at this same time when from Hollywood, John Lund returns as
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another of his fascinating stories about his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. We'll be back with you once again. And we're looking forward to getting together at this time every week from here on out. And I hope you won't mind if every once in a while I sort of get a word in edgewise about Petri wines. You know, and I really mean this, Petri wines are wonderful wines. For instance, right now, I wish I could give you a glass of Petri California port. You could hold that Petri port up to the light and look at its clear, deep red color. You could smell that luscious grape aroma. And best of all, you could taste that Petri port. What a flavor. That Petri port just sort of bound on your tongue, and oh boy, is that ever good. Try Petri port after dinner some evening, or try it when some friends drop in. You can serve it proudly because, after all, the name Petri is the proudest name in the history of American wines. And now let's look in on our good friend Dr. Watson and see if he's expecting us.
Come in, Mr. Bartell. You're just the man I've been expecting.
How are you, Dr. Watson? It's good to see you again.
Thank you, my boy. It's very nice to see you again, too. I've missed our Monday night visits during the last 3 months. Sit yourself down. Would you care to join me in a glass of port?
Well, thanks, Doctor. That'd be nice. You know, it seems to me after our summer vacation, a toast to the great Sherlock Holmes would be in order.
That's an excellent idea. Here you are, young lad.
Thanks. You propose the toast, Doctor.
To Sherlock Holmes, master detective and loyal friend, whose adventures have brought considerable, shall we say, fame to a certain retired doctor now living in Northern California.
I'll drink to that.
Well, now, I suppose I might as well get on with tonight's story.
Which particular adventure have you selected, Doctor?
One that I call The Limping Ghost.
Sounds exciting. And, as usual, you find me saying, how did it begin?
In Baker Street on a windy December evening at the turn of the century.
A young, white-faced boy sat in front of our blazing fire. And as he told us this strange story, the flickering firelight danced weird patterns on the walls. The young man was Alexander McMorris, the 7th Earl of Lochnair.
The Earl of Lochnair? Say, didn't I read in the papers the other day that the 8th Earl of Lochnair had been killed in an airplane accident?
Quite right, my boy. Even in this day and age, the tragic history of violent death seems to dog the footsteps of the Lochnair family. But to return to my story. On that December night in 1900, we heard the whole history of the limping ghost of Lochnair. The first Earl had lost a foot at the Battle of Flodden Field in 1513. In spite of this terrible handicap, he fought on valiantly until he died on the battlefield from loss of blood. From then on, right until the time this story begins, the limping ghost, clad in a suit of armor, always appeared at Lochnair Castle before and after the death of the current Earl. Yes, Mr. Bartell, it was a strange story that Sherlock Holmes and I listened to that night. A story of death and horror over the centuries, punctuated by the limping clank of ghostly armor.
Milady, I have terrible news for you. Your husband, the Earl, was killed in the explosion that destroyed Lord Darnley.
Milady, the Guy Fawkes plan to blow up the Houses of Parliament has failed. Your husband is in the Tower of London. They say he's to be hanged, drawn and quartered.
Madam, I regret to inform you that your husband, on my instructions, has been arrested for murder. I have no doubt that he will hang.
And that's the story of the Lochnairs, Mr. Holmes. You were instrumental in sending my great uncle to the gallows, a fate which he richly deserved. It seemed only natural to come here to Baker Street and consult you now that I'm in trouble.
I shall be most happy to do anything I can to help you, sir.
I don't remember anything about your sending the Earl of Lochnair to the scaffold, Holmes.
Well, he did, Dr. Watson.
Mm-hmm.
And the servants have always sworn the ghost really did walk at midnight on the day that he was hanged.
Indeed. Now, sir, I suggest that you tell us what problem brought you here.
The ghost is walking again, Mr. Holmes. You know what that means.
According to the legend, that the present Earl will die.
Exactly. Rather worried.
Am I to understand that you've actually seen this ghost yourself?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. The night before last, Betty, well, that is, Miss Nolan and I were sitting in the dining hall in front of the fire when we heard a strange sound up in the musicians' gallery. We looked up and in the moonlight saw a ghostly figure in armor limping towards the staircase.
Oh, gracious me. My dear sir, you're certain that you really saw it? Moonlight can play strange tricks, you know.
There wasn't any doubt about it, Doctor. We both saw and heard it.
What did you do?
I started to go towards the stairs, but as I did so, Betty screamed and then tumbled to the floor in a heap.
Fainted, I suppose.
Yes. While I was reviving her, the ghost disappeared.
Who's staying with you at Lochnair Castle at the moment?
Well, there's Betty Nolan. She's the sister of James Nolan. He looks after my estate. Betty and I...
Yes, indeed. Anyone else staying with you?
Yes, a distant cousin of mine, Jeremy K. McMorris, an American. He turned up in England a couple of months ago with his son, Walter. They're both with me at the present.
A distant cousin?
That's right, Mr. Holmes. Actually, they're descendants of a more than usually black sheep branch of the family. I don't know how long the old man's going to be with us, though. If you ask me, he's a dying man.
How do you say that, sir?
As far as I can gather, he's been wasting away for years. It's only a question of time before his strength fails him entirely. I was hoping perhaps you could take a look at him, Dr. Watson. That is, if I could persuade you and Mr. Holmes to come and stay at the castle for a few days.
Well, what about it, Holmes?
It's an intriguing problem, Watson. The current Earl of Lochnair would seem to be in danger. A cousin of his is dying of an obscure disease, and the ghost of Lochnair Castle is walking again. Yes, it's an irresistible invitation. I see no reason why we can't leave on the Scotch Express tonight. Been quite a heavy fall of snow here in your absence, young man.
Quite so, and judging from the colour of the sky, there's more to come.
Very angry looking.
Oh, now, as we round this bend, you'll be able to see the castle. Ah, yes. There you are, gentlemen.
Magnificent.
Yes, it's a fine place, all right, Doctor, though it cost me a great deal in upkeep. As a matter of fact, I only have one wing open. It's always been something of a problem to get servants to come and live here.
See, the local villagers have a great respect for the Lochnair ghost, you know.
What servants do you have at the castle at present?
A cook housekeeper, Mrs. McClintock, fine old lady who's been with me for 6 years now. And then there's old Tammas. He served my family for as long as I can remember. Well, as a matter of fact, there he is now. Hello, Tammas.
I'm glad to see you back, my lord, and that's a fact.
Oh, thank you, Tammas. Oh, these gentlemen are Mr. Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson.
Good day to you, gentlemen.
How do you do?
Good day, Thomas. Good day.
Trap round to the stables. I may as well break the news to you.
Yes? What's happened, Tammas?
It's your cousin, my lord. Poor old Mr. McMorris. He's dead. What? Died early this morning. God rest his soul.
Dead?
I'm very sorry that I arrived too late to be of any help.
Well, thank you for telling me, Tammas. Oh, you may take the trap round now.
Aye, sir. I'll bring the baggage only.
So he's dead. Well, I can't say it's unexpected, but it is a shock, nevertheless.
I'm sure that it must be, particularly as you yourself told us you saw the ghost of Lochnair the night before last.
In which case...
In which case, Watson, I think we may reasonably expect another visitation. Perhaps before the night is over. Shall we go in?
This is Miss Nolan, my fiancée, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and Dr. Watson.
I'm very glad to meet you.
How are you, Miss Nolan?
And this is her brother, James Nolan, the manager of my estate.
How do you do, sir?
How are you, Mr. Nolan?
Much better for seeing you both up here. I'm sure it won't take you long to lay this ghost business by the heels.
Well, I trust you don't overestimate our abilities, Mr. Nolan.
Alec, you've heard about your cousin, of course.
Oh, yes, my dear. Tammas told us as we drove up. Where's Walter?
He went into the village with the doctor and the body of his father.
Oh.
He should be back soon.
How's he taking it?
Very quietly.
Too quietly, if you ask me. Those Americans are pretty demonstrative people, you know, and Walters has been no exception. But he behaved very strangely this morning. When the doctor told him his father was dead, he just said, now things will start to happen, and then shut up like an oyster. I can't make head or tail of the fellow.
Yes, quite so, quite so. Mr. Holmes, I expect you and Dr. Watson would like to go to your room.
Yes, I must be.
I think first I'd like to take a look at the musicians' gallery, if you don't mind.
Oh, yes, of course. Would you excuse us, darling?
All right, Alec.
It's in the dining hall here.
They must have been very hospitable people in those days. 50 or 60 people could eat at that table.
Yes, Doctor. Needless to remark, we hardly ever use the room nowadays. There's the musicians' gallery, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, yes, I see. How do we get up there?
I'll show you. See, there's a stone staircase behind this tapestry here. Follow me. Watch your step. It's quite narrow, rather dark.
Watch your head, Watson, old chap.
Oh, don't worry about me, Holmes. I'm perfect. Oh, I say. Must have built these stairs for pygmies.
Oh, yes. Here we are, gentlemen. This is the musicians' gallery.
By Jove. It must have made a pretty picture in the days gone by. A little string orchestra fiddling away up here, and down below the Scottish nobility bobbing and floating round in the intricacies of a Highland schottische or a stately gavotte or something.
Where does that door lead to?
To the bedroom wing.
And that's where the ghost appeared from the other night, I suppose.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Uh-huh. The door's ajar. You generally keep this door unlocked, sir?
Why, no. But the key mysteriously disappeared about a week ago. James is having a new one made. So I must remind him about that.
Alec, where are you?
Oh, we're up here, Walter. We're coming down. That's Walter McMorris. My dead cousin's son.
Poor fellow, this must be a dreadful day for him.
Yes, I'm afraid this is going to be a rather painful interview. Oh, hello, Walter. This is Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do?
Sherlock Holmes, sir. I've heard about you and your friend, Dr. Watson.
Walter, old man, I'm dreadfully sorry about your father.
Are you now? Isn't that nice of you? Well, you'll be sorry enough when you hear that I'm going to take you to court and prove that I'm the real Earl of Lochnair.
Why, Walter, you're out of your mind.
Am I? No. Father was out of his because he kept quiet all these years. But I'm going to have my rights. I've looked up the records. I've had genealogists working for months. And I've got all the facts that prove you're an imposter.
Oh, man, what are you talking about?
You know well enough. When Sherlock Holmes here sent your great-uncle to the gallows 20 years ago, the title and estate should have come to my father. When I leave here tomorrow, I'm going straight to the finest lawyer in London.
Man, if you believe this, why have you said nothing about it till now?
Because I'm smart. I found out a thing or two since I've been staying here. And one of the things I found out is that your precious fiancée and her brother wouldn't look twice at you if it weren't for your money and the title.
Shut up.
You'll find out.
She's a smart little filly, and she knows what kind of a track she's running on.
You duck!
My compliments, sir. A very professional uppercut.
Yes, and a very well-deserved one. Offensive scoundrel.
Sorry about this. Please don't say anything in front of Betty. It'll only upset her.
I quite understand. Come along, Watson. Let's go and find our rooms.
Holmes, it's nearly dinner time. Why are we wandering about here in the dark instead of having a glass of sherry with the others in the library?
I'm a conscientious practitioner, Watson. I like to earn my fees. It occurred to me that a further examination of this dining hall might prove profitable.
Well, personally, Holmes, I think you're wasting your time on this case.
What makes you think that, old chap?
It's perfectly obvious that young American fellow was impersonating the ghost a few nights ago. He knew his father was going to die, and he wanted to build up the legend so as to make his own claim seem more believable.
Well, that's very sound reasoning, Watson. Though to be logical in his deception, he should repeat the performance now that his father is dead.
Well, ghosts only walk at midnight, so why don't we go and have a glass of sherry? Shh. What is it, Holmes?
Someone's coming in from the library. The lighted candle. Yes? Who is it?
It's me, Mrs. McClintock, the whiskey.
Oh, gracious me, you gave me quite a start.
I heard voices and I knew the candles were not alight in here, so I came in to see who it was. You're watching for the ghost, I suppose. Well, you'll no be disappointed, gentlemen, though you may see more than you bargained for. Those that meddle with ghostly things they do not comprehend are playing with something much more dangerous than fire. Fire burns. But the shades on dead people...
Holmes! Look up there, the gallery. The door's opening. It's the ghost.
Aye, here he comes, the poor body. See the armor on it, and the way he's dragging one leg behind him.
Yes, it's really quite an effective impersonation. And the twilight provides most appropriate lighting for his play acting, too.
You mean it's the young American?
Of course.
Look behind him. There's another figure.
Yes. Dressed in the same kind of armor and carrying a sword. Change of foot, Watson.
The ghost has seen him. He's turning. The second figure's raising his sword.
Look out!
Great heavens. He's knocked him through the railings. That must be a 20-foot fall.
Come on, old fellow. Help me open his visor.
Just a minute.
Yes. It's Walter McMorris, the American. Though from the angle of his head, I would suggest that it might be the late Walter McMorris, eh, Watson?
He's dead, all right, Holmes. Neck broken.
Meanwhile, the second figure has been able to slip back through that door and escape us. Come on, he was dressed in armor. He can't go very fast. Perhaps we can overtake him.
Dr. Watson's story will continue in just a few seconds, which is all the time I need to tell you about Petri California Muscatel. Ever try Petri Muscatel? It's a wine that looks like sheer grapes. Boy, pop one of those Muscat grapes into your mouth and you know you've got something delicious. You know that. And you get the same flavor in Petri Muscatel. It's a perfect wine to serve a lady. Women love it. And that best time to serve it is after dinner or on a Sunday afternoon, you know, times like that. But just make sure it's Petri Muscatel, because that's the way to make sure it's going to be good. Remember, Petri. And now back to tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure and the story of the Limping Ghost of Lochnair.
Confound it, Holmes. There's no trace of the ghost in the musician's gallery.
We gave him too much of a start, I'm afraid.
Of course you didn't find him. You'll never find him because he's not mortal.
Mrs. McClintock, is the original suit of armor the one worn by the first Earl of Lochnair still in the castle?
Aye, sir. It's in the library through that door there. I'll take you to it.
Don't bother, thank you. We'll find it. Come on, Watson. Bring that candle with you.
Right, you, Holmes.
If you know what your dinner really can.
Holmes, what do you make of the second ghost?
An imposter, obviously.
But who could it have been?
That's what we have to find out, old chap. Undoubtedly someone knew that the American Walter McMorris was impersonating the ghost and used this macabre method to kill him.
But why kill him?
Possibly his claims to the title and estate were valid. Or perhaps some fanatic was so devoted to the Lochnair legend that he assumed the role of ghost and killed him for his sacrilege. Hold the candle a little higher, will you, old chap?
Yeah. Hello. Here's a suit of armor, Holmes. Lying in a heap on the floor.
Oh, on the floor, eh? Whereas it obviously belongs on that stand over there.
It's perfectly clear what's happened. The second figure used this armor and slipped it back in here while we were examining the dead man.
Possibly, Watson, possibly. At least this armor gives us a definite clue, but it limits the field of possible suspects.
How do you mean, Holmes?
Well, it's an interesting fact that the human race has grown definitely larger in the past 400 years. Very few ancient armor like this. For example, take the first item on the top of the heap lying on the floor here. These gauntlets of chain mail. Try them on.
Well, much too small for
Exactly.
me.
Neither you nor I could have worn this suit.
No, nor could young Neville, the estate agent.
Whereas his sister could have done.
Yes, so could Thomas the butler. He's a small fellow.
And if it comes to that, Watson, our distinguished client, the young Earl of Lochnair, is himself a small man.
By George, so he is. And he might easily have had a motive. Young McMorris had disputed his right to the title earlier in the day.
But we mustn't jump to conclusions. Nevertheless, you see what valuable evidence this arm has become.
Hello. It sounds as if the rest of the party are on the scene.
Yes, I suggest that we join them without making any reference to this suit of armor. Remember, old chap, one of them in there is a murderer. And we may have to set a trap to catch him.
Are you sure he's dead, Dr. Watson?
There's no doubt about it. His neck was broken instantly by the fall.
It's dreadful. Father and son both dying on the same day.
And you said the real ghost came up behind him, Mr. Holmes, and struck him so they crashed through the railing up there.
I said another figure dressed in armor killed him, Mr. Nolan.
'Twas a real ghost. I saw him with my own two eyes. He killed that man for trying to bring shame on the name of Lochnair.
Shouldn't we get into touch with the police?
How can
No, dear. Oh, Alec, I'm frightened.
Hush, darling. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore.
No, at least we have the assurance that the ghost will not limp again.
Why?
Well, the murderer has no further motive for impersonating the ghost. To walk now would be to support the dead American's claims. No. We shall spend a quiet night, and tomorrow I shall communicate with the proper authorities as to my quite definite notions regarding the murderer's identity.
But if the ghost should walk again, Mr. Holmes?
Well, then, sir, I shall know that at last I've encountered a truly supernatural crime and shall retire from the practice of detection.
It's nearly 2 o'clock. You still over there by the window, puffing away that pipe of yours? You know, I can't help feeling that young McMorris knows a great deal more than he told us. To look about him I don't like. Never did trust a fellow who couldn't look you squarely in the eye. Don't you feel the same way, Holmes? Holmes, where are you? Holmes!
Shh. What, Watson?
Where have you been? I thought you were over there by the window. Been talking to myself.
Never mind that, old chap. Get yourselves on in a dressing gown. We're on the last lap of this strange eventful tragedy.
Oh, thank the Lord for that. Perhaps I can get some sleep. Holmes, where...
We invaded the trap. Now it's ready to spring. Don't dawdle, Watson. Come on.
I'm not dawdling. What do you mean you baited a trap?
You'll see for yourself in a few moments. As a matter of fact, I really baited it when I said downstairs that if the real ghost should walk again, I would retire from the practice of detection.
I didn't understand your saying that myself.
Well, I was tempting the murderer to show his hand once more. Come on, please.
Where are we going?
To wait behind the curtain at the foot of the stairs leading to the musician's gallery. And I hope we don't have to wait very long.
Holmes, I'm getting a crick in my neck trying to peer through this wretched curtain. How much longer do we have to wait?
Until our murderer arrives.
You certain he'll come?
Not certain, but hopeful. Extremely hopeful.
You know who it is, don't you?
Yes. But my proof is too thin for a court of law. I must catch him in the act.
Here he comes.
Splendid.
Let's go up and grab him.
No. They walk into my trap.
He's coming towards the head of the stairs. Oh! Great Scott!
Exactly. A simple piece of wire stretched across the gallery is remarkably effective, even with ghosts. Come on, Watson. Help me off with this visor.
There we are. Good Lord, it's James Nolan.
Exactly.
What happened?
You walked into a simple trap, my friend. I'm afraid the next trap will be more lethal, for it will undoubtedly prove to be the one beneath the gallows.
Well, now that we're headed back for London, Holmes, perhaps you'll settle one or two points in the case that are bothering me quite a bit.
Oh, with pleasure, my dear chap. What are they?
I still don't see what Nolan's motive was in murdering the American.
Oh, that should be obvious. He wanted to ensure that his sister's fiancé would enjoy undisputed title to the name of the States.
Well, how did you know it was Nolan?
When I examined the authentic suit of armor, you see, it was obvious it had never been worn.
But I still don't quite understand.
Oh, come now, old chap. The suit of armor was in a heap on the floor.
Yeah?
And if it had been hastily discarded, and yet, the gauntlets were on top of the pile, you remember?
Well, that's right, they were.
If the suit had really been worn, the gauntlets would have been the first things to have been taken off, and so would have been underneath the pile. Obviously, therefore, the armor had been disarranged in order to make people believe the real ghost had walked.
Yeah.
After the American's death, the suspects were four. Miss Nolan, her brother, Thomas, the butler, and the Earl himself. Well, I ruled out Mrs. McClintock because, you remember, she was standing behind us at the time of the murder.
Well, I'm beginning to understand. All the suspects except Nolan were small enough to have worn the armor.
That's right. Therefore, only he could have pretended to use it.
Pretended? But he did use it.
Oh, no, my dear fellow. Undoubtedly, he procured a similar one of modern manufacture.
An amazing case, Holmes.
An interesting one, at any rate. And once again, old fellow, I'm forcibly reminded of an old Scottish litany.
Scottish litany? Which one's that?
Oh, you remember it. Round ghoulies and ghosties and long-legged beasties and things that go bump in the night. Good Lord deliver us.
Really a swell story. You know, for a while there, I was beginning to believe in ghosts.
Well, I'm ashamed to admit it, but at the time, so was I.
You know, this sounds silly, but I bet it would be fun to be one of those legendary English go around sticking your nose into everybody's business and playing practical jokes like mad and nobody able to figure out who did it. That would really be fun in a way.
Well, you can go around scaring people all you want to, but not for me. I think a ghost leads a terrible life himself. For instance, a ghost can't have the pleasure of eating a nice, juicy steak.
Yeah, or drinking a glass of really good wine.
Ah, now you're talking, young fellow, my lad.
Petri wine.
Yeah, still talking, young fellow.
You see, when I say good wine, I always mean Petri wine because you can depend on Petri.
I know.
Why, the Petri family has been making wine for generations, handing on down from father to son, all their skill and knowledge and experience. When you realize they started the Petri business way back in the 1800s, well, common sense tells you the Petri family knows practically all there is to know about the fine art of turning luscious grapes into clear, fragrant wine. Yep, whether you're looking for a swell wine to serve before dinner or with dinner or after dinner, for any occasion, you just can't go wrong with a Petri wine because Petri took time to bring you.
Well, now, next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you a strange adventure that Holmes and I had in the English countryside. It concerns the apparent madness of a certain Colonel Warburton and the puzzling mystery of two dead dogs.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and is based on an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Crooked Man. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station.
To bring you such good wine. So when you eat and when you cook, remember Petri wine.
To make good food taste better, remember
Petri wine.
This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
A nighttime of May books passage through Broadway, and crowd stands on banks of pavement, waving it through the neon shoals. And the ports of call, place where spring dance can be bought for a dime, the current bargain basement rate of exchange. Or moon-drenched beach of the spectacular, on which a girl sways and miraculously spells out the word aloha in twisted tubes of light. Or place of muted trumpet and quick fingers on a bongo beating out tropic messages. And another place where a woman sits trembling alone in a booth, turns her nighttime face to the man who touches her shoulder. Nighttime of May, journey into nowhere. And somewhere in wake of night laughter, dark, brooding street, windows of brownstone rooming house staring into it, and stoop to ascend, and door open before your knock, sallow light spill onto pavement, and in doorway a woman whose coilings of red hair are haloed by the 10-watt bulb.
You from the cops?
That's right.
Been leaning on my windows, watching for you. First time in my life. First time in my life I ever waited a cop should come to me.
Was it you who called?
Me, Gwen. Gwen Victor.
Oh, you said that...
What I said on the telephone don't hold a candle to the earful you're going to get. You want to come in now? Wait a minute.
Huh?
I want you to look at something.
What?
My face. Don't move a minute. I'll hold it up to the light for you. Now, you see him?
What?
You don't recognize, huh? You don't recognize where a lady's been crying tears and the marks they leave in her powder base. I didn't repowder especially so you could see where I've been crying. See? Those 2 rows.
Well, that girl you told us about on the phone, the girl who was hurt?
That poor thing. That poor little hurt thing. To fall at my feet like a wounded dove.
Look, take me to her. We're wasting...
We're wasting nothing, mister. You gotta be filled in, don't you? I know you, misters. You gotta be filled in.
Then you'll take me to the girl, huh?
Then I'll take you to the girl. Because right now, from her and her condition, you'll get nothing. Just from me.
All right, Miss Victor, you tell me.
I'm a lady who's got a big heart inside her. I want you to understand that. Then you'll understand why it's happening like this.
Well, go on.
I got a very big heart. It's one of the reasons I sit out on the stoop nights, in case my roomers want to gab a little in the fresh night air, in case they need advice on certain matters or the loan of a kind word.
About the girl.
It's what I'm coming to. Oh, the poor girl. Tonight I sit on the steps. My roomers have drifted to wherever. I'm alone by myself on the stoop. A car rolls down the street, lets a girl out. Whoosh! The car rolls on. The girl walks toward me, staggering like from the bottle. Flop! She falls at my feet. I lean over her. Honey, baby, I say to her. Honey, baby. She whimpers to me. Help me, help me. I see she's been knifed. I yell for Doc. Doc!
Doc?
Doc Roundtree, my oldest roomer. I yell for Doc. We lift and carry the hurt honey girl into a vacancy I happen to have at the present.
Now you'll take me to her.
Just so you'd understand about me and Doc. Now, come on. How is she, Doc? How's our honey girl?
She's sleeping, Gwen. She's dying.
Ah, you poor baby. You poor sweet baby.
Gwen.
Huh? Oh, him. Don't worry about him, Doc. He's fine. Best of health. He's from the police. He came for our wounded bird.
Good night, Gwen.
Come back here, Doc.
Now, look, mister. Look, all I did was try to help her pain a little. I didn't do anything unethical. I didn't even try to wash the wound. I just held her hand. Try to make it easy for her.
Doc's trying to tell you he ain't practiced in 12 years because Doc ain't supposed to.
I did nothing unethical. A man has to be kind. The only way that's left to him.
A dying girl and a fifth of bourbon had Doc that way, huh?
Well,
how long has this girl been here?
I called you misters right when it happened. Couldn't be more than 20, 30 minutes since.
Either of you ever seen this girl before?
I've been sitting on my front stoop for years and years. This particular honey girl is a total stranger to me.
To you, too, Doc?
To Doc Roundtree, too.
Where's her purse?
Now, you could stick your nose in every cranny of my rooming house, mister. You won't find it, because she didn't have one.
You mean...
Like you see her now is how she was when she fell to my feet. All she was carrying was this knife cut. That and a very pained expression around her mouth.
No identification?
Just what Doc said. She's dying. Oh, baby, honey, baby. Fever, huh? You just let Gwen.
Act of compassion. Miss Victor rinses out a towel, clean, in Hotel Emerson, Baltimore, Maryland. Embroidered in blue, lays it against the girl's forehead. And Miss Victor gains thereby an approving nod from Mr. Doc Roundtree. Then the two of them, alerted to reality by the sound the street makes, look at each other, then down at the girl, then up at me, then shake their heads. Tenement tableau. Stay with it until a stretcher is brought in, until a wounded girl is lifted up and taken away. Then leave. Home now, and 2 more pages of the novel while coffee boils. 2 more pages propped against the sugar bowl. Bed, and finish the chapter a few seconds before sleep. Next day, look at it through the window, yawn at it, make silent comment about it. And all the day does back at you is get later. So get dressed, get with it. Breakfast and headquarters and the entrance upon the arena of life of a gladiator who just happens to be named Tartaglia.
Danny?
Come on in, Gino. Well, what's in your mind?
I bring you this. There is no frigate like a book to bear us lands away.
What?
I give you a book which I have finished and which gave me great enjoyment, which is now yours so that you can also enjoy. The fact that it is bound in paper is no reason why you should knock it.
Well, I'm not knocking it, Gino. I think it's very nice of you to...
In the Twanger, perhaps you will find a new hero, even as I did.
That's the hero's name, the Twanger?
A guitar-playing fellow who goes about the world having adventures. I tell you, Danny, I've read a lot of books in my time. But this fellow, when he lays aside his guitar, how two-fisted can you get?
Gino, please.
Pardon me. I guess I was carried away.
What else have you got for me?
A solitary item. Identification on the girl who was found late yesterday stabbed from a moving car.
Oh? Who is she?
From fingerprints taken from her by technical and code numbers wired post-haste to Washington and return, she is none other than Sybil Crane.
None other than...
Sybil Crane, formerly employed in the factory which undertook the manufacture of government-contracted items, which is why her prints are on file.
Who does she work for, Gino?
Superior Tool and Die. As a bookkeeper, Danny. Here.
Yeah?
Here's the address right here. And here, if you're going out, take the book I brought in case you stop for a sandwich or something, you can start it. Oh, you're going to like it, Danny.
Quad car ride. Downtown along the river and past the strollers who hold hands in Maytime. And past the bench sitters and pigeon feeders and the boat watchers. Day where spring joins up with summer. The chemistry of which produces something sad and sunny, a breeze made specially for the hair, and a smile made specially for the season. Left turn on 17th Street. Find an address. Superior Tool and Die Company. Show a badge. Get nodded inside. And wait, but only for a moment, because a young lady appears who has a badge of her own, who wears her visored hat on top of a platinum bun, who tells you she's been assigned to you, and let's go. Through drill press, where things get drilled, she points out to you. Through drop hammer, where, well, watch. You see? And lathe and shears, and delivers you, unscathed but more rounded, to the office of Mr. John Woodley, head of the bookkeeping department, who is waiting for you.
It's, Mr. Clover, isn't it?
That's right.
Also, the gate phoned me you were from the police.
Right. A girl who used to work here, Sybil Crane.
Well?
Would you mind calling your personnel man or whoever? I'd like to have a look at her personnel records.
What do you want to know?
Look,
wait a minute. I just asked you something. What do you want to know? Miss Crane worked right through that door. I can tell you all...
Then tell me.
Bright girl. I paid her a young fortune. Well...
Well, what?
Well, practically, for a girl, she was a bookkeeper. You know what bookkeepers get, don't you?
No.
Miss Crane got top salary. More than anyone in the department.
Employer, employee, that's all, huh?
Well, that's all. Even if I'd had any ideas. Well, did you ever take out a girl where everything's a formula? Name anything, and Sybil's got it broken down into numbers. Real bright. Maybe a genius. Excellent education.
Why isn't she working here now?
She wanted a real big raise. You'd think the company made a mint here, the amount she wanted. Well, it just occurs to me, a policeman asking about her. Why?
It was in the papers this morning.
Well, I haven't looked at the papers. Does that make me uncooperative?
She was stabbed.
She dead?
She wasn't when I talked to the hospital last.
I hope she holds on. She dies, and there goes a fine mind. Very shrewd. Analytical, that's the word I was looking for. Oh, it'd be a real loss. What else can I do for you?
Well, just give me her employment card.
Questions, I mean.
Well, just get the card, Mr. Woodley. I'll wait.
Danny?
Huh? Well, how's Miss Crane, Doctor?
The thread that holds her life,
Then
Danny.
she's still alive.
Alive? Yes, I suppose you would say that she was From Miss Crane's room, come on. The visitor, the lady, Miss Victor, she said her name was.
Oh, baby. Poor baby doll. Look at her. Look at her dead. She's dead, ain't she, Doc?
Yes.
You know what I'm going to do? You know what I'm going to do?
Miss Victor.
$1,000 reward. How do you like that? A G-note for the
Please,
dirty louse
this is
who...
a hospital.
Take your hands back where they belong. $1,000, baby doll. Reward. We'll find out who killed you. Look at her. Dead to the world.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Savings bonds are a gift to appreciate. If you have received one, you can be happy for yourself and proud of the giver, because United States savings bonds guarantee interest at 3% if left to maturity. They offer security. Because they help Uncle Sam fight inflation and pay for defense, they are a patriotic gesture as well. Now and in the future, United States savings bonds can be the difference between security and uncertainty in the lives of the loved ones. Buy them regularly, where you work or where you bank.
The sunlight of a new morning strays through a springtime breeze, and for an instant, Broadway stops running, poises the cheek for the splatter of warmth, token that a fresh day is at hand. Assurance that the nighttime is finally done and you can start to forget what happened last night. And the avenue is suddenly glitter, speckles of light to be held in the hand like a promise. But across the street, suddenly, the early trumpet spills out of the loudspeaker, signal for morning's first frenzy. The blonde blows a kiss to nobody at all, and close by, a man leans against a doorway, spins a keychain, and grins. Broadway leaps into another day. And at headquarters, time for consideration, with tools at hand. Cigarette, warm coffee, glazed donut with most of the glaze missing, and Detective Muggavan, who likes them that way.
It's funny. At home, I can't eat breakfast. I get here to work, 4 donuts, no trouble at all.
You mind if I tell you look it?
Yeah, I know. I'm going to have to start taking off the weight.
Dennison checking on the background of Sybil Crane?
That Dennison's a good boy.
Thanks so much for the information, Muggavan. I've been wondering for the last 9 days what kind of boy Dennison...
Yeah, he's checking.
Mind if I ask you something?
Why should I mind?
Have you checked at Dennison to see whether he's found out anything for me?
He hasn't found out a thing. Nothing we don't already know.
Thanks, sir.
Better employment record on your desk?
Mm-hmm.
See it? Thanks. If Sybil Crane didn't lie when she was filling this out, she's a real brain, huh? That's funny.
What?
She left Woodley's employ a year ago, and what she did after that, like she vanished. I'll get it.
Don't bother. Danny Clover speaking.
You the man with the reward?
What?
In this morning's paper, $1,000 for information
Who
leading
is
to...
this?
I'm Mary Dixon. I have information concerning, what the papers say about Sybil Crane. Where this information will lead to depends entirely upon how...
Where can I find you, Miss Dixon?
I am presently employed as 22nd floor maid of the Moral Arms Hotel. When may I expect you?
About 10 minutes.
Make it a half hour, Mr. Clover. Then I'll be on the roof having my lunch. The 3rd redwood chair from the chimney.
In a half hour, Miss Dixon.
I'm Dixon. And you?
Police.
Uh-huh.
Well, a little while ago, you...
Yeah, I did. You know, there's never been a time in my life I wanted $1,000 as much as I do right now. In this weather, what a woman could do with $1,000.
All right. Sybil Crane's murder. Let's start with that.
She used to live here in this hotel. Corner suite, 15th floor. I was working 15. It's how I got to know her.
You'll tell me how, won't you, Miss Dixon?
Uh-huh, I will. I noticed Sybil, first of all, because, on my shift she was never out of her room. I'd make the bed. She'd sit on the floor and read to herself from a book. Never go out. One day I said, "What's so good in the book, Miss Crane?" and she told me. And from then on...
From then on, what?
From then on, she got me to read a lot of books. I'd finish one list, and then she'd start me on another. Like a private teacher. I don't know what was with it, but I enjoyed. I learned things I never dreamed they wrote about.
And that's the information you want $1,000 for.
Uh-huh. That and how she'd call up room service on my time off, and we'd eat together, and have a couple of cocktails, and talk. And then Bud would join us for culture.
Bud?
Bud Anderson, bellhop. He also got a lot of culture from Sybil, including more material things. Bud Anderson.
Is he...
No, he don't jump bells here anymore. He's got a shop of his own, 23rd and Lexington. His name right over the word books. Success story, huh? Bellhop to books to killer.
You're sure that he's a killer, Miss Dixon?
You talk to Bud, then send me the grand. Care of the Lincoln Suite, this hotel, huh? $30 a day a suite, and Dixon'll be in it. Care for a banana?
And she peeled it for me, and took it in good grace when I refused. Waved me farewell with it. Lexington Avenue now, and bookstore. Anderson over the word books, which was over the legend, new, used, and rare. And inside, the zones of silence which follow around the browsers given to the mood literary. And to be noted, the round lady under the section marked Metaphysics, peering close at titles. Also the young boy searching knowledge in the large dictionary. Also the man in the back speaking into the phone.
All the information you could possibly want about the child is in this volume. Yes, step by step. Yes, that's the one, the book recommended by Dr. Douglas. Yes, that's right here in the table of contents. Of course, I'll send it right out to you. Thank you. Now, sir, what can I do for you?
Your name, Bud Anderson?
Just browse around.
Police.
Oh.
It's about Sybil Crane.
And?
A friend of yours, wasn't she?
And?
Mind if I make a suggestion, Bud?
Uh-huh.
Get the sign that says closed and hang it on the door. Explain to your customers that you're on your way to jail
For what?
Offhand, let's just say suspicion of murder.
Well, she liked me. She gave me dough. I opened this shop.
That's all, huh?
Strictly a business proposition.
You used to be a bellhop at the Moreland Arms, didn't you, Bud?
I used to be a lot of things. Most of them, like everybody else, I don't talk about. But, yeah, once a bellhop. Day fellow with bags. I was studying to be a teacher, an honest-to-goodness teacher of tots, and I needed money for school. Get the picture?
Keep going.
Oh, industrious, work days, study nights. Then guess. Sure you can. I met Sybil Crane. Instead of a tip for carrying her luggage, she gave me a smile. Later, I brought her back change. Months later, the conversation got around to this. Don't be a teacher, Bud. Be a book salesman.
How'd she get the money to set you up in business?
Her brain. I merely mentioned my love of books.
Just like that, huh?
Sure, very brilliant girl. Could afford anything she wanted, which is very intelligent. You'll agree?
Who killed her?
Not I. That's the best answer I can give you for that question. Pardon me. Anderson's bookshop. Yes, Mrs. Poe. Well, I'm not sure. Wait, I'll look at the table.
And leave him, and in Store Arcade past the eager, fleet-fingered probing of an old man through bookstall of stained and ancient books. Solution to the swift loss of another May Day, perhaps to be found in the rack marked textbooks, used, mathematics. And into street now, walk with May problem for policemen. A girl flung from a car into nighttime of Tenement Street. Girl picked up kindly, carried to vacancy in a rooming house. Girl called for, carried to another room where her dying became official. Murder of Sybil Crane. Problem. Walk with it. And it becomes a cube pile of police headquarters, and it becomes tangents of sunlight splintering off dark cylinder of corridor. And something else.
Why, you miserable, dirty, useless old stray dog! You think I'd let you near me? Huh! Not with a 10-foot push broom. You booze hound! No good stray booze hound! You think I'd let you... Why, good afternoon there, Mr. Clover.
Yeah, come on in and enjoy the afternoon, Danny.
What goes on here, Muggavan?
It's just that the Doc here and me have come to the point of me kissing him off, Mr. Clover. Doc and me...
You're fat, that's what you are, Gwen. And that fancy red hair you're wearing is nothing but a dirty old lie.
Enjoying yourself, Muggavan?
Yeah.
My office, you think I deserve a piece of what's making you feel so good?
Well, sure you do, Danny. A little while ago, there was a riot call. It seems Miss Victor here and Doc Roundtree here got to tapping each other with empty gin bottles.
We didn't need you, gentlemen. The doctor and I could have settled it quite peacefully. It was just that
Fancy, hoity-toity, he listened to her. Gentlemen, quite peacefully, the doctor and I. All that money oil your tongue, Gwen? All of a sudden you're rich, and all of a sudden that makes you a lady, Gwen.
Why, you low-down, good-for-nothing crack! Crack!
Someone going to tell me what this is all about?
Make her tell you. Make her tell you. Make her tell you where she got all that money. Money for rewards, money for operation. Go on, make her.
Well, Miss Victor?
Well, I've been an ailing woman for the last 5 years, and I need to have a doctor go over me, a good doctor with a diploma. And if he happens to recommend an operation, why, it just so happens I'm in a position now to recompense him for his services.
I'm a good doctor. I'm a good doctor, old moneybags.
I shall not even discuss it, if that's your opinion of yourself.
Operations are expensive, Miss Victor.
Yeah, don't I know, Mr. Clover? I've been putting a little aside for mine for 5 years.
Liar! Tell him how you got the money.
Crack!
I'll tell you where she got it. That dying girl, that Miss Crane. Gwen was at her all day to whisper her name to her, and she did. And Gwen here...
All the fuss. I just happened to mention to Mr. Woodley down at the Superior Tool and Die place, I just mentioned it to him, that poor girl said his name before she died, and he...
He what? He what, Miss Victor?
Why, he just turned his back to me and from somewhere pulled out a fistful of money and shoved it right into my...
Have them locked up, Muggavan, then meet me downstairs.
Oh, Doc. Now look what you went and done.
Gwen, dearie, I didn't mean it.
Get with it, Muggavan.
It's quite a factory they have here, huh, Danny?
Uh-huh.
You're not going to believe this, but I've always wanted a little shop of my own.
I believe it, Muggavan.
Hey, you know what that thing over there is? That's a Yoder hammer. You know what they cost?
I used to know, but I forgot. I don't want to know anymore.
You know what the trouble with you is, Danny?
Don't tell me. Just knock on the door.
Oh, hello, Clover. They phoned me from up front. You were on your way. Oh, what are you doing here?
I brought a friend around I want you to meet. Mr. Woodley, Detective Muggavan.
Hi. Come on in. Now, better? Less noise. You can concentrate easier. What do you want?
The factory makes you irritable, huh?
Look, I'm busy.
Yeah.
How much money did you pay off to Gwen Victor, Mr. Woodley?
Who?
A dame who whispered a name to you.
I'm supposed to have an idea what you're talking about?
A real good one. We'll just add the word blackmail, and you can take it from there.
Blackmail? Why should I pay anybody blackmail?
That's a good question. We'll take them one at a time. First, Gwen Victor paid her blackmail because she walked in here and said she knew a dying girl.
Dying girl named Sybil Crane.
Gwen found the girl with a knife wound, knew she was dying, took her home, sat with her for a day until she mentioned a name. Yours.
We got a nice place here. You notice that case of fittings near the drill press?
Now the question arises, relation between you and Sybil.
You'd be surprised how much those fittings cost per each.
Danny.
Hmm?
Now, that was quite a girl. Wasn't she quite a girl, Woodley?
Oh, and how much profit there is in those fittings, and how many ways a bookkeeper can split that profit and still come out tidy. I can show you with pencil and paper.
You're not paying attention, Woodley.
I heard every word you say. And I want to tell you something.
Well, go ahead.
I gave Gwen Victor part of the bookkeeping profits. Well, what kind of a fellow would you think of me if I wouldn't offer you the same arrangement?
Forget it, Woodley.
More. You'd be surprised the number you could ask for before I'd say ouch.
Sybil made you say ouch, didn't she? That's why you got rid of her.
Just a nothing-type girl, fellas.
Not the way we heard it.
Smart girl.
Very.
Especially with figures. Adding, subtracting, dividing.
Nothing type.
She was living in a $30 a day suite, Woodley. Gave people money to go into business. And she didn't have a job.
What'd she have on you, Woodley? Why were you paying off?
Look, why don't you guys talk sense?
All right, get off it, Buster. You're all through buying people.
Why were you paying off?
I liked her. I gave her little bonuses from time to time.
Let me tell you what's going to happen now, Woodley. Right now, right at this second, one of our men is going from bank to bank. He's going to find out where Sybil kept her money. He's going to find out how much she had, how often she made deposits.
The company's got a few nice contracts. Choice, cost plus.
You've been stealing.
Let me tell it, will you?
I'm sorry.
She helped. She showed me a way of juggling would knock your eye out, set up a system of books for me, and quit.
And you had to keep paying her.
10 times her salary each week.
She wanted more, so you killed her, huh?
10 times the salary. You know what it comes to? Half for you, half for him. Know how you could live?
Danny?
Uh-huh.
Isn't he spunky?
Yes, he is. He'll go far. Let's go, Mr. Woodley. Twilight touches Broadway now. It's quitting time. The subway hour of tired faces. Blue plate special time. But soon will be the instant when a man will dart from a doorway, beckon over his shoulder to another. Then mob will gather and scream its heart out at the night. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway. My beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Joseph Kearns was heard as Woodley. Featured in the cast were Martha Wentworth, Sandra Gould, Paul Richards, and Joe Granby. Bill Anders speaking. This coming Monday night, CBS Radio's Suspense completes radio's first dramatization of Shakespeare's tragic masterpiece, Othello, starring Richard Widmark and Kathy and Elliott Lewis. Remember, it's Othello, brought to life in a gripping radio adaptation by those masters of high-tension drama, the producers of Suspense. Hear it this coming Monday night on most of these same CBS radio stations. Suspense. America's 45 million radio families listen most to the CBS Radio Network.
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable John C. Hilley, Assistant United States Attorney, Southern District of New York, to narrate tonight's case. Welcome back to Gangbusters, Mr. Hilley.
Thank you, Don Gardner. It's a pleasure being back.
Well, now, Mr. Hilly, perhaps you'd like to say a word about the problems involved in tonight's case.
That's a large order, Don. A word certainly couldn't cover it. But I can say this. Traffic in illicit narcotics is a multi-million-dollar international business. But most important, narcotics are a breeder of crime. Innumerable thefts and robberies today are committed for the primary purpose of getting funds for the criminal to purchase drugs. In other words, stamp out illegal traffic in drugs, and we cut our annual crime bill nearly in half.
And what about tonight's case, Mr. Hilly?
Well, Don, it involves a syndicate of some of the most despicable criminals I've run up against in all my years of law enforcement work. In a federal district courtroom right here in New York City, just about a year ago, two surly, expensively dressed defendants were standing before the bar of justice as the usually mild-mannered judge addressed them in a tone seldom heard in his courtroom.
I'm given to understand by Captain O'Neill and the Treasury Department that it's common knowledge that you, Galliano, are the boss, and that you, Lawyer Cano, are second in command of one of the largest narcotic syndicates in the country. You bring physical ruination, mental decay, and moral corruption to thousands of victims.
Judge, Your Honor, I'm not that bad after you get to know me.
If you have no respect for this court, Galliano, I'll hold you in contempt.
I apologize, Your Honor.
I'd like to send you men to the penitentiary for the rest of your lives. You belong there. But the rules of evidence were formed to protect the innocent as well as convict the guilty. It's not a reflection on our system of justice that often the guilty are comforted by those rules. I want you to understand that. I'll rule on the defense motion. The indictment is dismissed for want of evidence. Adjourn until 10 tomorrow.
Lawyers, the Honorable United States Court for the Southern District of New York is adjourned until 10 a.m.
Come on, Lucky. Let's get out of here.
Yeah. And he laced it into us.
So he laced it into us. We're walking out, aren't we? Wait a minute. Hey, Counselor, send me a bill. You'll get a check in the next mail. Good work. Come on, Lucky.
What'd you have to crack wise to the judge for? He could have nailed you for contempt.
Well, didn't I apologize? Forget it. We got work to do. I want those 5 ounces delivered tonight.
Hey, Pip, for crying out loud, we ain't even out of the courtroom yet.
So we ain't out the courtroom. Get those 5 pieces of brown stuff delivered tonight.
From the Commissioner of Narcotics, Treasury Department, Washington, D.C., to District Supervisor, Bureau of Narcotics, New York. Extraordinary measures approved in case of Joseph Gagliano, alias Pip the Blind, and Angelo Loyacano, alias Luggy, connection $2 million narcotics syndicate.
Hi.
What do you want?
I'm Luggy.
So you're Luggy?
Angelo Loyacano. I'm with Pip the Blind. What are you drinking?
Strychnine. You want a dose?
Look, you want to do business, don't get smart.
I deal with nobody but the principals. Where is this guy, Pip?
He's a homebody. He don't go out nights.
All right, run along, Chum. I don't talk unless I know who I'm talking to. There's too many agents floating around.
You think I'm an agent?
I've seen crummier-looking ones.
Hey.
Now, look. I spent 3,000 miles from San Francisco and a lot of time making this connection. I meet Pip and do business with him, or I don't do business.
You'll meet Pip. What's your full moniker again?
Porter. Vince Porter.
Ah, you got some good friends, Vince. They made you a good connection.
That's what friends are for.
How much of the brown do you want?
Get out of here.
What's the matter?
What's the matter? I'll tell you what's the matter. 2 minutes we've been talking. I don't know you're okay. You don't know I'm okay. Who you kidding?
This is New York. This is the Big Apple, Vince. We're quick and to the point.
I don't care if it's Timbuktu. I've been around enough to be careful what I'm walking into. And I don't like doing business with a guy who offers me something before he knows I'm okay. That means maybe he's not okay.
We got this thing set, Vince. We do business in broad daylight practically.
Yeah?
Sure. We've been in and out of that federal courthouse so much we practically got a lease on that joint. They ain't stuck us yet.
There'll come a day.
Not the way we work. We make a deal, see? Say you want 10 pieces. It's set for delivery. Okay. We make a meet someplace. You pass me the dough. Okay. I leave you.
Yeah. With the dough.
We're on the up and up, Vince. We got a good trade, and we're going to keep it good.
Mm-hmm.
So no monkey business from us.
Okay. No monkey business.
So I get the dough, and I'm on my way. I got one of my boys waiting around the corner. He's got the package of brown. I give him the high sign. He grabs some kid in the street. He asks him, you want to make an easy $5? Kid says, sure. My boy hands him the package and says, go give it to you. See?
Yeah, I see. You guys can't get stuck.
Well, that's why we do it that way, so we can't get stuck. Maybe one of my boys gets stuck every so often, but, well, we make it worth his while.
What about the buyer, though? As soon as I take delivery, somebody can put his hands on my shoulder. I'm cooked. But they can't touch you.
Oh, we watch our stab. Customer in a can is one less customer. We like more customers, not less. Okay, come on.
Come on where?
To meet Pip. You can close with him.
Okay. Just let me finish my drink.
Captain Othniel.
Captain, I've reached Lieutenant Neary of the New York City detectives for you.
Oh, good. Put him on.
1 second. Go ahead. Hello?
Lieutenant, this is Captain Othniel, Narcotics Bureau, Treasury.
Yes, Captain?
We're working on a new angle on Pip the Blind. Could you make a meeting tonight on it?
Oh, sure thing.
And, Lieutenant, could you get hold of Rothman in the district attorney's office? I'd like him to be there, too.
I'll call him right away. Where's it to be? At your office?
No. I have a reason for wanting it away from here. Make it at the Spencer Hotel, room 1102, 1130.
Okay, I'll be there.
Good. And, this may take a long time, gentlemen. But I think if we have enough patience, we can work this thing right. We can nail them once and for all.
Well, are we going to work from the hotel here, Captain, instead of headquarters?
Yes, Sloan, for a while.
I see.
That suits me fine, Captain.
Yeah, it's all right with me.
The trouble in the past has been that Pip doesn't figure directly in any of the transactions. Because he hasn't been in on the buys, because he never handles any of the stuff personally, we haven't been able to stick him.
Well, if he stays out of the actual transfer of the narcotics, do you think we'll ever be able to stick him?
This works, we will. I'm lucky, too. These two men have been running wild long enough.
Well, Captain,
Captain. Yes?
Somebody on the fire escape. I'll get him.
Lieutenant.
I'll move you.
Okay.
It's all right, Lieutenant. It's okay.
Hey, what's going on?
Come in, Purdy.
Excuse me, will you? Shut this thing. It's kind of chilly out there.
How'd it go?
Okay tonight, Captain. I met Pip.
Good work. Gentlemen, this is Agent Vincent Purdy of the San Francisco office.
What?
He's got the next room. We brought him here to work his way in and make a buy from Pip. He's the extraordinary measure I was telling you about. Lieutenant Neary of the New York detectives.
How are you?
Lieutenant, Detective D'Angelo, Mr. Rothman of the New York District Attorney's Office, Agent Sloan, and Agent Oppenheimer, you know.
Glad to see you all.
Now, gentlemen, Agent Purdy is operating as Vince Porter, San Francisco narcotics wholesaler.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Vince?
Well, Captain, I think we're going to have a hard time with Pip. Under no circumstances will he handle the goods.
That makes it awful tough.
The precautions they take in transferring the stuff make it almost impossible to secure the evidence we need. Now, I can get bolder if you'd like and make some suggestions to them, but that's liable to queer the whole deal.
No, we'll be all right as we're going. It'll take a lot of work and a lot of men to get us what we need. Vince has made a good connection. I think he's in a position where they trust him. Now, we stall for
So, Don, even with a Treasury agent working undercover as a San Francisco narcotics wholesaler, the law enforcement officers were having a difficult time making a case against Pip the Blind Galliano and Luigi Loiacano. But with the help of a broken leg and a delivery truck, the officers were soon able to get within range of what they sought.
San Francisco narcotic merchant had nearly completed arrangements to buy a quantity of illicit heroin from the syndicate headed by Joseph Galliano, known as Pip the Blind.
That's right, Don. A few minutes before the time set for the undercover agent's appointment, Pip was in his home on New York's Upper East Side, waiting for his lieutenant to show up with the new customer when the phone rang.
Hello? Hello, Pip. Lucky.
Where are you? I thought you were bringing this Vince around.
He had an accident, Pip.
Accident? What kind of accident?
He broke his leg.
What?
Yeah. Fell down some steps in this hotel and chipped the bone. It's got a regular cast on it.
Well, if he thinks I'm going to him, he's crazy. I don't make deals in strange rooms.
It's not that bad, Pip. He's outside here in his car. He can drive all right. Doc says he just has to keep his weight off the leg.
Okay. Bring him around the house. I'll, come out to his car. I'd like to take a look at that leg.
Hey, he's right here in the car. You can take a look at him.
Okay.
He says he can use plenty of the brown, Pip.
Okay. If everything looks all right, I'll feel him out on the price situation for this first 50 pieces. If we're tough now, we might save trouble later.
Yeah, this is it, Pip.
Hi, Vince.
Pip? Get in.
Yeah. Just a second. Luggy, stand around on the sidewalk. Keep your eyes open.
Right, boss.
Careful. Watch his crutches there, will you?
Sorry to hear about your tough luck, Vince.
Well, accidents happen. Ain't so bad, except for this cast.
Well, let's get down to business.
That's what I'm here for. Can you deliver me 50 ounces of the brown stuff?
Sure, I can deliver. But not cheap.
What's not cheap?
$350 apiece.
$350? Look, we're not kids. I don't have to come to New York to buy a $350. At $350, I can buy all I want any place.
Then why don't you?
50 pieces, $300 apiece.
You heard my price.
Look, this 50 pieces is only the beginning. I'll buy plenty from a source at the right price.
$350's my price all over. Word gets around, I let it go for less. I'll be in a spot with the boys all over the country. I got other customers to think about.
Who's gonna know?
300's out of the question.
All right, I'll split the difference. 3 1/4.
Okay. It's a deal, Vince. 50 pieces at 3 1/4.
And look, Pip. No short weights. All pure stuff. I don't come back for more.
What do you take me for? I'm a businessman. You buy an ounce of heroin from me, you get an ounce of heroin, nothing else.
All right. I just want it understood.
It's understood without saying. I got a reputation. Luggy will make arrangements for the meet.
Okay.
Luggy.
Yeah, Pip. Everything okay?
50 pieces of brown at 3 1/4. Arrange with him for the meet.
Right.
See you around, Vince. So long.
Yeah. Get in, Luggy.
Yeah, you got a good price, Vince.
So I got a good price. I need the stuff quick. What about the meat?
Tomorrow night.
I need it tonight.
I can't get to the plant till tomorrow. You want the brown, you'll have to wait until tomorrow night.
I got a carrier leaving on a plane for Frisco tomorrow. These 50 pieces have got to go with them.
What time's the plane leave?
5:33 from LaGuardia.
Okay, we'll make the meet tomorrow afternoon.
Tomorrow afternoon? There'll be no meet in broad daylight. Not with me, they won't. What kind of a chump do you take me for?
I can't get my hands on the 50 pieces till the morning. You want the stuff on that plane, we'll change the meet in the afternoon.
That stinks.
Leave it to me. You won't be bothered.
And I got no choice.
Not if you want the goods on that plane, you haven't. How's 1 o'clock?
I guess it'll have to be okay.
85th and Amsterdam, southwest corner, 1 o'clock.
Okay, I'll see you.
50 pieces at 3 1/4. 50 at 3 would be 15 grand. 25 times 50, 12, 11 and a half. Comes to 16,250.
I'll have it.
Hey.
What?
Looks like a bad car there.
Where?
That panel truck that's been sitting there all the time.
Oh, that truck's from the Times. They're making deliveries. What do you think? The Times got a tie-up with the government?
It's okay. Nobody saw anything that can hurt us.
All right, Luggy. I got to see the doc about my foot.
All right. 85th and Amsterdam. Southwest corner, 1 o'clock.
I'll be there.
So long.
Sloan?
Yeah?
All right, the switch is on. You can talk. Did you get it all?
Every word.
That ought to be good enough evidence to start Pip the Blind on his way to Leavenworth, huh?
You said it.
I'll pull around the corner and let you onto the trunk.
No, there's no sense taking a chance. I'm all right. I'm a little guy. I was made to order for a trunk. I've been more cramped than subways.
All right. I'll take the East Side Drive. We'll be at the Federal Building in 15 minutes.
That was good work, Vince. I never thought you'd get him to change the meat in daylight.
Well, I think it was Vince being against it that sold Luggy, Captain. Isn't that right, Vince?
Well, it'll be just our luck to have a dark and cloudy day tomorrow. We probably won't get any movies at all.
Any idea about the weather tomorrow, Lieutenant?
I checked out a little while ago. Warm and sunny. But you know how weather forecasts are.
Yeah, it's just as likely to come up cold and rainy.
Well, there's no sense worrying about the weather. This works out. We get movies of the entire transaction. The case will be that much tighter.
Supposing I get hold of the lieutenant in charge of the 22nd Squad, which covers that district. He'll help set up locations for the motion picture cameras.
Good idea, Lieutenant. We get upstairs in the buildings on 3 corners. We should be able to cover everything with telephoto lenses.
Yeah, we should.
In addition, I think we'll have 2 panel trucks with cameras. Both in the southwest corner. One on Amsterdam, one on 85th Street.
Captain, we'd better not use the Times truck again. Luggy was a little suspicious of it tonight.
Okay. We'll see if we can get one from the telephone company. Lieutenant.
Yes, sir?
Any detective you know can pose as a sign painter?
Yeah, I think there's a sergeant in the Safe and Loft Squad. I'll see if I can get him a sign.
Good. We'll put him to work in the drugstore window, right on the corner. Maybe he can witness the transaction close up. And, I think we ought to have an agent as a street cleaner.
Okay, I'll arrange with the Department of Sanitation for the equipment.
What about me, Cap? Back into the trunk of the car?
Back into the trunk of the car. That makes you the best witness we've got.
Oh, my lumbago.
Now, about the money. We'll get you up $16,500 in marked bills, Vince.
Mm-hmm.
And this is important. We're not going to make any arrests on the scene. We'll let Luggy leave to meet Pip.
With the $16,500?
It's the only thing we can do. We'll be right behind him. As soon as he turns that money over to Pip, we step in and make the arrest. All right? Now let's all get lots of rest tonight. Tomorrow's a big day.
Okay, Sloan, hold on. It's the next corner.
I'm holding. Pray we don't get a flat.
Right. I see a parking place. There's our sign painter.
How about Luggy? Is he around?
I don't see him. There's the street cleaner and the telephone company truck. Here goes. Hold it, there's Luggy. Here he comes.
Vince, get on the button.
Yeah, get in there. Watch the crutches, will you?
Yeah. You got the dough?
Yeah. Put $16,500 in here.
A little more.
I'll peel off $250 and the rest is yours.
Okay.
50.
Careful.
150. 250. There you are.
Yeah. Thanks.
But you going to count it?
Later, yeah. Nothing broad daylight. If it's short, you'll hear from us. Well, sit here a minute. You'll get your 50 pieces.
I'll see you. Sloan?
Yeah?
Get it all?
You bet.
There goes Luggy. I think he gave the signal to a guy in the corner. Yeah, I did. Guy's got a kid with him. He's giving the kid the goods. Here comes the kid, and there goes the guy. Rourke started out tailing the guy.
How about Luggy?
He's standing there watching the kid. I think they're getting good pictures of this. Hold it, here comes the kid. Yeah, what is it?
Hey, mister. Tell Mr. There give me $1 to give you this package.
Okay.
Some kind of screwy on me. I can use a $1.
All right, just drop the package on the seat.
Okay. There you are.
That's grand, kid.
Sure, okay, Scram.
Well, Sloan, we got our baby. There goes Flynn after the boy. Now all we got to get is Pip the blind. Flat and no flat, here I go.
Now back to Gangbusters.
So like I was telling you, Pip, it all came off like clockwork. This guy Vince is going to make a good customer. He tells me he can use 100 pieces a month, no less.
Let's see the dough.
Yeah, sure. Here you. Just like he gave it to me.
Oh, good, good. Mostly 20s and smaller.
Yeah, a few 50s, not many.
No, this comes in handy. There's a boat in tomorrow. We get some more stuff off it.
Good, good.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot to swing it.
Who's that?
I'm not expecting anybody. Here, Lucky. Put the dough under that cushion. Okay, I'm coming. Yeah? Who is it?
Open up, Pip. Treasury agents.
Treasury agent. Listen, can't you guys leave me alone? You got nothing on me and you know it.
Well, we'll see about that. Meantime, you'll take a ride downtown with us. Come on, men.
Hey, Fortune, you got no business in here.
Haven't we? They've got a search warrant that says we have.
Hey, Pip, what's the matter?
Oh. You too, Luggy. Now listen to me, both of you. I know there's $16,000 in this house.
What, 16,000?
Money Luggy brought you not 15 minutes ago. Now, we know it's here. So you're going to hand it over? Or do we have to tear the joint apart looking for it?
Okay, you win. Under the cushion on the couch. But it will take a lot more than a dough to stick me, copper, a lot more.
I know it, Pip. And this time we've got a lot more. Just you wait and see what we've got.
That, Don, was how agents of the Narcotics Bureau, Treasury Department, working with New York City authorities, brought the criminals to justice. And the case against them was one of the most completely convincing presentations of evidence ever used in a criminal action. After his conviction, Joseph Galliano, alias Pip the Blind, hanged himself in jail rather than face the long prison term he had coming. Angelo Loiacano, alias Luggy, and other members of the Combine are now serving maximum terms in Sing Sing and still face federal charges growing out of their operations.
Well, thank you, Assistant United States Attorney John C. Hilley, and congratulations to all the law enforcement officers who participated in the investigation. Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by William Sweets, with Mandel Kramer and Raymond Edward Johnson in leading roles. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Stay tuned for Nero Wolfe. If the chimes shudder a little on Sunday afternoon, well, they know there's mystery in store Sunday with men of action like Mike Waring, better known as the Falcon, who brings his fearless and romantic touch to the solution of another mystery. After the Falcon, it's high adventure. Then the big guy steps in. The new private eye Charlie Wilde concludes with a few casual homicides. The chimes mean mystery and action this Sunday afternoon on NBC. Transcribed.
My boss is the smartest and the stubbornest, the fattest and the laziest, the cleverest and the craziest, the most extravagant detective in the world, Nero Wolfe.
It's the adventure of Stamped for Murder, with that brilliant, eccentric private detective, orchid fancier, and gargantuan gourmet, Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet.
Instructions for this morning, Archie. Your notebook, please. First, Mr. Salinsbeck. Inform him that the Long Island peafowl he sent were most unsatisfactory. Peafowl's breast flesh is not sweet and tender unless it is well protected from all alarms, especially from the air, to prevent nervousness. Long Island is full of airplanes.
Look, Mr. Wolfe,
I shall want a dozen chickens that have been raised on bluebirds and a fresh-killed lamb for tomorrow.
Mr. Wolfe, please listen. There's...
Mr. Goodwin, be quiet, and then dinner on the following day becomes a problem.
Mr. Wolfe, dinner any day is going to be a problem if we don't pay Sausenbach's bill.
Then pay it.
With what? The bank account's empty.
Ridiculous. There were $4,000 yesterday.
But you bought that shipment of orchid bulbs from Weinold Gluckner. Mr. Wolf, we need money. You've got to stop eating and drinking beer long enough to earn some.
Phew, you're an alarmist.
Will you, for the love of heaven, stop turning down clients and turn an honest dollar? I've got a couple of prospects right outside the door.
Send them away.
No, sir.
Send them away. Tell them I've gone to Egypt.
Nothing doing, sir.
Confound you, Archie. Obey orders. Send them away.
Miss Kent, Mr. Rodman, come in, please.
Thank you.
Confound you, Archie. You're mutinous.
Yes, sir, and you're stuck with it. This is Miss Gloria Kent and Mr. Rodman. They arrived as advertised with a pressing problem.
Good morning. You people are here by sufferance only. I shall speak to Mr. Goodwin about it later. Yes, indeed. I don't like pressing problems, Miss Kent. What are yours?
My father.
Indeed, I'm not a court of domestic relations, Miss Kent. What did your father do? Beat you? Withhold your earnings? Discourage your suitors? Mr. Goodwin should have informed you this office does not undertake cases involving marital or family problems.
But that's not...
If Mr. Goodwin had not been beguiled by your pretty face, he might have warned you and avoided this embarrassment to you and annoyance to me.
Now, take it easy, take it easy. How many times have I told you you don't know how to handle women?
Then suppose you let Miss Kent handle me.
Well, it's simply this, Mr. Wolf. I had some money my mother left me. My father's just spent it without my permission. I want it back without a scandal.
Thanks, Miss Kent. How much? How spent?
$10,000. Father bought a treasure map.
Indeed, from whom?
A pair of swindlers named Cross and Halleck. They've driven him crazy, talking about fortune salvaged from the SS this and the SS that. He's got a map and old letters he studies. He's childish.
Many fortunes have been recovered. Many more await on the sea bottom. How do you know your father has been duped?
Well, I know.
You do, Mr. Rodman.
Yes. Cross and Halleck bought some old letters for me, written by my grandfather from Hawaii. They used them to manufacture the map and evidence. And that's what they sold to Kent.
Father thought he was being so clever. He had the paper analyzed. Of course, the document research laboratory said the letters were genuine. They were. But something new had been added. I'd have never known if Mr. Rodman hadn't told me.
You're a party to the swindle, Mr. Rodman?
I was not. I never knew what they were up to.
Mr. Wolf, you've got to help me. I can't do anything with Father. I can't convince him. Even Mr. Rodman can't.
No, Miss Kent, I'm sorry. This is not for me.
Oh, but you must. You must.
Not in my office, madam. No tears. Please, Archie, stop her.
Okay.
Archie, when Miss Kent has finished her disgraceful exhibition, show them out.
How dare he walk out on us like he was...
Easy. I know him. You don't. He gets into a panic when women cry, or else he's curious about what Fritz is cooking for lunch. Now, just wait a minute, please. Oh, aren't you ashamed of yourself walking out like that on that poor kid?
That hysterical gamma.
She's lost all of her money. She needs help.
I charge high fees, Archie.
So charge a small fee. Do you want her to starve?
Good heavens. Starve? How monstrous.
I'm not kidding. While you'll be in here smelling your dinner, she and her father will be starving.
I thought you were bringing me a paying claim.
Well, this is different. She's,
You're beautiful. Archie, you're impossible. Oh, very well. Go back into them. Get names, addresses, facts. I am not committed to Miss Kent's case, but we'll see. Be a tribute I pay for your weakness for a pretty face.
Rodman and Gloria Kent were gone, however. So all I had were the few facts they'd given me before they met Wolf. I felt guilty about that when he came back into the office and sat down in his specially built chair. He closed his eyes, and I glared at him. Well, how much of you is awake? Mr. Wolf. Well, they disappeared. Did you tell me you were going to help this girl just to get her out of the office, or did you mean it?
You're a gadfly.
No, sir. You made a promise, and you're stuck with it.
What did you get from Rodman?
Name, address, occupation. He's a librarian, that's all.
Very careless, Archie. You missed a significant point.
Such as,
How did Rodman discover the letters he sold were being altered by forgery and used for swindle? How did he locate the dupe, Mr. Kent?
I guess you're right. I'll ask him next time. But what about now? Are you going to get Gloria's money back?
I assume you call Miss Kent Gloria solely in order to annoy me. It does. Stop it. Get Cross and Halleck.
On my way.
You'll find them at the Hotel Bogart.
Wrong, sir. According to my notes, their address is...
Never mind their address. The Hotel Bogart is the headquarters for successful, confident tricksters. They celebrate their victories there while the money lasts. You will possibly find Cross and Halleck drinking whiskey or lunching, probably both.
I located Cross and Halleck in the hotel bar and lured them back to our place on 35th Street. Wolf was sitting behind his desk with his hands crossed on his impressive middle, at peace with his lunch and the world when I ushered them in. He sat bolt upright and scorched me with a look. Good afternoon, Mr. Wolf. The tall one's name is Cross, the short one is Halleck. They want to help me invest my money. Gentlemen, Mr. Nero Wolf.
What?
Who?
Nero Wolf.
Hey, what is this?
Confound you, Archie. How drunk are they?
Not too drunk for business.
Let's get out of here. Come on.
Wait a minute. You want me to keep him here, Mr. Wolf?
Not by violence, Archie. Come back here, gentlemen. Unless you want 7 years in the state penitentiary.
You got nothing on us, Wolf, nothing.
I have the Kent case.
The Kent? That's a laugh. We're sitting pretty.
You are not, sir. You imagine you possess legal immunity. Mr. Kent believes you are a grotesque balderdash and will not sue for fraud. Miss Kent cannot sue because she is reluctant to accuse her father of wrongfully obtaining her money. Ergo, you think you are invulnerable.
Now, listen.
But you forget me. I'm a detective with a fee to earn.
A big fee.
Quiet, Archie. I am determined to get that fee. Therefore, as Miss Kent's agent, I can and will bring action against you. I'm indifferent to her tears or her father's disgrace. I'm indifferent to anything outside of money. You will return the $10,000 to me at once, sir, or you will be in jail by morning.
You mean that?
I do, Mr. Cross.
Alec, come here.
Come on, hurry.
Okay. Here, Mr. Wolf. Alec and I have decided we don't want to get in any trouble with you. Here's your $10,000.
Let's have it.
Give the dough to Kent, Mr. Wolf, and get the letters and map back for us. You've got a reputation for being tricky, but honest. We trust you. Come on, Alec, let's go.
Well, how about that?
Preposterous.
No, sir. Take a look. $10,000, genuine coin of the realm.
That man Cross is a fool. Does he imagine I'm to be fooled so easily?
What do you mean he left the money?
He surrendered too quickly, Archie. Too easily. And that money in the envelope he was carrying all ready to refund. Why?
Well, maybe he's got a better sucker. I heard him mention a Ben Sanford.
Nonsense. Does he need Kent's forged letters and map to cheat this Ben Sanford? Couldn't he prepare another set?
I guess you're right. Something's fishy.
In any event, it's no concern of mine, thank heaven.
Why not?
I'm not committed to Miss Kent in any way. As a favor to you, I undertook to regain her money. I have done that. You may take it back to her and obtain the forged papers in return.
But,
Silence, Mr. Goodwin. Go to your red-haired charmer. Leave me in peace. I intend to spend this afternoon with my New World Atlas.
I left him 3,000 miles up the Amazon with his magnifying glass and drove up to East 69th Street. The Kent house was a broken-down little brownstone, and as I went up the stoop, the door opened and Gloria Kent burst out like a skyrocket. Hey, Miss Kent, easy.
Let go of me. Let go.
What's wrong?
Wrong. Nothing is wrong. Nothing at all.
Well, how about seeing your father?
You want to see my father? Come inside.
Oh, for the love of heaven.
Come inside, Mr. Goodwin. I'll introduce you. He's in a back room. Come right through the living room.
What else came through this living room? A hurricane?
No, Mr. Goodwin. Something else. There's my father, Mr. Goodwin.
What in the devil? He's dead. His throat's cut.
Father, this is Archie Goodwin from Nero Wolf's office. He and his boss refused to help while they could. Maybe he can help you now.
Stop it.
All I'm good for now is revenge, that's all.
Stop it and look at me. When did it happen?
I don't know.
When did you find him?
Just now.
Keep looking at me. Who went through this house like a hurricane? You?
No.
Where did you go after you left the office?
To the laboratory.
What lab?
Document research. The place that checked the map.
How long were you there?
Until an hour ago, I was with Mr. Rodman.
Keep looking at me. And then,
I had lunch
with Rodman?
alone, and then I came home.
All right. All right, now listen to me. I want you to go to Mr. Wolf's house right now. Have you got cab fare?
Yes.
All right, take a cab. I've got to stay here, but I'll call Mr. Wolf and tell him you're on the way. Now, get. I called Wolf, told him everything, and he instructed me to advise Inspector Kramer, who arrived with the homicide squad. I gave the inspector everything while the squad photographed and measured, print dusted and detected. At 3:30, Kramer took me back to the house on 35th Street for a fight with Wolf.
It's a great story, Wolf. Great. Kent buys a phony treasure map. Everybody knows it's phony except Kent. But Cross and Halleck try to buy it back, and Kent gets himself murdered.
Did you find the map and letters in the house, Inspector?
No, I didn't.
The killer was after the map.
The phony map?
Certainly.
Why?
Well, if we knew that, we would know why Cross and Halleck so willingly paid back the money and why Kent was murdered.
Maybe it's not phony.
I'd better see the girl now.
No, you fancy her for the murder.
Well, I'll know after I ask a few questions.
Tonight. She's had a shock, Mr. Kramer. She needs rest.
Look, Wolf, I want her.
Why bother with her when there's so much to be done?
Yes, such as?
Cross and Halleck, find them. And the mystery man they spoke of, Ben Sanford. These are the men you want now, not this poor, overwrought girl.
Yeah. All right. The girl will be here for questioning tonight, though, huh?
Tonight, Mr. Kramer.
Okay. You'll hear from me later on.
Well, you buffaloed him out of that, okay. Say, why don't you want her questioned? Is she guilty?
I don't know.
Well, what did she say when she got here?
She said nothing. She never arrived.
She never what?
She never arrived.
Well, then why did you tell Kramer she was resting?
Would he have believed the truth? She must be found. More important, we must learn why forged letters and forged map produces turmoil.
Find the killer and you find the map. You said so.
I said the reverse, which is an altogether different statement. Archie, I want a photograph of that map. Get it.
Oh, sure. Any particular camera you want me to use?
You'll find the photograph at 200 Vanderbilt Street.
Are you kidding?
The lab cannot check the authenticity of old papers without photographing them in ultraviolet light, infrared light, and so on. If this document research lab has examined those papers, they will have photographs. Get them.
He got out of his chair and waddled back to the house elevator. It was 4:00 and time for his regular afternoon session with the Orchids. I drove down to the document research laboratory on Vanderbilt and got such a shock that I grabbed the office phone and dialed Wolf at once.
Nero Wolf.
Mr. Wolf, Archie here.
What's the matter? You lost?
No, sir, but I found something.
Photographs?
No, Mr. Wolf, I don't think you'll ever see any photographs of the Kent map. I don't think any were taken.
Indeed.
But guess who runs the document research laboratory? No, don't guess. You probably know. A man named Ben Sanford, and he's sitting right here looking at me.
Bring him home with you.
Home? But it's 4 p.m. This is the sacred hour when you pray over your orchids.
Then Mr. Sanford can join the ceremony.
Hey, how about this place? How about it? There must be a million flowers up here.
No, not flowers. Orchids only. Mr. Wolf has 10,000 plants.
Never saw anything like it.
And you never will again, brother.
Hey, what kind is that on the bench?
Oh, that's our pride and joy. Odontoglossum harryanum. Above them, the Van Petersirana, and the pink ones are the Coelogiani panduratas. Now, the large object, mulching flower pots, is Nero Wolf. Mr. Wolf, Ben Sanford.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hi. I came along to be obliging. I've got nothing to say about anything.
How much have you offered Cross and Halleck for their treasure map?
No comment.
Mr. Sanford, I'm going to make some assumptions. I assume that you are not, in fact, a document expert, but an accessory to the fraud of Halleck and Cross.
No comment.
That you actually prepare fraudulent maps for those swindlers, and then, in the guise of an expert, guarantee their authenticity.
No comment.
But this you must answer. You did guarantee the authenticity of the map and letters Kent bought. It's on record.
All right, I did.
Then will you admit they were forged?
What are you, a comic? No.
You guarantee the value of the Kent map?
Yes.
As an expert?
Yes.
Then you've convicted yourself of murder.
Murder? What is this?
Mr. Kent was murdered, sir. Evidently for the map and letters he bought. But of all persons involved, you alone believe in the value of the map. No one else does. Therefore, you alone would have murdered Kent for the map.
For the love of... Now, wait a minute.
Chew it over, brother. Chew it over. Either way, he's got you.
Okay, you want me to level? Here it is.
Level, Archie.
Okay, boss. Thief-type talk. It means tell the truth.
It's like you say. The letters were bought from Rodman. I forged the map and evidence onto them. I guaranteed them to Kent. It's a swindle.
The letters are without value?
Oh, sure, they're old, that's all. From 1851. Just tired family gossip and stuff.
Indeed. There we have the problem again, Archie. Mr. Kent is swindled with a map and letters that are known to be worthless. He alone believes the fantasy of the treasure.
There isn't any treasure. Never was.
Yet Cross and Halleck refunded the swindle money so eagerly. It is obvious they want those worthless documents back badly. Someone else wants them so bad he murders Mr. Kent. Why?
I don't know.
Archie, we must find the girl. There's a chance she turned to Mr. Rodman for refuge. I'm sorry you'll have to go there at once. If the girl isn't there, bring Rodman.
Yes? Hello, Rodman. Remember me? I'm Archie Goodwin from Nero Wolf's office.
Oh, yes, of course.
I came to get Gloria Kent. There's been a change in plans. Tell her to come out, please.
Gloria? Well, she's not here. Why should she be?
Haven't you heard?
Heard what?
Well, I guess you'd better come down and see Wolf.
Mr. Goodwin, I'm afraid I can't. I'm rather busy.
Look, Rodman, maybe you ought to know. Old man Kent was murdered.
What?
Yes, just after you and Gloria left us.
Kent murdered? Well, this is awful, Mr. Goodwin.
You want to see Mr. Wolf now? Get your hat.
Murder? Well, believe me, I never wanted this. I'm going to tell Nero Wolf the whole mess. Every word of it.
Okay, then. Come on, let's go.
Yes, of course. Just a minute. I'll get my hat in the bedroom. Murdered? Kent? I never dreamed.
Oh. Come on, Rodman. Come on, Rodman. Come on. What? I didn't hear you. Oh, Rodman. What the... Oh! Rodman. Oh, Rodman. Good. Oh, what next? Come on.
This is Nero Wolf?
Archie here. We've had a tough break.
Yes?
While I was waiting for Rodman at the front door, he went into the bedroom for his hat. The killer was there.
How do you know?
He cut Rodman's throat.
Tell.
The back window was open. It's a ground floor apartment. He was out and gone before I had a chance.
Archie, where were your wits?
Let me alone. I've had a man murdered 20 feet from me. You think I'm cheering?
Mr. Kramer is here, and he has news for us, Archie. He could not locate Cross and Halleck in their apartment. They had not been home all day. The maid informed him that she was waiting for her weekly salary.
Well, so what?
She was most angry and peppery, Mr. Kramer informs me.
Red pepper?
Exactly.
Okay, maybe I know what you mean. I'll try to deliver the goods this time. Goodbye. I drove down to the apartment house on Gramercy Square where Cross and Halleck lived, took the elevator up to the 10th floor, found the right door, and slipped in with a passkey. Come on out. Come out wherever you are. I know you're in here. You fooled Kramer pretending to be the maid, but you didn't fool Wolf. You'd better... Gloria! Cut it out, you idiot. Lay off. Archie, you dope. Archie Goodwin from Nero Wolf's office. Remember me?
Go.
Give me the gun, Gloria. Give it to me. That's right. Who did you think I was?
Halleck.
Oh, brilliant. So Wolf figured you out, huh? Well, you are a brave girl. They killed your father. You came up here and waited for them. You were going to kill them right back, huh? Oh, that red-headed temper. And you bluffed Kramer into thinking you were the maid.
I had to do something. It was the only thing I could think of. To come here and kill him.
Well, you're coming home with Archie. And just remember one thing. When Wolf's working for you, don't try to do any thinking. It only gets in Wolf's way. I got Gloria Kent back to the house at 7 o'clock. I parked the car, brought her into the office, and got the shock of my life. There was a convention on. Wolf was there, with Inspector Kramer representing the cops. Cross, Halleck, and Sanford were there representing the crooks. When Kramer saw Gloria, he scowled first at her and then at Wolf.
So it was a slick one after all, Wolf. You didn't have the girl. You had no intention of producing her.
Please, Mr. Kramer, that can wait. There are other matters more important. I dine at 8. That leaves me 1 hour to solve your murders.
Murders? More than one?
Yes, 2. Elmer Rodman.
By heaven, Goodwin, if you...
Please, Mr. Kramer, not now. First, Miss Kent. Good evening, Miss Kent. I presume you have met these gentlemen, Cross, Halleck, and Sanford? Yeah, take your purse, please.
Why?
Don't think me as naive as Mr. Goodwin, miss. When you left your home after the murder of your father, you took the map and letters with you. They are in your purse
Well,
now.
that's not true.
Archie, the purse. Thank you. We have here an interesting situation. There exist some old letters and map, forged and fraudulent. They're worth $10,000 and more to Cross and Halleck, and worth 2 murders to a killer. Why? There must be something of great value in the letters.
Yes, such as?
Something which Mr. Sanford could not see, although he worked on the document closely. Yet something which could be made manifest. What is the answer, Miss Kent? You know it?
I swear I don't.
Secret writing, Archie. Bring the chafing dish from the dining room.
Right.
Secret writing?
I saw nothing when I worked on those letters.
Naturally, Mr. Sanford, the writing is invisible. The heat is an agent. It makes most forms of secret writing visible.
The chafing dish, boss.
Thank you, Archie. Place it before me and light it.
Right.
Now I open Miss Kent's purse. From it, you see, I withdraw these ancient letters which he took from her house after her father's murder.
That's not true.
Archie.
That's enough, Gloria. That's enough. From now on, you just listen.
We remove the letters from the envelope and toast them gently. The secret ink vintage 1851 will easily succumb to the agency of heat.
Careful. Those envelopes will catch fire.
Hey, they've caught.
Don't be upset, Mr. Cross, Mr. Halleck.
The envelopes.
They'll burn safely in the dish. We can concentrate on the writing. Watch closely. I don't want to be accused of trickery.
You fat fool. The envelopes are everything.
Put 'em out, Sanford. Don't sit there. Put 'em out.
Why, Mr. Halleck?
Well, the stamps, the missionaries, are worth a fortune.
The missionary. Of course. You know that. Mr. Cross knows. So does Mr. Sanford, right?
Yeah.
Of course, Sanford knows, you old fool. Let me...
Mr. Sanford is not alarmed. Why not, sir?
I don't know what you're talking about.
$50,000 or $100,000 is burning before your eyes, Mr. Sanford. Cross and Halleck are burning their fingers, putting out the flaming envelopes. And you sit there quite indifferently. Why?
Well,
You know the value of the missionary stamps on the letters you bought from Rodman. But you know these aren't the real letters. Isn't that it?
Not the real letters?
I told you I'm tough to crack, Wolf. You didn't fool me with those dummies.
Dummies, how do you know? Mr. Cross didn't know. Mr. Haddock didn't know. How did you?
Well,
I'll tell you, sir. Only one man could know I was framing Miss Kent as a decoy. Only one man could know I prepared these dummy letters and pretended to take them from her purse. And that is the killer. The man who murdered her father and stole the map and letters this morning. You, sir, Mr. Sanford.
Well, I'll be...
Mr. Kramer, there's your killer. You'll find the missing map and letters on him or concealed in his home or office. You won't need the evidence anyway. Look at his face. He's self-confessed.
Self-confessed like fun. He was booby-trapped.
No, Mr. Kramer. Not a complicated case, really. Very simple. Elmer Rodman sold a packet of old family letters to the swindlers for a small sum. They used the letters to perpetrate their fraud on Miss Kent's father.
And the stamps on the letters were valuable?
They were a special Hawaiian issue 1851, Miss Kent. nicknamed missionaries, because missionaries use them for writing home. They are extremely rare stamps worth upward of $25,000 each.
Hey, no wonder they were worth 2 murders. We found 5 of them on Sanford.
Excellent. Some way or other, Rodman discovered the value of the stamps after he sold the letters. In his effort to get them back, he communicated his discovery to the swindlers, Cross, Halleck, and Sanford.
So that's why they refunded the money so fast.
Precisely, in an effort to have the sale rescinded. Rodman sought out Kent and tried to convince him of the fraud. Alas, he would not listen to the truth, Mr. Kramer.
Oh, I get it. And while the others were hassling around, Sanford tried to steal a march and quietly resorted to murder.
There you have it.
Ha-ha! Great job, boss. Great job. So Gloria not only gets her 10 grand back, but 5 times 25, which is about 125,000 worth of goodies. Now, figuring your rates by the hour, that means you've done a gratis job worth about...
Miss Kent, I did not know will I demand a large fee for what I have done. I will not go back on my word. But I can beg for a favor.
I'll only be too happy to...
Wait. I asked something that would not be easy to grant.
What is it?
Will you use your red hair, your pretty face, your admirable figure, and your ample fortune to lure Mr. Goodwin away from this house tonight? I would like to enjoy my dinner in peace.
That won't be difficult, Mr. Wolf.
Let's have an understanding right now, Gloria. Difficult for you or for me?
I'll be delighted.
Indeed. To spend an evening with Mr. Goodwin, there is only one word for you, Miss Kent. Intrepid.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's story by Alfred Bester was based on the famous characters created by Rex Stout, produced by Edwin Fadiman, and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Wally Mayer as Archie Goodwin, and Gene Bates, Howard McNair, Jay Novello, Larry Dobkin, Bill Johnstone, and Herb Vigran. Music by Joseph Enos. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Careworn Cup. Don Stanley speaking.
The preceding was transcribed. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. The chimes ring for Dennis Day and Judy Canova tomorrow night on NBC. Also, Judy Canova prepares to go operatic tomorrow because her special guest is Ezio Pinza.
This is Chester William Bendix Riley. The Man Called X follows on NBC.
Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. Murders are better than ever.
Mr. Diamond?
I stand condemned.
My name is Arnold Bryce. I'm an art collector.
Well, unless you're looking for empty beer bottles, I'm afraid you have the wrong man.
You're a detective, aren't you?
That's right.
Well, then you're the man I want. How soon can you come over to my home?
Well, that depends on 2 things, where you live and what you want me for.
I live at 9607 Riverside Drive. But I'd rather tell you the nature of your assignment in person, if you don't mind.
Well, that suits me, but my fee is $100 a day in expenses. Still want me to come over?
Money is no object, Mr. Diamond. Please hurry.
Yes?
My name's Diamond. I'd like to see Mr. Bryce.
Mr. Arnold Bryce?
That's right.
Oh, come in, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Bryce is busy with an art dealer in the library, sir. You can wait in the gallery.
The gallery?
The art gallery. This way, sir.
He led me down the hall and into a room that looked like it was once a den. There was a piano in the room, and hanging over the fireplace was a large painting of the Mona Lisa. The other 3 walls were all covered with pictures, too. This, I took it, was the gallery.
Just make yourself comfortable, sir. I'll tell Mr. Bryce you're here when he's finished.
Thank you.
Beautiful room, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Lots of paintings.
I didn't mean the paintings. I meant the room.
Oh, I take it you don't like the art?
No, sir. I only appreciate what I can see in the picture. This room used to be a study. until Mr. Arnold Bryce came.
And who had it before?
Mr. Jasper Bryce. He died 2 months ago and left this house to Mr. Arnold. Well, I must get on with my work, sir.
The butler gave a disgusted look at the paintings and took his leave. Come to think of it, I agreed with the old boy. Most of the paintings were what is called moderne, which is sort of a nasty poke at the present period.
Hi there. If you're a burglar, just help yourself. Take them all if you want to.
Well, I didn't know I had company.
That's because you're not a very good burglar. You should be more careful.
You, no doubt, are the local police force.
No, I won't turn you in. Oh, what's the use? Used to be I could joke. Used to be I liked to joke. Now it's no fun. Who are you, really? What do you want here? Can I fix you a drink?
Hey, that's a lot of questions for a little girl.
Little girl.
She staggered over to a couch and sat down while I took a good look at her. Beautiful is a word thrown around a lot these days, but it could only describe her. She had soft brown hair, big brown eyes, with a sort of a pleading look about them. She was wearing a pair of lounging pajamas, but her figure was nothing to speak of. When you found one like this, you kept the news to yourself.
Ugly.
What's that?
I said ugly.
Oh.
Meaning those pictures. You like pictures? Oh, you look like the type who would like pictures.
Well, I'm flattered.
Look at that one. You ever see such a mess? That's night chasing away the morning in September.
Well, you could have fooled me.
That's my husband's favorite. You a friend of my husband?
No.
Neither am I. All he does is buy paintings. He's a nut about paintings. He should have married one.
You must be Mrs. Bryce.
I must be. Then that's life. Oh, who'd you say you were?
I didn't, but the name's Diamond.
My name's Della. You know...
Mr. Diamond, Mr. Bryce will see you now.
Oh, get lost, Timothy. Mr. Diamond and I are just getting acquainted.
But Mr. Bryce said...
Mr. Bryce. Mr. Bryce. All right, you better go and see him, Mr. Diamond. My husband hates to be kept waiting. Me, I'd rather be alone anyway. I'm going to sit here till I figure out just why in blazes night is chasing morning away in September.
I left Della Bryce staring at the picture and followed Timothy to the library. Inside, I met Mr. Arnold Bryce. He was a big man and looked old enough to be Della's father. On the desk lay another modern painting, and he sat admiring it like it was the deed to the Taj Mahal.
Look at it, Diamond. Look at it.
Yes.
A masterpiece. Masterpiece.
Well, it's original, all right.
Of course. I buy nothing but originals. Can't stand copies, can you?
Well, I really haven't thought about it lately. Tell me, is this masterpiece what you wanted to see me about?
Oh, no. Just thought you'd enjoy seeing it.
Mm-hmm. Well, now that we've had our kick, suppose we get on to business.
Fine. Mr. Diamond, I'm number 34 on this city's social register. Do you follow me?
No, I'm about 6 millionth.
Please, sir, I'm very serious.
Sorry.
Now then, one in my position must be discreet. Divorce, heavens knows, is scandal enough, but, well, to have a roust about for a wife, that I cannot tolerate.
Heavens, no.
I was married a little over 6 months ago, and, to be frank, Mr. Diamond, my wife doesn't like me.
Go on.
That's all. I want to get rid of her.
Mr. Bryce, I'm a detective, not an assassin.
Of course. I want you to help me find grounds for divorce.
Oh. Well, a case like this can take a long while. At 100 a day, that can add up to quite a bill.
I hired you because I've heard you're the finest detective in New York.
Oh, well, thanks for the flattery, but the fee is still 100 a day, and...
I told you over the phone money meant nothing to me. Here. Here's a check I made out to you. It's for $500. That should serve as a retainer.
Well, yes, that's...
Now then, we can get on with this. I think my wife is in love with another man.
No.
Yes. And I think that... I keep forgetting these walls are soundproof. We've only lived in this house a few weeks. My Uncle Jasper left it to me.
Yes, your butler told me.
Timothy? Queer duck, Timothy. Uncle Jasper left me him, too.
Oh. Well, let's get back to your wife.
Oh, yes. Mr. Diamond, when I married Della, I thought we'd be well suited. She's very beautiful. And, guess where we met?
I have no idea.
In an art gallery. Naturally, I thought Della would be an art lover like myself. I could just picture us sitting in front of the fire on cold winter evenings, gazing at my originals.
Thrilling thought.
Yes, but it wasn't to be. Della deceived me. She hates my paintings.
Well, it takes all kinds to make a world.
Yes, but my world is art, Mr. Diamond, and Della is no part of my world.
I see, but that hardly sounds like grounds for divorce, Mr. Bryce.
Oh, I realize that, but maybe this is. You see, Della used to date a boy named David Tharp. Now she's been going out a lot lately, and I think she may be seeing him again.
Mm-hmm. You think? Well,
I know it really may be nothing, but if she should be seeing him and we could prove it, wouldn't that be grounds?
Well, possibly.
Now, this boy used to work for the Gorman department store, and if he's still in town, I want him watched.
All right, I'll check with the store and report to you later.
Good. Timothy will show you out, Mr. Diamond.
I left Mr. Arnold Bryce admiring the monstrosity he had purchased earlier. On the way out, I took another peek into the gallery to see if Della Bryce was still around. She wasn't. And then I noticed the Mona Lisa again. Somehow it seemed so out of place. I was staring at it when Timothy came up behind me.
I see you admire the lady.
Say, don't you ever make noise?
Beautiful, isn't she?
The Mona Lisa?
Yes. Look at that face. The most lovely face in the world.
I thought you didn't like art.
Not what Mr. Bryce calls art. Only that picture. Do you know about it?
Do I know about it?
Oh, so many things. It really has a colorful history. Da Vinci painted her over 400 years ago.
No.
Yes. Zenobia del Giocondo's wife posed for Leonardo 4 years before it was finished.
My.
Everyone loves it. Francis I of France paid 4,000 golden florins for it.
You really know the facts, huh?
Oh, yes, sir. I've read many books about La Gioconda's history. I come here often and just stared into her face. Do you know that men have stared into the mystery of that face and then killed themselves?
You don't say.
Yes. But I'm probably boring you. This way, sir.
He took a last tender look at the picture and then led the way to the door. It was a crazy house full of crazy people, and felt good to be outside again. The job I had was strictly routine, but as long as Bryce paid for my services, he'd get them. I took off for lunch, then went to the Gorham department store to find David Tharp. There I found Tharp, had joined the Army 6 weeks ago and was now stationed in California. That meant that Bryce's suspicions about his wife were unfounded, at least as far as Tharp was concerned.
Hello?
Let me speak to Mr. Bryce.
Who's this?
Oh, that worn-out voice sounds familiar. Walt?
Yeah, is this Diamond?
Yeah, but what are you doing there? Or did I dial the wrong number?
You calling Arnold Bryce, Rick?
That's right.
Then you have the right number. Was he a client of yours?
Uh-oh. I don't like the way you said was.
You guessed it. Better get over here, Rick. Arnold Bryce has been murdered.
In my pocket was a check for $500 signed by one Arnold Bryce. This same Arnold Bryce was now dead, according to Lieutenant Walt Levinson, who was very reliable in these matters. I took a cab to the Bryce home on Riverside Drive. Timothy, the tall, gaunt butler, again let me in. His expression hadn't changed since I'd seen him earlier. Well, Timothy, a lot of excitement around here, huh?
Yes, sir. The police are in the gallery. So is Mr. Arnold's body. Gruesome sight.
Rick.
Hello, Walt.
He's in there. Want to have a look at him?
Why not?
The boys in the lab are all finished. There he is.
Head bashed then, huh?
Coroner says he's been dead for about 2 hours. That places the time of the murder around noon.
Found the murder weapon?
No. Figure it must be the missing poker from this fireplace set. Got the boys upstairs now looking for it.
Who found the body, Walt?
Mrs. Bryce. Otis is in the library now taking her statement. What's your angle in this?
Well, Bryce hired me for some stock investigating. He was thinking of divorcing his wife.
Well, at last we've got a motive. She finds out he's getting rid of her and knocks him off.
Maybe. Who else was in the house?
It's the butler, the maid, and Mrs. Bryce. Otis is sure the butler did it. Been reading murder mysteries again.
No. How about visitors? Anyone come to see Bryce around noon?
No, apparently not. Looks like an inside job, Rick. We've got 3 suspects, and all we can do is grill them till one of them breaks down. So we might as well start on the wife.
Mind if I sit in?
No. Come on.
We left the gallery and walked down to the library. Inside sat Della Bryce, patiently answering the questions of that master detective, that super sleuth, Sergeant Otis Loveloon.
Hello, Lieutenant. I got a statement down on paper, and I'm asking some questions on my own. She's, Oh, Diamond.
Don't look so happy, Otis. Hello, Mrs. Bryce.
Well, you come back. That man, Lieutenant, he's the one who saw my husband earlier.
Yes, we know that, Mrs. Bryce. This is Richard Diamond. He's a private detective.
Oh. Well, what would Arnold want with a private detective?
It seems he was planning to divorce you. Or didn't you know that yet?
Divorce me? You're kidding.
You want to tell us the joke, too, Mrs. Bryce?
Oh, this is a good one.
Oh, come now.
Maybe it's Otis, Walt. After all, she's been looking at that face of his for an hour. Can you blame her?
Hey, I heard that.
Oh, I'm sorry, but that just struck me funny. That worm of a husband was going to divorce me. Well, I've already talked to a lawyer about getting rid of him.
I take it you and Mr. Bryce didn't get along?
You said it. I married Arnold because I thought it'd be fun to have a big home and a nice car. All those things money can buy.
Go on.
Well, the money part was okay, but Arnold... Well, a girl can only take so much.
It's a nice, respectful way to speak of the dead.
All right, so he's dead. So now I get all that money and don't have to put up with Arnold. I should cry?
Maybe a jury will think you picked up a poker in order to get that money.
Now, look. Just because I'm not crying and moaning about how much I loved Arnold doesn't mean I killed him. I didn't.
We'll decide that.
And will you please tell this baboon to stop asking me questions? Another hour in here with him and I'd confess to anything.
Good old Otis, the traveling third degree.
Now, look, Shamus.
Take it easy, Otis. Now, Mrs. Bryce, you say you were upstairs fixing your hair around noon?
That's right.
What about your lunch? Don't you eat?
I'm on a diet. Look, it's all there in my statement. Around 1 o'clock, I came downstairs and found the body. I called the police, and that's all I know.
Well, then, if you're innocent, you won't object to answering questions. So, make yourself comfortable.
Walt kept asking questions, and Della kept answering them. Half an hour later, Walt was getting tired. Della was getting tired, and I was already tired. Grilling a suspect is the most boring thing in the world, and it was a relief when Walt sent the girl upstairs.
Otis, you see that she goes to her room and then bring that maid in here.
Right, Lieutenant.
Now, Rick, what do you think?
I think she's innocent, Walt.
Oh, you do? Why?
Because she leaves herself wide open. She admits she's glad the guy's dead.
So maybe that's all a front to throw suspicion off her. She makes everything point toward her, and she thinks we'll figure she couldn't be that dumb.
Maybe, but I don't think so. I think Otis was right.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Well, you said he thought the butler did it. So do I.
Rick, I'm in no mood for jokes.
Look, Walt, the guy was bashed in the head, right? The top of the head. Now, Bryce is close to 6 feet tall. So is Timothy. Della's too short. She couldn't hit him on top of the head unless she stood on a ladder.
Yeah, I thought of that. But you can't convict a guy because he's tall enough to hit Bryce on top of the head. Besides, maybe Bryce stooped over to tie a shoelace. Any number of reasons.
Maybe. But I still bet Timothy killed him.
Okay, Sherlock. Tell me one more thing. Why? Why did he kill him? He'd only worked for him 2 weeks. No money's missing. Where's the motive?
I'm not sure, Walt. But I think it's in a picture.
Huh? Oh, now, Rick.
Walt, when I was here earlier, I talked to Timothy in the art gallery. We talked about the Mona Lisa.
Well, what about it?
He knew everything about it. A lot of its history. Now, here's a guy who hates all these paintings around but one. The Mona Lisa. But what's it doing here?
What's what doing here?
The Mona Lisa. Bryce told me himself he only collected originals. But the Mona Lisa hangs in the Louvre in France. That picture over the fireplace is only a copy, and Bryce hated copies.
Go on.
That's all. I don't know exactly why or how all this happened. I only know things don't add up. Timothy's admiration for that one painting and what's it doing here.
And somewhere in there you think there's a murder motive.
Why not? Sure, Della might have killed him for the money. That's a nice, big, fat motive. But, Walt, how many murders have big, fat motives? Darn few.
Well, you're right there.
A girl kills her sister because she called her fatty. A man shoots his wife for nagging. A woman poisons her neighbor for gossiping. A lot of little things can turn a twisted mind into a murderous mind.
Okay. But this picture angle doesn't impress me. Where's the motive, even a small one? I can't...
Here's the maid, Lieutenant. In here, miss.
Lieutenant, I am so sorry about this thing. I am feeling to cry. Please, you can't think I have anything to do with it. I hardly know, Mr. Rice.
Just sit down, miss. We just want you to answer some questions.
Now, don't be frightened, dear. We don't think you killed Mr. Bryce, but you might help us find out who did.
Oh, well, I'm glad to help.
Good. Now, how long have you worked here?
Oh, well, let me see. It has been 5 years. 5 years they have been here. He worked for Mr. Bryce's uncle. Then when he died, I stay on.
Uh-huh. And Timothy, how long has he worked here?
Oh, goodness. Timothy has been here all his life. He has told me about it. His father worked for the old Mr. Jasper Bryce and his mother, too. Timothy, he grew up in that house. Then when his father died, he'd take over his job.
I see. Now, about the young Mr. Bryce, Arnold. Was he easy to get along with?
Well, I don't know him so well, but they have no trouble with him. Timothy does not agree with him at times, but they have no trouble.
Timothy doesn't agree with him? What do you mean?
Well, Mr. Arnold changed a lot of things. Moved furniture and such. Timothy thinks they look better where they have always been. Just this morning they argue. Mr. Bryce wants Timothy to get rid of something, but they do not remember what it is.
Oh. Then one more question. The room with all the paintings. Do you remember that room before Mr. Arnold Bryce came here?
Oh, yeah. He used to clean there. But there was not all the paintings there then.
No painting?
Not all there is now. Just the one. The painting of the pretty lady.
The Mona Lisa.
What did you say?
The Mona Lisa.
Yeah, that's it. That is what Timothy and Mr. Bryce was having words about this morning. The Mona Lisa.
That was it. I looked at Walt, and I could see that he was interested. Now there was a motive. Oh, not the big headline motive, just the kind you'll read on page 6 of your local paper. The kind of story that usually says the murderer is now undergoing sanity tests. Otis showed the maid out and left Walt and me with our little brains racing a mile a minute.
I don't know. We still haven't got anything to convict him.
Walt, he's a psycho, that's for sure. Now, the way I see it, he's crazy about that one picture. He grew up in the house. Maybe it means something to him. Then in comes Bryce with all his modern junk and orders Timothy to get rid of the Mona Lisa.
Yeah. But Timmy argues and Bryce insists. They were both in the library, so maybe Bryce was even going to take it down himself.
Could be. Then our boy gets mad, grabs the nearest thing, which happened to be the poker.
Okay, so it fits. We have a theory. But we still need one thing to convict him. A confession.
Yeah. Maybe we can use the Mona Lisa.
What?
He killed for it. He may talk for it. I outlined my plan to Walt. Timothy was a psychopathic, and I knew we'd have to get him in the right kind of mood. Walt agreed with the plan, and we headed for the gallery. They had removed Bryce's body from the room, and only a deep red spot in the carpet was left. Walt went looking for Timothy, and I moved over to the piano.
In here, Timothy. Oh, hello, Rick.
Hi, Walt. Just thought I'd pass the time at the piano.
It's all right. Just sit down, Timothy. I want you to wait here where I can locate you. We'll want to question you later.
Yes, sir.
I'll call you if I need you, Rick.
Okay, Walt. My playing bother you, Timothy?
Oh, not at all, sir. I like music.
Oh, me too. You know, that painting up there reminds me of a song I heard not long ago. Pretty thing. Went like this. Mona Lisa, Mona Lisa, men have named you. You're so like the lady with the mystic smile. Is it only 'cause you're lonely they have blamed you for that Mona Lisa strangeness in your smile? I watched him carefully as I sang. At first he stared at me with a strange look in his eye, but gradually he settled back in his chair and listened to the words. His eyes rested on the beautiful painting over the mantelpiece. This was the mood I'd wanted. Many dreams have been brought to your doorstep. They just lie there, and they die there. Are you warm? Are you real, Mona Lisa? Or just a cold and lonely, lovely work of art? Did you like that? Hey, Timothy. Hey.
Huh? Oh, the song is very beautiful. It's fitting of her.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess I'd better stop fooling around at the piano and do what I came here for. His eyes were on me as I got up from the piano bench and walked over to the fireplace. I tried not to look at him as I reached up for the picture, but I heard him jump from his chair.
What are you doing? Leave that alone.
Well, I'm sorry, friend, but Mrs. Bryce is all upset about her husband's death. She asked me if I wouldn't carry out his last wish and get rid of this. Clutters up the other pictures, you know.
Leave it alone. Take the others, but leave that alone.
Sorry, but out it goes to the trash pile.
No, it belongs here. The living part of this house. Put it down, I said. Put it down! I warned you.
Now, Timothy, take it easy. Put on that shovel.
When you put down the picture.
Oh, and if I don't, you'll swing that shovel at me just the way you swung a poker at Bryce.
He was an idiot. Throw it out, he said. Throw it out and leave that other trash on the walls. Now you want to throw it out, too. No, give me that painting.
All right, Timothy, you've got it.
Rick, are you all right?
Yeah. See how Timothy is.
He'll come around.
You heard from the door?
Yeah, enough.
Imagine. All this over a picture of a dame.
Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role. It was written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. This is Bill Foreman speaking. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle.
Richard Diamond, Private Detective, has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Now, starring George Raft, we bring you a world of adventure with Rocky Jordan.
I'm Rocky Jordan. I run the Cafe Tambourine in Cairo. It's been said out this way, love strikes the speech dumb, the ears deaf, the eyes blind. Yeah, I've seen it happen. It's what you might call really losing your head over a dame.
The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with tourists, camel drivers, women, cheats, forgotten men down on their luck, the lonely and the lost. For this is Cairo, gateway to the ancient East, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's transcribed Rocky Jordan story, Valley of the Dead.
Hiya. Remember me? Chris, the barkeep at the Tambourine. Also the general dispenser of information. Yeah, Rocky Jordan and me have been buddies for years. And usually things go kind of smooth between us. Not always, though. I'm thinking of that Valley of the Dead deal when the blow-up between us sounded like the echo of an A-bomb. And, well, listen. It was one of those quiet evenings around the cafe when it began. The crowd had thinned out, and a sad-faced Legionnaire sat at the bar, staring into his half-empty glass of wine. A few locals were scattered around, lapping up some arak, and in the back booth, one of the more handsome young guides around Cairo was whispering into the ear of a sweet-faced tourist, and she was giggling. Then Rocky came in.
Pour me one, Chris.
Anything wrong?
Pour me one.
Yeah, sure thing, right? You, been for a walk?
Yeah, I've been for a walk.
Well, was wondering. Yeah. Rock, you drink?
Oh, yeah. Thanks.
Yeah. Things been kind of slow tonight. I was thinking maybe we could close up early. Julie's coming by.
You two getting sort of serious?
Yeah, A couple of cops just come in, heading this way.
Good evening, Jordan Bay.
Oh, hello, boys.
We are looking for someone. A man wearing a dark suit. We thought perhaps he might have come in here a few moments ago.
Haven't seen him. Sorry.
No, nobody come in the last few minutes except...
What's happened, boys?
There was a shooting at a small hotel several blocks from here.
Oh, shooting, huh? Anybody get hurt?
We are certain the man in the dark suit was wounded. We picked up his trail. Lost him near here in the native quarter.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yes. Thank you, Jordan Bay. Come along, Ahmed.
I'm going back to the office. Close up whenever you want.
Yeah, sure. I watched Rocky as he walked to his office. He opened the door, took just one step inside, and then fell flat on his face. I got over there on the double, locked the office door, and hauled Rocky to the couch. And that's when I saw it. The blood trickling down his hand. I put in a fast call to a doc who would keep his mouth shut, and while he was patching up the rock shoulder, I went out and closed up the cafe. A half hour later, when I got back to the office, the doc was gone, and Rocky was all business.
Chris, you know a gent named Brezac?
Brezac? No.
How about a guy named Fabian? Risto Fabian. Well, do you?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah. For a minute there, I thought maybe I'd heard the name someplace before. I guess not.
Here. Take a look at this.
Check, huh? Yeah, 20,000 pounds, boy, that's... Hey, Rocky, this check
is made out to you. I thought you didn't know Fabian.
Well, I don't.
Then why would he write you a check for 20,000?
Look, I don't know. Honest, Rock. Say, does this have anything to do with what happened back at the hotel?
Yeah, but we don't have time for all that now. You got to get out of here. Lay low for a few days.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Don't argue. Here's 50 pounds. Get moving.
Not until you tell me what...
You said you didn't know Brezac. You don't know Fabian. All right, I'll take your word for it. Now you take mine. Beat it.
Now listen, Rock.
And don't take your fiat. You'll be spotted too easily.
It's probably Julie. She must have come around the alley.
I'll get it.
Hello, Rocky.
Come on in, Julie.
Sorry I'm late, Chris.
Oh, hello, baby.
Well, what's the matter, darling?
Oh, ask him.
You two boys been having a quarrel?
Out of the blue, just like that. Get out of town, he tells me.
What? Well, Rocky, what is this?
Well, if you want your boyfriend to stay alive, you better tell him to do as I say. Where's the Fiat, Julie?
Well, parked out front.
Leave it there. Here. Take the keys to my car. Get Chris up to Dave Amunya's place. I'm going to walk down to police headquarters and have a talk with Sam Sabaya.
Oh, Mr. Jordan.
What's on your mind?
I'd like to have a little chat with you.
Sorry, I have an appointment.
My name is Fabian. Mr. Fabian.
Fabian? That changes things.
I thought it would. Get in.
Okay. I've been sightseeing before, so don't knock yourself out.
Mr. Jordan, why did you go to that hotel tonight? Brezak's invitation was extended only to your bartender.
I know, but Chris wasn't around when Brezak's messenger showed up. So I was asked to pass along the invitation.
Which you did not do.
That's right. Knowing Brezak as I do, I couldn't resist going myself.
The fact that the messenger mentioned 20,000 pounds, that had something to do with it, too?
You think I'm trying to cut in?
That is exactly what I think.
Suit yourself. Fabian, what is this all about? All I got from Brezak was double talk.
And a bullet in the shoulder.
He resented the fact that I took the check from him.
I shall only have to write another one. Really, Mr. Jordan, it is a simple business deal. I wish to pay Chris for information which he has acquired.
I'm not convinced. If you ask me, that check was just a come-on to get Chris and Brezak together so that killer of yours could do his work quietly.
Mr. Jordan, if you are as concerned over Chris' welfare as you seem to be, you will do as I say. For the police would like to know more of a certain death which occurred here in Cairo a month ago. A man named Griswold was murdered, a geologist.
I read about it.
The killer got away in a small car, a yellow Fiat.
That wasn't in the papers.
Neither was this. Brezak arrived a few moments after the killing. He heard someone running out the back door, saw the yellow Fiat race away into the night. Brezak fired after the car. succeeded in breaking one of the tail lights.
That's quite a story, Fabian.
It happened. You can ask your friend Chris, but I doubt if he would admit that he was the one who murdered Griswold. Oh, we seem to have driven right back to your cafe.
You can let me off here.
But I thought you had an appointment.
I've changed my mind.
Yes, I can appreciate your dilemma. Oh, there is the yellow Fiat. I suggest you examine the tail light closely. Good night, Mr. Jordan.
Jordan. What? Oh, it's you, Sam.
Admiring the little yellow car?
What are you doing here?
Waiting for you. What happened at the hotel tonight?
What hotel?
Jordan, when my men spoke to you in the cafe earlier this evening, they were not fooled. However, they thought it wise to confer with me before taking any steps.
I don't know what you're talking about, Sam.
Brazak, the shooting in the hotel room. What were you doing there, Jordan? And what is your connection with this man, Fabian?
Fabian?
Yes, Fabian. You never heard of him, eh? You stepped out of his car a few moments ago. Well, what have you to tell me, Jordan?
Sam, I'm kind of confused. I can't tell you anything.
Jordan, already there has been violence. I cannot allow...
I can't tell you anything now, and nothing's going to make me, Sam. You'll have to give me some time.
Jordan, tell me, are you protecting someone or yourself?
A little of each, maybe. Don't press me, Sam. I won't give.
Very well, Jordan. I shall bide my time. But if there is any further violence, I shall hold you personally responsible.
Sure. Now, tell me something, Sam. Who is this Fabian guy?
Risto Fabian, bachelor, age 52, fond of horses and American women, citizen of Greece, permanent residence, Athens.
You seem to know a lot about him.
He is not an unimportant man, Jordan. Have you ever heard of the Valley of the Dead?
Sounds familiar.
A great stretch of land in a country to the east owned by Mr. Fabian and now on lease to the Egyptian government.
On lease? Oil?
Oil.
Thanks, Sam. I think you've given me something to go on.
Jordan, after all, I am only a government clerk, and this is all I know about the matter. Griswold was hired by the government to do a survey on the Valley of the Dead to determine if the land had further oil potential. According to his report, it did not. So the government has decided not to renew the lease, which expires in a few months.
And Griswold expired, too, after he made the survey. Why?
Do not ask me. I have lived long enough to know the value of minding my own business.
The wills are played out and the lease is dropped. Fabian is left with a lot of worthless land and no income.
Yes.
What's missing, Allie? You don't go gunning for a guy who's supposed to have some information if what he's got isn't worth anything.
What? Gunning?
Allie, how can I get my hands on a copy of Griswold's report?
Griswold's house, perhaps, if there is anything left of his belongings. Or perhaps the girl who worked for him, Miss Ware, Julie Ware.
Julie?
You know her?
Yeah. Thanks, Allie. Night.
Good night. Rocky, look out! Look out! Rocky!
You are listening to tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan, starring Mr. George Raft. Dr. Christian's unique success with his patients is due as much to his keen understanding of people as to medicine. Every Wednesday evening on CBS, Gene Herschel stars as kindly Dr. Christian of River's End, bringing you stories full of warm understanding. Listen for Dr. Christian for another drama of real life. Your next program over most of these same CBS stations. Now we take you back to Cairo in tonight's Rocky Jordan story, The Valley of the Dead.
The shots from the moving car tore some big holes in the front of Ali's house, but none of them caught the rock. He'd spotted the car, dove for cover. Well, he picked himself up knowing full well it had been Fabian and Brizac. And 10 minutes later, he walked into a low-slung apartment building not far from the Tambourine. First thing he caught was the low wail of a sax. He listened for a minute, and it took him back. But then it stopped, and he walked down to room 212 and knocked. He tried again, and a door came open. But it was the one at the next apartment. And standing framed in the archway was a redhead with a neckline that looked like it was diving for pearls.
Hello.
Hello.
Looking for Julie?
Yeah,
Friend of hers?
in a way.
Want to come in and wait? She might be back soon.
Well, thanks. Maybe I will.
Mona Clark, USA. You're an American, too, aren't you?
Uh-huh. Rocky Jordan.
Shake. It's not that I don't like far-off places. You just want to see something familiar once in a while.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
I've got a pot of coffee fixed. Want some?
If you got enough.
Plenty. I'll get right away. Where are you from, Rocky? I mean in the beginning.
St. Louis.
Good town. New Orleans myself. Been there?
Well, lots of times. Oh, do they still serve coffee and donuts in the French market?
They did when I left. Gee, I miss it. Well, home next month. Never no more to roam. Until next time. Here.
You and Julie pretty good friends?
Pretty good.
I'm trying to find out about a fellow named Griswold.
Griswold. Definitely a meatball. One of those guys who live on a steady diet of vitamins, always with the play.
Yeah, I get the picture.
Julie worked for him, you know. He's been up here a couple of times. Julie's boyfriend caught up with him here once and knocked him down the stairs.
Tall, sandy-haired fellow named Chris.
Now, that's the one. I thought he'd killed Griswold. He was so sore. Of course, Griswold never bothered me. He knew I'd rap him with my sax.
Sax? Was that you playing just now?
Uh-huh. First sax, Billy Baxter's all-girl orchestra world tour. Give a listen. Like?
Very good.
How about this? Neighbors.
Mona, tell me something. What kind of work was Julie doing for Griswold?
He did an oil survey on a place called the Valley of the Dead or something. She typed up all the reports for him.
I see. Julie uses Chris' yellow Fiat quite a bit, doesn't she?
Uh-huh. Why?
Just wondering. Thanks, Mona.
Leaving? I'd like to finish that song for you sometime.
Don't worry, baby. You'll get a chance to. Chris.
Hi.
What are you doing back at the cafe? You're supposed to be up at Dave Amunion's place.
I'm not going any place until you tell me what you found out.
All right. As near as I can make out, it goes like this. Risto Fabian thinks you killed Griswold. For information about the Valley of the Dead.
Oh, Rocky, you don't believe that, do you?
No, but Fabian does, and that's why Brizac's gunning for you. Chris, where's Julie?
Well, staying with a friend at the Island House in Bullock. Is she in trouble, too?
More than she knows.
What do you mean?
Chris, how did the taillight get broken on your Fiat?
What's that got to do with it?
Answer me.
Well, I did... Oh, yeah, I remember. Julie had the car that day. She said some kids broke it throwing stones.
Sure. Chris, I'm going to tell you something you're not going to like. But I wouldn't say it unless I thought it was true.
Well, go ahead. I'm listening.
I think Julie's the one who killed Griswold.
Rocky.
It's lousy, I know, but it all fits. She typed Griswold's report on the Valley of the Dead. She's in the know. She drove your car that night. Not you. Don't you see you're playing a fall guy for a double-crossing, two-timing...
Rocky, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit you.
Forget it. But that doesn't change what I think.
I'm going over to Bullock, see Julie.
No, you're not. You go wandering around, you'll pick up a bullet.
I'm going, Rock. You're not going to stop me.
I guess I'll have to.
Cairo Police, Captain Sabaya.
Sam? Rocky.
Yes, Jordan.
I just caught my bartender, Chris, dipping into the safe. I want him locked up. Hello, Julie.
Oh, Rocky.
Can I come in?
Well,
Packing?
Yes, vacation. I thought I'd go up to Karnak for a few days.
Kind of sudden, isn't it? What's that big envelope in your suitcase?
Well, nothing. Just something I'm going to mail.
Oh, let me see.
Rocky!
Oh, addressed to Julie Ware. American Express. Athens, Greece. Oh, I thought you said you were going to Karnak.
Well,
Fabian lives in Athens, doesn't he? What's inside of this, Julie?
Leave it alone. You have no right to open it.
Yeah, I know I haven't. Well, Griswold's report on the Valley of the Dead. This report any different from the one the government got?
No. Give that to me.
Take it easy. The other report said there was no oil in the Valley of the Dead. This one says there is.
Give it to me.
This is the correct one, isn't it? This is why you killed Griswold.
Rocky.
Yeah.
Don't be angry with me. You don't understand how big this is.
I don't. All right. Let's work it out. Griswold did the survey on the land, found oil, and prepared this report.
He was about to send it in, and I got smart, Rocky. I stopped him. What good would it do him to have the government pick up the options on Fabian's land? But if Griswold made a deal with Fabian to turn in a false report...
The government would drop the option. Fabian would get his land back.
Yes.
Oil's worth a lot these days, to a lot of different people and countries. Price is high. Fabian could make a fortune. So Griswold went for your idea.
Yes. Fabian went for the idea, too, because he'd already been approached by a representative of a foreign power. But that's when Griswold began to act like an idiot. He said he'd settle for 20,000 pounds. 20,000 pounds. That's less than $50,000. Fabian stood to make millions.
So you and Griswold talked it over, and he ended up with a letter opener in his back. You waltzed off with the right report. Then you contact Fabian yourself and make a new deal.
Yes, Rocky. And it can still be done. You and me, we can hit Fabian hard. A partnership in a billion-dollar business. Where's Chris?
In a nice, safe place.
Why don't you get him out where it's not so safe? Fabian thinks he's the one who killed Griswold and knows about the oil. They'll be over in a minute. Fabian will go back to Athens satisfied.
And then what?
The day before the option comes due, you and I take a trip to Athens to see Fabian. We'll have partnership papers all drawn up. Fabian will have to sign them. It'll be too late for anything else. What do you say, Rocky?
Lady, you're a louse.
Rocky, what are you doing?
Phoning the police.
Oh, no, you're not.
Put down that poker.
Ow! That shoulder hurts, doesn't it?
Oh!
So long, stupid. What?
Do not let my gun startle you, my dear.
Fabian.
Hey, may I come in? I have been following you, Mr. Jordan, for at length I have devised a method for bringing Chris, shall I say, into the range of Brizak's gun.
Chris is out of reach, Fabian.
He is in jail. I know. You will telephone Captain Sabaya and tell him you made a mistake. Tell him to release Chris.
So Brizak can be picked off coming out of the station?
Yes. He's standing across the street from police headquarters now, waiting.
Let him wait.
Mr. Jordan, you will take the phone and do as I say.
Sure, I'll take it. There.
But you pulled it out of the wall.
That's right, and you can't find much use for it now.
Mr. Jordan.
Go on, pull the trigger. That'll get you nothing.
Mr. Fabian.
Yes, my dear?
I know how to get Chris out of jail. If it would be any help to you.
And why should you want to help me?
Because I'm afraid you'll be angry with me. Through no fault of my own.
All this and no music?
Why should I be angry with you, my dear?
Because I have this. Look,
I believe this is something you want.
Griswold's original report on the Valley of the Dead. Where did you get this?
Chris gave it to me to hold for him.
She's lying, Fabian.
Silent. My dear, have you read this document?
Oh, good heavens, no. It's full of such technical language I wouldn't understand it for a minute.
Fabian, you're not going to go for this, are you? Chris doesn't know anything about this report. He didn't kill Griswold. She did.
Oh, how can you say that, Mr. Jordan? Oh, he's lying, Mr. Fabian, to protect his friend.
Yes, my dear, I understand. Tell me, how would you get Chris out of jail?
Well, Chris and I have been quite friendly. It would be a simple matter for me to bail him out.
Excellent. My car is downstairs. Mr. Jordan, you will drive. I shall sit by you with my gun in your side. Come, let's get started. Slow down, Jordan. This is as close to the police headquarters as I want to be. Stop there by the alleyway. Razak is just...
Yeah, I see him.
Razak. Razak.
Yes, Mr. Fabian?
This charming young lady here will go into the police station after our men. They will come out together, but she is not to be harmed.
I understand, Mr. Fabian. She will not be harmed.
Oh, Mr. Fabian, I think it might be better if I came out of the police station a few moments before Chris. So Mr. Brazak doesn't shoot me by mistake.
An excellent precaution, my dear. Everything is clear then.
Yes, quite clear.
Razak.
I know. She is to die also.
Correct. Now take up your position across the street. We will time it to pick you up as soon as you have fired.
Well, as you can see, a lot was going on while I cooled off in the Cairo jail. The first thing I knew about anything was when Julie suddenly showed up and bailed me out. Then, while I was picking up my wallet and things at the desk, she waltzed out the front door ahead of me. Well, that struck me kind of odd. I moved after her, out the front door, and started down the steps. And that's when all Hades broke loose. A black convertible up the street took off with a sudden jerk.
Mister, hit the ground!
It was Rocky's voice, and I didn't ask any questions. Slugs from across the street sailed over my head, and then I saw Rocky behind the wheel of the car, and the joker beside him almost went through the windshield as Rocky grabbed the back of his neck and shoved. With his other hand, he yanked the wheel, and the car headed right for the spot where the gunman stood frozen in his tracks.
Chris, grab Julie. Don't let her get away.
Well, by then I didn't need anybody to draw me a picture. I caught up with Julie halfway up the block and hauled her back. Captain Sabaya and a flock of cops had piled out of headquarters and taken over. And when Rocky got through talking, they had it all. A little later, Rocky, Sabaya, and me were heading along the street on the way to the Tambourine. I guess I did it up good this time, huh, Rock?
Forget it, Chris.
No, I don't want to forget it. I played the prize dope. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Well, it's nothing to apologize over, Chris. It's one of those things that happen.
Jordan is right, Chris. It happens. Why? Nobody knows. But nonetheless, it does. So many men, one time or another, are attracted by women of evil.
You trying to tell us something, Sam?
Well, as a matter of fact, Jordan, when I was a younger man, there was a dancer from Algiers who...
You too, huh? Yeah, thanks, Captain. I'll turn off here, Rock, and go on home. See you at opening time as usual?
Sure. See you then.
He will be all right, Jordan. Do not concern yourself over him.
Sure, Sam. He'll be all right.
Observe, Jordan. A new day. The city of Cairo awakes.
Yeah, and the tourists will be pouring out on the streets before long.
And already the vendor is striving to attract them to his shop. Jordan, listen. The call of the East. What is that?
That, Sam, is the call of the West. Excuse me, Sam. I'll see you around.
Our star, Mr. George Raft, returns in just a moment. The flood victims of Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Illinois are depending on you. Those whose lives have been jeopardized, whose homes have been destroyed, urgently need your assistance. The President of the United States has asked the American public to contribute at least $5 million through the local chapters of your American Red Cross for the relief of these citizens. So it's up to you. Give generously through your local Red Cross chapter. Help the flood victims. They need you. Now, here again is the star of our show, Mr. George Raft.
Thank you. Well, Julie was quite a doll. Tall, big brown eyes, honey-colored hair. As far as Chris was concerned, she was out of this world. The law being what it is, she soon will be. Well, see you next week at the Tambourine. Until then, Saida.
Rocky Jordan stars Mr. George Raft with Anthony Barrett as Chris and Jay Novello as Sam Sabaya. Also heard in tonight's cast were Donald Morrison, Gene Bates, Ted Osborne, and Gloria Blondell. Our original music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Production and direction by Cliff Howell. Rocky Jordan is written by Larry Roman and Adrian Jondeau. Bob Lamont speaking. This transcribed program came to you over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Fill it in to Detective Lieutenant Dundee, Homicide Detail, San Francisco Police, from Samuel Spade, license number 17596. Subject, the betrayal in Bumpus Hell. Red Gillis was a raw-boned poke from the border country. He was a stranger to Bumpus Hell, but he was no stranger to trouble. He jogged his Pinto down the narrow main street, not liking what he saw, and reined up in front of the sheriff's office. He dismounted and slapped the trail dust off his Levi's. Then he hitched up his gun belt and ambled inside. He looked at the heavy-shouldered, blue-jowled man behind the desk, and he didn't like what he saw. Neither did the sheriff, Rance Blaggett. State your business. I can do it better than that. State your business and get out, he snarled. Red smiled thinly and drawled, I'm looking for my brother. And what be your name outside of Red? Here, I can do that better than that. And what be your name outside of Red? Red Gillis's hand slid toward one of the six-shooters as silently as the sun coming up over the butte. Gillis, he sneered. Red Gillis from the Tonto Rim. That's pretty good. The sheriff's muscles tightened like steel springs and pulled him erect. Ain't no Tonto Rimmer welcome hereabouts in Bumpus Hell, he cursed. That was real good. And then the slap of 4 hands on leather was followed by the simultaneous roar of 4 6-guns. Hey, wait a minute. The sheriff...
I know they're in there.
Well, who is it? The sheriff is just...
Mr. Spade. Miss Kelsey next door.
Right in the most exciting part.
Mr. Spade, now see here. I won't take no for an answer. It wouldn't be neighborly.
What is it, Mrs. Kelsey?
Never you mind, come along. What are you up to here, anyway?
Who, me? Oh, nothing. I'm just relaxing with an apple and a good book, that's all.
I don't see no apple, and the only reading matter I see is some Western trash.
Trash?
Now, come on. There's trouble on the 3rd floor.
Well, there's trouble in Bumpus Hell.
Don't you swear at me. I know my duty, and I know your duty. Now, come on. Get moving.
Ouch. Okay, let go my ear. And that, Dundee, so help me, is how it started. Effie had just read a book called How to Relax, and it said there that Western stories were relaxing, and that's how I happened to be at home at 10 p.m., writing herd on a copy of Sheriff and Outlaw, rip-roaring adventures of the Old West. But Bumpus Hell hath no fury like my neighbor, Mrs. Kelsey. I left Red Gillis and the sheriff face to face and vice versa, eyes flashing and guns ablaze, and followed her meekly up to the 3rd floor.
Sorry to hear that. Been at it for 3 hours, they have. Won't be a stick of furniture left in the room, less than there's top.
You speak to them?
Did I speak to them? You see this lump? No, here, under my transformation.
Oh, well, why didn't you call a cop?
Well, it wouldn't be neighborly. It's me that did. You see this lump?
Yeah, you showed it to me. Put your wig back on. I'll see what I can do.
And tell them about
Yeah, put it back. Hey, open up.
I would not go back with you if you was the last man on the desert island.
Hey, open up.
Have it your own way. If I catch you with that swear again, I'll take your hair out. Oh, you bad, you boy, you rotter, you cheap grifter, you. Well, you slam out of here before I'm forced to seek the assistance of a couple of flashy. Do not try anything fancy behind my back, you big slob. From now on, you and me is strictly on the cool beaty. You unprincipled rat. Hey, let go of me.
Don't throw it.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't I remember you from someplace?
No, I'm only being neighborly. Why did you beat up on kind, nice Mrs. Kelsey?
That is a gross falsehood. I did not lay a hand on the old wag. It was that odious stinker, Joe Donegan, who was just left. And you can tell him, as from me, that I'm extremely unimpressed with his cheap threats to rub me out, and that I intend to continue on seeing Mr. Hobson or any other Johns which I care to.
That's pretty good singing.
Oh.
Well, you better tell him that yourself. I don't imagine I'll be seeing him.
You won't? Hey, wait a minute. Who are you, anyway?
Just another tenant. I live downstairs.
Oh, well, now I recall whom you are. You are that Seamus, which lives on the second floor rear.
Shamus, we call it in the radio.
Seamus, would you care to come in and discuss a certain matter?
Well, thanks. Another time. I got to get back to Bumpus' Hell.
Whoever she is, let her cool her heels for a few moments.
No, you don't understand. Bumpus'
This is
Hell.
an urgent matter which I would like to hash over right now and without further delay.
Well,
May I invite you in for a straight slug?
Well, okay, but just one. In a glass.
All right, make yourself comfy. Now, say when.
Just up to the lipstick mark.
Here you are. Well, now to make a long story short, Mr. Spade, my name is Rosemary Fell, which remains my stage name, notwithstanding the circumstance. But I am legally married to that barnacle which has just dusted this joint. Now, being as you are in the detective business...
Now, wait a minute.
Kindly permit me to finish, honey.
Sorry, sweetheart.
I'm not the type to jaw about my troubles just to pass the time of day.
I'm sure you are.
I am an actress.
I knew that.
And although I'm low in funds, due to being between jobs right now, on account of that knothead making a scene in the last joint at which I worked... Cheap ginger ale. Just to show you how the breaks fall, Mr. Spade, Belita Wilkerson, who just happens to be about the biggest talent agent in this city, if you have the time,
I'm impressed.
phoned me on the telephone, and arranged an audition. She also advanced me the sum of 100 clams.
100?
Which I will pay you to put the B on that dog, Joe Donegan, the rat.
Now, which is he? What do you mean, put the B on him?
Listen, Sam, that grifter has got a record as long as my arm. And what I have got on him is longer than his arm.
Please.
In short, I should like him thrown into the can so that I can feel safe to sing on him.
Look, Rosemary, so you had a fight with Joe. You're sore. You want to pay him off. Now,
Right.
Why don't you just wait until morning and see how you feel
Sam,
then?
listen to me. If that knuckle duster remains at large, I will be feeling no pain. Now, I know that from my flamboyant manner, you'd never guess it. But that is only the actress in me. In actuality, that flea intends to do me in.
Oh, now, come, Rosemary.
What? You disagree?
Well, now, really, Rosemary.
Why, you big pain in the neck.
Rosemary.
Drinking my... Pour that back in the bottle. Go on, put it back in the bottle.
Well, I'll be going now. Only trying to be neighborly. Well, back to Bumpus' Hell. Rance Blaggett, the smoking coat still gripped in his hairy fists, suddenly pitched forward like a fallen Joshua tree at Red Gillis's feet. Red leaned over with a thin smile playing at the corners of his mouth, not liking what he saw, and lifted the badge off of Blaggett's cowhide vest and pinned it on his own. Bumpus' Hell had a new sheriff. Hey. Then I heard it. It sounded like a man sneaking up a fire escape. I went over to the window, raised it, and looked up. I didn't like what I saw. An overcoated figure reached the third-floor landing and stood silhouetted against the lighted window of Rosemary's apartment. He was about the height and weight of that rat, Joe Donegan. By the time I'd rolled out the window onto the fire escape, his right hand had come out of his coat pocket. Donegan! Donegan, watch it! He was a floor ahead of me, and I didn't want to get too close to him until I passed that lighted window. He made the roof just as I crossed in front of it. The flashes from his revolver told me that. They also told me he had 2 slugs left to throw at me. The only light up there was a feeble glow from the skylight dead center. I headed for the cover of a brick chimney just to the left of it. I had 2 things in mind. The skylight was his most logical avenue of escape, and I hoped I could tease him into emptying his gun at me. It didn't work. I stuck my head out. No shots. But he did use his gun. I should have stood in Bumpus Hell.
The United States Armed Forces Radio Service is presenting the weekly adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade.
What did that rat do to you, the dog? Sam, speak to me. Here, come on now.
Send an Indian to Sutter's Mill. Tell the governor the sheriff of Bumpus Hell is turning in his bag.
Listen, honey, you've got to pull yourself together. Now, come on. These delirious Trumans will get us no place now. Come on, Sam.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Come on, now. Now, do not rush things, honey. That was quite a clip he gave you.
Yeah, where were you?
I was combing my hair out of the window.
Yeah, and he was on the fire escape, not 4 feet away. Not a very good shot, is he?
No, he isn't. Oh, Sam, look at your poor little head. Here, now, let me kiss it and make it well. Wild root.
Yeah, see how it gets me ahead socially and on the job?
Well, now, what next, Sam?
Rosemary, I am going to the top now. My dander is up. Let's have a moment of silence while I put through a call to Lieutenant Thomas Dundee of Homicide. It took your boys less than an hour to locate Joe Donegan and haul him in, Lieutenant. Rosemary's charges were not enough to hold him on attempted murder, and all I could identify was the back of his neck. But you were good enough to bag him anyway, so Rosemary and I could relax. I went downstairs to bed and started Chapter 4. Aha. Red Gillis didn't trust Curly Mallard, the foreman of the Crooked S. Aha. Unique Garage, Harry speaking.
Sam, this is Dundee.
Yeah, Dundee. What time is it?
8:30.
In the morning?
Yeah. Huh? Oh, yeah, it's daylight. Say, about that, what was his name?
Donegan?
Anyway, that fellow that we booked last night on your say-so.
Well, what about him?
That was a bad beef, Sam. How come?
You better tell me.
Man was alibied, Sam.
When did that happen?
Well, a fellow named, got it written down. Yeah, Hobson. Warner Hobson says Donegan was with him at the time.
Who else says so?
Hobson's word's good enough for the commissioner. Ran for assembly once.
Did you know he also ran for Donegan's wife?
You don't say. Well, that's a real puzzler, Sam.
The human mind is unpredictable, Dundee.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Well, I hope you figure it out, Sam.
While I was shaving, I thought and thought. I wondered what Red Gillis would have done if such a situation had cropped up in Bumpus Hell. A thin smile began to play around the corners of my mouth as I climbed the stairs to Rosemary's apartment. When I got there, I didn't like what I saw. It was a note pinned to the door. It said, "Dear Sam, I have been called to do another audition. If anything crops up, you can reach me at Greystone 34292.
The Belita Wilkerson Talent Agency.
I want to speak to Rosemary Fell. Hello?
Yes, I'm still on the line. Who's calling, please?
Sam Spade.
I'm sorry, Mr. Spade. Miss Fell can't come to the phone.
Who's in charge there?
This is Miss Wilkerson speaking.
Yeah, well, why can't she come to the phone?
She's in the middle of her audition.
Well.
Is there any message?
Yeah. Tell her Donegan's out and it's Hobson's choice.
Yes?
Mr. Hobson?
Yes?
My name is Spade.
Oh, yes, Mr. Spade. Come in.
Why did you phony up that alibi for Rosemary's husband, Mr. Hobson?
Huh? Oh, because I knew he's not the man who fired those shots at her.
Were you there?
As a matter of fact, I was. Would you like to hear about it?
I would.
Well, first, I'd better tell you a little about myself. Now, for the past year, I've been interested in politics. If I do say so myself.
Yes, I know. You ran for assembly. Come to the point.
Well, in a way, this is the point. My wife's a professional woman, and her own career keeps her busy a good deal of the time. Well, like the movie magazines say, a clash of careers and so on. That's how I happened to take up with Rosemary. I didn't know she was married. And, of course, when I found out, I dropped her like a hot potato.
Potato, yeah.
Potato. And then she started blackmailing me. Did you know about that?
I still don't.
Well, I think I can convince you.
Go ahead.
Well, I received a series of threatening phone calls from Rosemary. And I finally decided to go to Donegan and tell him the whole story. Oh, he was as mad as a wet hen.
Wet hen?
Well, he said he'd stop her. And I believed he was the right man to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, last night he phoned me. He said he'd had a little caucus meeting with her and assured me I'd have no more trouble. But no sooner had I hung up that phone when she called again, making another outrageous demand. I decided then and there to take things into my own hands. So happens I'm a crack shot. And I knew that I could come close enough to frighten her without actually hurting her.
You were laboring under a false impression.
Huh? Oh, yes, yes. Well, you believe me now?
Up to a point.
Well, I'm afraid that's all I have for you, Mr. Spade.
Well, I have something for you.
What's that?
Look up here. You see this bruise on my head?
Oh. Well, all in the game, you know.
Touché.
Now, hold it. I only...
Lie still. I'll get it. Yeah?
This is Rosemary again.
Listen,
now,
I want to talk...
Listen to me, you cheap ward healer. If you don't have that dough for me tonight, I will have no other recourse but to smear your fat puss all over the front pages.
Yeah, look, Rosemary...
And I am just the individual to do that. You may think you are a wolf in sheep's clothing, but in my opinion, you are nothing but a worm.
Yeah, well, look...
Goodbye, you rat. And rat.
Hey, Rosemary. Hello. Nuts.
Oh, wait a minute, Spade. Well, what did she say?
You're going to read it in my report, along with a bill for my services.
No, I'm so sorry she isn't in. You do that, Sugar. Hello there.
Likewise.
Are you talent or just interested?
I could be. In the meantime, is Rosemary Fell still here?
Did she have an appointment today?
Yes, honey. I called this morning. She was here then.
You must be mistaken,
No.
darling. The office didn't open till noon today.
Yeah. Could I talk to Miss Wilkerson?
She isn't here just now.
Oh,
She never gets in till 1.
Not until when?
She's over at KQW cutting a transcription for our new show, Goal of the Golden Gate. Oh, no. I mean, Gale of the Golden Goat.
Don't you mean Gale of the Golden Gate?
That's it. Girl of the Golden Gate.
You said it, and I'm glad.
Well, anyway, she isn't here.
Oh.
Good morning, Maggie. Any calls for me?
Oh, yes, Miss Wilkerson, your husband... Oh, Miss Wilkerson, I was telling the gentleman you weren't here.
Obviously, I am. Did you have an appointment?
I talked to you on the phone this morning. Spade.
Oh, Rosemary's friend.
Well, you might know.
She'll be out in a moment. What a distressing business that was last night. Rosemary tells me you saved her life.
Well, that's a slight exaggeration. In fact, the whole thing was a mistake.
Oh, really? I understood that... Oh, here she is. Rosemary, here's your friend.
Sam, I ever glad to see you.
Yeah.
What's the matter?
Plenty.
Oh. Well, thanks loads, Miss Wilkerson. I hope the recording is better on this one.
I'm sure it is, Rosemary. We'll call you when the client makes up his mind.
Oh, well, thanks again. Come on, Sam.
Goodbye, Mr. Spade.
Goodbye.
Sam, what is this new development that appears to be griping you?
Why didn't you tell me you were shaking Hobson down?
Uh-huh. And who's been feeding you this pile of gross falsehood?
Look, Rosemary, you may be an actress, but with me, your audition is over, and you did not get the part.
And just what are your future intentions in regards to me?
None whatsoever. I'm sorry I ever met you, and I'm going back to Bumpus Hell. I went back to the office, swiveled my chair into a comfortable position, opened the February number of Sheriff and Outlaw to page 112, Betrayal in Bumpus Hell, Chapter 5, Stampede. It was disappointing. There was a lot of stuff about bawling cattle and dust clouds and Flo and Curly standing on top of a butte, not liking what they saw, when somebody yelled, Stampede. Red Gillis was riding ahead of the cattle, and his horse stepped into a chuck hole, and he'd sprained his ankle. Red of the horse, it didn't say which. But Red was lying prostrate in the path of the avalanche of tossing horns, not liking what he saw. Hold it a minute. Let's see. Continue on page 113. Learn to be a private... hello.
Spade, this is Hobson. Come out here right away. Something terrible has happened.
Such as?
Rosemary is here, and I think she's dead. In here, Spade. Oh, I don't know how she got in. Oh, yes, I do remember I must have left the door unlocked.
Where were you?
Why, I just stepped out to get some cigarettes.
Did you prove it?
Why, no, I'm afraid not. I got halfway and found I didn't have any money and came back.
You came back, walked through this room, went in the bedroom, and didn't see the body until you started back?
Well, yes, the lights were off. I stumbled over it.
This is the gun?
Yes. She did it with my own gun. Oh, I never dreamed her love for me would drive her to self-destruction. Of course, now it's clear what really lay behind her poor, clumsy effort to blackmail me. It was a desperate move to get me back. Oh, I'll never forgive myself for driving that poor girl to this.
Don't worry about that, Hobson. This isn't suicide.
Murder? Oh, great heavens. What will Belita say?
Belita?
Yes, my wife.
Belita Wilkerson?
Professional name, you know. I was explaining to you before that... Oh, that's my wife now. What in the world will I tell her?
Never mind. I'll get it. Hello?
This is Rosemary for the last time. And I'm just calling to tell you that you have stalled around too long. I have talked to your wife and told her the whole sordid pitch. Why she wants you back, I will never know. But I sold you cheap, and you weren't worth a cent more. I am a girl who does not like to do things halfway, but you were just too late. Goodbye, you fathead.
Yeah, Rosemary, I guess we were all too late. I called you, Dundee, and then, like the rat I am, made off with your prize suspect before you and your boys from Homicide arrived. We arrived at the Belita Wilkerson Talent Agency just as the boss was shutting up shop for the day. She had the recordings under her arm. All right, Belita, I'll take those.
Well, what are you... Warner, Mr. Spade.
Unlock the door, Belita. We're going back in.
Warner, why are you...
You'd better do as he says, Belita.
Well, all right, but...
Give me those
I
keys.
don't...
Inside, both of you. Where do you play these records?
The recording studio is just through there, but you can spare yourself the trouble. I admit I tricked Rosemary into recording those blackmail speeches and then played them back over the phone to Warner. If trying to hold on to my husband is a crime, then I'm a criminal.
Oh, now, Belita, my dear.
Come on, stop that. We got to get busy. I phoned the Hobson house, and you were still there, Dundee. You said it was an open and shut case against Hobson, and to deliver him at once or kiss my license goodbye. But when I told you my diabolically ingenious scheme, you said yes, you'd be glad to, because it was a sure way of getting rid of me once and for all. It took us nearly 2 hours to get things ready in Belita's recording studio. We took the parts of Rosemary's so-called audition records that we thought would fit the occasion and dubbed them onto a single side. We played it back once. Then I phoned you at headquarters.
Homicide. Lieutenant Dundee.
Spade, Dundee. Everything's ready here. Did you pick up Donegan?
Oh, yeah. He's here. Donegan?
Hold on. Okay, Belita. Start the record when I give you the nod.
Yes, Mr. Spade.
I didn't say it, Donegan. It's for you.
Thanks. Yeah, who's this? This is Rosemary.
Huh?
I forgive you for everything, but there are some things I cannot forget. You
Rosemary,
lied.
it sounds like
We have
you.
meant a lot to each other, but after what you have done to me, it is time you paid through the nose.
Rosemary, I didn't mean it. When I followed you to his house
We
and
have
you
meant
went
a lot
right in
to
like
each
you
other,
lived
but
there,
after
I
what
just
you
went
have done
nuts.
to me, it is time you paid through the nose. You
Listen.
rat. I am a girl who does
Listen,
not
Ro-
like to do things halfway.
Listen, honey,
but
you're not
were
going to
just
throw
too
the book
late.
at me, are you?
And I am
I'm
just
glad
an
to hear your
individual,
voice. I
too.
thought you were
We
dead.
have meant a lot to
Okay,
each
kill
other.
it.
Rosemary, are you listening? Rosemary. Hey, no, she's still on the line. I want to talk to her.
Take him, Fullhouse.
Wait a minute.
Take him. Sam,
Yeah, Dundee.
congratulations. That was a brilliant piece of work. Hey, Sam, you still on the line?
Yeah, I'll be all right, Dundee. I just fainted temporarily. Say it again, will you, pal?
Yeah, as I was saying, congratulations on a brilliant piece of work.
Well,
But I have never in all my years on the force heard of such a wild, insane, illegal, unethical, and downright cruel method of extorting a confession.
thank you, Dundee. I feel better already. Period. End of report.
But Sam, what happened?
Effie, I thought I had made that abundantly clear.
No.
In order to discredit her husband's paramour, Belita gave her a come-on about an audition and had her play the part of a blackmailer reading lines from a script which she, Belita, had prepared, and thereupon proceeded to play said records over the telephone, well knowing that her husband would erroneously believe Rosemary to be a blackmailer in fact and would drop her like a hot spud.
No, Sam, no, I don't mean
Don't
that.
interrupt.
Oh.
It was my inspiration, I, Sam Spade, to use Belita's fiendish device for a higher purpose.
No, Sam, no,
Yes.
that is what I'm... No, Sam, I meant the Western story. Betrayal in Bumpus Creek.
It is not Crick, Effie.
You can't say H over the radio, Sam.
Oh, yes, you can. Bumpus Hell is the post office designation of a hamlet right here in California.
It is?
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, what happened? Did Red Gillis ever find his brother?
I didn't quite finish, Ev. Go type that up, and I shall.
Well, here it is, Sam. Oh, Sam, what's the matter? You don't look at all well.
Can't be. It didn't happen. It's a misprint. That's what it is.
What, Sam? What?
Maybe the writer was tired.
Oh, Sam, it's only a story.
That's what you think.
Well, did Red Gillis find his brother?
I won't tell.
Oh, now, Sam, now, don't be childish.
Oh, well, all right. Remember the sheriff he shot on page 1?
What?
Yeah, turned out to be the new schoolmarm.
Oh, how ornery. A woman, huh? Nice, Sam.
Get off. Good night, sweetheart.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
The Equitable Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight's file, the Bobby Sox Bandits.
"17. That's an important and exciting age in the life of a boy or a girl. Some of you girls listening tonight are just 17, finishing high school or starting your first real job, or having your first real honest-to-goodness date, going hiking or wiener roasting with the gang, or sitting in the middle of the floor with your Vic and a stack of records, doing most anything except making it possible for this voice to say, as it reluctantly says now, tonight's case from the files of your FBI is the crime story of two girls, age 17. It's just about sundown, and on a highway out of Pittsburgh, two girls with one suitcase between them stand by the side of the road.
This ain't good. Huh? We picked the wrong road. There ain't been a car pass here for 15 minutes.
What, Bonnie?
We ain't grabbing no lift.
Oh, that's okay. I'm catching up on what I should know.
About what?
About Hollywood. Oh, this is a wonderful magazine. The whole thing is about Barry Brooks. Bonnie, you just ought to read movie magazines.
Already have.
But you just ain't read about Barry Brooks. He's so wonderful.
Brooks, Smokes, we gotta get a lift.
Bonnie, when we get to Hollywood, I'm not going to eat or sleep until I see him.
Uh-huh.
Look at this picture.
What did you write on there with your lipstick?
Never mind.
Let me see it. Love Me Forever, co-starring Barry Brooks and Phyllis Tyler. Oh, Phyllis.
Laugh if you want to. But I'll star in a picture with him someday.
Yeah.
I never had any real feeling about my destiny until I saw Barry Brooks in his first picture. I saw it 6 times. And right from the very first, I just knew that my destiny was in his hands.
Wait a minute. Here comes the only destiny I'm interested in.
Huh? Oh, I hope he stops for us.
Yeah. Look, he's going to.
Can I give you young ladies a lift?
Oh, sure. We've been waiting for you for an hour, mister.
Then hop right into the back seat.
Okay. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Okay.
All right back there?
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't make a practice of doing this kind of thing, but it was coming on night, and I didn't like the idea of you young girls being on the road by yourself.
That's awful nice of you.
I'm going on to Cleveland. How far are you going?
Oh, we're going all the way
We're going to my sister's in Detroit.
Detroit? But Bonnie...
Certainly Detroit. What's the matter with you?
Well, I didn't mean to be inquisitive. I was just thinking about you having to travel this way. I've got a daughter about your age, and I know her mother and I would have a fit.
Oh, wait a minute, mister. Could you stop the car?
What's the trouble?
I think I dropped something back there when we got in.
Drop what, Bonnie?
My bracelet.
Bracelet?
Well, I'll just back up. Is the road clear behind?
Yeah, it's clear, all right.
Good, then we'll just...
Bonnie.
No use thumbing rides when we can have a car of our own.
Daly speaking.
Police headquarters, Mr. Daly. Looks like we got one for you FBI boys.
Okay.
A couple of girls slugged a man, stole his car just a little ways out of town a while ago. Looks like interstate stuff.
You got the details?
Well, a man's here at headquarters getting his head fixed up. You want to come over?
Well, give me a description of the car and the girls first, and I'll get out an alarm right away.
Okay, here's a car. Black Plymouth sedan, 1941, Pennsylvania license number.
Wonder what town this is, Bonnie.
I don't know. But it's in Ohio anyway.
Wonder how long it'll take us to get to Hollywood.
Now, how would I know?
Wonder if that nice man is still lying in the ditch where we left him.
Will you stop wondering so much, Phyllis?
I'm sorry.
Look, you just sit there and dream about Barry Brooks holding you in his arms, and I'll...
Bonnie! Bonnie! That sounds like we've got a flat tire.
Don't you think I've got ears, Phyllis?
Oh, now what'll we do?
What do you think? We'll just borrow another car.
Good morning, Roland.
No good. You're just in time, Daly.
What's up?
Teletype from the Cleveland office just came in.
Oh?
That black Plymouth sedan was found abandoned early this morning in a street in Niles, Ohio, with a flat tire.
Any sign of the girls?
No, they must have switched cars.
How's that?
Well, a man in Niles reported his Ford sedan stolen during the night, and the Plymouth was left about a block from his house.
Cleveland put out an alarm on the Ford sedan?
Yeah.
Well, let's start traveling.
Where?
Niles, Ohio first. See if there are any clues in that Plymouth.
Bonnie.
Huh?
I'm worried.
Now what?
I don't think we ought to be doing things like this to get to Hollywood. Hitting people over the head and stealing cars.
Why not?
Well, suppose they should find out sometime.
Who?
My public.
What are you talking about?
Well, suppose after I get started in the movies and I'm on the way to the top. Suppose it gets out that I got to Hollywood by stealing automobiles.
Oh, stop.
I'll be ruined, Bonnie. That'll be the end of my career right there.
Don't be stupid. It'll be good publicity. And besides, all of this will make you a much better actress.
I don't see how you figure that.
Aren't the best actresses the ones who live their parts?
Yeah.
And what are the best girl parts in movies? It's girls who work in gambling houses, who are spies or mixed up with gangs. Girls will live dangerously.
Guess you're right, but do we have to all the time steal cars?
No. I got another idea as soon as we get into Cleveland.
What?
We're going to ride in style on trains from now on.
Where are we going to get the money?
Somebody in Cleveland has money, and we're going to take it away from them.
Here's that Plymouth, Mr. Daly. Just like we found her.
Uh-huh.
We towed her up here to headquarters. Never touched anything inside the car at all.
Oh, that's fine. Now, if you'll give me a hand, officer, maybe we can get some clear fingerprints.
Sure, all right.
Wait, this may be something right here.
Oh, what's that?
Yeah, it's a movie magazine. Not hard to tell who their favorite movie star is. Favorite one of them, anyway.
How's that?
This picture of Barry Brooks has red lip prints all over it.
I guess you'll want to save some samples of the lipstick for your laboratory, huh?
This may be more important than the lip prints, this lipstick writing on the page.
Huh? What's it say?
Phyllis loves Barry. Love me forever. Co-starring Barry Brooks and Phyllis Tyler.
That must be one of the girls' names.
Yes.
But what's that business about co-starring?
Well, I'd say the kid already imagines herself in a picture with Barry Brooks.
Say, that sounds like the girls are headed for Hollywood.
Yes.
Daly?
Yeah.
Just got a call from Pittsburgh.
Oh, what's up, Roland?
The girls have been identified.
Is one of them named Phyllis Tyler?
Yes. How'd you know?
She left her name on this magazine.
Well, the other one's Bonnie Lawton. They're from Baltimore. Been missing 4 days.
I see.
And that Ford sedan they stole here in Niles has just been found abandoned in Cleveland.
Well, I'd say that's our next stop.
Later that night, somewhere in the area of Cleveland's ore docks on the Lake Erie waterfront, Bonnie Lawton and Phyllis Tyler sat in a booth in the corner of a juke joint sipping drinks.
Look, Bonnie, the sailor's looking over here again.
He hasn't looked at anybody else but you since we've been in here. Oh, this'll be easy.
He's darling.
Never mind that.
Look, he's getting up. I think he's coming over.
Well, I'll get out of here. Do like I told you, Phyllis. Remember?
He's got the cutest smile.
All right, but don't let it take your mind off business.
Oh, excuse me. Hiya, Goldilocks. Do you mind if I sit down?
I beg your pardon.
Oh, now, look, don't play hard to get. You've been giving me the offers all night.
Couldn't help but look at you. You very much resemble Barry Brooks.
The movie guy?
Yeah.
Hey, that ain't bad. Is your girlfriend coming back?
She just went down the street for a minute.
Oh, that's fine. Got any ideas about us?
Well, we don't have to stay here.
Well, then let's get going. Come on.
Okay.
We'll go to a joint where there's some dancing and stuff. Would you like that?
Oh, sure.
Right this way, honey. Which way did the girlfriend go?
Down that way.
Then let's go the other way.
Silly.
Say, what's your name, baby?
Phyllis.
Phyllis. That's very cute. You live around here?
Well, not really.
I just got in town
All
myself.
right, put him up, sailor.
Huh?
This is a stick-up.
Are you kidding?
I said put him up. Get his money, Phyllis.
Okay.
Well,
Shut up.
Oh, look, sweetheart, give me that gun.
Sure. I'll give it to you.
Oh.
Now we travel first class.
We momentarily close the Equitable Society's presentation of the FBI file on the Bobby Sox Bandits. We will return to this case in just a moment. 324 years ago, the Pilgrim Fathers of Plymouth enjoyed their first Thanksgiving dinner on this continent and played host to 90 Indian braves of a nearby tribe. Apparently, the Pilgrims were unable to bag any wild turkeys, for the menu mentions only venison, roast duck, roast goose, clams and other shellfish, eels, plums, and wild grape wine. Among the 3.25 million members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, some are bearers of names which indicate that their ancestors may have attended that banquet. Other Equitable Society members have names that indicate an origin in a more recent wave of immigration. But whether their names go back to the Mayflower or a boat that landed half a dozen years ago, Equitable Society members have proved that they believe in the time-honored American virtues of thrift and self-reliance. Their life insurance policies with the Equitable Society are good evidence that they believe in saving for safety, believe in taking care of themselves by putting dollars aside for future security. And just as our forefathers banded together for mutual protection, so Equitable Society members have joined forces in a great mutual organization created for the common good of all. Self-reliance plus cooperation. That's the spirit on which this country was founded. It's the spirit which makes men and women better citizens and better Americans, which is a good reason for this organization to be thankful that by serving its members for 86 years, the Equitable Society has served America. And now back to the file on the Bobby Sox Bandits.
Do you know where your own 17-year-old son or daughter is tonight? And what he or she is doing? You probably do because you care. But hundreds of thousands of American parents don't know and don't care, and haven't known and haven't cared for so long that last year boys and girls under 21, and most of them only 17, committed over a third of all the robberies in the United States, over half of all the burglaries, nearly 2/3 of all the automobile thefts. The parents of Bonnie Lawton and Phyllis Tyler didn't care enough, and that's why we find them now in a cheap rooming house on Chicago's west side, after leaving a trail of crime halfway across the country.
380, 390, 395, 96, 97, 98. Gee, look, Phyllis, we're doing swell.
You mean we've got $398?
More than that. Here's another 5. $403.
Why did we stop here? That's enough to take us to Hollywood, isn't it?
You don't want to get there broke, do you?
But, Bonnie.
And if you're going to get in the movies, you got to have some swell clothes, don't you?
Yeah, but...
And suppose you do manage to meet Barry Brooks.
I'm going to.
So what are you going to meet him in? A pair of dirty slacks, scuffies, and a sweater?
Golly, I hadn't thought about that.
Then let's go get us a couple of good-looking outfits.
And then what?
With those, we can step out in the better spots and take somebody for a lot of money.
Oh, all right. But there's something else I want to buy, too.
What?
I read all about it. Barry Brooks collects all kinds of cigarette lighters.
Oh.
I'm going to get him one and send it to him from here.
Okay, come on. Let's go shopping.
That same morning, back in Cleveland, Special Agent Daly is just entering the field office of the FBI.
What'd you find out, Daly?
Well, the two girls who robbed that sailor last night were Bonnie Lawton and Phyllis Tyler.
You sure?
The sailor positively identified them by these pictures.
Well, that's good, but that didn't put us any nearer to catching them.
No, but something else I found out does.
What's that?
They took a midnight train for Chicago.
How do you know?
I dug up the night ticket agent who sold them the space.
Well, we better phone there and have them cover trains going west.
Well, they might be smart enough to stop off in Chicago and hide out a while.
Yeah, but I'll phone anyway.
Okay, and then we'll catch the next plane for the Windy City ourselves.
Here you are, girls. Is this the lighter you saw in the window?
Yeah, that's it. Isn't it darling, Bonnie?
It's okay.
Do you think Barry Brooks will like it?
Did you say Barry Brooks?
Yeah, the movie star. I'm going to send this to him.
Oh, I see.
How much is it?
Well, it's probably more than you want to pay.
How do you know? How much is it?
Well, including tax, it's $15.
Oh, that's easy. Here.
Say, where'd you girls get all that money?
None of your business.
That's a pretty big bankroll.
Do you want to sell us a lighter or don't you?
Bonnie, let's get out of here.
Okay. Keep your lighter, mister.
Just a minute, girl.
Come on, Bonnie, hurry.
Well, welcome to Chicago, boys.
Oh, thanks, Bob.
I'm afraid I haven't got any good news for you.
Oh, no trace of the girls, huh, Turner?
We covered all buses and railroads right after you called, but nothing has turned up yet.
Well, they could have taken a bus or a train before we called.
No, all ticket agents have been checked, and they don't recall any girls answering the descriptions. Come in.
Here's something just came in from the police, Mr. Turner.
Oh, thanks. Well, they're in Chicago, all right, fellas. They tried to buy a lighter about noon in a little shop on Randolph for Barry Brooks.
Yeah?
The clerk got suspicious when they showed so much money, and the girls ran off.
You sure it's the same girls?
Well, their descriptions checked, and one of the girls called the other one Bonnie.
Well, if they'll just stay here long enough, I think I've got a way to catch them.
Phyllis. Phyllis. Come on, wake up.
Oh, well. Anybody think you were a movie star already the way you sleep all morning?
Come on, wake up.
Oh, hello, Bonnie. Have you been out already?
Yeah, I went to the store.
Did you get a paper?
Yeah. Here.
Thanks.
Want some coffee?
Sure. Now, let's see. What page is the funnies on?
I figure we can break in our outfits tonight, Phyllis, and make it pay off. I got a plan.
Bonnie. Bonnie.
What's the matter?
Bonnie, listen to this. Barry Brooks.
What'd he do, get married?
No, he's here. Here in Chicago. Oh, Bonnie, think of it. Barry Brooks, right here in Chicago.
Well, don't tie yourself in a pretzel about it. What does it say?
Barry Brooks is believed to have slipped in Chicago last night, and according to reports, is staying at the State Hotel. And, Bonnie, we're going over there.
Wait a minute, Phyllis.
Oh, it's destiny, Bonnie, don't you see? Barry Brooks and I in Chicago at the same time. Come on.
You can't get in to see him.
Of course we can. He's good about giving his autograph, and that's what we'll say we want. Come on, Bonnie, let's hurry.
Well, aren't you going to bother to dress first?
Oh, sure. But it'll only take me a minute, and I can wear my new outfit. Oh, just think of it. I'm going to see Barry Brooks.
Girls, I'm the manager of this hotel, and I say you must go away.
We're going to stay in front of his room until he comes out. Oh, Barry! Barry! Come out!
Oh, girls, please. I tell you for the 100th time, Mr. Brooks is not in the room.
Oh, yes, he is. You wouldn't be trying to get us away.
He is not.
He is.
He's not.
He is.
I tell you, he is not.
Oh, yes, he is. We want Barry Brooks. We want Barry Brooks. We want
Oh,
Barry
girls,
Brooks.
stop.
Come on, move over. Let us through the door, please.
What makes you young ladies think you can get in?
We have an appointment with Mr. Brooks.
You have an appointment.
Well, just knock at the door and you'll find out. Go ahead, knock.
I'm not Barry. Miss Lawton, Miss Tyler, will you come in, please?
Goodbye, girls. Better luck next time. Pardon us.
Where is Mr. Brooks?
Yeah, where is he?
Well, I'm sorry to tell you the report in the paper about Mr. Brooks being in the city was not correct, girls.
What? But we called up the room.
Well, I'm responsible for the story being in the papers. I'm a special agent of the FBI.
Bonnie.
This is a pinch, huh?
You're under arrest. Yes.
Gee. I certainly had a very short career.
Because of their extreme youth, Bonnie Lawton and Phyllis Tyler were put in a reformatory, where every effort will be made to guide them to a better future. But far more serious than the sentence passed on the two girls was Bonnie Lawton's indirect charge against her own parents. In court, she said, "I've had to learn everything else the hard way, so I guess I couldn't very well skip this one." The rising tide of juvenile delinquency in America amplifies that charge into a tumultuous indictment of the tragically large number of American parents who don't care enough for their children. America's homes are the birthplace and training ground of her citizens. What, then, is the hope for America's future? The answer is in the hands of you, the mothers and fathers of America. The FBI can protect only the lives and property and laws of America. You must protect its future through your children.
You'll hear something about next week's case in just a moment. This week, at the Equitable Society, a group insurance serviceman suggested I take a trip with him. So the two of us jumped into his car, and after an hour's ride, we parked at a large factory that has just taken out group insurance with the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. First, we got the president of the company's angle on the new insurance program. Among other things, he said, "You know, since I started this business 25 years ago, I can't think of anything I've done that's given me more satisfaction than group insurance with the Equitable Society. I consider it a big step forward in our relations with our employees." A little later, we heard the same story in different words from a veteran worker. "This group insurance is swell stuff," he told us. "It gives me a real lift to know that I've not only got extra life insurance, but also hospital and surgical benefits in case anything goes wrong with me." Yes, there's no question about it. Group insurance is something on which labor and management see eye to eye and stand shoulder to shoulder. And that's why we of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States take such pride in the fact that group insurance is an equitable first. This plan is one of scores of examples of the Equitable Society's leadership and progressiveness. One of the many reasons why we say that this week and every week for 86 years, the Equitable Society has been building security for you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Big Breakout.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Carl Frank, speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This Is Your FBI. You know, it's kind of fun to plan what you're going to buy in future years with the bonds you're buying now. Maybe the woman of the house has her heart set on a new washing machine. Dad can see that new radio and television set. And the youngsters have super deluxe, extra special bikes and toys in mind. But buying time isn't here. New, low-priced goods aren't on the market yet. More important than that, we still have a debt to pay before we go on a spending tear. A debt to the veterans who fought in the war and their families. Many veterans will require hospitalization. Others will want loans and educations. We have a debt in the war contracts that were canceled with the coming of the peace. And that's why the government is asking us to buy bonds now, during the victory loan. This will be the last bond drive. It won't be long before we can go back to a facsimile of living as usual. But until then, let's put over this victory loan by buying that bond.
This is the American Broadcasting Company.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A district attorney listens to all kinds of statements in the course of a day. Some are confessions from people who want to pay their debt to society and make a fresh start. But even a confession can be an attempt to outsmart the law. This case began more than 500 miles from my county, in another state.
How you know, Pete, the old dame didn't give you a phony combination?
Oh, she wouldn't do that, would you, Grandma? Because the wrong combination would mean bruises. Wouldn't it, Grandma?
Maybe we better take the gag off and let her open it for us.
She wrote down the combination, didn't she? She couldn't talk it any better than she could write it. Now, keep quiet a minute.
Oh, this tip better be good, Pete.
It's good. Nice old lady, afraid of the bad bank. Keeps all her jewels and money nice and safe at home.
It's open. Look at this. What rocks in the dough. 20s, 50s, C-notes.
Must be 15, 20 grand there. Shove it in the briefcase.
Hey, what about her? We just can't leave her like she is.
No, because if somebody took that gag off, she could talk. Only one way to stop that.
Why didn't you muffle that with a pellet?
People will think it's a backfire. Come on, let's get going.
Car okay?
Sure, there it is.
Hey, Pete, the other way. Somebody running.
A cop. You go ahead. Get the car started. Stay where you are, copper.
Come on, Pete!
They're going. Take the corner.
You crazy?
I made him duck into a doorway, didn't I? Suppose the car hadn't started right away.
You were right under that street light without a hat. Why didn't you leave your picture?
We'll be 500 miles from here by morning. He wasn't close enough to get our license number.
He might have been close enough to see what state we're from. If he asked for mugshots, you got a record. He might just identify you.
Then he'll be making a mistake. You taught me a trick when we were in the pen together. Remember, Boland? Never risk 10 years of the electric chair when you can get away for 6 months. And that little haul's worth 6 months, ain't it?
Yeah. It worked for me when I pull it on with Costico.
Yeah. And it'll work for me. It'll work just fine. What time is it?
12:20.
When we get home, we'll get the newspapers. See if our DA has any little crimes kicking around unsolved. Anything nice and simple committed around midnight tonight. We might save Mr. Garrett a lot of work.
Hello, Miss Miller.
Oh, Mr. Garrett. How did it go?
I wish I knew. You know how I feel about speaking at luncheons. I hate...
Oh, this gentleman has been waiting for you since 11 o'clock. I told him you'd be back late.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know you, don't I?
Yes, sir. I'm afraid you do. My name's Pete Grable.
Oh, yes. I remember. Burglary, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. 3 years ago. I did 6 months.
And what can I do for you, Pete?
Well, I'm in trouble again, Mr. Garrett.
Come into my office.
Thanks.
Oh, no calls for a while, please, Miss Miller, unless they're urgent.
Yes, sir.
Switch the routine stuff to Burton. Oh, and ask Harrington to come up when he's finished at the lab.
All right, Mr. Garrett.
Sit down, Pete.
Thanks.
Tell me about it.
Well, I don't know where to begin. After I did time on that rap, well, I wanted to straighten myself out. I tried. I got a job, even went to night school. I guess I wasn't very good at working, though. I got fired. I've been bumming around for a few months, broke. Well, I guess I better give it to you straight. Night before last, about 11:30, I guess, I was out walking. I passed this hardware store, and...
The hardware store on Southern Boulevard and Finch Street?
Yes, sir. I guess you know what comes next. I went around the back, broke in. There was $94.62 in the cash register. I took it.
Why, Pete? Why after doing time before?
I don't know. I've been asking myself the same question all day yesterday and the day. The heat must have got me or something. I was crazy.
You still have the money?
No. I played big shot and spent it.
Well, I'm glad you walked in here by yourself, Pete. You were playing it tough the last time when we had to catch you and bring you in.
Well, you can hang it on me good this time, Mr. Garrett. I had a chance, and I blew it. I'll deserve everything I get.
Well, what you'll get will be up to the judge, Pete. The fact that you came in here is going to weigh in your favor. If I recommend a short sentence and probation, will you promise me to work out the money you stole, make restitution?
Oh, Mr. Garrett, I'd do anything for a break like that. I'll pay back every dime.
All right. Miss Miller?
Yes, sir.
Come in, please. Bring your book. I want you to take a statement.
Yes, sir. Oh, Harrington said he'd be here in a couple of minutes.
Good. Take this. Head it with the date and location. Statement of Peter Grable, re the burglary of the Amalgamated Hardware Company at 1154 Southern Boulevard, this city. I'll fill in the date. Date before yesterday. Between 11 and 11:30 p.m. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Now, Pete, do you make the statement you're about to make with the full understanding that it will be used against you as evidence?
I do.
Do you do so of your own free will without coercion or other undue influence of force?
I do.
All right, Pete. Tell us in your own words just what happened.
Well, at 11:30 Thursday night before last, I was...
Oh, Chief, excuse me. I didn't know you had anybody in here.
It's all right, Harrington. Come in. And this is Pete Grable.
Yeah, I remember him.
Sit down. He's given us a voluntary confession on the Amalgamated Hardware burglary. Go ahead, Pete.
Where was I now?
At 11:30 Thursday night before last, I was...
yeah. I was walking past the store. I went into the alley, leading around to the back. I jimmied my way in. I stole $94.62 from the cash register. I spent it, and I can't give it back. That's all.
Are you prepared to sign this statement after it's typed?
Yes, sir.
Good. All right, Miss Miller. Type it up. Have Kincaid take him over to the county jail. You'll have to be held, Pete, until bail is set. It won't be too long. I'll have you arraigned Monday morning.
Thank you.
Just a minute, Pete. Don't you think I better go out there with him, Chief, until Kincaid comes up?
Oh, I don't think that'll be necessary, Harrington. He came in voluntarily. You're not going to run, are you, Pete?
No, sir.
Go ahead. What about those parking lot robberies? You got anything?
Nope, not yet. Stuff the lad had is no good.
No, keep on it. Then I watch the ballparks, bowling alleys, fight stadiums. Any place night parking is heavy.
Yeah. Chief,
Yeah?
You know, I like to see a guy get a break if he rates it. But this Pete Grable, he was a tough monkey. We got nothing at all on that amalgamated hardware job, but all of a sudden he walks in here like a lamb. Bothers me.
I know. It's been bothering me, too.
I thought you were sold on him.
He wants me to be sold on him. Let him walk around a while until we see what he's got on his mind.
While he's walking, he's got a chance to run.
He's also got a chance to trip.
Yeah, see what you mean. You want me to check on him? Home, family?
No, not until he's arraigned and makes bail.
Why wait until then?
Because then it can be a friendly visit to, somebody we're sold on. Let's see if that confession is ready yet. Soon will that be ready, Miss Miller?
Just a few more lines.
No, you take it over to the jail and have him sign it, Harrington. And be friendly.
No, Peter hasn't been home yet. I cooked dinner for him and I had to throw it all out. Even had to borrow the money to make it for him.
Well, your son's bail was $500, Mrs. Grable. Where did you borrow that?
$500. Now, where would I ever get my hands on that much money?
You mean you didn't put up the money? You're not the one who sprung him?
I didn't even know where he was until I got a note from him saying he'd be let out this morning. For me to bring him a razor and his best suit of clothes.
I see. Do you know who did arrange for his release? Was it his father, your husband?
His father's been dead since Peter was 15 years old.
You don't know where Peter is now?
He didn't come home at all after he was released this morning?
No. I waited for him outside the prison. But he said he had to go someplace. He'd see me later. So I got on a trolley car and came to see that there'd be a good meal on the table for him.
The probation officer will be checking on him before he's sentenced, Mrs. Grable. It's after 10 p.m. If he's keeping late hours, it won't help him.
I tried to get him to come home with me.
Maybe we can find him and bring him home for you, if you can give us some idea of where he hangs out.
Perhaps the name and addresses of some of his friends.
He never tells me about his friends. But, you know, there's a place he must go to a lot. I'm always finding these matchbooks in his clothes. Boland's Bonanza, it says on them. With a picture of a man and a woman dancing, you see?
Name ring a bell with you, Harrington?
Yeah. It's a dance hall out in the South Side.
No, I'm not familiar with it.
And you'd be familiar with the owner if you saw him.
Boland?
Ray Boland. You set him up twice for larceny.
Well, how did an ex-con get a permit to run a dance hall?
We never had him on a felony.
Oh, I remember now. Petty larceny both times. Misdemeanor convictions wouldn't stop him from getting a dance hall license. You remember when it was we last sent him away?
Yeah, 3 years ago. He pulled 6 months.
Oh, that means he and Peter Grable were in prison at the same time. They might even have been cellmates.
Yeah, but what's that got to do with this case?
Just a small detail from Boland's last conviction that you may have forgotten.
What?
He also walked into my office and confessed.
Oh, and now Grable pulls the same stunt. Why? They can't like prison.
Maybe they like it better than something else.
What?
That's what we're going to find out. This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the man who confessed, here is an important message from my sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A man had walked into my office and confessed to a crime of burglary involving less than $100. His family had no money, but somebody posted $500 bail for him. He was certain to go to jail, but he seemed happy about it. It didn't add up. Harrington and I headed for Boland's Bonanza, a dance hall on the South Side.
I ought to have 2 bands, Bolin, like the Uptown joints. Continuous dancing. People don't like just sitting around, do they, Dolly?
Look, when you wake diamond dance joints like I have, you're happy to hear the horn stop.
You see, Pete? Besides, it's a warm night. Give the concessions a chance to do a little business. I make money there, too, you know.
Yeah, and if this don't work, there are other ways, huh?
You ought to know, boy. Hey, you didn't tell me. How'd it go with the DA?
A breeze. You should have seen it. Hey, trim it up. Keep quiet.
What's the matter, honey?
Those 2 guys coming across the floor.
Garrett, the DA, and that shadow of his, Harrington.
Don't move now. They've seen us. It'll look funny if you go.
Evening, Pete.
Oh, hello, Mr. Garrett. Mr. Harrington. I'd like you both to meet Miss Dolly Weeks.
Weeks?
How do you do?
And this is Ray Boland. He owns the place.
I believe we've met Mr. Boland before.
Yeah, that's right. I'm glad you're meeting at my place this time instead of yours. Oh, our band's been off the stand too long. Customers getting restless. I'd better go outside, herd them in. Nice to see you gentlemen again. Bye.
Come on. You better go looking for your date, Dolly, or he'll think you got lost.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Excuse me, please.
Don't you think you should be leaving too, Pete?
Yeah. I didn't realize it was so late. Good night.
Night.
Oh, Pete, just a minute.
Yeah, Mr. Harrington?
How did you jimmy your way into the hardware store? Through a back door or a window?
What difference does it make?
Well, it might make a difference in court.
Nothing can make any difference in court, Mr. Garrett. I ain't fighting the case. You got my confession.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Skip it.
Night.
We can get to the parking lot through the back door.
Okay. What was that question all about, Harrington? About whether he jimmied a door or a window?
Oh, just something I remembered. The burglar gained entry by cutting out a ventilator screen with wire clippers.
For a man who says he robbed a store, he doesn't seem to know too much about the details, does he?
If you ask me, he never saw the inside of that hardware store. His confession is a phony.
I know that. But why?
Oh, a psycho. We get him every day, don't we? Trying to make people think they're tough or big shots.
He's no psycho, Harrington. At least not that kind. There's another reason. There was another reason when Boland did it 3 years ago, too. He had all the...
Hey, Chief, look.
Yes, Miss Weeks. The girl we just saw with Pete.
Yeah, that's quite a car she's got. About $5,000 on wheels.
Yes, and she's no society debutante. Come on.
You want to follow her?
Yes. She turned right going out.
Yeah, I saw her. There. Parked just past the entrance to the dance hall.
I'm just driving past her. Don't stop until you get to the end of the street. Dark area under those trees is all right.
Okay. What's she waiting there for?
See for yourself.
Sure. Little Petey boy. Should I tag them when they go past?
No, just get the license number. Get it?
Yep. I had jot it down. Now what?
Take me home. We've got a lot of work to do tomorrow. Yes, Miss Miller?
Harrington's on extension 1, sir.
Okay, put him on. Hello, Harrington.
Hello, Chief. I got a rundown on that registration.
Now, who owns the car?
It belongs to the Dolly Weeks dame, all right. She bought it last Saturday. $4,652 cash.
Does she have a record?
No, but she doesn't have any way of earning that kind of money either.
I just got all the reports from the burglary detail on that job at Amalgamated. You were right about the burglar gaining entry through the ventilator screen. There's something else that doesn't fit, too.
Well, what?
Pete confessed to stealing $94.62.
Yeah?
Store owner's statement lists the amount stolen at $84.62.
That's funny.
I've got an idea about it. I'll have it worked out by the time you get up here.
I'll be there in a minute.
Wait a minute. No. Before you come up, pull the Record Bureau files on both Bolin and Pete. Everything we've got on them. Bring them with you.
Okay, Chief. Be up as fast as I can.
Good. Miss Miller,
Yes, sir.
you get those back issues of the newspapers from last Friday?
Yes, sir. I just finished going through them, but there's only one small item on the amalgamated hardware burglary.
Well, bring it in.
It was on page 9 of the Post transcript, Miss Garrett. It's only one paragraph.
Well, let me see. Burglar broke in through the rear of the store. Go to the cash register of $94.62. Well, that's it, all right.
That's what?
Well, that's where Pete Grable got his information in his confession. Only the information happens to be wrong. Get Harrington again in the record room. Tell him to wait for me there. I'm on my way down.
Yes, sir.
All right. Keep your shirt on. Who is it?
It's Pete. Let me in quick. I tried to phone you. I was busy.
I take it out the hook when I'm sleeping. What's the idea of getting me up so early?
I think we're getting hot, that's why.
Did you goof up on something?
It's that gumshoe Harrington from the DA's office. He's been checking on Dolly.
Well, what's that to get in an uproar about? They saw you to get her, that's all.
Well, they saw the car, too.
What car?
I gave Dolly dough to buy a new car.
With hot money less than a week after a killing?
Oh, I thought it'd be safe in her name.
Goodbye, Pete.
What do you mean, Bowen?
I mean goodbye. I'm taking myself a vacation to South America. From now on, I don't know you. Goodbye, Pete.
I ought to...
You pull that gun on me and you'll really be cooked. Now, you got a chance. Be smart. Take it.
That's the only reason I'm leaving you alive.
District Attorney's office.
Miss Miller, this is Mr. Garrett calling from the record room. I want you to get some more newspapers for me.
Yes, sir. Which ones?
Out-of-town papers from all surrounding states. Last Friday and Saturday editions. Get the whole staff together and comb them page by page. I want a list of all major crimes committed in those cities last Thursday night, and I want it within an hour.
Yes, sir, Mr. Garrett. I'll get right on it.
What's the idea of that, Chief? What are you after?
I'll tell you what I'm after. Look at this record on Bolin.
His confession about stealing a car radio?
Yes, a car radio. He does 6 months in jail for taking something worth less than $50. Then 2 weeks after his release, he buys a dance hall for $20,000, spends another $10 decorating.
Oh? What are you driving at?
Now, look at this FBI teletype. Received by us while Bolin was doing time.
Request all available information, Ray Bolin, York County. Mugshot selected as possible suspect, armored car robbery, state capital. Night of October 3rd or last. October 3rd. Hey, that's the same night he confessed to stealing the car radio.
Sure. And the Record Bureau wired back that he was serving time for an offense committed at the same time, the same night, more than 200 miles away. We provided him with an alibi.
And now Grable is afraid he was seen on some job and he's pulling the same stunt.
Only this time it isn't going to work. Have a squad pick up Dolly Weeks for questioning. Then get up to the office and let's help with those newspapers.
Oh, Mr. Garrett and Mr. Harrington.
Your son home, Mrs. Grable?
Oh, why, yes, he came home this morning. Says he's going to stay. I can watch over him now, and he'll give you no more trouble. He's really not a bad one, you know. Must have been the company he was keeping.
We'd like to see him, Mrs. Grable.
Well, he's in his room. I'll call him.
We'll see him in there if you don't mind. Which room is it?
The second door.
What? Oh, Mr. Garrett, Harrington. I was just getting dressed to come and see you.
Were you, Pete?
Yeah. I guess I was confused the day I gave you that statement on the hardware store. You see, I really went in through a ventilator screen, and then, too, I told you the wrong amount on the money.
We know you did.
We also know that you stopped in the hardware store a couple of hours ago and bought a wrench and spent 10 minutes asking the storekeeper about the burglary. You see, we've been doing a little checking, too.
The police at Harrisburg are looking for 2 men who robbed and murdered a wealthy old woman. You know anything about it?
Go ahead, Pete. Go ahead. If the gun's in there, go for it. Or do you only use it on old ladies?
It's Boland. The whole idea was Boland's, not mine. I'm here, ain't I? He's running away.
Not far. The police will be waiting for his plane when it lands at Dallas. And Dahlia's waiting for you downtown at my office.
Please, Mr. Garrett, you gotta give me a break.
I'll give you a break, Pete. The only kind of a break the law permits.
What's that?
The same kind of a break you gave that old lady in Harrisburg. This is David Bryan. I hope you enjoy this case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here's the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
Pete Grable, Roy Boland, and Dolly Weeks were extradited to the county where the brutal murder had been committed. Grable and Boland were convicted in the first degree and executed. Dolly Weeks is now serving sentence on a charge of being an accessory after the fact and receiving stolen property. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the files of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord.